see, where are we? We at the usual stuff where I don't know where the hell is anything. All right, there we go. We got this button. Nope. This button and that button. You come down. You better come down. Yeah, you came down. There
Okay,
we
that was
go.
fun to watch.
Yeah, it's always fun like that. Ladies and
That's what they
gentlemen,
tell me, at
boys and
least.
girls, guys, gals, non-binary pals. Hi, everybody. And welcome to the 2025 1440 Makers World Central Kitchen Charity Fundraiser Extraordinaire. This is the opening ceremony. Dun, 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 dun. We've got 3D Musketeer, Carson, and Vicky joining us to help things kick things off. How is everyone today?
Awake.
Everyone good?
No, I'll go. I'm fantastic.
Hey, all
I'm
right,
You know
awake.
what? No complaints here.
No, I'm just like, I'm doing my normal thing of like, please let it be live. Please make sure I hit the buttons right. I can't do
Yes.
Looks
this.
like you did.
It is
Okay,
live.
so I got one
Everything
thing.
is live.
Yay. It's all live. Live is good. Yep. So as I mentioned, we are here for the second annual, I guess you could say. This time in the right year too, because last year we did well, actually it wasn't last year, but it was the 2024 World Central Kitchen. But due to scheduling, we had to run it in January. So what was that? Yeah, 11 months ago.
Yeah.
So here we are again. And last year we did an amazing job. We hit well over $16,000 for the World Central Kitchen. And for those of you who don't know, do I even want to know what that was?
Make it a party for you, Shade. It's a party.
Okay.
He's his own little rave over there.
I just looked up real quick and like only thing I saw was something falling and flashing. I'm like, is he having my tech problems now?
No.
Should we put the should I get some dollar bills? I mean, we're not doing like,
Hey, any dollar bills that are thrown at participants today all get donated to the World Central Kitchen, okay?
Yeah. And so
That's
I
one
saw
way
the
to
morning
fundraise.
off. I saw the morning off, flipped everything on, and we already got a $10 donation, which just makes everything so right. So, yeah, for those of you who don't know, we're raising money for the World Central Kitchen, the WCK. What they do, they are a group of volunteers that was started by one person. There was a hurricane in Central America. Who is that?
Thunder keys?
One second.
Yay!
Thank
Thunder
you,
keys
whoever
and whimsy
donated
crap.
that. Thank you. That's so awesome. Sorry, because I'm sitting there, I'm like, wait, I know those sounds, but I haven't heard it in a year. I had different sounds. I had different sounds keyed to different amounts and everything else. So I'm like, all right, anyways. Yep. So the 1440, I'm sorry. For the World Central Kitchen, they go around and it was started by one man. And basically his theory is don't wait for everything to be ready to go. Get there first and then take care of everything else later. So what they do is they go into disaster areas, whether it be man-made, natural, or whatever. They get boots on the ground and they immediately start. They access everything locally from resources, personnel, locations, everything. They organize people, get them all together to feed people in just horrendous situations. And then what they do is they establish the central kitchens in these areas. They get them all self-running, self-sufficient, and then they move on to the next location. But they don't abandon those facilities. They still provide them with funds to make sure that everyone is well taken care of. They're in Gaza and they're in for 2 years now, and they've been in the Ukraine now for well over 3 years, going on 4 years. They've been in various parts of the US where they've, come and gone. This past week, they said there was news reports that were in Washington, D.C. and Jamaica as well, because they just got hit with a pretty bad hurricane. So what I would like to do is get this up. Yep. For those of you, I'm going to run a quick video. For the people on Zoom, you're not going to see it. So if you want to just watch the YouTube, and I'm going to play this now just to get everyone up to speed here. And why aren't you working now? You better be working. 1 second.
Category 4 hurricane slamming into Florida's southwest coast this afternoon.
Firefighters are battling a devastating forest fire near Yosemite.
Explosions that rocked the Ukrainian capital.
I think the video is playing behind us.
Yeah, it is. I have to try to figure out how to.
As quick as you can.
You can see just the edge of it.
There we go.
Yeah.
I'm just doing it temporarily.
Don't tell me you are waiting to do it until you have everything ready to do it. It has to be urgent. Food and water is now. We didn't have enough trays, we didn't have enough plates, we didn't have enough knives, we didn't have enough hands. But we began. Anything else will take too much time. Not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, today. We do it with locals.
We're not victims. We're just neighbors helping neighbors.
We overcome every obstacle, and if we cannot overcome the obstacle, we go around. Here we are, and we'll come back tomorrow and the day after until you are okay.
Every time I see their food, it just looks so good.
Yeah, they actually do have a cookbook as well, and all proceeds go to help their causes as well. Because I believe the majority, this was done a couple years ago, so a lot of the footage is in Ukraine and I want to say Central America.
هدم بيتي وتشريدي إلا إني كمان بازدياد قادرة إني أساعد وأعطي الناس مش بس في وجبات الطبيخ تعبي وعرق جبيني إني مساعدة كمان إني أساهم وأساعد في الناس.
As a collector of cookbooks, I'm gonna have to get the cookbook.
It's on their website.
Cool.
Yeah, so, okay, that's not going to work right. There we go. And then I had to go back to fix that tomorrow. Yes, you're still there. We can still see you.
Oh, thank you, Bob.
Wait.
Mod Bob's got it.
Huh? What?
Mod Bob.
Yeah.
Mod Bob got what?
The
The link
cookbook.
to the cookbook.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you, Bob. Yeah, no, because I saw that and I thought it was like, really unique because they were getting a lot of requests. And if you go on their YouTube page, they give like little short videos on how to cook from local dishes from where they're at. But as mentioned, I mean, like they do everything where, like I said, they just go get boots on the ground and then figure things out. In Gaza, they were the first ones to do a float flotilla of what was it, 200 tons, I believe it was, of food for the people of Palestine. And they were doing things that not even the U.S. government could do. They were just like, they're not waiting around for anything. They're just getting people there, doing the things that they need to do in order to help everyone. And with how they operate, for every $100 they raise, it's $2 of costs and everything else. And with them sourcing
Very
everything,
good.
yeah, with them sourcing everything locally, they don't have to worry too much about logistics You know, in for example, with Alaska, they just got hit with flooding, I believe it was. And you know, they're sitting there bringing food on ATVs, on planes and helicopters. You know,
They've
just
done
making
water
sure.
drops.
Yeah, they're doing everything. You know, because like what their thing is, like they don't choose sides or anything else. Their mentality is that food is a basic necessity for everyone, and you know, they just. I really love their approach, you know, because whatever problems they face, they'll take care of it when they're there, and they've been extremely innovative as far as how they get things done. And you know, if you go on to their YouTube page, um, you know, it's like they don't do like a lot of. They'll do very short updates and everything else, but it's not like they have a camera crew following them around and you know doing this and doing that, and they just want to get the jobs done, you know. And with now this particular time of year with the winter coming up, there's going to be a lot of people like you know in the Ukraine where the war is still going on. There's going to be a lot of people in need. It just every place they're at. Let me see if I can. There was on their Twitter page. They had a very interesting thing. It was dated October 16th, and it just showed all their what the?
All right.
Thank you. Whoever just why can't is it?
Thank you,
is that
Silver
okay?
Bear.
Thank you.
Okay, Johnny Bear.
Oh, by the way, for those of you who've never seen me stream, I will butcher your name. You could have the easiest name in the world. I will still butcher it.
Is that why you bring the rest of us along?
Exactly. And there's a particular person who's on later on, and I've already talked to her a few times. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to get your name right. It's just
I mean,
impossible.
I
Shane,
know
you never
exactly.
get my name right.
No, I can't spell your name. I can't spell your name right. There is
Well,
a difference.
it's 30 Musketeers with an S at the end.
Well, I mean, you know, I see only one of you. I'm the size of 3 people, you know, so.
One day we'll have to
say.
ask you to spell
You say
Wexter
Amber
out, though.
sometimes.
No, I'm no. I'm not. No.
Noob is asking an important question, Shane.
What's
Is
he
there
asking?
a Shane shaves it all donation tier?
No, because Shane had already shaved. So
But Shane, it's for the children.
Right.
Well, shit, well,
Didn't you cut your hair for the Son J.
Yes.
Mortimer Foundation, right?
Yeah. I've
So-
shaved my head for charity.
I know. I
Yeah,
remember when
I-
your hair was like down to here.
Well, straight, it was straight. It came down to here.
Oh wow. I don't think I could picture you with straight hair just because I've always seen you with the big, full, curly locks.
This might come as a surprise, but it's the fact that I'm half Cuban. That's the curls.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm way too pale. Noob says eyebrows and eyelashes. I will say no to eyelashes because, brother, you don't want to go through that. You'll get so much crap in your eyes without eyelashes. Eyebrows I'm totally down for, but it has to be half an eyebrow. If Shane's gonna shave his eyebrows, I only want half of one shave.
I am not.
Give him the little micro. Like
Yes, like the little lines in it, like cool people do.
Yeah.
Let's have a full makeover for Shane and turn him into a Zoomer. Can we do it?
No. There's a reason why I'm thankful right now. You can't see my face. Just picture. All right, here we go. I finally found it. God damn it. Okay.
We
so
can
let me get
picture the
this.
look
Yeah,
of disdain
Shame.
you were giving
Yes.
us.
Yeah.
Disdain is
behind
a
the-
very good word.
Behind the scenes for the viewers, we on the Zoom, we can't even see Shane right now.
No,
It's a
we-
little
we
Right,
see
he's
cartoon
using a
Avatar
little
Shane.
avatar.
Yep.
And
50,000, we could talk him into it, Bob says.
Wait.
50,000 for charity, Shane. That's a lot of money.
That is a lot.
That's helping
Yeah.
a lot of people. $50,000.
Hey,
Dude, you
I'll
do-
shave my head for 50.
I know. I was
Yeah,
gonna
I was about to
say,
say
if you all right,
50,000.
fine. We
I
hit
will.
50.
I'll do it on stream.
50K.
50 grand.
50K. I'll get the full everything off. If you guys hit 50K, hell, I'll dress up as Baby New Year. For
A
50K.
diaper too?
Shane,
Diaper
see,
too.
there it goes. No one's gonna donate that now. No one wants
Yeah,
to see you in a
exactly.
diaper. Well, I won't say nobody, but I think
Well, with my age and everything else, it's not too far away, so. All right, so what I posted in chat is a link to their recent update. It was from October 16th, and they were listed their work in Alaska as far as the remnants of Typhoon Halong flooded several villages in Alaska. They were there to help. In California, the commissary kitchen in Los Angeles remains open 10 months after the fires. Tennessee is on the ground in Waverly after a deadly explosion at the AES munitions plant. Mexico in Veracruz, WCK teams respond within hours to flooding caused by heavy rains. Haiti, for 5 months now, WCK has partnered with HAS Haiti to have support communities. I can't say the name. Veretas, serving meals and families displaced from Piet Rivera by ongoing violence. Spain and Catalina communities have faced flash flooding from Dana Alice. WCK teams are in La Rapita, Godfall, in other hard-hit towns, serving meals to first responders and volunteers. In the Ukraine, as Russia attacks intensify, WCK emergency response teams have served meals and warmed drinks in Kiev. Middle East, across the region, WCK teams are serving warm, comfortable meals to communities in need. In Israel, we are supporting released hostage. We're supporting released hostages and their families. In Lebanon, chefs. Chefs at the WCK supported kitchens prepare tens of thousands of meals weekly. In Gaza, we're upscaling towards 1 million meals per day. Pakistan, WCK and our partner Rizek have served more than 3.5 million meals to families affected by monsoon flooding. Philippines, in northern Cebu,
They
do a lot of
WCK
good.
teams. Yeah, basically they do it. Yeah, I mean, like in the U.S. alone, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 places in the U.S. To their map there, you can add Jamaica on there.
Yeah, I was going to say Jamaica is going to be a bit of a hot spot right now.
Yeah, I mean,
they
they're
just
already
got hit with a Category 5 hurricane.
Yep. I mean, they have boots on the ground literally all over the place. So, yeah. And so it's one of the reasons why, it's easy for us to sit there, all in our own comfortable rooms, sitting in front of a computer, yapping away, and if we're hungry, there's food there and everything else. There is shelter, we have what we need in order to survive. I was watching multiple videos and they were saying you get so wrapped up into the situation where you literally forget to eat or drink or anything else, and WCK goes around to everyone involved, not only the people who are suffering, but all the first responders. And they make sure everyone is taken care of. And the way they do it is it's all within in the direct community and surrounding communities. So that kind of, it helps as well to rebuild the areas financially because money is going in and out of those areas, to rent out spaces, to buy food, to buy equipment, to get people, cooking and helping. And it's not just food and water, it's everything that they do that helps everyone out.
Well, and it should be obvious when they're only running a 2% overhead.
Yep.
Most large charities like WCK level will run a 40+% overhead.
Mhm.
They are running incredibly lean and putting as much money as possible to actually doing good. Unlike a lot of other charities that spend a lot of money paying their C-suite executives, these people are actually taking as much of the money as physically possible. A 2% overhead is nothing.
And their C-suite executives are going on the ground with them. They're not sitting in their offices. You see the head of WCK going out there. He actually just received an award for it this past year, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Yeah,
'Cause
they're no joke. I mean, they're one of the top charities out there in terms of money donated and then money going to actually help causes.
yeah, I mean, the 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 head um, the head chef there, I love the way he manages everything because like, he goes right where he's needed, and he knows that people will pay attention, listen, and the press will be all around him and everything. And like he doesn't stop in front of the cameras to catch the limelight. He just takes those cameras, points them at the people in need, and his organization helping out and get more and more and more attention to him. Ron Howard actually did a documentary about him, a couple of years ago. I found that out today, and I'm just going to track that down because I mean the guy is just so
I bet Bob
interesting.
beats you to it.
Probably so. Come on, Bob.
Bob's quick.
I will
Bob?
also add in real quick, this live stream event were the 1440 makers. And when you watch that video, you can see that the World Central Kitchen has that maker mentality built in, like, hey, we have a challenge, we have an obstacle, we are going to figure our way around it. And that's what we do as makers with our projects.
Yeah.
We often
Mhm.
run into some kind of pitfall, and that's when we have to get real creative and figure out a solution. And I just love that about the World Central Kitchen, that they are there and they are going to make it work.
Yeah. I mean, for anyone who donates, they're going to get a thank you message. In that message is a link to a model that Lucky 13 Toys created, and it's this little. I forget the name of the vehicle, but to me, it's like a trike. I
It's
don't
a
know what the
tuk-tuk,
official.
isn't
It's
it?
I'm not
looks
sure.
like a little like food cart bike thing.
Yeah, it's like a three-wheeler, but it has like a little
Mhm.
kitchen in the back. I'll bet you anything if we wrote to him, it's like, hey, check this out. And next thing you know, I'll give it at least 6 months. You would just see like their own versions of that going around, because I mean, it's like I said, I mean, like they were able to do, uh, I don't want to say sea lift, but ship 200 tons of food, into Gaza by sea, and everyone's just like, wow, governments can't do it, but you guys did, because they didn't they didn't wait around for everything. They're like, look, people in need, we need to be there, we're going. And they already had the ship packed and it started to sail. And where they were landing, they had to build a pier to meet the ship. And they started building that pier when the ship left. And they just got it done in time for that ship to arrive and then offload everything. It's just absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
That's a document. Yep. Thank you, Bob. Yep. We feed people. And it's just.
They're not feeding people slop either. They make good looking food. Like that is food anybody would be happy to eat. Like it looks really good.
Because what they do is, they get to these disaster areas and they find local restaurants that haven't been affected, and then they talk to them, and then they kind of like make sure, like for one place they were showing like this place went to going to making 50 meals a day. Now they're making 500 meals because they help source out all the food, the equipment, the people, and they have it set up so it's all sustained. It's not like they go in, they get people sorted, and then they leave. When they leave, they make sure everyone is good, that they can still continue the work that they started. And it's still going back into like, supporting the community, not just with food and water, but with, resources, with rebuilding the community, with, rebuilding the economy. Even because like a lot of that, with a lot of the money they raise, it goes to, buy the food for them to make their meals, for everyone in that area. Okay, so we got
TLDR,
some-
they give a damn, and that's hard to find these days.
Yeah. It's actually very inspiring when you watch their videos, because it's like, you see the stuff, and it's not just Chef Jose. It's everyone who works for him. You can see that passion, ambition, and drive, in what they do. And like these are people who can, be out in the business world, you know, having a very, very comfortable life, and they decide like, nope, want to do this. And you know, it's just the amazing. It's amazing the amount of people that he was able to bring around him.
And this is the first charity, right? Correct, that we've done 2 times, more than 1
Yes.
time. Yeah, and
Yes.
it's with good cause.
Yes, because it's not. It's a worldwide uh, charity, right? And it's non-political. Non. They don't care. They just. It's like
They
people
care about
are
helping.
in need.
It's
Yes.
people helping people.
Yep. Yeah. Bad wording is like they don't care, and they do a lot to show they actually do. But
Yeah,
you know,
they even publicly post their financials, which
Yep.
is not technically required for a nonprofit, but they publicly post their financials that you can audit at any time on their website. So if you're wondering where the money goes, it's right there. It's
I mean,
clear.
they have higher scores than charity groups that have been around for decades more than they have ever been, and it's like it's I have never seen a place because usually when I do these things, I do research, I check the news, and do a whole bunch of other things. Like I'd never seen a place that just came across like literally so perfect. And like, okay, there's got to be something. There's no little thing that kind of screws it all up. You know, they have everything out in the open for everyone to see. But for them, they're like, all right, fine. Here's our books. We're gonna go take care of what we need to do. You guys have fun. Bye. And they just instantly go. You know.
Like to
And
give you guys an idea, Charity Navigator, they're one of the larger places to kind of assess charities and look
Mhm.
at where their money goes. 4 out of 4 stars, a
Mhm.
100% score,
Yep.
with their all accountability that you could look for, that they would ever want to see in a charity, and that is a very, very, very seldom seen thing.
Yep.
So
Seriously, it's so rare to see. And then I went on Charity Watchdog. They have an A+ rating, and everything is like the top percentile. Like you know, it's just it's almost this thing's like, okay, this is too good to be true. No, it's true. And there's plenty of news coverage that goes around that they can show. They show everything what they do. You know, and it's not last year when we did this, it was well before the California fires. And it just it just happened to be coincidence and everything else. But I mean, like the fires hit, and then we were already decided to work with the World Central Kitchen. And you know, that was back in January. They're still in California supporting people from that, you know, where they're still recovering from the fires. There's still workers out there, and you know, people who still have no homes. They're still feeding those people. You know, they don't leave until the job is done. You know, so it's just with everything they do, it's kind of funny because like where how they're so spread out. It's like how do they have the time? But it's the team, it's the people that they all brought together and keeping everything local. So, you know, when they get everything sorted and set up, it's all self-sustained in the end. You know, they still provide the funds, but they train everyone. Uh, so when they have to go somewhere else, their projects are left in good hands. But I'll tell you what, you guys talk for a moment. I'm going to try to fix the video player real quick so I can do it the right way. So I don't have to hide everyone.
Thank you, Steve Knobs, for your donation as well. I know we were busy talking when you did that. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much for
His little
your
rave.
donos.
Did you plan that ahead? Like you had that all
no, it's just a
See,
recording
that's
light that I have.
the same kind of innovation you see from the World Central Kitchen. Hey, here's
I'm
a
like,
tool I can put to use right now.
what's a dumb funny thing that I could do every time someone donates what I bought? I'll turn on RGB lights, you know. I'm not as cool as, you know, some of the others, but I you know, I can make fun lights and make myself look dumb. Lars Hansen just donated $50 for the $50 lunch. Thank you very much for that. I guess that that deserves more RGB, right? Is that what we're gonna do
Yeah.
every time now? Okay, that's what we're doing. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the only thing I have for music is this.
That
It
doesn't
doesn't-
work for this shape.
No.
That's not
What
even
about-
close. It's
That?
not even the right.
Come on.
It's not even
well, no.
close to the right one, Shane.
No, well, this is where you have to get creative now. All right, because I know those two little looped songs are completely safe to play across everything. You know, because knowing us, if we go next, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, it's a copyright strike because someone owns. So you need to be creative.
If it's 7 seconds or less or transformative in nature, you're technically fine. But
Thomas, I am not sure if PayPal option is broken. That is all through Tiltify.
Yeah,
it shouldn't be broken.
Let's see.
Yeah, we used Tilt when we first did this. We used Gumroad, and that was for the Australian fires. One thing that was very, very lucky for the 1440 was, I'm not sure if they're still located there, but their HQ was in Australia. So after the fundraiser had ended, we were able just to grab the charity they were working with. We grabbed their banking information, and Gumroad did a direct deposit into their account. I love Tiltify because you kind of see a lot of shitty stories going around with charities and people doing things they shouldn't be doing. And I love Tiltify because it's like the money goes directly from the donor into the charity, and it doesn't touch anyone else's hands. Yes, Tiltify does take a percentage.
They have fees. It's just part of the deal.
But it's very low. Hold on.
Yeah, it's minimal.
Okay, I got 3 screens on here, and I'm running out of space. I have to see the...
This is why we can't have nice things.
I know.
Thank you, Thomas, for your $250
Whoa,
donation.
hey!
Get out!
you.
Get out.
All right.
You guys are awesome.
Yeah! Thanks, Thomas.
Where are you guys? Because like my thing is like I know there's a lot of things going on and everything else, and I know it's very difficult for some people for ends to meet and everything. So I always like to try to keep the goals as reasonable as possible, and I don't want anyone to feel any pressure like, oh, you got to hit this or you got to hit that. But like, I don't care if you give 50 cents or $500. Sincerely, thank you so much, because it's more than what they had 30 seconds ago. And
Every penny counts on this one.
Yes. Because the thing is, though, it's like, like, oh yeah, I can only do $5. Do it, because you know what? There's other people who are in that same situation, and then they just take all that together, and then they're able to do what they do. But yeah, Thomas, thank you so much for the $250. Thank you.
See,
Lars,
when it
Hansen,
comes to
thank you so
charities,
much.
it's the only way that I'll ever say a pyramid scheme is good.
Yeah.
Because if you get a bunch of your friends and they get a bunch of their friends to all donate, okay, we can actually do some good. Right.
And the same thing, not just with donations, but Bob in the chat did do a challenge where, hey, let's start spreading the word on social media. So you can spread the word about the 1,440 minutes of live streaming goodness that's going to be happening this weekend. So you can tell your friends.
That makes it feel so long.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, but I mean, granted, there's so many different ways. Vicky brings up a very good point. And Bob, thank you so much. I mean, even if you if times are tough and you can't afford to do it, that's fine. Help get the word out there. Watch the stream, share it, interact. Because like on the flip side, we like to do
doesn't
these
have to be
streams.
just in the maker community.
Yeah, I mean, well, we try to do it where we expand outside of the regular norms, and we get people who maybe you don't see all the time on YouTube or whatever, and we try to get different people in to create a show, because like also, it's just like it's a way for the community to relax and chill out and have a good weekend and see some cool stuff that they wouldn't normally see, or maybe they wouldn't see people who would normally stream together, you know? But, you know, for everything that we do in the 1440, we could not do it without the community. And it's not just like, oh, yeah, we couldn't raise this money, but we also have incredible designers who
Yeah.
donate their time and resources. And they allow us to create reward tiers, you know, to kind of give something back. So, you know, it's like, well, you know, you can donate to it to this charity, and you know what? Hey, here's some models, you know. And this year, what I did was, as Thomas has already found out, again, thank you, Thomas. I put a new tier in there, and it's. I'm not trying to be greedy at all. I'm not trying to make or force people
You're not
to
taking any
donate.
money from this. You're not being greedy.
Zzz.
Gosh.
There's people that shush. There's
You
people,
shush.
but there's people go well and beyond, and I always want to try to do something to show our appreciation. And so, several designers I talked to, we were able, Wexker and Neo 3D, were able to give a little bit extra models, and in the rewards, there's a total count. You know, for the highest tier, it's 126 models. You know, and you can go nuts with that. And there's like
Yeah.
it's Neo 3D prints entire little cities, and his I don't want to say Mars Attacks. It's his latest
Battle
set.
of Mars, because Mars
Battle of
Attacks
Mars.
is a movie.
It's
I
8
know.
gigabytes of models, and that's zipped up.
Yes. Yep. And that's all
Thank
zipped
you,
up.
cruising girl.
Frozen.
Wait, hold on. Gotta get turn the light on, Grant.
Oh yeah, wait. You guys
There
talk.
it
I'll
is.
find. I'll find.
I think I know where I have a flashlight that does red, so I can get that at a break.
Yeah,
I
well,
can
next
do the
year.
flashlight thing, and
Yeah, maybe my phone.
Well, there was that one year we decided to do donation challenges, and we quickly realized it was a really bad idea, and
That was-
vowed
Yeah.
never to do it again.
Yeah, didn't they have you drinking some weird stuff?
he
That
liked
didn't bother
milk.
me.
It was the jelly
Yes.
beans that killed us.
It was the jelly beans.
Yes. Because like I'm sitting there, like
I do have some of those. They were sent by a fan.
Yes, I have them too, wrapped up in duct tape, several layers deep, never to be opened again.
Those jelly
Look.
beans helped deter my kid from raiding my candy stash.
Oh, that's like
That's evil.
oh yeah.
I love it.
Not
That-
purpose. He found
that's-
them and snuck them into my
Oh.
closet and ate them. And then I just heard this gagging sound out of my closet. And she had eaten like a whole handful of them. And I'm like, oh my God, child.
That's the trick or treat, though, to hand out packs of Bean Boozleds to people. That's the
Oh.
trick or treat. That's proper.
Dude, I actually like that. Yeah, we
Good
do
thing
that.
it's after Halloween.
Can we do that for
That
your
noise.
Can we do that
I
for
mean,
your
it's
thing?
it's a little slow, but we'll make it work, I guess.
I don't.
Oh,
all right,
and,
I'll look later.
Cruisin' Girl confirmed that PayPal is working.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And we are over $500 already. And we haven't even
10%
gone
of
for 40
the first
minutes.
goal.
Yeah, we haven't even hit the hour mark, and we're already over 10% of the way.
Or we
And-
haven't even hit the panelists yet, too.
I know
Yeah.
that's actually what I was going to bring up next. For
Yeah, the
those of you who don't
painters.
know, yep. So I have 3 painters. 2 of them are from work, and it's if you wanted any like tips and tricks on how to do miniatures or even larger size, even to like 1-to-1 scale models, we have Print Hue, and another coworker. His name is Edward. He doesn't have any socials. He does, but he also runs his own little charity that's involved with painting miniatures and various charities for the Ukraine. Also, there is. Hold on, I'm looking for the panel, so I make sure I give right information. Because why would I be prepared?
I have it.
Thank you. Vicky, do you want to give the rundown of today's events?
The creative
please?
makers or okay. So yeah, after this, we're doing our little opening and then we're gonna get to the exciting people. So Shane already mentioned the painters and they're gonna go for about 2 hours. And then we're gonna hit our creative makers who take on really technical, highly complicated projects. And I believe for those we have Richard Horn, Offset Maker, Jan
Yep.
Tech, 3D Noob, who you already see floating around the chat, and our very own 3D Musketeers.
Oh yeah, by the way,
Any
Grant, you want to
commentary
be
on
on
that
that?
before I move on to the designer panel?
We didn't tell him that he was going to be on.
Oh, surprise! Do your
What?
lights for the surprise.
Yes.
The creative makers panel?
I'm just kidding.
Shane, I've
Yes.
literally blocked it off in my calendar.
I
You and I
know.
discussed this.
Yes, I know, but you also gave a funny look, so I was kind of going with it. But Grant did the destroyer of bits.
Oh, I mean, well, that's just
showed up.
normal. I'm here to ruin the fun. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
why else do people keep me around? I think.
Yeah.
I'm excited
I
for
know.
the painters.
Yeah,
Me
so am I,
too.
'cause- and then who else do we have?
Eyeballs.
after-
Eyeballs are the worst thing to paint. Like, just hands down.
I've seen a lot of people on Facebook who will do their 3D printed dragons or their figurines, and then they insert purchased eyeballs that they got from the craft store or whatnot.
No, you know who gave me an idea of like how he does it, and it like blew my mind is David, Prusa guy. He on his big bust models that he makes, he uses colored contacts for the eyes. He doesn't paint the eyes. He puts actual contacts on the models.
That's a kind of pricey though, right?
You can buy them out of China for next to nothing off of AliExpress. And I'm like, oh my God, that makes so much sense. And that's why those eyes are so clean on all of his models, because they're actually contacts.
Unfortunately, everything that I paint is like no bigger, that needs eyeballs is no bigger than like yay big.
Right.
So, and like I've watched a lot of tutorials and I actually found one recently that looked rather promising, but they always just look off. I mean, I do get the direction stairs going all the different ways because I can't seem to line that up, but I have a Diablo model that I'm trying to paint again after FedEx destroyed it. And I was happy with the eyes on that one. I can't get them right again. I can't. I've been trying.
I always get that uncanny valley thing,
Ooh, something's going on. Oh.
So how about we how about if we do a giveaway? We can do a raffle. So we're gonna actually wait, I have yes, wait, did I yes, I have it. I get to
He's prepared.
I'm actually prepared.
Say it ain't so.
It's like he hasn't been sleeping for the last 2 weeks getting ready for everything while his computer takes a dump.
Yeah,
Shane
and
sleeps.
then I catch the black. All right, so we're gonna do a raffle. We're gonna do a giveaway. I am going to do. Let's do three packs of PLA from PLA Jesse Filament from Printed Solid. Now, this particular giveaway is only open to those in the US. Okay, so please. If you're not in the US, do not enter. But there is plenty of other things for worldwide shipping. So I'm going to run this. I'm so happy I made this. Let's see if it works. Please work. God damn it. Okay, so that didn't work. Let me.
Behind us again. It's behind us again.
I know. It was working. Oh, you know why it was working so fine? Because I didn't have Zoom on. All right, I can fix it. I think. All right, so I need.
This is why we can't have nice things, Shane.
Shush.
No.
If we didn't give you a little bit of hassle, would you have us on?
Yeah, our job is literally to hassle you.
That's so good. Yo, man, I'll set up and ready. Okay. Yep. So I got someone else. Okay. Wait. Large screen.
Is
Okay.
your
There we go.
phone not on vibrate right now? Did I just
Dude,
hear someone's phone go off?
No, that was not mine. I don't know what you're talking about. No, go away.
Mhm.
Warning. Bottom scroll. Drawing
Quiet
rules.
on
There
set.
we go. Shh. All right. So we got. Okay. I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna go back to here, and I'm going to do.
I just had a cat disappear into filament shelves.
Oh, that's good.
I agree with Bob. He
And-
said we need Shane in a Bob the Builder costume for these events. Can we fix it?
No,
It's
we
debatable.
can't.
It's
Wait,
debatable.
can we fix it so it's fixed or it breaks again in 30 seconds? I mean, there is a difference.
Look,
All right,
duct
so-
We're
tape.
good at duct tape patches.
Warning,
Yeah.
giveaway,
There's
giveaway
nothing more
rules.
permanent than a temporary fix, Shane. We all know this. Amber's here. Say hi to Amber, Shane.
Amber,
Amber!
Amber, Amber.
All right, so this should work now. Yes!
Rules for our giveaways. One entry per viewer.
Oh man,
per
he's got
giveaway.
all these.
Previous winners cannot enter again. They will be
Went
entered in our
all
grand
out
prize
this
drawing
year.
at the end of the event at the last day.
Yeah.
Prizes can be geographically region locked. Check before entering. If your name is drawn and you are not in the area,
Duct
it will be
tape,
re-rolled.
paint,
I like
make-
the
Winners are
audio.
responsible for any and all taxes that might be imposed by their country.
Is there audio
If your name
for
is
it,
called
too?
as a winner, you must be present.
Yes,
We will
it's
call your
on
name out
YouTube.
3 times over 60 seconds for you to respond. If you do not answer in chat within that time, the prize will be re-rolled. Drawings can only be re-rolled at staff's discretion. Previous winners are automatically entered into the grand prize drawing at the end of the event and do not need to be present if their name is drawn. Winners, please allow 2 to 3 weeks for us to verify the winners and for the sponsors to reach out and ship you your prize. If there are discrepancies in the winning entries, it will be reviewed by the staff and the appropriate sponsor, and an internal decision will be made. Thank you and good luck.
All right.
The dude is here. Fix him, dude.
Fix 'em! What am I looking for? I lost track. Okay, there I am. Okay,
Does the
so
dude abide?
Hi, fix them, dude. Now that we're- I keep forgetting there's a delay between what I'm seeing on Zoom and YouTube, so I make sure to watch
did-
to make sure.
I did it with ultra low latency, so it shouldn't be like before. Seconds, minutes.
It's
Timer
not
button is
too
up.
bad.
So, okay, wait 1 second. Guys and gals, what the? I forget which. The sponsor link is covering the thing. I can't see it. Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Whoever just did that-
anonymous. Anonymous.
Thank you,
Ooch,
person.
ooch, ooch,
Yeah!
ooch, 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 ooch.
$100
Thank you,
from
Anonymous.
Anonymous.
Thank you. Okay. Give me 1 second. So here is the link for the giveaway. You have 3. Come on. You want to do it? Come on. Nope. Play. Thank.
Actually, you put a lot of effort into the OBS for this stream.
I did.
That's why it was such
timer.
a tragedy. He had to rebuild it all.
God damn it, it's not working. Okay. So you have 3 minutes. Forget about the hours and the days. I'm not going to wait that long.
Well,
Okay. You have
it's-
2 minutes,
it's kinda
37 seconds
working.
to fill out
kinda
that
working.
form. All
You
right.
just,
So
like,
click on that
scoot it over,
form.
it goes over the entire bottom of the screen.
Can you guys just, I'm trying. I'm really trying here. It was
You're doing
working
great, Shane.
before. Okay, so that. So you have 2 minutes, 17
Woohoo.
seconds. Fill out the forms. Let's get going.
This
For
is
some
fancy.
awesome
Fancy.
Jesse.
Oh, hey,
PLA
the
filaments.
timer's right now. Look at that.
Yeah.
You fixed the timer.
Good job.
Yes, I did.
It's like you do this kind of stuff on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Shane's the pro streamer here. It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Shane just throws a whole bunch of stuff with a
Oh.
lot of spit, gum, and duct tape and prays it stays together for 2
Friggin'
days.
same, though.
He's not supposed to be sleep deprived until after the stream.
He's always sleep deprived. That's his secret.
He was so worried he was going to oversleep, he didn't sleep.
Yeah, what else?
Yeah, standard.
All right, we got 3
We've all been
responses.
there, to be clear. We've all been there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Oh wait, maybe I can try to fix that real quick. Let's do this. Wheel. No. Large screen. Wheel of names. You go there. Okay, and then I go back into main screen. Okay, we're back into there. 1 minute, guys and gals. Non-binary pals.
Takes 3
Are you
minutes.
looking to
fill
see
out.
if that's Jesse Filament?
I am. I actually think this is part of the mixtapes.
I have some.
R.I.P. mixtapes.
I know. I'm still trying to convince Dave. I will petition this every
There
time
we
I
go.
see him. There we go. Petition him every time I see him. I want Force Blue back. I want that as part of the regular line because I freaking love that color. And I'm almost out.
I mean, we could put together a fund and force him to make it by getting enough money together that they have to do a run of it.
I mean, I know a person who can pester him a little bit more closely than I can now. So
Oh yes, yes.
So we just bother Chris.
So wait,
no,
which
my
one?
husband.
Oh.
Which one are you looking to have made?
Force Blue. It was one of
3,
the earlier
2,
mixtapes.
1,
Okay.
0. All right, I
it
closed
was
the
really-
form.
Oh God, Pokon's here.
Who invited him?
Pokon,
I
share the link in Wexter's Discord. We need more degenerates in here raising money for charity.
We won't call them degenerates to their face most of the time.
No, we will. It's fine.
all right. So the giveaway is closed. I said 3, and we got 6 people. So your chances of winning are very good.
Pretty
Now,
good.
just remember
Like,
one thing. If you win, first off, for these ones, you have to be in the US. All right.
that one.
First off, yes. Name your music. Okay. Yep.
I found. Oh, I can't pronounce that. Thumak.
Thomas.
Twitch. I have Twitch on this side.
Oh.
So yeah,
Gotta go to a different tab for Twitch.
Much. Muck. Thumak?
Yeah, Thumak.
Gesundheit. Wait.
Yeah, it
why
sounds
is
like we're
that-
trying to speak Klingon.
Wait, why is. 1 second. All right. I fucked that up. It's my fault. Because it was supposed to be. Okay, now it's stopped. Thank you. I'll take everyone.
I'm
Call up my
bummed the counter
sphere.
doesn't start counting negative.
You just. You know what? Fine. You get no timer. All right. So this is how we're going to do it. All right. We are going to go to button. This button.
Button.
All right. That worked. All right. So I'm going to draw 3 names. All right. After each name, I'll wait 60 seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
Apparently, take
What?
out Steve Knobs. He missed that it was U.S. only.
All right. Steve Knobs.
Don't worry, Steve. There's going to be plenty more giveaways where that came from.
Yeah. Because
Thomas
There-
will take him out too.
you know what? No, I am not going to take you out now. You have to pay the shipping. No, I'm just kidding. Wait, who's Thomas said to?
Yep, Thomas
Yeah.
had to take him out.
That helps everybody
Okay.
else's odds.
Keep
All right, shuffle. We have 7 entries now. All right, so we're going to just spin this. First person is spin.
Oh my god!
How many people entered? Shane,
What?
is there a thing in the forums that say it's U.S. only? Because there's a bunch of people that apparently entered that. Oh my gosh!
Chat.
Congratulations, Jeff Prince!
Yay!
Jeff Prince. Yay.
Are they in the
And he's here.
states? Woo!
Yes, are you in the States? That's the most important thing. Are you in the States right now? I know it's early over there, guys. Yes. Wait.
Jeff, just wait for the form link to be posted for the next giveaway. And
Wait, so Jeff is or is not in the US?
Jeff Prince is in the
definitely
US.
in the states.
Okay.
Another
Yeah,
Jeff
he's
asked
in-
how do we get
Oh.
on
He's
this.
actually near me. He's in Virginia.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
Go Nova Labs.
Wait, can he go
Was-
pick it up then? It's not that far from Delaware. Go see Printed Solid. It's fun.
It's awesome and huge, and you could hold like a couple football games inside of there now.
I laugh at how big the room is and yet how close the filament lines are. Even though there's way more room than they used to be, the lines are set up so it's easy to add more. But the room is like 40 times the size that they need, and it's a very, very funny thing when you see it in person.
We took the kids when we went on the tour, and Pickle, our 2-year-old, took off running full sprint, and I'm just having to book it after her as she's heading towards shipping from the lines because she didn't like the sound of the lines because they were running at the time. But I mean, kid just hauled across the entire floor.
We have a video coming out from it.
Oh yeah,
where
train wrecker.
Yes.
Yay!
Okay.
Congratulations. Sorry, Shane.
It's all right.
Oh, you're giving away
I'm used to it.
three
I'm giving three
bundles?
spools. Yes.
Dang.
So pretty much half of the people in our giveaway are going to get something.
Literally,
that's how it
what
always
you get
works.
for being an early bird
Yes.
and tuning in at the very beginning of the
The
stream.
early bird gets the
There you go.
filament.
There we go. And train
Okay,
wrecker is
last
here.
one.
Congratulations.
I mean, there's a 20% chance on this.
Mad Max. Ha 3. Mad Max,
And I know
are
they
you
were
here? Don't
And they
make me
just
hit
said
the timer.
congratulations to train wrecker.
Okay.
Yeah, they're here.
Congratulations.
And you're in the US, yeah? Yay, yay,
Yes, he
yay,
is.
yay.
Okay.
Good. Whoops. All right, so from you three, you will get a selection via Printed Solid of Jesse Filament. All right. And just so
Bestest
you guys
owner.
know, you're going to be entered into the grand prize giveaway, which is going to be a Prusa 2 Toolhead XL that will be given away at the very end of day 2. Because you won and with time zones and everything else, you do not need to be present for the drawing for winners. Okay. So, what do I want to hit? Where's that button? It's a button. Okay, good. So, congratulations. Just remember one thing: you can't enter again. All right, except for the grand prize, and you don't need to be there because I'm getting everyone's names. I'm going to put them in with everyone who's live as well, and then we'll spin again. But we have we are going to wrap up the introductory, and then we're going to bring in
sling
our
some paint.
painters. Yeah. So we're going to have Chrissy from Instagram. We have Edward, and we're waiting for Print Hugh. So I'm going to bring Edward in now, and hopefully he is listening to the YouTube, and he's joining. God, there's a face only a mother could love. Edward. Edward. Oh, and you got you got the whole setup in there.
He's even
sir.
got the.
I don't mess about.
No kidding. How are you doing,
I
Ed?
take things serious.
Ooh, got the straps, got the
Also Halloween.
Oh.
Or I guess it's the day after Halloween, but yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Halloween all weekend.
Halloween is more of a vibe than it is a day. Okay.
Yeah, we make it like a weekend thing. Like it starts Friday and doesn't end until maybe
The
Monday.
alcohol's over.
Day.
Oh wait, hold on.
Thank you,
We
train
got
wrecker.
we got a 50, which we know what that means. Gotta get the lights.
All right. So we are going to bring
Every time
someone.
we do that.
All right. Damn, everyone else is coming in. So I'm going to bring in Print Hugh and Claudia from Sister of Claudia. And then we can say hi, bye to each other, and we can let the true masters of painting educate everyone here. So I'm going to bring in these two.
Let's manage
and-
expectations.
What do you mean? Let's manage expectations. That's why I'm not painting. Let's do
Ooh, I
gallery
see a
view.
wet palette.
All right. We have Claudia. Hi, Claudia. How are you?
Hi.
Hi. We have someone who is obviously messing around with this camera right now. Stay, Nick.
Don't forget to
Down
unmute.
Shh. We're not missing out on anything if he just
It was
starts
only in
talking.
the instructions for the show. It's fine.
Shh, it's okay. Hey. I'm
Reads
protective.
instructions.
I'm protective of the people I work with. He's fine. All right. So, I would like to thank Grant, Carson, and Vicky for helping open up the show. Thank you for everyone who has donated and already got us to $655.
Nice.
And we've just hit the 1 hour mark. So you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Congratulations to the winners for this round. And for Edward, Claudia, and Print, I don't know if he wants his real name used now or not.
Well, it's on the screen, so
It's too late now. So
Shane,
yeah,
you can rename him in Zoom.
Did you put me back
can I do that?
A while
yes. Oh, you did?
How do I-
Oh,
Okay, wait, once to stop pin, make host. Yeah, I don't have the okay, there he is. Print Hugh.
We're professionals. We know what we're doing.
Who doesn't know how to change his name?
You can
There we
also
go.
ask him to unmute if you want.
I don't
Give a pop-up
want
on his
to.
screen. Okay.
But I don't want to. Ask to unmute. Okay.
Mhm.
So, how about if we do some introductions for our painting panel? And Claudia, do you want to go first?
yeah, of course. Hi. I'm actually Christina. Claudia is my sister, and I already saw my brother-in-law is in the chat, so I want to say hi to him, David.
Oh.
Hi.
Hi, everyone.
And yeah, Michael and everyone. So yeah, and I paint statues. So yeah, and I'm very excited to be here. It's my first big live stream, so I'm a bit nervous. But
You're
yeah,
gonna do absolutely fine.
yeah, and I'm eager to learn and like to learn a little bit from you. So yeah, hi.
Hey, yeah, unfortunately, the only thing you would learn from me is how to get paint all over your fingers and how to panic during a live stream and press the wrong buttons. See, even
And
Edward
as long as you're
knows.
not eating the
Yeah.
paint, it's fine. We
Valuable
all know the
information.
lead-based paint tastes the best, but don't eat the paint.
No. All right.
I
So,
reject
all
that.
right. Oh, yep. Continue. Yep. There we go. And so now we have Edward.
Hi.
Edward.
Hi.
Whatever. My name is Edward. Codename Snedward. I have been painting for a lot longer than I can count. I mostly do little miniatures, 10mm scale, 28mm scale, Warhammer stuff like this. I'm painting some tiny little 15mm right now. This little bunny person, which I think is awesome. He has like a broken glass. I think that's pretty sweet.
Bro, 10mm and 15mm. That's
Yeah.
I thought the glasses were just for show, but they're clearly for go as well.
They are. These are. I live in Lviv, Ukraine. I work at Prusa. Shane's my colleague. I bother him all the time. And I also have a small group here that meets and we paint miniatures together and drink gin and tonic and collect money for buying printers for Ukrainian schools and the Ukrainian military. That's me.
Yay. Okay. And let me fix this view gallery. Stednick.
No, Hugh is unmuted now.
Yes, I know he's on a phone. I just don't know if he has his headphones in where he can hear me or not. But he has an assistant who really wanted to get in and
I saw the assistant's
join us.
reaction.
Hey, oops, where'd he go? There you go. Come on. Nope. See, if you're on here, hold on. Spotlight. There we go. We move. Yes, continue. There we go. Thank you.
Shane is invisible today to give
Well,
our
I'm invisible to stream, but to you guys, I'm
Dane, you're never invisible in our hearts, okay?
Yeah, no, I turned off the camera because of various multiple reasons, and plus I caught the starting of the Prague flu season. Ugh. And I'm on a bunch of medication, look like hell. So that's why.
But catching it at the start means you won't have it toward the end.
Dude, the public transportation here is awesome, except for the wintertime. It's just like mobile petri dishes. You'll catch some new variant the following week.
Shane, you can go back to public transit like it was in Florida, which is non-existent.
Yeah,
okay.
It's warmer. All right, so gallery. All right, so we're gonna let. Is he gonna? Hold on. Let me do this. We move spotlight. There we go. All right. So if Zednik decides to
I have some bad condition with audio. I can hear.
There we go. We can hear you.
Sounds great. Sounds great.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, but very badly. But I hear you.
Well,
I mean, that's fine. No one wants to listen.
Hi.
Yeah. Hi.
I saw
All right, so those of you who don't know, the amazing hand who just popped up, that is Print Hugh, who works with David at Prusa Research for our prop statues. And so he paints things from the large one-to-one busts and statues all the way down to miniatures. And as you can see, he has a orc from Warhammer 40K. And he has and he has an assistant with him as well who wanted to paint something cool with Dad, and he has a dragon. So I figured
I know that dragon.
Charizard.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was never a Pokemon or a Nintendo person or anything else like that. I'm sorry.
Get with the program.
I would turn in my Pokemon card, but I like Digimon better. Nah. Okay. So, anyways, yes, I know.
Somebody mute Shane.
Go ahead, please. Gallery.
Dang.
And then. Okay, there we go. So, Edward, what are you painting?
Like I said, I'm painting this little. I guess it's supposed to be like a Mad Max inspired like gang member, but it's like a little person with a broken glass and bunny ears, and I just think that's fantastic. And also this 15 millimeter Empire guy from kind of Warhammer Fantasy World, both made by a fella, I don't remember his name, but it's called Imitation of Life Miniatures on My Mini Factory. Look him up. He's really cool. He has some good miniatures. I don't get any kickbacks from him or anything. They're just
I'm
cool.
gonna head off. Enjoy, because
I
am
just typing
so
that
bad
down.
with painting. So I can't even rattle can very well. So I'm gonna watch on stream. Don't forget to donate, everybody. We'll see you all later.
Yes,
And thank you for those who
I'm
have already
gonna
donated.
switch to off-screen mode as well, but I will be back at the very least this evening with our Australian and New Zealand or Oceania makers. So see you, everybody.
See you.
Bye.
Can I stay to ask questions? Because you people are I love painters.
I don't want to go. Yeah, but I figured, you guys could do, as you're doing, painting projects or models that you have, and then we could just open it up a bit into like a Q&A session, or if you guys have any tips and tricks, which is easier to paint, big models or small models, acrylic or oil, airbrush or paintbrush, Coke or Pepsi, red or blue.
I thought we were not supposed to talk about politics.
That's true.
It's soda. It's soda.
Not
that can get political.
Christina, what are you painting?
Yeah, I'm painting some commissions, so I'm doing a gale, but this is like, for me, this is miniature. I know it's not, but it's like very, very small. for me at least. So
That's awesome.
and I tried one time, I think it was a 2.5 centimeter Lord of the Rings archer, and it was it was not my proudest moment. But I said, okay, one time and never again, because I just can't do it. I have a lot of respect of people, of the people that can, but I cannot do it. It's so difficult. I don't know. For me, the bigger statues are more easy to do.
And for chat, I just put up Christina's Instagram page. You can see her work. Her stuff is absolutely amazing. It's better to me, like with a lot of it, it's better than a graphic illustration where it just like it literally looks like it just popped off a sheet of paper. The amount of work that you put into it is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, but it's also, I think it's just not the painter. I think first it starts first off with the sculptor, if you have a good sculptor or not. Because without the sculptor, one, you wouldn't have any models. And second, like the amount of details they put in it, it makes it easier to paint for, at least for me. Because for example, if you see all the little hairs here, that will be easy to dry brush, and then you will have like some depth into it. So it will make my job easier, and it all, for me, it all depends on the sculptor. But that's just me. So I'm very grateful for the people that, I don't know, that sculpt and that I work with that do this kind of stuff. So yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
hold
I'm
on, I
looking at
just-
your Instagram, and that bard that you have pinned is absolutely fantastic. That
Yeah,
is gorgeous.
Yeah, that was one of the that took the longest to make, because she has so many different colors in her outfit, and I love doing her, but it took me such a long time, and it was easy to paint on the one hand, but on the other hand, it's like it's just a character that has a lot of color, so that means you have to like switch the color every time, blah blah, have a certain order. But yeah, I loved making that one.
All right, give me 1 second. I just had to give some thanks for Clown Hammer. Thank you so much for the $10. Kalani, thank you so much for the $10. Happy Extruder, thank you for the $50. And Jeff's Prince, did I already say you? But in case if I didn't, because I am very bad with memories, thank you so much. And
Yeah, thank you guys. You're doing fantastic. We love
yeah,
you
you guys
all.
are doing awesome. Thank you so much. We are already at.
Thank you, Kalani, again for another $50.
Don't. All right, we are already at $825.
Yay!
1 hour and 13
Speed run
minutes
this.
into the event.
We're gonna speed run this. It's gonna be awesome.
Or you could just do it. It's like every dollar is a brushstroke.
For every dollar, I will lick my paintbrush full of paint.
Well,
No, I'm just kidding. I'll
what-
do that anyway.
What did I say? What did I say? I would. What was it that I said I would dress up as baby Jesus as? What was it? 25,000 or 50,000?
Baby New Year, 50.
Yeah, 50 grand. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, Ed knows what Baby New Year is for sure. But basically, Baby New Year and Baby Jesus for Christmas time, it's kind of a very similar thing, except I'm not Jesus. So yeah, but I know you guys are never gonna hit 50K, so I'm friggin' safe, and so is everyone's eyesight.
So, do you really want to do that to yourself, Shane? Last time you did
charity?
something like that, last time you said something of you guys are never, we did.
Yes, but see, if it's for charity and it's for 50K, then I do it. I do the Baby New Year, and then I retire, King of the Hill. Because after that, it's like, where do you go after that point?
Yeah.
There is nothing.
Only downhill.
Yeah, I mean, well, then again, especially if the photos go online, people are like, oh my God. I'm like, okay, fine. For 100K, I'll take the photos offline and spare everyone's sanity.
That's extortion.
So how did you guys get into painting?
In my case, my older brother came home from the military and he had a box of probably poisonous lead 10 millimeter scale Napoleonic soldiers that he painted up. I was 5 or 6 at the time, and I thought those were just the coolest things ever. And I played with them when he wasn't looking until my mom took away because she thought I would get like brain damage. Haha, mom got brain damage anyway. Soldiers didn't help. But anyway, I thought it was fantastic, and I started painting like plastic soldiers, like the old ghetto, like dollar store plastic soldiers, because I wanted to emulate that. And then not too long after, I went into it wasn't called Wizards of the Coast at the time, but like one of the first stores that were predecessors to Wizards of the Coast with my brother, and we saw our first Warhammer Fantasy miniatures, and then 40K, and we got into that, and then that was how it all started. Got into it from there.
Nice. And you paint you?
Yeah.
How
For
did
me,
you?
it was a long time ago where my friends told me, come play with us some sort of Warhammer game, and I see the unpainted figurines, and I say, yeah, why not paint it? And from that, I'm painting everything what I see.
Ah, I see. So it's also you started with tiny stuff as well.
Yeah, but because of my work today, I'm in love with painting huge miniatures, like life-size beasts and stuff like that.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I have one giant Gandalf that I printed, and I still, but yeah, it kind of fell apart because I didn't print it very good. But I still want to paint it. But now I have one Trunks from Michael. Michael is in chat, and I'm gonna do that one. So first I need to fill all the the gaps and stuff, and then once it's like prepped, I can start painting it. So if you have any tips, let me know.
I'm using the standard wood fill. It's called wood fill. It's some paste that is used by woodworkers for filling the gaps. I'm using it on the miniatures also. It's easy to sand and easy to work with.
Yeah, I used it also, but I see that it shrinks a lot. So do you like fill it and then wipe it off, or do you just do a little bit extra? Or doesn't
I'm
yours
doing a little
shrink?
bit extra, yeah. A little bit extra and then sanding.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
better. Yeah. And if you're not satisfied with the result, you must repeat it and repeat it. It's harder work than painting.
Yeah. Yeah, but I
Now,
like. Oh, sorry.
No. Believe me, go right ahead. You're making my job 1,000 times easier.
Oh, okay. No, I was gonna say I like the prepping and the sanding. I like it a lot, especially when I had like a hard day and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna work with my hands and like sand the stuff and like fill it and then so it's like it takes long, but like the end result is so satisfying when you see like, oh, you cannot see that there was a gap there, and then I'm very happy.
Yeah. I hate it to preparing. If someone will prepare the figurines for me, it will be great. I don't like it. I like just the painting.
Yeah, then we should switch or move closer
Collaborate,
together.
yeah.
I will do it.
Yeah.
I will do it. I like it. I don't mind.
Definitely.
So I have a question for Mini Print Hugh.
Yep.
What was his first model that he painted that really got him into it?
He's not speaking English, but I can ask him.
Please.
Jarušku, který byl tvůj první model? Ptá se tě Shane. Oh, his first model was a small Warhammer 40K orc.
Nice. Very nice.
Máme ho tady?
Orcs are fun to paint.
Oh, we don't have him. We lost him
Tragic.
somewhere.
Oh,
You took him to
tragic.
work. You took him to work so you could show it off. Like, look what I did.
I actually come from a traditional sculpting background. I actually wanted to be a sculptor when I was younger, but I don't know, life happened, you know. And I don't know, I did some 3D printing in 2016, but back then it was way different. And then in 2021, my husband said, like, yeah, I want to buy Prusa Mini. And I was like, okay, let's do it. You know, like, I'm curious. And I still have the first model that I painted. And it was, I think I printed it in 2022 and painted it in 2022. I can grab it. And for me, it's a reminder to see, like, oh, you know, if I can get better, everyone can. So wait, I'm going to grab it because it makes me very proud. I'll be right back. Give me a second. I can still hear you, by the way.
I don't have any of my miniatures from childhood, and it's one of my greatest regrets that I didn't bring them over across the pond. But I do have the first one I did since I got back into the hobby about 9 or 10 years ago. And it is this horrible Reaper bone skeleton that looks pretty bad. It's bad enough on my camera, but it's bad enough in real life too. There it is. And I love keeping my old miniatures because I like being reminded of how far I've come. So
Yeah.
I always tell people, never get rid of your old ones, no matter how bad you think they look. It's a good reminder for your progress.
A lot of my old ones that I started with, my child got a hold of and knocked an entire case over. So a lot of broken minis on that one, unfortunately.
Bad.
Everyone can paint.
The first thing that I painted as far as 3D printing was a very, very large Sentinel model. It was like 2 feet tall. And I found, to me, I found it a lot easier to paint than a miniature, even though it took like a really long time. But to me, it was much more soothing and everything else than to like, for me, if I'm trying to work on something very small, my hands shake too much. And like a straight line looks like a heartbeat thing, you know, the beep, beep, beep thing.
Why are you painting straight lines? Don't paint something that requires straight lines.
Oh, very
that is
nice.
awesome.
Wait. Let me try to, I just want to, oh my God, I'm on the wrong screen. Why can't I do this right? It's not the first time.
So, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, spotlight for everyone. There we go.
Hey!
Goku!
Yeah, that's the first one I made. And I printed this with the Prusa Mini, but you can see, like, I didn't know anything about mini painting or something because I just made the shadow, like mixing it up the the 3D print.
That looks amazing, though.
Yeah, it looks
So-
fantastic.
Very nice.
So, but yeah,
That
this was
is awesome.
the first 3D print I painted, and I still have it. I'm very proud of it.
Wait.
So yeah,
As you should be.
Okay, so now I do this.
So we do have a question from chat. For any panelist, what is the best masking tips for small models?
Masking tips. Give me a second. I'll bring it over here. 2 seconds.
I
know I've seen people use Play-Doh.
It depends. It depends on what you want to mask. I personally use for faces the liquid mask, which I can apply with a brush. And for large scales, I use something like putty. It's called, I don't know.
Yeah.
I can remember the
Again.
name, but it's like putty.
yeah, I have.
It's like,
Everyone
well,
has
this
their own.
one's like the fancy plastic putty, but
Yeah.
it's essentially,
Oh.
for those in the States, it's, what's it called? What's that stuff called? The putties.
Yeah, I got.
Silly
I've
putty?
used Play-Doh before.
Silly putty. Yeah, silly putty. You can use silly putty.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's essentially what this is. This is just overpriced silly putty.
For a moment,
Yeah.
I thought you were making like a Power Rangers reference. I'm like, really, Edward?
No.
Power Rangers?
No.
yeah, I think
No.
I have. Yeah, you have the AK one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have that one too, and I have this one as well, but it's just the same as the AK one. So
Yeah.
Oh, for Carson, Christina, and Edward.
If you're in the
and
States
for,
or in a place that has silly putty, you can get silly putty.
Just one thing with Print Hugh, he is just on a phone, so he can't see
Oh.
the stream or anything else. Just so you guys know,
No, it's
you
not
know,
true. I'm
no.
on the phone, but I have a tablet over my desk, and I see you, but with some sort of 30 seconds delay.
That's all right. That's all
But
right.
I can see you.
And also,
He proved me
Christina,
wrong.
Sharon P _ barking cauldron on Twitch loves the bard. They say it's beautiful.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, it's but that's because yeah, like always, I don't know, like everybody says like oh, you painted so well and blah blah, and I really appreciate it, but it's also always thanks to the sculptor. So if you have a good sculptor, that's what makes you paint good. So that's yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm repeating this all the time because I feel like sculptors do not get enough appreciation for what they do. So yeah, that's why I'm saying it. So it's like it's not a
So
one
true.
person job. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it's true.
actually, later on today, for 4 hours, we have a sculptor / 3D designer panel on, and there's going to be a few designers who do a wide range between like small miniatures all the way up until busts that, for example, Print Hugh paints at work that are like 1-to-1 size. So we kind of like to have like a good mix of things. So then like for the panels, because then they can always cross over and everything else. But I always try to keep on every time, at least have the designers panels, because it's great to get you get a chance to finally meet the people who create the things that you love to print, or in everyone's cases here on this panel, paint as well. Let's see, what do we got for chat? Seriously, Putty. Wait, seriously, Putty does not approve.
That's making jokes about Putty.
Right, if silly Putty works, what about serious Putty? Why so
I went for
serious?
serious painters, which I'm not.
Now, Print Hugh, which you were talking before, but like the wood putty, is that thin? It's almost like string putty type of thing where you fill it all in. I think I've seen you and Prusa guy use it
Yeah.
at work. Is that what you were talking about before?
Yes, that's
Okay.
exactly it.
Is that something new? Because I've seen a lot of like prop makers and cosplayers start to use that more and more.
I don't
Is
think
that
so.
no? Okay.
Wood putty's been
I-
around for a while, but it's been
But
a lot of carpentry was the main
yeah,
focus.
no,
but
I've seen, but this is like it's like a string of wood putty. It's not in a vat. It's almost like a cord. A cord is the best way to describe it, and then you can just easily apply it around an object. And then once you let it dry, I've seen people take a Dremel and they'll cut it out and then they'll sand that around. Whereas in like the wood putty, you just, it's like a thicker paste and you just slobber it on. But then it kind of gets all over the place and it can apply thicker and it's a little bit more difficult to remove or to get flat. Sorry, my brain is just mad at me right now.
Shocking.
Normal Tuesday.
Yeah. You ain't lying. All right, good. I'm like looking at the chat. I'm like, why isn't the bot working? But the bot's working now, so I'm happy.
Someone said in chat, it's just a new form of packing, makes it easier to apply to gaps.
Thanks.
I'm gonna have to look for that because with our armor and stuff, that would be great. Because everywhere.
Chat, if you have any questions for our panelists, you can either tag myself or Carson, and we can ask for you. It just works better with tagging so we can see you guys.
Yeah.
While you are talking about your first models, I searching my workspace for my first models. If you want, I can show you them.
Please.
Absolutely.
It's
Hold on,
it's from
hold on,
Warhammer 40K. It's a boys group. They are looking like that. It's a little bit old.
That looks awesome.
I have this one. And the war boss, but he lost his hand.
Oh no, it adds character.
Slap another robot one on.
It's war boss with power claw.
It's a Space Marines trophy somewhere.
Yeah.
Those look amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, those classic 40K orcs, man. I love those. There's a lot of nostalgia there.
Yeah. Back in the times where we are starting to play the Warhammer, boys give me the chance to choose the side. When I saw the orcs, I have made a decision very fast.
Yeah, same.
I think we have Necrons running around here somewhere. I think that's the army he picked. But I think he got like half of them assembled and then threw them in a drawer and forgot about them.
No.
I keep telling him he needs to keep painting them. And like he has this nice little fancy grid set up here for all of his paints that are empty. But for any of you, how do you guys deal with eyes? I was talking about this before you guys came on. I suck at painting eyes.
Yes.
From the tiny ones all the way up to what I just forgot her name. Christina paints.
Christina.
Like those are the sizes I typically paint.
I have a technique that I usually walk people through. First thing is you got to paint 100 bad eyes before you paint any good ones. So just quantity. start painting a lot of them. But I do this kind of backwards approach, or at least I show newbies that want to get into painting eyeballs, where you paint basically the whole socket black or dark brown, and instead of doing it white and putting a black spot in the middle, you do it black and you put 2 white spots, one here and one here on this side.
Okay.
And it's a lot easier to put a white spot on the side of an eye, because the biggest problem that people struggle with is they have a white background and they're putting a black dot in the very center. And if it's slightly off, then you get the cross-eyed kind of look. Or if you do a very small black dot, you look like a Rick and Morty character, which if that's what you're going for, that's fine. But if it's not, you don't like it. So if you do the 2 white spots, it kind of gives a very kind of full anime eye look, but it's generally, especially at that scale, it's pretty nice to look at. And it looks fairly natural. And it's a heck of a lot easier than doing that center eye bit. Another thing is humans are very, very attuned to seeing irregularities on the face. It's an evolutionary trait. We're used to looking at faces and kind of gauging things. So human eyes are particularly hard to do, because if they're slightly off, it's like something looks wrong. But if you change the eye colors, or for example, take a black and do a white dot in the center, for some reason, it looks it's a lot harder to screw up.
Okay.
if you reverse the things, or if you're doing like yellow and a blue dot or something, for whatever reason, I swear to it that it seems to be easier to do non-human eyes, even no matter the size, than it is to do human eyes, because we're just so sensitive to any irregularities. So that's my
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, there is a guy, I think his Instagram is to tday3d, and I don't know, if you look at how he paints eyes, I was like, oh, how did you do that? But he does it with animals. So, and he does it layer by layer, and his eyes look like realistic. Like I thought, like, oh, he maybe uses like, I don't know, like the little stickers or something, or I don't know how it's called. Decals?
Decals, yeah.
Decals, yep.
Yeah, but he doesn't. He paints it all by hand, and I was like, oh, and I asked him, tell me your secret. But like what he does takes a lot of patience. Like it's like layer by layer. You have to wait till it dries, another layer, but
Mm-hmm.
it comes out like perfect. I've never seen such good eyes in a statue as from him.
That sounds amazing. I have to look them up because that is one of my biggest weak points is eyes. I do have quite a few that look like they're looking, one's looking at the ground, one's looking at the sky, and vice versa. It's got some crazy eyes going on.
Yeah, no, but he, yeah, I put it now in the our chat so you can see him, and but he's very good. So, I don't know, like how I normally paint eyes is because my statues are a little bit bigger, but I use a white, a gray for the eyes, and I use the blood for the blood god to do like the corners.
Mm-hmm.
Then while the white and the dark gray paint is wet, I just mix it a little bit, and then I go and do in details.
Nice. Very nice. Thank you. So many chats.
So, for someone who's starting out, what would be like? Would acrylic be easier, or like an oil base, or like what would be the easiest thing for someone to start out if they want to learn how to paint models?
My advice is the easiest, cheapest, quickest way to get through the barrier of entry is actually to go try to find a master class that's nearby. So some group that's coming together and painting. This way you can try out a couple different paints. You can listen to some advice from people that have been doing it for a while. Maybe try a couple different paint brands because some people gravitate towards a certain paint brand that they like more. Or right now there's a lot of like contrast or speed paints which paint differently than standard acrylics. They're all acrylic, but they have a different approach. And some people like one and hate the other. So instead of buying a bunch of stuff or buying blindly and trying to hope that you're going to hit something you like, go to a class, try as much stuff as possible, follow a few different techniques, get into the hobby. You have some knowledge and you can kind of go further. And then from there, maybe buy a standard like 10, 12 standard colors with some paint brushes and some miniatures and go that route. That's what I usually recommend.
And just so you know, you're breaking up just a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nope, you're fine. If you happen to drop call, just jump back in and
Okay.
invite you back in. Christina, do you have any suggestions or as far as like for someone starting out?
So I think for me, because I used to paint like with the big bottle acrylics, but I wish I had known beforehand that I could use the mini paints, the miniature paints. So what I did, how I learned to paint, I just joined like a Discord that only like I think it's it has 3D sculptors, it has painters in it, content creators, whatever. But they always had a voice chat and people could go in and ask questions. So you would have like a mix of very experienced people that were intermediate and beginners, and you could ask your questions there. So because near me, there are not many people that do like painting class. I tried at I'm not going to name the shop, but I tried at the shop and they said, no, you can only come and paint here if you paint miniatures. And I said, yeah, but I don't want to paint miniatures. I want to paint bigger stuff. So can I just bring something and paint it here? Like, and you can teach me. And they were like, no. And back then that was like the only like physical shop where I could learn. And I tried YouTube tutorials, but I'm not a very visual learner. I learn by doing or something, or maybe reading. Like if I don't learn by watching YouTube videos, for example. So what helped me was going into that Discord and ask like, hey, I'm painting this. Can you show me really slowly how you're doing this? And they were like, yeah, and they explained everything so I could ask questions. So that helped me a lot. So my tip is also like find a Discord where they paint, find people that are willing to help you, and yeah, I don't know. That's it. And I just use the miniature paints. I never tried with oils. I really want to learn. But I need to find time to learn. So yeah.
I see now, Print Hugh, I want you to answer as well, but I want to hear what Mini Print Hugh would have for suggestions as far as how he learned.
I have one suggestion. Just paint and don't judge yourself. Let the others judge your work. I have experience with Shane. I sometimes have a model with I'm not satisfied well. And hey Shane, how are this model? And Shane always the same. It's look good. Don't be judge yourself. So just paint, repeat and paint.
Everyone is their own worst critic.
Yeah,
no matter what anyone says, it's with everything.
Yeah,
but you're being way too modest, though.
I'm never satisfied with my work until others see it and tell me that, oh, that's great. So
now, what about Mini Print Hugh? Your
Mini
son.
Print Hugh.
Yes.
To bylo. To je na tebe. Yeah.
Wonder the dragon. He's making good time on that dragon, by the way.
He is.
He's flying through it.
He is a bit of speed painter. I told him every time we are not in rush, and he's speed painting everything.
He's going to put all the older people to shame. It's like done, and it's like just beautiful.
Yeah.
Careful, you might have some competition at work now. There.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
One other thing I've always, because I used to stream when my paint sessions when I had this set up, that when people ask the same thing, is you don't need all the fancy tools to start out.
Yeah,
you can
true.
start small and just build up as you learn more and find out what you like. There is a cost of entry, but it does not have to be in an exorbitant cost of entry. Work within your budget and then build from there.
That's true.
Yeah, I think there are also a lot of people that stream online when they're painting. So maybe you can watch it, but the thing is, I'm always a little bit careful when it's a live stream because sometimes people promote products, and that's fine, because they have like a discount code or whatever. But my tip for that is when people are like promoting products or saying like, hey, I have a discount code. So my cheat is always go to Reddit and see like, okay, what is being said about this product? Because if there's something wrong with it, you will find the pattern on Reddit, because on Reddit a lot of people complain. So, but for me it's helpful. That's like the true review or something. So
yeah.
So I'm just finding something for someone, so I'll be with you guys in 1 second. Sorry.
No worries.
So how much paint do you think you eat in a day?
Eat?
I'm just watching him lick his paintbrush like after every single.
These are what, 120 millimeters? No, milliliters. How much is in one of these damn things? 18 milliliters. So at least a milliliter.
There you go.
Makes you strong. It's part of a nutritious, balanced diet. Actually, no, it's not. I don't recommend it. Stay away from that. The reason
kinda
why
mi-
I licked paintbrushes isn't because I enjoy the taste of paint. It's because I want to try to maximize the sharpness of a point. The thing about painting miniatures, it's not about the size of the brush, it's about the point. Because actually a lot of people gravitate towards these super tiny brushes, which I try to discourage because those super tiny brushes have very little belly to hold paint and moisture. And what happens is you constantly have to refresh your paint because it dries out so quickly because there's just no way to hold the moisture. But if you have a big brush or even a small one, you still got to make sure that point is there. And the fastest way for me to do it is just do it that way. So I don't paint with oil paints or enamels for exactly this reason. it's a habit now. So
I have discovered that acrylics are one of the safest paints to paint with when it comes to consumption. My kid decided to brush her teeth with acrylic paint recently, so I had to have that
amazing.
phone call.
Nice.
Yeah, she went back for seconds.
Yeah.
That's what baffles me. She went back for seconds.
Yikes. That's a bit much. Best tasting paint range is scale 75 artist colors. They have a nice lemony scent to them. So I learned to keep that away from my youngest kid when I first got it. I learned that the hard way. But yeah, scale 75 artists. Best tasting.
Is there a certain year vintage that you would recommend, or a
You know, I don't know if
manufacturing
they
year?
even. I feel like they made them and then they forgot about them. So they're kind of a rarity. I'm sure they still make them, but we don't have them too much out here in Ukraine anymore. So.
I kind of miss like stateside. You could get like Carson. Maybe you can help with the name. Was it Apple Crate or Apple Barrel?
Apple Barrel. That's what she
Yeah.
had.
Yeah, it was like you could get these for like 50 cents to $1 a tube, and if you hit like a super Walmart, or in the EU it would be like, say, super Tesco, or you go in there, say, like, with $50, you come out with like 100 different shades of colors for paints and everything else. And I kind of miss that, because like it was always something you could mess around with, and you weren't worried about, like, like, oh my God, I'm going to blow through so much money. No, you have a whole bunch of it. And if you blow through it, it's 50 cents.
Yeah.
But like trying to find that in Europe is a lot different.
Come to Ukraine, man. We got that cheap stuff here.
What's great with Apple Barrel?
Rosa is our brand.
Yeah, Apple Barrel, it is on the low cost end of the paint, but when it comes to the cheap paints, it's actually one of the better ones. Michael's Arts and Crafts is one of the big craft stores here. They have their own like competing brand that I think is like 79 cents. And the coverage and the pigmentation is not the same compared to Apple Barrel. And I've been enjoying Apple Barrel a lot more. Because I'm still new. I don't have a ton of the nice mini paints. My husband has most of those. I have some, but most of the stuff I use is the cheap stuff. And yeah, it might take an extra layer or two sometimes, depending on the color, but they work great.
I use the cheap stuff for all terrain painting. If I have to paint a lot of surface area for miniature painting, a lot of surface areas like this size, I'll use the craft stuff like the Apple Barrel stuff, or like I said, the gradient equivalent. Because really the only real difference between the two is the size of the pigment, like the pigment particles. So when you got these little tiny miniatures and you use the cheap craft paint, it's kind of difficult because it can kind of clunk up the model and you lose some of the detail. But if it's a big surface area, it doesn't really matter. And I mean, the only other thing is maybe those craft paints kind of go hard through an airbrush sometimes compared to like the miniature paints. But I mean,
I use
still,
miniature
I would just take a
airbrush thinner.
big old brush and go over the terrain with that. Yeah, you can always thin it down. Yeah.
Yep. Somebody is asking where you got your goggles from.
They were a birthday present after a con that I did here in Kyiv. was it a birthday or was it Christmas? No, it was a birthday present. It was a birthday present. So they probably did the old AliExpress and got them and gave them to me. And now I wear them at every convention or event that I do. It's kind of our symbol for our group.
They look good.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to check chat to see if I missed any questions because got the two screens going.
I'm not even in the chat. I don't think I'm in our chat, but I don't even
Yeah.
know where the other chat is. So
Yeah, no, well, there's one chat on YouTube and one chat on Twitch. This is the first time that we're trying out dual casting. Because we're getting
am I not allowed on
fancy.
the other one? Should I stay off of it?
No, you can get on
You're
either
allowed
one.
anywhere.
Somebody send me a link. I'll go to the chat.
You
I
don't.
didn't see a YouTube link.
Well, if someone was following the 1440 Makers Twitter account, they would
Oh,
have
brother,
all the
okay.
links there.
I got the instructions from you. I followed the instructions. There was no YouTube link in there, and that was it. It wasn't even in the instructions. Go follow this group. I was like, sure. Shane
There's
tells me what to do. I do what Shane says. That's it.
Somebody listens to Shane.
That's my
I know.
life.
I'm amazed as well. Someone actually listens to me.
I'm sorry, I'm listening to Shane too.
See, there's two of us. At
But
least.
you have no choice.
Shane, you have 2 followers.
Yeah.
What? Congratulations.
For anyone in chat, you're getting a little very brief glimpse behind the scenes of what it's like to work at Prusa Research.
Yeah.
All right, so I have a question, and I'm going to start with Christina. All right, so between your commission work and your the stuff you do for yourself, what or has there been a project that you've done yet where you've just it sparked so much imagination and creativity that you just kind of went all in and you learned some new techniques or maybe added something besides painting, so say like the stuff you add for terrains for like the little grass or rocks, or even still something like the little gemstones that they put in models, something that combines painting and something else.
So yeah, I've found now that AK has like a lot of texture stuff. So I'm doing now something with a water base, and I'm gonna add like different gels to it. I haven't started it yet, but I really want to do it because you have like transparent gel, you have water effects, ripple effects, and you have foam. And I'm like, I can't wait to try that out. So it's I don't know, that's a thing that I really want to try. And I'm now working with a sculptor that's gonna do a model for me and my friend Sarah. Sarah is I don't know, maybe the people that follow me, they will know her. That's the girl I always work with. She's called Moonlit Panic. And we're gonna bring out a statue next year with wings, but the wings are like floor. And I said, okay, wouldn't it be cool to like print it in transparent material, the wings, and then add lights to it? So, and I asked now some friends from the Discord where I learned to paint, like, hey, can you teach me how to do lights? Because I don't know anything about it. Like I did it once with, I don't know, I made my own lamp, but I already forgot. So I asked them like, hey, can you help us? Like, how should we do it? And now we're going to learn that as well. And I'm very excited about that because I don't know, for me, I like the combination of adding, I don't know, electronics to 3D prints a lot, but I don't know enough about it. So I really want to learn. So these are things that, I don't know, I like. So yeah, I don't know. So in terms of like terrain stuff, I'm using now AK special foam materials. But I need to try it out because I saw it takes 24 hours to dry. So it will be layer by layer. And then now I'm looking into combining, yeah, like lights and stuff to 3D prints. So, and I don't know anything about it. I'm a very non-technical person. So
Right.
YouTube University works great for those.
Let's see. Let's change it up a little bit. Print you. Same question for you.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
So you're live at an event, and how do you concentrate to actually remember a question that someone just asked you? I'm kidding.
It was
No, so
5
no,
minutes ago.
Be mean.
Sorry.
Don't be mean, Shane.
I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
I'm so
No,
concentrate to my work, so I can lost track.
Okay, so with all the work that you do between work and your personal enjoyment, has it been like a particular project that you've worked on where it kind of challenged you to not just paint something but add a different medium to it? So say like the terrain, like grass, terrain, and rocks, or even like little gemstones, or something more to that.
I don't think so. My biggest challenge was the life-size Pokemon that what I did time ago, about
I
a year
remember that.
ago. I
Mhm.
must, which I will. It was for some sort of kids playground, so we must figure it out how to make it to let the children to play with or to climb on. So it was a
Fiberglass?
challenge. So it was a challenge to print it strong enough, and then the painting itself, it was a challenge too because it was huge. It was about 2 meters long and 1.5 meters tall. So it was a challenging from the start to the end.
I want to go to that kid's playground. Like, that just sounds awesome.
Wait, is that the Pretty You? Is that the same one that's in the back of the facilities now?
Yes, because
Okay.
the thing with the playground doesn't end up well, so we just put it on the ground on the company.
For those in chat who's ever been to the factory, towards the back of the property, he's talking about the very large Bulbasaur. And it's actually now, is that a 1-to-1 scale or is it larger?
It's a 1-to-1 scale.
Okay, so the thing is huge. Okay. What about your son? Was there anything that he's done that kind of like pushed his creativity and add
No.
something more?
He is in phase that he copying my techniques and asking for everything. So he's in learning phase, not the implementing new things. So
What's that? Copying is the greatest form of flattery. I mean, that's good. Plus, he wants to be like dad. How awesome is that? Like I said, you have a mini you now.
yep. But
Okay.
it's always about copying someone, and if you copying long enough, you can start to add some your ideas or techniques or something. I started like this. Also, I started like copying the YouTubers who were painting the models, and through the time I developed my own techniques and my own style of painting. So he is doing what I did years ago.
Okay. And Edward, same question, if you remember it, and I'll be nice and it won't. If you
Oh, what?
remember
Can
it.
you remember? No, I got you. Let's see. I was thinking about like what would be a good example. I guess as far as like special effects and stuff go, outside of just like acrylic paints, I have a couple examples here There's some pretty standard ones. So here's a terrain piece, and I don't know if you can really see it with the
Hold on, let me
crappy light that I
spotlight
have
it.
here. But there's a little bit of like moss along this line right here. So you can buy this sort of stuff at a bottling shop, railroad models, that sort of stuff. You can even make your own with like tea leaves and use like natural materials and do that. And I really like doing that outside of just regular paints and adding those kind of things and little touches to stuff because I think it really makes stuff pop. Another example would be this fellow right here, this little rat ogre. You can kind of see right here, there's some icky gore, blood and guts type stuff here. This is actually, what is it called? Uhu glue. Glue, basically. And you put them between the surfaces and then paint them with paint and maybe put some gloss varnish on it to give it like a wet, disgusting look and harden it up a little bit. And then it looks pretty nasty. Stuff like that.
Awesome.
I really like those kind of special effects. I pick them up from people that do stuff kind of from cosplayers, from the railroad guys. They have this knowledge already for like 50 years. So there's nothing more nothing more valuable to learn from than the people that have been doing this for 50 years. And, when something becomes popular for the miniature world, I swear the railroad people have been doing it for 50 years already, or like the miniature tanks or the Gundam players and painters. I mean, they know all these tricks and stuff that haven't been popularized yet with miniature painting. So I try to pick up stuff from them and then apply it to what I got here. So
I've seen people do something similar with like larger models where they use like a fishing line
Mm-hmm.
and they'll put in between and then use super glue and then paint that to give it like the same thing, but on a much larger scale than what you've shown, obviously.
Yeah, what you said with the railroad stuff, my grandfather was a big train hobbyist, and I was talking to him one time about something I was doing. He's like, "Oh yeah, I used to do that for my giant train set I had that you grew up playing with." Like, oh yeah, I guess you did, didn't you? So
Just give me 1 second. I need to do one thing real quick. Fuck Munchie sales.
has anybody worked with water transfers on stuff?
What?
Decals, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I haven't worked with it. So how does that work?
So, the last water transfer I did was when we did our big power armor, Fallout power armor. I had to get the pinup girl onto the leg, and what you do is you print it out on special paper, use a clear coat, go over that a few times, soak it, and then you have to carefully try to get it onto your model. I may have ripped a couple in the process because that was a fun learning curve. 2 nights before the show.
Oh.
Yeah.
But it was also very satisfying once you saw it on there of holy cow, like that it adds to it. Because I can't paint a pinup girl. That's out of my skill level. So it's a nice blend of using an asset that's already there to give you a little bit of a break.
Yeah, I understand. I want actually to work with decals, but I really don't know what paper, what should I do? Because, for example, now, I don't know, the character Gil from Baldur's Gate 3, he has like a tattoo on his chest, right? And now I'm hand painting it all the time with contrast paint and sanding it down. But it has to be like perfect circle.
Mm-hmm.
So, and somebody told me use a decal, and I was like, yeah, but I don't know how to use it or how to do it. I'm also very scared.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I
yeah.
will see if I can find the stuff that I use for water transfer. As Geek Girl just said in chat, it's similar to a temporary tattoo, only less temporary.
But do you have to varnish it afterwards so it will stick on, or?
once it dries, it's on.
Okay.
The water transfer.
I don't know how you do it on the larger stuff, but do you have, because for the miniatures, they have it's like Soul Set and Soul something else. One is the thing that softens the decal and you put it on there. And then there's another chemical that you put on it and it kind of makes it form over something. So instead of it being flat, it can be on a 3D surface, softens it and kind of melds it in place.
So for the big one, it was I just looked up water transfer paper and found something. The way that you put it in water to activate it and it melts off the paper backing that you print on, and the spray paint that you paint over it picks up the ink once that paper's gone, so you can transfer it to the item. So it's like you're moving a sheet of spray paint.
And does it affect the paint at all, or do you need to varnish the paint beforehand before you put it on, or?
You have to make sure it's a clean surface. Was the
Gloss
only thing that I can
varnish is
remember.
good.
Yeah.
Gloss varnish. Okay.
Yeah, gloss varnish over the
It
top
makes it nice
of.
and smooth.
Yeah.
So it's basically kind of like the same process they use with like Gunpla models, like the higher grade ones with the decals. Because I've seen them, they use like a salt. Oh no, because I've seen streamers do it where it's like, you know, it's a liquid and it lifts it right off, and then they kind of do their hocus pocus voodoo magic that I can't do and make it look really cool. And
yeah, I wish I could access the armor right now to show you what it looks like, because one of them has like a small crack where as I was moving it, I wrinkled the paper and it just kind of stuck together.
Yeah.
But it was a lot of fun. And then I just clear coated over everything to make it one cohesive look at the end.
Fred Hugh, have you used decals before?
He is muted again.
I know. I wanted to see how long it would take him to notice.
I know he's focusing, so I'm being nice.
Sorry. You're fine.
No,
You are
I'm
absolutely fine.
No, I'm never using the decals before. I always try to avoid the painting the models that have the decals, or I can use the freehand.
I kind of wonder if they have like whatever the material they use for those decals, if you could like, you know, just throw it into a regular 2D printer, print out your own for a model, and then, you know, use
Oh,
that.
you can. Yeah. You can.
Okay.
They have that, yeah.
Well, back in my day, we didn't have this. Dun, 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 dun. I completely forget which.
Again, my web camera kind of sucks, but
You're fine. Hold on. Let me zoom you in.
That is
Hold
some
on.
decal work right there.
Spotlight.
Oh, wait. Let me go, because I was grabbing my phone. I'm here, but I'm grabbing my phone. Okay.
There. That
looks amazing.
But those are decals there. And it worked in my favor that they're very easy to rip. What Carson said is absolutely true. Once you get them out of the water, they are very, very sensitive. But this looks kind of ripped and beat up anyway, which worked out. And then I just splattered a bunch of blood on it, so it kind of covered up all the rips. As it
there you go.
But yeah, flat surface looks nice, and it's a heck of a lot easier than freehanding it for sure.
Thank you, MTB Matt, for your $100 donation. Yay!
Yay!
Thank you.
Where are we at right now?
Yes, laser printer over inkjet.
Thank you, chat.
Oh, for sure.
Thank you to our members for answering my questions. All right, so we are at $925. We are almost at 20% of our goal. Yeah, almost at 20% of our goal. And we are only 2 hours and 10 minutes into this whole wonderful marathon, this whole charity raising weekend. And we couldn't do this without the help of everyone involved, to our incredible panel members who take the time to join us to hang out, have a good time. Hold on, remove spotlight. There we go. To have a good time and help raise some money. For those of you who are joining in, we are raising money for the World Central Kitchen. If you don't know who they are, it is a private charity group who are one of the first groups with boots on the ground at any major disaster site or anytime people are in need. And they go there, they organize things very, very quickly, and just do some amazing, amazing work. They make sure everyone has food and water. And they work with the local communities for various types of resources, as far obviously for food, but they will train local people to cook on a massive scale. They'll go into a restaurant that's used to serving 50 meals. Now they're serving 500 meals to those in need, and they get it all set up so once their work is done, they can move on, and they have people there who can continue the work that they do, and they don't stop until everything is done. They don't stop until there's no need of them. So you're talking about being in areas for 2, 3, 4 years. When we first did the fundraiser for them, the California wildfires were just starting. They are still there providing food and water. For Ukraine, they are still there after almost now 4 years providing food and water. And it's literally all over the world that they're in, and they're doing whatever they can do. They don't wait. They go exactly where the need is and then take care of everything else there. And they're one of the very few charity groups who can actually have an extremely low overhead cost and get things done. Um, just so you know, in order for them to raise $100, it costs them $2. And if you ever do any research on charity groups, that's absolutely amazing, because as Grant was here with us earlier on, he was saying some places it's like $40 to raise $100, and they do that with $2. So thanks to the community, to everyone involved, behind the scenes, our panel members, our designers, and the community helping us out, raising money for them, we're able to help them continue to do their amazing things. And I'd like to thank each and every one of you for that.
Thank you to Palms 3D for your donation. $20 closer.
Yeah. Yeah, and even I'm going to stress this again. Only donate if you can. There is zero pressure, okay? Even
Zero
if you
pressure,
like,
zero obligation.
yep. Even if you want to help, and you're like, oh, I don't have the money, you can help by, sharing this stream across all the social medias. Get the word out, hang out and chat. Keep, I was going to say keep us company, but
Pick on Shane.
but no, it's not pick on Shane.
Pick on Shane.
Yeah,
Pick on
you can say, oh yeah, wait. I did tell you about the baby New Year thing. All right, never mind. So yeah, just hang out, have a good time. Let's do some good for some people. All right, that's it. I am not going to go further into. I'm only allowed to talk about the baby New Year thing once per panel, and I've already done that.
Don't worry, the rest of us will remind you of it.
That's okay. I have control of the mute button.
You don't have control of my social media stuff.
Oh, that's okay. See, you guys don't know which one to keep track of first. Twitch. Oh, wait, no. Damn it. They do freaking clips on YouTube now. Shit. Never mind. All right.
Yes, Cruising Girl, every day is Pick on Shane Day.
No, it's not. Oh, this is so good. I'm so glad that I brought my coworkers and community together, because I'm sure I'm not going to, I'm sure I'll never hear the end, the end of it after, on Monday. Yeah. No regrets. Cruisin is just disappointed that he Cruisin's just disappointed they can't throw anything at me because when I usually stream, I have a redeem on my channel for throwing everything at me, and they love to use that.
Throwing things at you, startling you with random sounds.
I'm surprised I haven't like broken my knee yet from jumping up so high.
Just add a
I
little bit of
turned you
padding.
off. Huh?
Just
I'm
add a little
sorry.
bit of padding to the other side of your desk.
Why?
Are you struggling with technology, Shane?
Yes.
He is looking
it's
so
at the
proud of his Charizard. I'm loving it.
Oh,
It's looking so good.
so now he's doing. Is he doing the details now? Print you?
A little bit. I'm just building up highlights on the skin.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm on the third grade of green. I'm just trying to figure it out, the final tone. I have a bad light here, so maybe it's not so.
It's looking good.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I always started with skin, so it's boring to watch it, but it's my way to do it every time.
I do skin first too.
Yeah,
I
me
try
too.
to do the parts that are hardest to get to first, and that's usually the skin, because
Yeah.
you got clothes on top of skin, right? So
Yeah, I
skin
have the
first.
same.
And for some models, even skin is the largest surface area with the least amount of detail.
Oh, for me it's the other way because I have the feeling I have to paint a lot of skin details. So like everybody has little dots like pigment marks.
True.
I also use like pastels. So this is what my friend Moonlit Panic taught me, and she was like, yeah, because then you can like give a little bit blush, do the lips, and I was like, oh, this brings so much more depth into it. So normally I do just airbrush, and then you can like make it even more realistic with the pastels. I can show it like this hand. I don't know if you can see it very well. Wait, let me
Give me 1 second.
let me
Spotlight for
put
everyone. There you go.
here. So I don't know if you can see it very well, but the knuckles are a little bit more pinkish. And I did that with pastels, and that
That's
makes
awesome.
it makes it more realistic. Wait, how can I do this?
Yeah.
Wait,
Put your hand behind the model as you hold it up to the camera. It'll help it focus.
Wait, and I'm gonna put on a light. Wait, does it work? Yeah. This light, and then so you see, yeah, maybe it's not, you cannot see it that much, but the knuckles have like pink tones,
Yeah. You can definitely see the shading even from a distance of just the different.
Yeah, it
looks nice.
So that's what I also do. I even give yesterday was my manicure and pedicure day for the bottle. So I also did like the little nails. It has like the white thingy here and that you have here, and it's it's a lot, but it's like I want it to look good, like I don't know, very perfectionistic. Like it cannot look bad.
Okay. Yeah. And with yours, with the bigger models, you see a lot more of the skin detail than you would on the tiny little ones. There's only so many freckles you can add to a tiny one before it just looks like they got a splotchy face.
Yeah, that's true. So I do that with the airbrush actually. So I do like the PSI, I do it lower, and then I go from far away and I just click and the dots come out, and then you can always like do a little small dots with the brush.
That's awesome.
So it's it's actually it's like these little things that make the model like pop out, like I don't know. And I don't know, I just like it, like I like to, like I know like my hero is the today 3D person. I'm like, I always see stuff and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get as good as you, you know, like you're so good and I want to do it too. So yeah.
Yeah. There's that always moving line as well, because as they're painting more, they're getting better. So you have that constant moving line to keep improving.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's very, very nice. Like, I don't know, when he first responded to me, I was like, oh my gosh, he's talking to me. And but he's very, very nice person. He's very willing to help. And
That's awesome.
yeah, but I'm like, oh my god, how do you do it? Like, there are so many good artists out there, and I'm actually very happy that the painting community, I think 95% of them have been nice, you know, like, and willing to teach you, and I don't know, like sharing stuff. Yeah. So it's I don't know, I'm very grateful for the painting community.
Very nice. Yeah. It's always nice finding welcoming, nice people when you're entering into a community. So, seeing a lot more people starting to wake up. Hello, Viking, Liz, Wexter, don't spread lies. Lots of
This
people
is
wake
why,
up.
yeah, this is why I don't like give the community like, all right, what do you guys want me to do for X amount of money?
Yeah, if we took punishments out after what, year 2, 3?
No, it was the Hawaiian fires.
Yeah.
What is
That
it
was
with
2 years
fire?
ago.
Because we done the Australian fires, the Hawaiian fires, and kind of somewhat related to the LA fires.
Yep, and then the COVID check-in.
Yeah, and then the designer is kind of mini check-in.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one other one I forget. That we want to see. Oh yeah, that first one though. First one was
Yeah, that the first one was Australian wildfires. That's how I got my palette.
You
That
still have that?
yes.
Oh yeah. Just so I didn't mention
Still
this
in the
before.
same condition as it arrived in.
Yeah, and I didn't mention this before. I completely forgot to. What I will do is, just so everyone knows, when we run contests, it is open to everyone. So that includes panel members, moderators, co-hosts. The only one who cannot enter, who cannot win, is me, because I'm the one who puts all the names in. I'm the one who presses the magical button. So, yeah, that's just something I just want to make sure to get out there.
Thank you, Mr. WizX,
And
for your donation. I think I'm a little delayed, but thank you.
very, very much. My thing isn't really updating on my side. I keep on having to hit refresh.
That's right.
What?
Tech Keeper's right, Shane. You are a winner in
What?
our books.
Nah.
I know you don't feel like it right now, but you are.
Thank you. I'm not. Look, the only way I can do things is because I have awesome people who help me behind the scenes, during the streams, the panel members, the designers, and the community who donates. It's a team effort, but I do. Thank you for saying that. So on Twitch, Pico Boo, what do you guys print in mostly, FDM or resin?
So I print both. I've stopped with FDM printing for a while, but I'm now getting back into it. But yeah, it depends on what you want. So for the bigger stuff, I like the FDM printers more because you can make stuff bigger. You know, and also like, why would you print like a big ass statue in resin when you can do it in FDM? That's my opinion. You can do it in resin as well.
Resin's
but it's
expensive.
No, it's not because it's expensive, but you have to cut it in a lot more parts. Resin shrinks as well, so it will never fit entirely good, you know? And I'm like, okay, why do you want to put yourself through that torture if you can just print it in FDM? So, but that's me. That's like because I'm thinking like, okay, what if I had printed Gandalf in resin? I think I would have cried a lot because of all the shrinkages to fit the parts. It's a lot more filling, and then you have to make it look good. So, and you guys,
Okay.
do you do more FDM or resin?
Miniatures in resin and terrain in FDM usually, or anything terrain associated. So like game pieces, hexes, and stuff like that. I'll do the base hex in plastic. This is an example of terrain done in FDM. But exactly what you said. Basically, if it's something that's big, why not do it in FDM? It's faster, it's cheaper, it's cleaner, easier. But for miniatures, I mean, I know for a while there, I would say about 6 or 12 months ago, it was kind of a hot topic between miniature painter YouTube influencers to do FDM printing, because FDM has gotten to the point where you can do pretty detailed miniatures. But I can't bring myself to do it. I can print as well as people have done in the videos and in FDM, I mean, but I still prefer doing it in SLA because I just think the detail is there. It's funner to paint. If you're going to sit down and paint something for an hour or 2 hours, it should be optimal in terms of the details so that you get as much enjoyment out of it as possible. That's how I feel about
I
it.
haven't seen an FDM printer do the chainmail and that tiny scale like a resin printer can.
Yeah.
That when I go to shows, that is something that everybody's like, holy cow, look at that chainmail because it's so detailed. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I'll bring something over to show. It's kind of a fun thing here.
While he does that, thank you very, very much, Bearded Printer, for your $250 donation, which I believe takes us well over the $1,000 mark. We are over 20% of the way there, guys.
You guys are awesome.
Yay.
Thank you so much.
Over 1,000, it's amazing.
Hold on, let me
That's a
zoom you
beautiful
in.
dice tower.
Hold on
How's
1
that?
second.
Whoa.
Stuffy was a spotlight for you. Okay, there you go. You're on.
All right, so that's FDM. I wouldn't want to print this in resin.
Yeah.
It's a dice tower. I think it was it might have been Titan Forge, which are I think Polish guys, or it could also it's Titan Forge, I'm pretty sure the bottle comes from. But bought this up and painted it up. But something like this is definitely FDM. Like terrain of this scale is no freaking way. I'm gonna do this in resin. It's possible to do it in resin. I just wouldn't want to.
Look so good. Like, oh, now I want to print it.
Yeah. How many files do you have in your storage that is to be printed that just keeps constantly growing every month?
Yeah.
If you have to buy a secondary hard drive, does that answer your question?
Yep.
But,
My manufacturer makes it easy, man. I struggled for the first couple of years organizing all the STLs that I was getting off of Patreon and stuff. But now I do it all through my manufacturer. I have it all there, download them when I need them, print them out, and then forget about it. And don't have them clog it up on a hard drive.
I have some Kickstarter ones that went onto an external hard drive that I cannot find, and I'm sad because it had like some beautiful like fairy statues that I wanted to do. Can't find them.
Just one thing for those people who are in chat who have donated throughout the through some of the different tiers. There's actual dice towers that were contributed by 2 different designers. In the reward section, there is a Twitter link because I was writing down all the entries and I ran out of space on Tiltify to put them all in. So I had to like go on to Twitter, write them all out, and then do a link and everything else because there was just so many of them. But yeah, for some people, there is some dice towers there. So you could try to print them out and print yourself. Print Hugh.
Yep.
Same question for you, sir. Which do you print more in? I know for your work, I mean,
I'm printing more on FDM because I'm specializing on the large scale models, so I'm rather using the FDM printing. The small ones that I paint is the non-printed. It's just from the Warhammer, and so I like the FDM printing more for my work and my hobby.
Fair enough. With FDM, do you find yourself doing more filament painting, aka multicolor printing, versus hand printing? That is coming from Tech Jeeper on Twitch.
I like the most I'm printing just in the black and painting by myself. I don't like at all the multicolor printing.
You don't like working out those XLs?
Yeah, I like it, but if I wanted to show somewhere the nice beasts and the models life sized, I like it more the painted, not the printed in many colors. So I'm not using them to my work or my hobby, just for fun. Some small models with multicolor printing.
Oh yeah, I agree. I have to give the just because multicolor printing is becoming very, very popular over hand painting. You don't see it as often anymore. So I have to do the just.
Yeah.
Holy
okay.
cow.
Yeah.
Barbecue? I'm hoping I'm saying
Barbecue.
yeah, barbecue.
Thank you so much for the $250. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And just for everyone to know, for the reward packets, okay, they will start to ship out to be emailed after the event. They'll start on Monday, and I would say, in all honesty, depending upon how many, you're probably looking at 3 days, 4 days to get everything all sorted and sent out. It just takes
it takes
us
me
a good
couple
amount.
days.
Yeah, because it's not really. I mean, like if you ever wonder about like us sending out the reward packs, Carson is the one who handles that. It's not done automatically. There is our AI email bot for the reward packages. It's actually
And
a
I
human
have to
being.
make sure I don't lock my email up because the first year I did it, I accidentally made my email account into a spam account according to Gmail. So I had to be careful with that.
Yeah. So just so everyone knows, because I know sometimes people, it's not an automated system, unfortunately, and it just takes us time to make sure everyone gets everything. So I just want to make sure.
So
But
what
again,
we should be saying is thank you, Carson.
Yes.
Thank you for all your help.
Yes. No, Carson does. There's a lot of people who do a lot of amazing work, helping me co-host, helping me organize, helping doing the the big and small things, because believe me, if I was doing this solo, it would just be me and streaming to, a very small audience with a couple people on and just be like, so yeah, I would turn it to, was it Chris Farley from, old Saturday Night Live where he used to interview people. He's like, yeah, I saw you on that. That was so cool. And that was it. There was no other questions. It was just him fanboying. So I think the famous one he did was with Paul McCartney. He was like, yeah, you were in the Beatles. The White Album was so cool. Yeah. And that was it. He had nothing else to say after that. All right. Let's see. How about this? Let me see. What do I got here?
Yeah, I agree, Cruising Girl. Resin printing is a lot to do. Donning all the PPE and all the steps. So I do agree with you guys on saying it. You do have to be in the right mood to deal with resin, because
Absolutely.
I may have a wash station that has prints from like 2 months ago sitting in it right now that I need to eventually empty. just don't have the oomph to do it.
Hold on. Nope. Nope.
I like how we can audibly hear Shane's brain working. You can hear those gears grinding to a halt as he tries to find stuff.
No, because it's like 2 hours of sleep. I'm just like, my brain is asleep. It's only working on one brain cell left.
And you were lecturing me at 4:30 this morning about going to bed.
I don't have my own private clan, hovering around me all the time. All right, let's see. That's worldwide.
I'm
Okay,
honestly
so
surprised one of the kids hasn't come up to try to figure out what I'm doing, exactly what is happening behind Mr. Snedward there, of a child just magically appearing.
you muted your mic.
Yeah, it happens. Sorry. So
That's
there's
all
there's
right.
actually in the background there's a Halloween party starting and people are showing up.
Ah,
And so you see me
ah.
like talking off screen or
Dude.
kids appearing in costume. That's all
Do you need
connected
to,
that.
if you need to go,
No,
I don't want to keep
I'm
you.
here till 7. I'm here to 7.
Okay.
I said 7.
All right, so how about this? Since we're talking about models and things to put together and all that good stuff, how about if we do a giveaway for 3D Gloop, which is a chemical used to chemically weld PLA together. It works better than anything. Yep, Carson has it right there. So give me a few. I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get that set up, and I'll change the. I want to give our panelists a chance to enter as well, since this is a worldwide shipping thing. So give me a few. Talk. How much do you have?
Yeah. So to tell you guys about the power gloop, we did, what was it? 7-8 foot power armor. Only thing that held it together was this and 8 bolts. And the only reason why there were bolts is so we could take the arms off. And it held it together. The print broke before the bond did. So if you have anything weight bearing, be aware it will break your print first. Grant actually has a video of our Vasco robot from last year. Its arms mid-earth or Printopia, sorry, fell off. And he happened to be streaming at that time or recording at that time and got it on camera. But yeah, I freaking love
So
Gloop.
it works only with PLA, right? I'm fascinated by this stuff. The first time I've seen it in my life.
So they have 2 formulas. They have PLA and PETG. But yeah, the PLA works fantastic. You brush it on. They
looks like
redone the cap so it seals better, so it lasts longer. But it's liquid gold. You don't need a lot.
And it basically melts it, right? It melts it so it fuses two things together,
yep.
2 PLA surfaces together, right?
So I have a question about it, because I use that a lot. Like when I started with FDM printing like a few years ago, I used it a lot. It's very great stuff. I was very happy with it. And now I cannot get it anywhere in the Netherlands.
So I don't know what's going on with their world shipping, but I do know that because Gloop works so well, they are constantly on back order. One of the things that we see in their Discord a lot is, when can I put in an order, because I constantly see it on back order. If you see it, if you're able to purchase from their website and get it sent to you, go ahead and put it in back order. Their back orders are about 2 weeks behind. They are constantly filling up, constantly keeping up with it. Both Andrews and their team are fantastic at it. I would have to ask about international on getting it in the Netherlands. Unfortunately, I cannot find Gloop's Discord on my husband's computer because his Discord is a disaster.
But for our panel members, I'll tell you what, how about you kind of set yourself up to take a break? I'm going to put a link for a Google form that's for our raffles. And like I said before, everyone is allowed to enter. For those who are still on from the first time, it's just a simple thing of once you've won, do not enter again. But I'm going to go with the rules and hopefully play it. Wait, 1 second, because I didn't learn the first time to be better prepared. All right, let's see if this works. It should work. Yes, it works.
Computer decided to die in the middle of
Rules
all
for our
this.
giveaways.
So
1 entry per viewer per giveaway. Previous winners cannot enter again. They will be entered in our grand prize drawing at the end of the event at the last day. Prizes can be geographically region locked. Check before entering. If your name is drawn and you are not in the area, it will be re-rolled. Winners are responsible for any and all taxes that might be imposed by their country. If your name is called as a winner, you must be present. We will call your name out 3 times over 60 seconds for you to respond. If you do not answer in chat within that time, the prize will be re-rolled. Drawings can only be re-rolled at staff's discretion. Previous winners are automatically entered into the grand prize drawing at the end of the event and do not need to be present if their name is drawn. Winners, please allow 2 to 3 weeks for us to verify the winners and for the sponsors to reach out and ship you your prize. If there are discrepancies in the winning entries, it will be reviewed by the staff and the appropriate sponsor, and an internal decision will be made. Thank you and good luck.
All right, so here is the link. It is in chat. And for the panelists, I can put it in the Zoom chat, just so you're not scrambling, looking around for other things. And for everyone else, I will do this. And there is a 5-minute timer. So you guys have, okay, good. So you have 5 minutes to fill out that form. Okay. So you guys can fill that out.
do do do.
Do, 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 do. Bop.
Oh yeah, Matt on Twitch just said that they have an ABS formula as well. I forgot that they had an ABS formula.
Yep. And they also have PETG.
Yeah,
If
I remember PLA and PETG because those are the ones we typically get. And then we get their Mega Gloop cans because we go through a lot of it with our big prints, and we just refill the small bottle from the big guys. One of our projects typically goes through at least 1 to 1.5 of these. Because we'll have stuff glue wrong and have to redo it. Because when it does dry, you're not moving it. So it is international, Geek Girl.
Yep, this is open internationally, so by all means, fill it out. Also, just for people outside of the US, I know that for Jesse Filament, that is US only. I did reach out to Prusa, and we're gonna do 5 packs of PLA, and those will be outside. It will be for everyone except for
US.
US, because sorry, I want to make things fair.
Agreed.
2 Jesse. And I'm only giving away 1 thing of Gloop right now.
Yeah, I shot off a message to Andrew to see what's going on with international shipping for purchase purposes.
Yeah, because I remember that there were a lot of online stores where you could get it, and now I don't know.
Well, I wonder with the online stores, with them being constantly in back order, if it's just hard to get it to another online shop. Because I know within the last year they've had their shop move, and then Andrew was out of commission for a little bit, and they've had a lot going on in the last year.
Yeah, well, they actually expanded their production facility.
Yep.
2 minutes.
Yeah, they got it out of Andrew Mayhall's house, which I'm sure his wife is very thankful for.
Great.
I have a
Almost.
question. Can I ask a question? I'm allowed to ask questions.
No,
right?
you cannot.
Don't listen to Shane.
Okay,
Yes, you can ask the question.
I retract my question.
Go ahead. Ask away.
This is for Pint Q.
Print you.
What paints are you using there? I see them just off the screen. They look like old Print you. I read Print you. What paints are you using there?
It's
Are they
Vallejo-
Vallejo? Old
Vallejo
Vallejo
Model
paints?
Air.
Yeah, Vallejo Air. Yeah.
For the if I don't want to something thin, I'm using the just standard colors. I'm using the air colors even for the brush. I don't know why, but I have best experiences with them. So Vallejo is my choice for the most of the models.
All right, 30 seconds.
Yeah, Vallejo Air is fantastic.
That's who I use for my thinner is Vallejo. I'm trying to remember which one I got or like from who. It ended up making everything very gummy, almost like a latex. It was really weird. I did not like it.
Latex paint or gummy paint.
3, 2, 1. Save. Okay. Not accepting responses anymore. So let me do this. Name me watching your screen. 27 entries. Let me refresh to make sure. Yep, 27 entries. So I do this. Nope. Name you watching. Yep, I do that. I do this. I go back here. I close here. I hit that button. Yes, it works. Because I'm just so good. For the panel members, before I was like, yeah, I'm going to do this, and then nothing worked. Because I forgot one simple thing. All right, so shuffle. Here we go. This is for the 120 milliliter container of Gloop. It's the bigger size that Carson held up earlier on in the can. And here we go.
Yeah, they can't see me. I can sit here and
Yep,
dance with
they
these
can't.
all I want.
Kiki Keeks, are you here? You have 60 seconds to speak up. And of course, that doesn't want to work now. No, actually, we can do this. 1 minute. And backspace. And Kiki.
Woohoo, there they are.
Yay! Okay, good. I don't have to do the timer. I love it when I don't have to do the timer. All right, congratulations. You are the winner of the 120 milliliter PLA 3D Gloop. Can I say what would be the the chemical welder, the adhesive? How do we call this?
I believe they say chemical bond.
Chemical bond works for me. All right, so congratulations to Kiki Keeks. See, I can say that name right. Okay, I do that. I go over here and I go.
Molecular bonds is another one that they put on there.
Thank you. This is why I have people smarter than me helping out.
I'm reading the labels, so I have a cheat sheet.
Okay. So let's see. Actually, I'm not kicking anyone out. Don't think that. I'm just going to torture Grant and bring him in case there was any questions or anything else.
We got to get some backup rave dancing from him.
Yeah, he owes us some rave dancing too for some of the things. So we'll bring him in. Bring him back in, actually. What am I looking for?
Ask and you shall receive.
There's always next time, Jeff.
Yes,
we are going
there's
to be hosting quite a few.
yeah, believe me, there is a bunch. And just so you know, for the winners, throughout the rest of the event, once you win, you can't enter again, but your names will be automatically entered into the grand prize drawing that will be held after the day 2 at the very end. For those of you who already won, you do not have to be present. I will enter your names. Yeah, so that's basically it for that. Let's see. First time chatter, really, Grant?
In Twitch?
I guess
Wait.
so. I don't know.
No, it
Yes.
says I'm a mod.
Yeah, I
So it
put you as a
shouldn't be.
mod. No, because this, yeah, but see, this is the 1440 Twitch, so everyone is basically a new chatter on there.
Yeah. Hmm. It's a new channel. Yeah, that's fair.
So, oh, we got plenty of time still. Hold on.
Trying to keep track of everything. Like I have Discord, YouTube, and Twitch all going off at the same time.
Yeah.
And I keep forgetting the mouse that I have sitting next to my laptop is for the computer behind me. So I keep like trying to move stuff on my laptop with the mouse. It's not working very well. Loving watching everybody work.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, because
You're
like
good.
to try to clear up things, I have a laptop next to me that I kind of offloaded some of the social media stuff on, and I'm like trying to, have my head on a swivel here and get everything done. All right.
Cruising Girl, I think that was a little too much for this stream with all the technical difficulties that happened in the last week.
Yeah, no. So I didn't the reason why I didn't combine the chat, there's been some things going on some channels that made me concerned. So I wanted to have a backup channel going. So in case if something happens, I can fall back on the other. I didn't want to combine the chats on stream, and then have another resource of a a streaming site yank the stream. So that's why chat is not combined. Besides,
They
I have to
generally
keep
don't
everything.
care anymore, but
They banned one very very popular streamer for that. But then again, he also made his own app to merge the two chats on the stream. So it kind of violated Twitch's rules. And he's like, no one's ever been suspended for it. The next day he gets suspended for it. Not it was
So he's
nutty.
got to be the first one, right?
Yeah. No, they purposely made an example out of him. Hey, Print Hugh.
Yep.
Before everyone goes, I would love to see your son's progress. Would that be possible?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. 1 second. Spotlight for everyone. Okay, here we go.
Wow.
Oh, that's looking amazing.
dang.
That's looking really good.
Okay.
As I
He's doing
told you,
fantastic.
as I
That's
told you, small speed painter.
Yeah.
He's already done, almost done.
That puts anything I've ever painted to
I
shame.
know.
My God.
I'm just sitting there. I'm like, wow, I'm like your son could kick my butt in painting in a heartbeat.
I mean, we
Thank
can
you.
just stop with before the in painting, Shane.
It's family friendly, and
just kick your butt.
You know what? I'm just at this point.
You're the one that
an
invited
ant
him
could
to
kick
be a
my butt.
host.
I know. And I'm regretting every single second of it. Thank you very much for reminding me. Speaker gallery and move spotlight. Okay.
Shane, very quick.
Yes. What? Who? Where?
You
When?
see
How?
Discord?
Why? No. Yeah, kind of. Maybe.
Okay.
What do I see? Actually, let me pull it up. 1 second.
Trying to help a poor noob out.
Where the? What the? Okay.
Okay, Vicky's got him. Never mind.
Okay. See, this is why I have people smarter than me on. And then plus also my thank you. You know,
It's
sent
noob.
an email.
You should have
I
expected
sent an
something.
email. I sent it on WhatsApp. I sent 3 copies of this. I'm gonna get okay.
He's a
So-
noob. He doesn't know any better. Okay, you're supposed to be nice to noobs.
Really? Oh, actually,
You know,
well, since I think
If
this
we're
is his
trying
first.
to create an inclusive and welcoming community, yes, you're supposed to be nice to noobs.
Yes, but see, since this is his inaugural first time being on the 1440, you know, we could, oh, no, wait. No, he was on it before. If I remember correctly.
I
don't know.
believe he has
I'm
been
getting
on it
old.
before.
You're not helping.
Hey,
All right. So,
I'm not the one that's going senile here. That's off to our invisible overlord.
But I'll tell you what. How about what? Who?
Kind is a second Shane's name.
I'm sorry?
Kind is a second Shane
Kind?
name.
Kind? Oh, God, I got to pay you money on when I see you next for saying nice things about me. I'm sorry. All right. We're going to do it this way. I'm going to start bringing in the members for our next panel, which is the creative designers panel. And then if you guys want to say hi and bye and everything else, so then that way you guys can get going and take care of Edward's Halloween party. Prinny, you can spend time with his son. Chrissy can do amazing painting, continuing, and just everything. And just 1 second, I just want to make sure I get everyone's socials out there again, which I can't find because why would I put something easy to find? All right, but for members of chat, make sure you follow all of our amazing panelists. You can check them all out and definitely follow them. And
That's right. Noob is fancy and
watch
has
it.
a check mark.
Huh?
Noob is fancy and has a check mark.
He's fancy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm gonna start bringing people in, and here we go. Emit.
All right, so I'm off to go to my Halloween party now that we're changing the guards here, but it was
It's
a
at
pleasure
your
to
house.
hang out with you guys. Well, yeah, it's right here. I got guests I got to entertain.
Okay, we'll go. Edward, thank you so
All
much for
right.
joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yay.
Take care.
Bye, Edward.
Bye.
Okay, well, okay. All the lights in my house just turned off. That's awesome. Hold on a second.
Please tell me you're not losing power. Can you imagine?
I can, yes. I absolutely can.
Shh.
It would not be a 1440 maker stream without some form of technical difficulties on our host Shane's side.
No, but like
just happens to be in his house.
They all
Shane
went
is
off,
just
and now they
technical
won't.
difficulties. It's
This is why I don't do smart things like the creative designers and makers who are on right now. All right, Grant, can you take over for a second so I can like at least see what I'm doing?
like introduce people. What would you like me to do in terms of taking over?
Please introduce people.
Okay. Well, we're going to be moving into the next panel here, which I'm fairly certain is the creative makers panel. Designers panel is afterwards. We are joined here by Mr. Richard Horn himself, Joseph Kasha, and Jan Wegner. I probably messed up the last name, but I'm trying. Okay. People, please introduce yourselves. Let the folks at home know who you are.
Let's go by age. Richard, by all means.
Thanks for that.
He's saying that to an
enough.
OG over here.
Oh, wow.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Okay, so it's wonderful to be back. Still around, still alive. Yeah, still doing 3D printing. So I'm Richard. I've been doing 3D printing since about the year 2000, and in anger when the RepRap project kicked off in about 2005. Started my first sort of projects around 2008, 2009. And yeah, really involved in all of the early days of desktop consumer 3D printing. Wrote a couple of books on it, and I get to come in every day and 3D print, which you can see in the background. I'm sat in the 3D print farm at the moment. So yeah, getting to live my best life at the moment, sort of doing loads of designs, loads of 3D printing and making cool stuff.
Mr. Kasha.
I guess hi everyone, 3D Maker Noob, also the noob. Oh my god, been 3D printing since, what was it 2014, 15, something like that. Failed, I was gonna say failed YouTuber, but almost a YouTuber. Content creator, freelancer. I do design, I do sculpting, I do reverse engineering, I teach CAD. I basically do everything. Pretty much.
That's fair. That's fair. Jan?
Hey, my name is Jan, as you said. I'm running the YouTube channel Jantech and Jantech Engineering. I've been 3D printing since I turned 13 years, so it's like 8 years. So I started like 8 years ago. And yeah, so my full-time job is still going to university and trying to get a degree, but my hobby is 3D printing and I do it on YouTube and stuff.
And I forgot to thank all the painters before they left. So thank you to the awesome painters that once again remind me that I have no skill.
That's all right.
And yes, Petty Ruxpin, 25 years of 3D printing. For those that don't know, Rich is one of the OGs in this industry and is ultimately responsible for a lot of what we have here today. So just want to be clear, this man is a big part of what we all are enjoying today. He's humble, but he's a big part of it. And then there's Shane, but you know, it's Shane. It's fine.
So for those that don't know, one of the major impacts Richard has had was the refills that we use so much today. Spool refills. That's probably one of the biggest things that has had the most impact. I think nowadays it's pretty much standard for everyone to have refill spools. Back in the day, Richard designed the original 3D printable spool where the refills would go in.
Watching the master spools, like I would say probably what 2013, 2014 is when like the first wave of the master spool started, and it didn't work. Right? People ultimately said, please no, this doesn't work. And I think it's mainly because people hadn't figured out how to use it yet. Jan's lights went out too.
It's a European thing.
Yeah.
Yep, got to be a European thing. Yeah, and then now, I think now that 3D printing's become more of a commodity, or like certainly something that can end up in more homes, we see so much more of companies offering refills, and they don't suck anymore. How many of you remember the refills of yesteryear where they would be a little too thin when you'd put the spool on, and then the windings would get caught underneath everything and it would get tight? Yeah.
I think the first, I'm trying to remember the name. There was a German filament manufacturer who started doing the refills first, if I recall correctly, because I had done a video on the master spool. Basically, I wanted to use up all these little bits of filament I had, and I 3D printed the spool, the master spool. but I'm trying to remember the name of the German filament manufacturer or the seller that was the first, I believe, to do the refills. But I can't recall that.
Filamentum's what comes to mind, but I don't think it was them.
No, no, no. I don't
I think
Filamentum do them nowadays either.
I think a company called Das Filament. They did
That's
it
it.
Das
pretty
Filament.
early.
Oh, was it
Yep.
DOS? Okay.
That's
Yeah,
the
it
one.
was.
That's
I think they
Filament.
did a lot of white label print spools for people, so you could just go to them and get a spool made up. And they were one of the first that reached out and said they wanted to get involved and do it. So yeah, they were the first. Yeah, and they were really good quality as well.
The young mind, the memory just
Yeah.
is still there.
I was really struggling there as well, trying to remember.
It's so hard to get DOS filament in the States if you don't want to pay, ridiculous prices. I only have a couple of rolls of their material, and more of it recently now that we have fans in Germany that randomly send me spools of filament. They do some good quality stuff.
Yeah.
So how do you guys feel about the new, I always say master spool standards, but refillable spool standard is probably more appropriate. How do you feel about that?
So personally, for me, I absolutely love the fact that you can get filament cheaper. I think I mean, at the end of the day, that's the thing. It's really weird because once in a while, when I'm really busy and I have to swap spools on my printers, it feels like a hassle to stay, like taking it out of the package, putting it on, taking out the tabs. But, then I remember how much money I saved buying, like 20, 30 kilos of filament in just refills.
Right.
So yeah, I'm still all for it. Absolutely.
But for me, it was always about the waste spools, not to have so many plastic waste
Yeah.
spools at the end. So that was really the driving factor behind it. And early on in those early days, there was a lot of people trying to try to do different master spools and different configurations. People didn't want to take the open standard, and there was a lot of sort of competing standards, which I didn't really mind as long as it made a difference eventually. And then we saw the rise of cardboard spools, and I think cardboard spools are just as good, to be honest. I have no problems with people using cardboard spools. That's the only thing we use here in the 3D print farm. We do use some master spool refill cores, but yeah, I might spin the camera around some point a bit later on. I won't shock you now, but I've got a big pile of spools over there. I haven't tied it up. And you'll see the sort of a ridiculous amount of plastic waste that we would have had if we would have carried on using, the traditional plastic spools. So yeah, I think that's the best thing about it, really.
It's really weird because come to think of it, it's been a while since I threw a spool away.
Yeah, exactly. It's good, isn't it? Yeah.
It just occurred to me now that it's been
Yeah.
quite a while since I threw a spool away.
Yeah, every now and again, I'll go through some of my really old stock at home and find an old plastic spool and decide to use it up. It's usually, it needs a bit drying out or whatever. But yeah, every now and again. But I've got less and less of those old plastic spools lying around. And I ever since the day I published the master spool standard, I've never bought a plastic spool. So if people brought out new fancy filaments and it didn't come on a cardboard spool or a master spool, I didn't buy it. So I missed out on a whole load of really cool stuff until people finally caught on that they had to bring it out on cardboard. Otherwise, I wasn't going to buy it. I wasn't even going to use it. So yeah.
We still have a bunch of empty plastic spools here. What we end up doing is we hold on to them every year, and then toward the holidays, so right around now, I'll list them for free on Facebook Marketplace for people to put their holiday lights on or Christmas lights or whatever. And extension cords, Christmas lights, all these different things where we can give them a new life. We've tried regrinding them, definitely not with a modified electric wood chipper, and definitely not with a modified paper shredder that is disgustingly scary. But it's because the freaking spools are never a consistent plastic, that regrinding it, you end up with all this contamination because some of it is ABS, some of it is PC ABS. It never worked. And master spools were always something that we pushed for. But yeah, the advent of cardboard is nice. I just wish they could make a biodegradable glue so I don't have to feel bad about chucking the spools when we're done with them.
Yeah.
I'm hoping more companies start to adopt it, but it is nice to see some of the larger ones are adopting it.
Mm.
But it was funny where it went away for what, 7-8 years. Like there was this weird trial of master spools, and then it all completely fell off. We saw
Exactly.
the
And then all of
advent
a
of
sudden,
really cheap filament come through, and then all of a sudden the idea of a master spool came back. But that begs
it
the
just wasn't
question.
the time. It just
It
wasn't the
wasn't.
time.
No, it was
Yeah.
it was a bit ahead of its time. But who makes the best refills? Like who makes the best refill spool system to reuse it? Who do you think makes the best one out there?
Mm.
And Kasha, I swear to God, if you say your employer.
See, that's the thing. No, I think I think I'm gonna plead the fifth on this one.
Yeah, is that what you're gonna do? Okay.
I always look. I always try to be unbiased. I run my own company. I run a 3D print farm. I do bespoke stuff, and I go through probably 20 or 30 kilos of ABS a month. You know, and that there is one company that I purchase them from because you get really good bulk discounts. And it's bamboo. I have a supplier
Oh, I'm
here in
telling you.
Malta. And the thing is, it just
Their
ultimately it's
refills
a
are nice.
business. It's a business for me, like if I can get in bulk, I get them for 10 euros a spool for a kilo of ABS.
Dang.
So it makes sense for me, business wise. Ultimately, business is business. And like I find their spools easy. It's as simple as that. So that would be one of the good universal kind of things to have.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now
Yeah,
add
their
just
system's
to
nice.
caveat to that. Now put the open print tag to that, and we have a nice thing going on.
Jan, what are your thoughts?
Actually, I remember using like refills a couple of years ago, but ever since I never finished a spool because I print so little, because I do all these experiments and I'm not running a printing farm and I'm not into production or anything. So I always keep a little rest on my spools and try out different manufacturers and different types of materials. So for me, it's not that of a big thing, but I'm really curious about the open print tag and the new Prusa design for the refills. So
I do wish that the open print tag would enable you to count revolutions, because that would make determining how much is left on the spool easier than having to weigh it. That is a feature that I wish it had, but it's an open standard, so you can modify the tag to allow it to do the rotational system. But yes, it is nice to see a open system, and I'm hoping that more manufacturers will adopt it. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of faith that the big one is going to. I don't see that Bamboo is going to adopt it. They're too ingrained in their own ecosystem, but if they do, that would be huge for the industry and huge for the makers.
I think so. From Bamboo's standpoint, the business wise choice to make is them not integrating it,
correct,
but them allowing it to be integrated or accepted at least.
Like if their machines could read it, you mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So have your own thing, that's fine. But then also let the community be able to use what's out there as well.
Yeah.
That's usually the best way how everything evolves. I think a few years after the master spool standard, I stopped bugging all the manufacturers because I got the same problems backwards and forwards, and I just left the community to drive it, and that worked so much better than hassling all the manufacturers constantly every few months. So yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. Just get on with it, and people will naturally find the best way forward, and that will just become the new open standard.
I've always joked that cardboard spools with wildflowers in it, like wildflower seeds, so you could just throw the spool outside when you're done, would be awesome. but it was brought to my attention very quickly that wildflowers are not the same everywhere, and that can be a huge issue. And then it's like, well, now you would have to have inventory for each area of the world, and nobody's gonna bother doing that. But yeah, it's I don't mind the core. Like, this is just the stack from this week. We go through about 60 to 80 kilos a month right now of PETG. And we buy from 4 different suppliers. And it's like we have our main supplier, and then there's all the backups, in case supplier A is not available. We have our failover system. But certainly, at least seeing more where people can unlock the spools would be awesome from any manufacturer. Would be super, super awesome. Richard, what is your favorite master spool out there right now? Like a company that's making them.
Well, actually, the one we used very recently, it was done by Greg the Maker. He did a Kickstarter for his new metal master spool, and he contacted me sort of earlier on this year to ask about what I would think about it. And we got a few, put them on the things, did loads of trials with it. It was very, very good. Unfortunately, because it was metal, all metal design, beautifully made, it was a little bit expensive. So I don't think his Kickstarter quite got over the edge, but he is carrying on. Yeah, he is carrying on sort of doing it. So that's been my absolute favorite one of the last few years. In fact, all the others are fairly good. I mean, we use quite a few different ones here. I'm just sort of staring at a few over in the corner. But yeah, Greg the Maker's one I wished would be, if he could just get past that sort of problem of getting enough orders to get the production price down, then he would be able to sort of get it into the market. But that is a beautiful, beautiful design, and it's very, very compatible with all different types of filament coils. We tried umpteen of them, and they work really well. They work great with all of the printers we've got. They even work well in the bamboo and things. So yeah, it's a nice thing to have, and I think that's been the one I've enjoyed the most using, certainly. But I must say, staring in front of my big pile of empty spools over there, they are all cardboard spools. So the majority, we get through about 150 to 200 a month. It's just so much more straightforward to use the cardboard ones. I feel a lot less bad about that. But yeah, it is a good. It is a good standard for production and for print farms and things. It's a little bit less hassle just being able to get them straight out and use them. So I don't feel too bad about that. They are at least being all recycled. And we have a company close that actually takes them away and uses them. So that's why I've got a big pile at the moment, because they're going to come and collect them next week.
That's nice.
So,
That's awesome.
It is nice. So they get reused, which is good.
Now, the metal spool would be nice to have like the kind of like open source the design so you can do it at home on a CNC, like one of these small CNC mills would be awesome.
Yeah.
Most of them are made out of steel, so your home mill can't do that.
We'll do aluminium, not aluminum, aluminium.
Aluminium. I know.
Okay.
Look, my favorite thing in a video is to say it both ways, just to upset everybody.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
It's like I'll say aluminum and then aluminium, just to equal opportunity offender over here. Okay?
I've learned though that it's better to say it the one time and emphasize it the way you say it, so people are they have to have their voices heard in the comments.
Yeah, you say aluminum first, so like everybody but the Americans are already rage typing a comment. But then like within 20 seconds you say aluminium, and then they have to delete the whole comment. You know?
So you go like aluminum. I'm sorry, I meant aluminium. And you just keep
real quick, I have to turn on the light since this is I guess I've committed to doing an RGB light rave. We got donations in from Damn It It's Karen for $25, Andrew Rogers for a 50, and Little Tup Designs for 100, bringing the total raise right now to $1,660 US of the current 5,000 goal. Thank you all so much. It's awesome to help raise money for a great charity. So thank you all. I was going to say my favorite metal spool right now is the polar filament ones. And Chris Catlett says he thinks they're open source. And if they're not, I could reach out to Mitch and see if we can get them open sourced. They were like $40 a piece, empty, right? So they were pretty expensive, but I think wasn't it initially done as a joke? I think it was initially done as a joke, and then it caught on because people are like, well, okay, we have 77 machines here total, but they're not all FDM. Call it maybe 50 FDM machines. At most, I need 40 metal spools, and then I can buy refills from anybody, right? And as long as you don't drop them on your feet or something, you're generally fine. And you can't use them with rollers. Meh.
See, the thing is, I find that I need. So, as I was mentioning before, I find it sometimes like too time consuming if I'm in a rush to say, like taking out the spool. So, what I tend to do is I prepare 5 or 6 spools next to the Excel. Because the run out feature kind of thing, it's seriously good, the spool join feature. So if I know that my print is not going to manage with what's left, I'll just pre-fill another spool, another tool head, and then have it spool join. I love that feature.
Honestly, it's like why do I want an MMU3? I want an MMU3 mainly for spool joining. That's really it.
I love. Have you ever realized how complex and in depth you can go to with the tool changing or multi-material changing menu on the MMU3 and the XL? Like I used to think.
Wait, you can put an
initially I used to
MMU3
think-
on an XL?
No, or the MMU3 or the XL,
Oh,
which is
okay.
the filament
I'm like,
loading.
wait a minute, hold on. How much fun can I have
could
here?
you? Could you? So basically, I used to be one of those people where I used to, paint something on Prusa Slicer with certain colors and certain tools, and then throw it in the printer. And then I used to think, damn, I have to change the color to this number and stuff like that. You can change all of that, and I only realized this about maybe a year ago.
Oh,
and then the spool join, and then continue with this, and then spool join to that as well, but then swap this first, and insane. I love it.
My
Guys, one
XL
second.
currently. What?
Sorry.
Shane.
Hi, sorry. I'm just gonna bring Ryan in. He was waiting when everything went to hell on my end. So I'm just bringing Ryan in now because he's been patiently waiting. And it's all
Killdozer
my
in the
fault.
background.
Yeah. So I
Marvin
apologize.
Hayemeyers.
I don't want to bring I just didn't want him waiting around for something that happened on my end and everything else. So I apologize. But continue. And Ryan, do you want to give a brief intro as far as the things you do? If we can't tell already.
I build foolish things like Killdozer, Death Racers.
Foolish, sir. That is a
No.
tribute to the man, the myth, the legend of Marvin Haymeyer. Okay. Gosh. No, you put a core 1 on tracks because reasons. Oh, it's right there.
Oh, you're the culprit.
Yes, it's the culprit. That thing's got some torque behind it. Pooch ran it into me at 3D Printopia. It's a torquey little monster.
So I have an idea for you then. You get the Oak Edition, and you do a Bentley style cart at the bottom.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
With like some zebra wood or something real
Yeah,
fancy.
exactly. And you can have like a little place where you can put in the umbrella, like the doors.
Oh, yeah.
The Rolls Royce, sorry, not the Bentley.
You got to have the unalive doors because you can't say the real word on YouTube.
Exactly,
the ones that open up in reverse. Yeah.
Unalive doors.
Well, and then you have to also then make the door on the printers open up like that too.
Yeah, exactly.
For no valid reason other than classy. If for some reason you would like the actual CAD files for the Spirit of Ecstasy from a Rolls Royce, let me know. We reverse engineered it years ago for a client that wanted to put their face as the Spirit of Ecstasy, because what is more pretentious than driving a Rolls Royce around town? It is driving a Rolls Royce with the Spirit of Ecstasy replaced by a 24 karat gold bust of yourself.
It's funny you should say that. So Recently, I was commissioned to sculpt a chalice that's going to be forged in silver and gold and all that, and it has three angels. I can actually have it here conveniently. So this is parts of it. Like this is the lower half. There's the cup up here, and what I want to do is I want to turn this into my morning coffee cup because why not? But I
I
also
mean,
want to change the faces of the angels to be me. So I get that. I get the spirit of ecstasy face cannon. I get that.
it was done for a celebrity. That's all that I can say about the project. Yeah, it was one of those. Yeah, sure, whatever, we'll do it.
To be fair, we're all celebrities here, so on a
It was
much
someone that
smaller
sneezes and makes
scale.
more money than I've ever made in my life, you know. Bob Karn says that coffee cup may need to be a Patreon reward. I agree.
Yeah.
And we do have Mr. Ian Slay 3D for the $20. Thank you for donating. Greatly appreciated. Redeem the reward, the $20 brunch. Proper.
Nice.
Proper. Yeah, you know what? If people want to talk about the weirdest thing they've been commissioned to make, that might be a fun one. Is that no? No?
Nah.
Kasi says no. Okay, the
No.
weirdest appropriate thing. Which is a
At the
different list. We
statue of-
all know that's a
Okay.
different list.
I mean, there are like recent, funnily enough. So we spoke previously. If someone else wants to talk, because I feel like I'm talking quite a lot, and I tend to do that. I'm on my meds, so I'm like really like laser focused right now. So recently, like before, we were talking about things that weren't ready at the time, like Master's Pool. It just wasn't its time yet. About 2 years ago, I was commissioned to do a grandizer gold rig. I don't know if anyone knows. I'm sure many people watching know. It's like this huge Japanese cartoon robot. And someone's going to correct me that that's not cartoon. That's anime. There you go. That was Shane. So I started it about 2 years ago, and I stopped purely because it was so much work. About 2 weeks ago, I started it again, and I realized how much more simple it is nowadays to work with ABS, sanding. It's much smoother. I'm kind of using a combination of acetone vapor smoothing, but just to blend the layers a little bit, and then just finish off with light sanding, and it just looks, I'm so happy. And all of a sudden, there's this renewed energy to do things. Like now I have this chalice, which I'm having a really, really hard time printing with castable resin. Oh. But yeah, that's as far as I'm going to go about the non-weird commissions that I'm getting.
That's fair. That's fair. And Richard, you might be able to comment on this. ABS back in the day is not even close to ABS nowadays. Do you think that we've gotten better with our material sciences and better with the materials, or do you think we've kind of moved away from what is the pure material that we all struggled with back? Look, I remember the raft days with ABS before heated beds. I've been in this since 2008, so not as long as you, but I've ridden the struggle bus for many years.
Sure, yeah, I've still got a roll of bright green MakerBot ABS upstairs, which I still don't want to finish. It's horrible stuff. So yeah, it's back in the day, yeah, ABS was a real nightmare. It wasn't nice at all. Yeah, that's the stuff.
Here's a throwback.
Yeah.
Look at the brand.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh my God. Yeah, I remember that.
And I will point out, it is still sealed.
It's still sealed. Yeah.
This
Okay,
is
well,
lime free ABS from Up.
Yeah.
This is real ABS.
Yeah,
This stuff
that is.
sucks. It
Yeah.
sucks to print with.
Yeah, there was some pretty bad experiences with ABS, and I went off it quite quickly early on.
Well, yeah, these are 750s. This is when the entire thing weighed a kilo.
Oh,
Yeah.
So the spool was 250. Yeah. Part of me liked these days because we knew what we were getting. We knew that it was pure ABS.
Yeah.
And it's one of the issues that I have with certain brands and manufacturers of filament. It's like, as a business, for what we do for our customers, I have to be able to certify everything that we do and say, this is what you ordered, this is PETG, this is ABS, this is ASA. If there's any filler in that, now I can't certify it anymore. So part of me is like, this is back in the good old days when coffee was only served black. You could have any material you wanted as long as it gave you cancer.
Yeah.
But then I also realize I've had this seal. I have how many more? I have 3 more rolls of this.
Wow,
And I've
yeah.
had it for years. I will probably never open. This is from Inventables.
Oh my
ABS
God.
for up 3D printers. Like,
wow.
Yeah. Does the website still work? pp3dp.com. Let's see.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Does the website still work? Nope.
No. No, there was a lot of Doom materials back in those days, but yeah, I think we've come along a long way. I was recommending some the other day to a chap who wanted to print small, tiny miniatures using very small nozzles, and you do get obviously a better melt flow characteristic with ABS. So it's a good starting point if you're exploring and experimenting with high detail small nozzles. But I guess I still don't use much of it. I really don't. I only use little bits for some engineering projects and things. We do have a few machines that can do high temperature materials, but I still stay away from ABS. Just still not so keen on using it, to be honest. But yeah, it's interesting to hear more people are starting to use it now. But yeah, I still do prefer other materials.
Have you had
personally,
sorry. Have you had the joy of printing FRABS indoors before? You think ABS is bad? Add some fire retardant to it, and
oh yeah.
I've been banned from printing it inside the shop. Sorry, go ahead, noob.
I don't typically prefer to print in ABS. I rarely ever, but so one of my clients, I design like number plate holders for the motorcycles he sells at his showroom. It's a number plate holder. It's on a motorcycle. It gets up to 45 degrees Celsius in Malta.
Easy.
It needs it. I'm not going to do that in PETG.
No.
So I'll show you the back because there's the logo on the front. So this is basically it.
Clean.
Very very like even I have a Mark 4S with an enclosure. And the grandizer is just because there's like sanding involved and stuff like that. It just makes it much easier. I'm also the kind of person that when I'm doing something by commission, I'm always scared that the customer will put this thing somewhere where it's just going to get ruined by heat or sunlight.
Yep.
Like I know not to put PLA or even PETG in Malta. You don't put it in sunlight. You just don't. But people don't know that. So I have to assume the worst. So stuff like this, it has to be done in ABS.
What's the temperature over in Malta these days?
Yesterday it was 28.5 degrees Celsius. Ridiculously hot.
We've got a bit of a cold front here in Florida right now. It's currently only 22 outside, and it's 13:33 in the afternoon. But yeah, normally our temperature and humidity is pretty similar. And hilariously, as long as you don't like enclose it, PLA outdoors is totally fine. You'll deal more with like for license plates, stuff hitting it and shattering the PLA or the PETG. So ABS and ASA are better for that.
Yeah. It's definitely much stronger. The thing is, ultimately, what the worst that could possibly happen, it might bend a little bit. But seeing as there are exhausts and you have modifications of people who do with exhausts and stuff like that, I'm very conscious and I get very worried about people telling me like this is a crap object that you've done for me, and I hate that. Like I already suffer from imposter syndrome. Doing that and having that happen to me, oh my God, I'll freak out. So I try to hope for the best and expect the worst out of everything.
What's your opinion on like PC blend versus ABS or ASA?
If I could get it the same price, I'd do PC blend.
Yeah.
For sure. Like the PCCF from Prusa. Oh, the
I haven't
finish
printed
on
that
that
yet.
stuff is it's amazing.
Really
But
nice.
yeah, I wouldn't be able to charge the same prices for these plates that I could.
Yeah.
I mean, I could potentially. So the owner of this company also imports Ducatis in Malta. And I did some schnazzy ones, like with the Italian flag in the corner, and I could potentially do a couple for him, like limited edition ones with, PCCF for Ducatis, just because why not?
Well, for Ducati,
You know
you
what?
got to
I
bring
could,
out the carbon. It's
to
Ducati.
be
It
fair,
needs it.
I'm gonna slip it in there. I have a Ducati, so I could just make it for myself.
Yeah. Ryan, the Death Racers, the core bots, what are they primarily made out of?
Mostly PLA, actually.
Really?
Yeah, we've done a lot of stuff with PETG before,
Mm-hmm.
and just in some of the colder temperatures, like when we went to Rocky Mountain, it didn't hold up as well for
Yeah,
some reason.
PETG tends to shatter.
It sure did. Yeah, but no, we ended up doing a lot of PLA because it seems whenever we go to one of these events, we bring 3 new ones just for fun, I guess. I don't know. We come up with a theme. End up working with Protopasta quite a bit on theme builds. So we'll be like, Printopia, it was comic books, Batman. So we did 3 Batman themed racers. And PLA seems to hold up pretty well. And also, if it doesn't, we're not too worried because it's got to survive like what, 6 races and then on to the next one. But
Well, and if it does break a little bit, that just adds to the fun, really, right?
oh, for sure. Yeah, they're kind of like little trophies now. I mean, you get a little bit beat up, and it just kind of tells a story a little bit. I mean, this used to have a whole grill in the front, but whatever.
That is awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty awesome.
That is really awesome.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if you could just 3D print like sleeves that you can put on your car to make it look like that. That would be awesome.
I think they're called vinyl wraps.
No. They have to be 3D printable wraps. Although now
look, you are welcome to do it, but I'm not certain how your insurance will take it if you get into a wreck, saying, yes, the other driver was impaled by plastic, and there's now an environmental level disaster from the microplastics that you've just, jettisoned into the environment.
This is Malta. It's fine.
See, but then Jan's over here like, I wonder what materials I could put together to make it so it could be impact resistant enough to be on a car bumper.
Oh, you can modify it so if it breaks, it just it's like tempered glass. It just becomes part of the tarmac of the asphalt on the road. So like it wasn't me. It was there.
All right, now you're convincing me to like do a TPU wheel and see what happens when you do a burnout in it. Like, has anyone ever done it? I don't know, but I live in Florida, which means I live near quite a few racetracks with people that are known to do stupid stuff. Like
the TPU expands and then it doesn't work well on the wheel anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, if we multi-material printed it, right, on an XL, so it was bonded in there basically, maybe coated it with Gloop or something to really like lock it in, or just pure methylene chloride.
And now I'm thinking my 125cc scooter, like do a TPU wheels on those.
So we recently were in Shanghai with FiberSeek. They're doing a continuous fiber 3D printer. It's going to be a Kickstarter thing soon. And they agreed I have this in writing. They agreed to let me 3D print lawnmower blades.
Whoa.
Because, all right, from a content perspective, think about it. So I live on a couple of acres, so I have a riding lawnmower because it would take you about 12 hours to push mow it. I've learned this the hard way.
Oh no.
Yeah. Me and my lawnmower have a bit of a difficult history, but nonetheless, it's a two-bladed lawnmower. There are two ways this goes. It either works or it has a case of the come aparts at Mock Jesus. And either answer
Could be
is
fun.
amazing for content. Where you bury a GoPro, so it's in the ground a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
You have to attach it to something so it doesn't get sucked up into the blades. I mean, if that happened too, I mean, that's just good content. But then you run the lawnmower over it, and it either works or it boom. And I'm sitting on a bunch of steel, right? So I'm protected. I can put some AR 500 over it because Florida man. But I mean,
You can
think
put a
about how
Jurassic
dumb
Park
that is.
vinyl on it, 3D printed vinyl, the cover.
Nah.
There you go.
It's like, all right, some companies are okay with some of the dumb stuff that I'd like to do. So I'm here for it. Jan, what
Start
are your
small with a weed
thoughts?
whacker blade.
Huh?
You could start small with a weed whacker blade, see how well that holds up. Or
That's
just
just
go
gonna
full.
that's gonna give me PTSD from the old days of 3D printing when we actually used weed whacker filament. Okay. Back in my day, that's what we used, and it was contaminated nylon, and damn it, we were happy. Richard's having flashbacks.
Literally.
Yeah, dude, God, I remember making my first 3D printer in college out of wood, and the first thing you do is you take the wooden parts and you 3D print them. But because filament was so bloody expensive, we would buy weed whacker line and use that.
Yeah.
But it's Florida. So the nylon would be so wet that you'd have to bake it. Well, we didn't have proper drying systems, so we would use toaster ovens that we would get from Goodwill or the thrift store, and their hysteresis is like 50 degrees Celsius. It's ridiculously high hysteresis. So if you were unlucky, you melted the whole spool. If you were lucky, it actually dried and you could get printed parts out of it. The fact that there were less 3D printer fire risks back then than there are now is nothing short of a miracle. The
Yeah.
things we did back in the day were sketchy as sin. But Jan, what are your thoughts? Because you play in like this weird engineering level of excuse me, of mixing materials, right? One layer of PLA and then the rest of the part in ABS means you don't deal with the ABS warp, which is still one of my favorite things you've ever figured out. Because I'm like, oh my God, he solved the major problem that we have with ABS. How do you feel about these blends that are starting to come out, and does that really impact the performance? Are you seeing anything like that?
I think blends do improve performance. I mean, you often have like special additives, even carbon fibers help reduce warping and stuff. So I think that's interesting. But of course, the ability to recycle the filaments or the prints later on decreases. So it can be difficult. If you have too many different blends, don't know how to recycle them, don't know how to sort them later. So that's kind of a problem. But I think it's really interesting. And recently tried out the PHA from Polar Filaments.
Yes.
I don't know if you've worked with it, you might have noticed that bed adhesion is kind of an issue because it's like inverse warping, because it warps when you print it too hot. So you have to keep the bed cold. And now I'm trying out if I can figure out a way to combine it with some PLA or some other filament to make it stick to regular print sheets like some PI or textured sheets, because that doesn't work with the PHA itself. So we'll see.
Joe, have you played with PHA at all or no?
No. I mean, the thing is, so I got some filaments from Pear Poly. There's some really fancy stuff in there.
Like the
I just have to
PBAs and
figure-
all that?
Yeah, I just have to figure out what I want to use them for. Something tells me I'm going to do a lot of accessories for my motorcycle. Like maybe like this really advanced cup holder or something like that.
No. So hand grips that fit your hands perfectly out of the PIBA, which is a much softer material, but you can vary your infill density to make it so if you're doing like a death grip on it for some reason, it's not as uncomfortable. So, just, put it out there. That could be some
Okay.
fun ways to write off the motorcycle as a business expense. What? Yeah,
I mean, so funnily enough, so I actually opened another channel. It's called From Zero to Somewhere, where I vlog, motorcycle vlogs. And I have to have a motorcycle for that.
Well, I mean, that just seems like that's a requirement now, isn't it?
Accountant said I need one video.
Yeah, and
But I
you don't
it's
want to be
fun.
riding a 5-year-old motorcycle. That just
exactly.
wouldn't make any sense.
It's funny because I got my Ducati, and about a month later, I went on a 5,000-kilometer trip around Europe. And I vlogged it all. I just have to edit it. I went to watch Formula One. Yeah, it was absolutely awesome. I went alone. Beautiful thing.
And for those of you that are looking at PHA, like, this is an interesting material. If you live in a warm climate, like Florida or Malta, be careful with PHA. Your ambient temperature is very close to where it starts to get uh, 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 warping. So you have to be very, very careful about how warm you keep your bed if you turn it on at all, and make sure your chamber temperatures are kept in place. But I think PHA is probably the future of what we will do once we can really dial it in and get it running perfectly. I think we're going to kind of remove PLA from our like printing index, if you will, and look at just running PHA. I mean, it's a little more expensive, but it's properly certified biodegradable. Not what PLA has always been called.
Not lab
Oh yeah, it's
biodegradable.
corn-based biodegradable. No, it's not. No.
So
PHA is actually biodegradable.
I'm the noob. I learn things. So when I hear PHA, okay, it's a new material, but what is the difference? Like, what are the pros and cons of PHA versus PLA?
Buddy, I am not the right person to ask that question to. Mitch from Polar Filament is absolutely the right one to ask. The big pro, it is actually certifiable, marine, biodegradable, like everything. You can bury it in your backyard, and in an indiscriminate amount of time, could be 6 months, could be a couple of years, depending on how much bacteria is in the soil, and it will leave theoretically no traces. Now, we are testing this. So that's something that we're testing. But to me, that makes me feel a lot better of like print failures. Throw them in the trash. Who cares?
Yeah,
They won't
exactly.
be here. And especially when you you look at like landfills,
Yeah.
those are ideal circumstances for biodegradation, where even PLA can get some level of biodegradation. This would biodegrade in like weeks' time versus months or years. Its downside, like Jan was saying, it really hates heated beds. Like, properly hates heated beds. But it's cool stuff. It is expensive, though.
And the temperature resistance is actually quite similar to ABS temperature resistance. So I found it to be resistant up to 100 degrees C. So that's pretty good because you don't have it with regular PLA. So it's not just a PLA alternative that's biodegradable, but it's actually like maybe an ABS alternative that's non-toxic. So you can
So what you're
replace it.
saying is I need some liquid nitrogen to keep the bed cold.
Seems
Or
like
you
a
print
totally
outside or
reasonable
something.
answer.
Oh no, not outside when you're in Malta.
I really, you can just work with Nile Red and his cryogenic cooler system that he's got to make 100 liters of
Liquid
LN2
nitrogen.
a day.
I just watched that the other day. That was
Yeah.
good.
He's like one of the few creators that I could be like, did I just spend 55 minutes watching this video?
Yeah.
Yes. Great. I have no problems with this.
Did he really just spend 25 grand getting all of that setup done? It's crazy.
Jan, you like printing upside down, so why not 3D print in a freezer now?
Oh.
Maybe I should try it.
There you go. I have a big freezer. We can both fit in and record at the same time.
I mean,
I
right
don't want to
now
know
in
why you have a
Germany, I can
freezer
just
that
go
big. I'm
outside.
not going to ask a lot of questions on this one.
So I might need to explore PHA again because PHA has obviously gone around and around a few times. I remember having some samples of it very, very long time ago. This was before ColorFab. So I think ColorFab were one of the first to actually use it. Long time
Well,
ago.
they did a PLA PHA blend.
That's right.
Yes,
That's how
that's
they
the one I-
eventually ended up. But before then, people always used to send me samples of crazy filaments. So I used to end up trying out all sorts of bonkers things. And someone sent me some PLA and so PHA. And the first time I printed it, I quickly emailed them back and said, "Is it supposed to smell this bad?" Now I'm really interested to know whether or not it still smells this bad, but it smells like cow poo. It's really, really awful.
It doesn't.
You know? That was
No.
my experience back in the day. So that must have been crikey, 2015. So I don't know, something like that. 2014, 13. So it was a really, really early samples of that early PHA. So yeah.
This is pure PHA. So this isn't a PLA PHA blend. I've had some PLA PHA blends over the years. So Ecogenesis Biopolymers, they're the company that's behind it. And Polar Filament does all the spooling of it. But like one of the things that they showed as a use case, and I'm like, oh, that's brilliant. Brilliant. Shotgun wads.
Okay.
People do a lot of, whether it's sporting clays or they go hunting, there's a piece of plastic that helps push the BBs out for a shotgun. That ends up just out there in the middle of nowhere. If it was biodegradable, that's one less problem. You have to do. I'm like, oh, that's brilliant. Like that's one of those levels of like, huh, interesting.
I mean,
That
to
is a
that
really good
extent,
idea.
I'd do the shell as well of shotguns.
I would too, but this is a step in the right direction,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
It's a step in
sure.
the right direction. But there's
My
so
sister
many
actually
things you
shoots
could do.
competitively.
Hmm?
My sister actually shoots competitively,
Mm.
and she goes through so many rounds of shotgun shells, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, agreed.
So,
I had my time, and it's hundreds a week, and it was just a couple of practice sessions. Yeah.
Yeah, so imagine if all those you can pick up the shells off the ground. That's no big deal.
But
The
those
wads
little-
are 100 yards downrange. You're not, or sorry, 100 meters downrange. You're not going to pick those up, right? Those it's the cost of doing business. They're out there. They're gone forever. If they were somehow biodegradable, hold on here. That's pretty darn cool. Traditionally, they're made out of nylon. My understanding is they're normally made of nylon.
I have an idea for a filament, and I'm going to say this here, like this is my idea. I'm talking about it now.
You're making a public disclosure. There's no such thing as this anymore.
So, cigarette butts take hundreds of years to biodegrade, right? Was it hundreds of years or 25 years, something like that? What if you make a filament that can accelerate that process, and then you 3D print small ashtrays for the beach, where people can throw their cigarette butts in there, close it, and it then just helps it biodegrade faster.
I feel like changing the cigarettes is easier.
It's not gonna
or
happen.
just not producing cigarettes anymore and telling
It's not
people
gonna
just go
happen.
to vaping. You don't smell like a goat's ass anymore.
But so for example, I say this because in Malta it's a huge thing, like cigarette butts on beaches. Like we're surrounded by beaches here, so having something
Well,
that
yes, you're
would
an island.
help accelerate the process, I think that would be awesome. But I have no idea what I'm talking about. It's just an idea.
There's someone out there who's a chemical engineer like, huh, maybe we could do something with that.
Yeah, exactly.
Carson has a question for the panel. How does everyone test new materials?
Ooh.
Aren't really fast into other materials that are already printed over and over again.
So filaments or resins? Filaments, it's been a while since I've tested a new material because usually I think we're at the stage nowadays where it's not like it was, 10 years ago, where you have to dial in the filament with the printer. 9 times out of 10, you get a generic profile on a slicer, it works. When it comes to resin, it's a whole different story. I can tell you that I've been 3D printing Paleopoly cast resin for the past week on the SL1S, and I still haven't dialed in the settings for the right exposure with the right support tip and the speed and everything. So yeah, that's taking much more time. I remember why I like FDM so much.
I tend to
Richard,
always, I tend to always use known reference models or known parts that I use for different purposes and try out new materials and see how they compare. So I quite like the physical nature of how the materials turn out. I mean, yeah, there's obviously a challenge to get them printed in the first place, but once you're happy with how something prints, don't tend to go to too much. I'm not at CNC kitchen level of crazy experiments and all that sort of thing. I just do tend to like seeing how they feel, how they flex, what the impact resistance is like. Quite happy to go out in the car park and throw them on the floor just to see what happens.
Exactly.
Freeze them, heat
smack
them,
it
all
with a
that sort
hammer.
of
Does
stuff.
it break?
Yeah. I do that. I do that all the time, and I try out because we do quite a lot of functional prints, and they have to be quite strong in certain areas and things. Over the years, learned all sorts of tricks and tips for obviously making things stronger in certain areas and stuff. So yeah, I'm quite happy to sort of freeze something, see how it breaks. That's why we've ended up with the materials we've ended up with in the print farm, because they were the best at sort of impact resistances and just overall creepage and stuff like that. So it's really interesting. And I think, I mean, just getting back to that PHA thing, I'm going to have to go and find out more about this, because I got really excited about it years ago, and then I've just completely forgotten about it until this conversation today. So it's been really interesting to sort of see that it's coming back into things, because I did think as well it was the future a long time ago, and talk to Colorfab about it a lot of times, but yeah, never sort of thought that we would actually get to this point. So it's really interesting to see that. But yeah.
I think the one thing that I do test, so for example, in cases of ABS, it was the speed. Because I do believe, I'm not an engineer, but common sense tells me that the faster the printer goes, the less strength there's going to be in adhesion, stuff like that in the perimeters. So I do tend to find a slower speed that works for me. And as you were saying, for me to test these, I just literally try to snap them in half. And as soon as I feel like, okay, no one's just going to try to snap it like that. And which is funny, because when I went to the owner of this company and I told him, try to break it, like, I want to show you how strong this is, he just grabbed it and just went on his knee and it broke in 3 bits. I'm like, that's not what I meant.
Somebody bet me I couldn't. FiberSeek gave me a piece of pure continuous fiber printed part, and they're like, "You can't break this." I'm like, "Are you certain you would like to give me that challenge?" And we're on a live stream, okay? And he's like, "Yeah. If you can do it, I'll give you one of these printers." And he's pointing at the $250,000 ISO print machine. I'm like, buddy, you challenged the wrong guy. So I try to break with my hands, and I can't do it. I'm like, are you certain I am allowed to use whatever means necessary to break this? He said, yes. Okay. Bam, snap it right on my knee. And it hurt. It took a lot of work. And I'm like, oh crap, now I have to come up with a response. And my only response was, I'll send you my address. And we just moved on from it. Because I'm like, it was much harder to break than I expected. I mean, the part, I can go grab it, but the part is only like 3 or 4 millimeters thick, and it's just continuous carbon fiber. But it was one of those crap moments that we had, and this was like a week and a half ago on a live
carbon
stream.
fiber slivers in my leg for the rest of my life, but hey, that printer's worth it.
I was wearing jeans, so I know way better than to do that. I did get a little bit like in my palm, and it took about a day for it to work itself out. It's no different than like fiberglass for me, right? And it's similar things you should be, knowledgeable of in terms of handling. Like, hey, don't rub it. You know, that's dumb. Don't sand it in open air. Put it in water if you're going to sand it. You know, a lot of, you know, basic precautions, but I'm glad I'm not the only one that just like anecdotally says, well, if ABS runs at these temps on all this other material, I'm going to start at this. And oh, it looks a little cold. All right, 260, gonna go to 275. Well, that's a little hot. All right, let's back it back down to 270, see where that goes. You know, and then take the part, spike it, see if it breaks. Yeah, we could go full Yontech and CNC Kitchen on it and like do proper testing, but Florida Man just goes full caveman on it and just just sees if he can break the part.
I did a lot of testing back in the day with just PLA and things, and the sort of the temperatures you see, the nozzle actually generates, and the temperature that the material sees as it's flying through the nozzle, it really is dependent on what you're pumping in there, how much energy you're pumping in there. So it
dude,
wasn't,
the color matters
yeah,
too.
yeah, exactly. It wasn't unusual to actually be able to go up to 290 degrees C with PLA as long as you print fast enough, because it still only comes out as if it was 190 if you're throwing enough material through it. So that was always the bit that whenever people used to say what speed, what temperature to use, it's more of a complicated decision nowadays because you've got faster flow, high melt hot ends and materials that can handle things that are a lot higher than when we were printing just very slow at 30 millimeters a second, and just really sort of slow print times. But yeah, it was really fascinating to see that. And you're right, it does actually make a difference to the overall strength of the material, the layer bonding and the makeup and everything else. So yeah, it is quite fascinating. But I guess that's where I've always been very comfortable with FDM. I still hate resin printing. I did a lot of resin printing, and then I will never do it again. So I don't do resin printing anymore. And yeah, I've never been that comfortable with it. And I don't think it's the future. I really don't. I don't think we're going to end up with more and more resin printers. I think they'll be still very specialized, whereas FDM and maybe many other technologies, we're seeing a lot more use of multi-jet fusion and things in industry and things. So yeah, we're going to end up going down that route. But I think I'm really, really pleased that FDM was the one that sort of worked its way through to the consumer printer market, really.
I love me some MJF. I love me some MJF. Oh, it's nothing. Powder nylon. Let's go ahead and ignore the microplastics problem with powder nylon. Gosh darn, is this stuff? Look, Ryan, I want to see an entire Death Racer printed out of MJF or SLS. I'm not picky, but powdered nylon, tracks and all, and see what kind of a beating it can take. I have a feeling it can. This
Jim
stuff
from
is
Edutech
crazy
actually
strong.
had one. He had it at Murph a couple of years ago. It was all from PCBWay, and that thing it's a tank. It's ridiculous. Actually,
and Carson and Willow are in the chat talking about the silicone printing tool head for the XL. What do you? All right, outside of the obvious NSFW one that everyone came to mind with when they saw a silicone tool head, what are you guys excited to make with a tool head that can print in freaking silicone?
Molds.
Yeah, I was going to say molds. I've done loads of silicone
literally
molds.
inverted, like you're printing the outside of a model. Like that's the first thing that I thought.
Yep.
Like the amount of candles I'm going to sell.
I'm surprised Ryan's like, all right, I'm going to do the actual contact patch of all the tank treads out of the
silicone.
idea. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually have one of my buddies came up with Jeremy from Final Layer. He made these 2-part tracks, and the contact patch is all, I don't know if I can rip one out or not. Nope, that's in tight. Those are all the white part's TPU. The orange is all PLA. And obviously you can print that TPU out of a much softer TPU if it's just that. If not, I mean the whole track flexes right off. But that silicone, that'd be incredible. I'd love to try it.
Yeah. Grip, Never a problem around here.
Seriously.
20A. Yeah, you're gonna stick to everything.
Getting everywhere.
The amount of the number of custom koozies that are going to come out as soon as people get their hands on it, like solid
okay.
koozie.
The tool head is currently on sale for €1,000. I don't think there's gonna be a lot of people like, oh, I'm gonna buy it to make koozies. I'm sure there'll be
No.
a few, and it's one of those smoke them if you got them at that point. But molds came to mind for me. The other big one for us was like looking at, instead of using TPU as a gasket material, looking at using silicone for a non-combustion related gasket thing, right? You don't
Waterproofing.
Yep. Waterproofing, things like that. Yeah, that's
Someone's definitely going to do fidget toys with it. I mean,
Jan,
even
you
silicone
saw it in
aerosol.
person, right?
Yeah.
You saw it in person recently. What things came to mind for you for a silicone tool head?
To be honest, I really wanted what I'd print from it, because I also thought about molds, because it's pretty cool because it's heat resistant and you make molds from silicone. But to be honest, I'm not exactly sure if it makes actually sense buying the upgrade, because I don't know how often you'd use it. So I think it would be very practical to have like someone do it as a service in the community, or like being able to borrow this tool head. I know it doesn't make sense, but I think that would make it more accessible, because I feel like it's expensive for what you can do with it.
I think it's it's obviously a very niche market. I mean, at the end of the day, the Excel is a very niche machine, even though it feels like it isn't, because to most of us, it's just another 3D printer. But it is a tool changer, and this is what the tool changing capability was all
No,
about.
now it's finally a tool changer is what you should be saying.
So about 4 years ago, I worked on a project here in Malta where I got the the E3D tool changer, and we transformed it into a production machine that does 3D printed lamps, like one machine that does it all. So you have the base BLA, and then you have the conductive filament, then you have a pick and place tool to place the LEDs. And then the other tool was a roller belt for the LEDs to constantly move. So it always picks it up from the same place. And as soon as it's done, you have like a 3D printed lamp where you all just had to do was just put the thing on. And that's what the tool changer was meant to be. But it just feels like it never went that far. And I think the silicone tool head is the same thing. It's very niche. It's not everyone's going to need it. Those who need it will probably see the $1,000 price point as, it's nothing.
Yeah, no, it's cost of business.
It's also a start, because that's where it all begins. You have a start, and I'm sure someone's going to think, okay, I like this. How can we make it cheaper?
I want the silicone filament, but I want JB Weld in it. I want a yeah, exactly. Ryan's like, ooh, wait, hold on here. Yeah, I want a 3D print in JB Weld, because that, my friends, that is the end of strength in 3D printing. It doesn't get stronger than JB Weld. But like, if they found a way to affordably put a two-part material inside of a whatever the material is, that gives you the cavity, well, you could put pretty much anything in it. How about AB foam, right? Two-part foam. So when it comes out of the tool head, boom, it starts to foam. Willow's in the chat right now. I mean, think of, instead of using these foaming TPU materials, a tool head that can print in a stupid low durometer foam, something that's really, really soft. And yes, Mr. Isak,
Like
could you imagine
Shane.
the nozzle clogs? You're replacing the nozzle every single time you use this machine. You're replacing the nozzle. This is a well-known thing that's going to happen. You're not using the nozzle more than one print in a row. But that's fine. That's, again, the cost of doing business. Oh, the
I still
the
haven't
residue on the nozzle
understood
messed it up.
I still haven't understood how the silicone. So this, because I've seen the video with the spools.
Didn't you just see it in person?
I know I'm not important enough to be invited to such events.
Were you not invited to the event? Oh no! Don't you?
Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
All right. Yep.
So, what I would like to understand is you have the two spools with pipes and the liquid is inside. Is that correct?
I was in China. I was not able to go to the event. So I think Jan and I guess technically Shane might be the only ones that can answer this question for us.
I hear nothing. I see nothing.
I haven't seen the Core 1L in person. I haven't seen the tags in person. I think
Jan, when's your L supposed to be delivered?
I think on Monday.
Okay, mine too. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, DHL has it
Prague
Monday
is
right now.
pretty close to me, so yeah.
So one of the really interesting things back in the day when I published the universal paste extruder. I don't know if anyone remembers that.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So that was quite a crazy project, and after all these years, it's the one I got the most messages about, and it was mainly because of 3D printed food, and because I showed examples of it printing chocolate, printing masa, and various other things, and I can't get across how much. How wide that went and how many people contacted me. And a lot of them were chocolate makers. They wanted to be able to print molds for chocolate. So there was lots and lots of questions about printing silicons, printing anything really that was food safe. So for me, that there is a huge market out there that wants to be able to do custom molds or custom, well, they wanted to do custom chocolates, but that was a little bit beyond everyone at that point. But I think even having a mold that was food safe, that you could then do pretty much anything you needed. Yeah, $1,000, £1,000 is nothing for if that would give some of those sort of capabilities. But it depends whether it's food safe and whether you can go ahead with that. But certainly that jumps out at me still after all this time. I still get messages based on can I print food, or can I print molds to make food in custom ways with this? So it's still an interesting area that we've still not quite actually cracked, but there's still a lot of people out there that want to do that. Yeah.
I mean, I've always wanted to eat a piece of 3D printed food. That's not chocolate. I've had cocoa pressed chocolate, but that's like 80% palm oil anyways.
Yeah.
I 3D printed a chicken nugget.
Nice.
Was it the pink paste from McDonald's too?
No, so I actually did a video on this when I had the Z-Morph with the paste.
He didn't say he ate it, he just printed it.
Yeah,
no, I ate it.
I want to go
ate it.
I want to go to like
cooked
some
it and I
fine
ate it.
dining restaurant that has a 3D printed meatloaf or something, and like film a video of how it's made, and then eating it.
I blended like like onions and everything and chicken into a blender, and then put in the paste extruder of a Z-Morph. I 3D printed a benchy. I fried it and I ate it.
Nice.
That's awesome.
That is
because why not?
A printed benchy chicken nugget.
It's it was it was during COVID, like it wasn't the worst thing out there.
Oh God. No. Haven't done anything like that yet. I always worry about like food safety, and like as a creator, if we do something that like we even remotely don't take every single precaution possible, there's always someone who comes, well, actually, you should be doing all of these things. I'm like, shut up, I live in Florida. The fact that we took any precaution should tell you that we care.
So this food safe thing, I mean, to be completely honest with you, at some point it kind of changed my mind. Like, okay, you know what? If people comment about food safe, it's just going to be more interaction, and it's just going to push content. But ultimately, people need to understand, okay, it's microplastics. The one thing I did, or the one 3D printed fork I did, which I'll probably use twice, is not going to do any harm compared to all the crap that happens to my body as soon as I step my first foot out the door. You know, like all the fumes and diesel and construction and the level 11 UV
But I thought
light
we'd love the smell
pieces.
of napalm in the morning.
But
crap.
and,
I don't disagree with you, right? Like but at the same time, we won't make cookie cutters for people. We often get like, hey, can you make this cookie cutter? No. Well, why not? Because it's not food safe. And you're not going to take the precautions that I need you to take so you don't sue me when your dumbass gets sick.
So cookie cutters, I do actually do cookie cutters.
I think they're generally fine because you're baking the cookie hot enough, but the
Yeah,
nurse
exactly.
who lives with me says otherwise. She's like, no, it doesn't kill all the bacteria.
So ABS and then acetone smoothing.
Okay, sure.
And then a proper cleanup. Because the problem with food safe, it's not that it's food safe, it's just the crevices. This has been proven that anything is food safe if you clean it well enough afterwards. Like if you UV cleaning. You know, if you have a UV cleaner, just so if you vapor smooth it and it comes really smooth, and you can, I don't know, paint a coat of something on it.
But at that point, silicone print the mold and then cast it out of a food grade epoxy and move on.
It's going to have to be a hell of an order for me to order €1,000 toolkit for that.
I would like to point out that Amber has commented in the chat saying that's not what she said. I clearly don't remember it properly, and I am happy to be corrected. She can hear me. But
Okay, what did she say then?
I have no clue. Like, so we do a lot of food packaging for customers, so like first prototype food packaging stuff, and they always put product in it. Like they always put food in it. And I say, here's the deal. You can do this, but you should not eat the product. I said, oh no, we have no intention of eating the product. We just want to see what it looks like inside of the part before we go and order 250,000 of them. Okay, fine. If you were gonna throw out the food anyways, I don't like food waste. That's gonna be what it's gonna be. But I can absolve myself of sins in that way. Look up in the chat. She posted it. I don't see it.
Everyone's just looking to see what she said.
Yeah, we're all like scrolling up in the chat. I don't see it.
What did she say?
Yeah, what did she say? I need to see it.
Where's Michael when you need him?
Oh, she said microwaving food that's been out for too long doesn't kill toxins produced by the bacteria. No, it does. It does. We all know it does. We all know it does, right? Come on. It's not called nuking for no reason, all right? He listens most of the time. It's true, I do. And the reason we can't see it is because for some reason it got hidden under the top chat, and I had to go to live chat to see it. Yeah, no, don't listen to Florida Man for food tips, basically. So what do you guys think is on the horizon for the filament world of 3D printing?
I mean, I'm not an engineer. I think this is where Jan should start talking. Much more than that.
Yeah.
Come on.
Is it an NDA problem?
Chocolate filament.
Yeah.
Or string cheese filament. Oh, string cheese filament. That would be so awesome. It had to go to food at some point. I mean, come on, let's face it.
I think it's interesting that we've had all sorts of various styles of filament over the years. Sort of, we end up having sort of 2-tone filament, 3-tone filament. You know, all of those sort of fun filaments that you see everyone producing and using fairly inappropriately for most things. But what really fascinates me is still the sort of ongoing engineering-based materials that we'll eventually see coming through to use at a sensible price point. And that's got more and more interesting over the years. I mean, we've always had some filled based materials that are just ground up stuff in a binder. But I think the more work that goes into the research of actual chains of materials that can create proper materials rather than just something that's ground up and thrown in like carbon fiber and all those sort of things. We're going to start seeing a lot more polymers that are specifically engineered for certain tasks. There's been a few over the years that have come along like that, but I think that for me, that's the most exciting part. It's not just the crazy colors or the something extra that gets added. We've all had glitter filaments and iron filaments and things. And that's still one of my favorite filaments of all time, to be honest. I still love using iron filaments.
I still have all my color fab spools of bronze fill, copper fill.
Yeah.
Especially when you patina it.
I still have them. I still have them. That, and I still have a spool of PEGI transparent from the red transparent from the UK company that went bust. Oh, that filament. I forgot the name of it. Rigid ink. Rigid ink.
Rigid ink. I was going to the one that Sanjay was a part of. Why does it has something to do with hats. I forget what it's called. Crap. Oh well.
I don't.
There was Fabadashery that did some really nice
Fabadashery,
ones.
yes.
Fabadashery,
yes. Thank you.
Yeah, well, just before they finished, they did the most beautiful sort of they looked like boiled sweets. They were absolutely just the most amazing range of semi-translucent materials, and unfortunately that was sort of one of the last things they did, but yeah, they were great. But yeah, I think just one tip on the iron printing, if you've ever done any, I don't know whether you've found interesting ways to make it rust. Obviously that there's a few natural ones to use, but if you use
vinegar,
if you use salt, vinegar, if you use salt, vinegar, and peroxide, it works really, really, really well. So that's what I use. Well. So yeah, that's very aggressive, but it's a really nice one. But I think getting back to the question, I think we're going to start seeing a lot more engineering materials, for specific purposes, and that's quite exciting because we're starting to see the ecosystem around that with the much more capable print heads, much more capable extrusion methods, and better enclosed printers and things. So it's starting to get better now to be able to do engineering plastics. So that's what excites me the most. Yeah,
I still want to try. A Polymaker released a PLA filament recently.
The HT.
Is it the HT? Yes, the high temp. That's a filament I'd really like to try because to me that is ABS equivalent PLA.
Yeah, it's nice.
It won't tell us what's in it.
I don't care what's in it as long as it works.
As a business, how do you certify it? How do you certify it to your customers if you can tell them, oh, this is PLA HT? Well, what's in it? I don't know.
I live
That's
in
not an
Malta.
answer.
I go to buy food from the food stall. I'm going to certify me all the ingredients you're going to put in this thing. Just give it to me and I'll put it in my mouth.
I guess I work with way too many engineering and government customers that
for me,
we have to write certs for the work that we do.
Like I want to print it. I want to do this. It doesn't break. I want to put a torch to it. Doesn't melt. It's good.
Yeah. I haven't played with it yet. I want to get some in and kind of put it up against my car has a black interior, so it's got heated seats, but only in the summer. So I want to just put PLA HT on the dash and see, because we've used this to our advantage in the past where we will print a buck, that's BUCK, thank you, out of like an ABS or even a PETG, and then the part out of PLA, and then use the heat of a car to warp the PLA part to the buck so that I don't have to print a crazy complicated part. We'll flatten it out, print the buck, and then mold it to that. I'm wondering where the PLA HT starts to degrade. But at the same time, like, it's not going to operate like pure PLA. So what are you giving up? Right? Yeah. And Polymaker does do a bunch on their TDS stuff. We had the opportunity to go to their R&D facility in Changshu. It's about an hour outside of Shanghai. And so I've seen that they have like legit scientific grade testing equipment. Like they would not let us put cameras through the windows into the rooms. That's how like proper these machines were. So I trust what they're doing for their TDS reports, but I wish we had STSs. I want to know what's in it. I want to know what makes it so heat resistant.
Magic.
I wonder what the difference
Basically.
between that stuff and the protopasta HTPLA is.
And without a
We'll never know.
without a oh, what's the thing? Like a mass spectrometer, we won't figure it out. So
Jan.
yeah, Jan, come on. You're
Come on, man.
you're still in university. You've got to have access to this stuff, right?
I might.
I was gonna say you might. You actually
That's
might.
not a no.
Um,
That's not a no. I think we should all go to Germany or Austria. Where is it?
Germany, yeah.
Germany. All right. Okay. Fair enough.
They've normally been pretty good with the engineering side of things. We just don't talk about their engineering in the 40s. Otherwise, they've been great for engineering.
Germany is great for engineering as long as it has nothing to do with Wi-Fi or mobile service providers. Am I right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's true.
Wait, is their cell service really bad?
I was on edge. I used to work for a company in Berlin. I used to travel like 2 or 3 times a year, and every time I go there, it was on edge. My service was edge, which is like 56.6 kbps.
Yeah, no, it's enough to send a text message every 30 seconds or so. So where was it? DaVinci 10 said supposedly the layer adhesion of Polymaker's new PETG formula is off the charts. So I plan on testing this. I've got some of their old PETG. I'm going to buy some of the new stuff because again, that interests me. And looking at ways that we can take some of the benefits from the engineering plastics, like Richard was saying, and putting it into the more consumer grade plastics is just amazing. It is a great way to open up more flexibility or rigidity, I guess, to the end user, right? So Ryan, imagine a PETG that's got way more layer adhesion. Well, hold on, that might actually be better for making death racers. Jan, what do you think? What's your take on the future of FDM right now?
I mean, like Richard said, I think the engineering filaments are really interesting, the specific filaments for more use cases. But what I think is really interesting, what we already talked about and Joe already mentioned, is the tool changers becoming actual tool changers to use tools. And I did a video about the Prusa Day event, and I said that I like the silicone thing, but I think it's, as you already said, it's not meant for a broad audience or broad audience. Like there are not so many users, but I think things like some hardware insertion tools or release agent application system or something like that would be really interesting to bring to the XL, to have non-FDM tools that are or might be really cheap and can be exchanged. They might not even need wiring or something. They could be fully manual and be used to post-process your 3D prints and all that stuff. And I think that's super interesting to work on.
I think a good collab would be Cocoa Press and Prusa on this silicone thing.
Yeah.
So you can have like a Cocoa Press tool.
Yeah, I already told Ellie that she needs to do a Cocoa Press tool on the XL, and she promised that it was going to be ready for Smurf 24.
There you go.
I'd like to point out it's 2025. So that never happened, and as far as I can tell, it never even got off the ground. But come on, that would be pretty dope.
Yes. I mean, at the moment, all of a sudden, I'm thinking like using to see if like it can do Nutella with the silicone thing.
I mean, they told us that the silicone is just one of the applications for liquid filaments. So in theory, you could put any liquid into the system and print it. I mean, there are certainly some limits because you can't stack every liquid on top of each other. But I guess the idea would be that you can even print Nutella or something.
I mean, in theory, it could do any single or two-part material, and I guess with some level of engineering, you could up that to 3 or 4 part as needed. It's just
It
More
works
lines
perfectly
going
with
into one.
PHA. You can have liquid nitrogen coming out of the silicone just to cool the bed,
I
and
see
then you
no way
can
this could
print
go wrong.
PHA.
Okay, yeah.
You know, and it could do that every layer just so you have like really good, you know.
You think old PLA is brittle? What? Wait until we fill filament with liquid nitrogen.
These are the things, you know, that, you know, make us smile when we think about them because it's so stupid, but you know, why not?
So this is like those things where we go to like the really like niche end of the Voron Discord and be like, so what if you did this? And then there's like 3 people that are just cussing at their computer because now they have to see it through the end. You know, the like the Flycron people, they're like, well, what happens if the Z-axis was just 4 electric ducted fans and the entire 3D printer XY axis levitated? Like, you know, why not? And the reason why not is because it's so friggin' loud, none of us could think when it was running. Is it cool? Sure. But it was too damn loud.
Like those people that train that do the kind of like the free flying Olympics in the tube with the wind going up, and they do aerobatics in the chamber. That could be an independent printhead, and just
I mean,
that would be awesome.
You're starting to hit limitations of slicers now.
Nah, there's AI, dude. It's fine. Do your thing.
You know what? I'll send that to the devs at Prusa Slice to be like, yeah, I was talking with Joe Kasha, and he said that there's no issue. We don't need it. We don't need all these issues with the devs. We just vibe code it.
The first response will be, who?
I agree with Thomas in the chat about like index and multi-tool systems like that use induction, right? I'm all for the engineering grade materials. I'd love to see more peak pec Ultem capable machines, but when we start to have machines that can heat up and cool down in 3 to 4 seconds and have so little thermal mass that you can start varying the temperature by 50 degrees on overhangs where you can cool it heavily on overhangs so they don't droop and you know they lock into place, and that's where I would love to see some extra things where you can like deliberately overheat areas, deliberately overcool areas, and utilize this idea of induction heating to what I think it should be used for, like really, really unique levels of 3D printing where I always go back to like the foaming filaments and being able to vary your temperature to get different foaming properties out of it. That would be really awesome if you can vary it in milliseconds, right? You know, you're varying 20 degrees in half a second, so you're able to change its density very, very accurately. I think that would be cool.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think just as interesting as new materials, that new techniques and new processes in 3D printing is going to be what pushes certainly FDM forward. I think it's not just all about new materials, because however much we want to print peak and all those sort of things, there will be other materials that will have those properties that will be so much easier to print, and we'll be able to do them. You know, that will be the way forward. For me, the one sort of nozzle or extruder that I would love to see is still something I can use to add print in place nuts or something like that. So for me, that's running a 3D print farm. Virtually every single enclosure we make has nut traps that we have to insert afterwards. And yeah, I can stop the print, each print, and I can put the nuts in and I can print over them and all that sort of thing. But if that was an automatic tool changer head that could just come in, drop in an M3 nut and carry on printing, and then just finish at the end, and all you need to do is put a whole load more nuts in for the next round of prints, that would be wonderful. So if that was $1,000, I would buy it instantly, because it would save so much time. It would save so much hassle for the production manufacturing side. So for me, it's just as important that we carry on with methods and 3D printers that can actually do more for even one-off manufacturing, but certainly for production manufacturing, those sort of things make a massive difference to what we actually want to get out of these machines.
What about heat sets? This is a controversial topic right now. Okay, heat sets versus drop-in. How do you know what?
I spent years using heat sets. We produced thousands and thousands of systems with heat sets in, and I won't go back to them. So yeah, not for me. They were great.
Why not? I'm curious.
They do fail. They do creep. They do cause problems. They're not as good. They're very difficult to line up, and just generally, you can't really go wrong with a nut trap. You put the nut in, you pull it up into a socket, it jams in place, and it's there until someone forces it out. It's a very tried and tested system. So everything we do now is still nut traps. But yeah, we went through a couple of years of using heat inserts, and they're okay, but I wouldn't use them for production.
We've been using heat sets on these are mods that we do to all of our monopods to add more stuff to it. These are heat sets. I've used both regular heat sets and then the ones made for wood where you're supposed to screw them in, but you still torch the sin out of those things and you heat set them in. I've never had either of them rip out, and we've given them the proper beans. But these are also quarter 20. These aren't like M3s.
Yeah.
I've had M3s where especially if it's like a hex, where it rounds out the inside because you've accidentally cross-threaded it.
Yeah.
And at that point, it's like, well, now the whole part is screwed because that nut is trapped inside of it. There's no way for me to fix this problem, where if it was a heat set, I'll just heat up the bolt, pull the whole thing out, put it back in. Oh, we have Green Kasha. There he is. He's back. So, I don't know. Ryan, what are your heat sets versus drop-in?
I don't know. I mean, I use heat sets a lot. Everything up there, the core bot, everything's just covered in heat sets. I've had basically one bad failure with them, and that was all my fault. I just made the wrong size holes for them. But I used some drop-in nut stuff too, but it's a lot easier for me to model a hole for a heat set than the whole thing for a drop-in nut. But I guess it all depends on what you're using it for.
Jan, heat sets versus drop-in.
I mostly use heat set inserts, but I actually recently did a design in which I used both methods, just because for the one edge it worked better with the heat set insert, and for the other side of the part I used the drop-in nut. But yeah, I think both are good, and it depends on the use case.
I've always used heat sets because I suck at tolerancing it perfectly for a drop-in. But in both cases, you still have to drop something in. With heat sets, you just need an extra heating system to push it in. I would love to see that too. That would make assembly... You could design and not have to worry about how am I going to get into this place to put in the heat set or the drop-in nut. That damn it, that's a really good one. Prusa devs, if you're listening right now, Richard's idea is a damn good idea, and you should be considering this for a future toolhead if you haven't already started.
And that would really work well with induction as well.
Oh yeah, because you could just heat up the part.
Heat it quickly.
Induction heat the actual part. Yeah, well, you could do a mix of drop-in and heat set.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, one of the reasons why we didn't carry on using it is it takes about twice as long in production. So a drop-in nut is much quicker.
Yeah.
And when you're
it's way
producing
faster.
few thousand, a week, then it does make a big difference. But and it's less costly as well. So it's the whole overall. Customers found it a bit easier as well to know that there's a nut in there and they can get it out, and they can sort of take more care about taking the cases apart, when there's a captive nut. And we do them so they actually jam in quite nicely. So over the years we refined a quite nice method for having the nuts drop in and pull in very tight. So unless you're trying to get it out, you can't really get it out. Yeah, but yeah, it's a thing I've always wanted, and I think that would probably make us upgrade our print farm if there was a way to do something like that. And there's loads of other things you could do as well, but that would be one of the ones where having anything you can add in a mechanical part, so we can start having bits printed and inserted as they go.
I don't think I've ever designed anything with a heated insert, to be honest. Mainly because when I design something, I know that a drop-in is much easier for anyone printing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Nuts and bolts, whether it's a square nut or a hex nut, people tend to have those lying around, but not necessarily a heat insert, which there's an extra step to having the solder iron and the thing, and you have to do it straight, and it kind of feels easier.
But if your printer would do the heat sets for you.
Oh yeah. That would make a big difference.
Yeah. But that is if I am printing a prototype or something for a customer. But when you design something for a customer to print, then that's a different story, because the customer might not have that capability.
Oh no, it has to be as simple as humanly possible for the customer.
Exactly.
And realize they will still screw it up.
Yeah.
It's why I prefer B2B. Sorry.
Isn't it one of the reasons why Prusa didn't use heatset inserts in their machines? Because for the kids, they didn't want the users to require a solder iron to build the machine.
So yeah, I believe that discussion came in with the belt tensioner.
Yeah, I was gonna say the belt tensioner for the core one is the perfect example as to why I don't always like the drop-ins, because they round out so quickly. And mine has.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, from my point of view, I think the cost just would have been too much to change that, because not everyone's going to have the capabilities or the ability to insert them properly. So you're creating another point of failure there.
Or it has to be done at the factory, which is more labor.
And if it has to be done at the factory, then you're increasing the cost of labor, and so it just, which is why recently they added you have to put a little bit of lubricant on the screw, because that's what happens as you tighten. It just kind of not seizes, but there's so much tension that it just turns with the screw, which is why it starts eating out the inlet.
So lube is normally your answer to everything, I see. Okay.
Oh yeah.
When in doubt, lubricate. I mean, that's just part and parcel of what we need. Yeah. Hey, should we ask should we ask the panel here how often you guys lubricate and maintain your printers?
I can tell you that one of my cells, I just did the first ever service where I lubed everything. I changed the belts. It had almost 6,000 hours on it. And that's just ABS 24 hours a day.
God, and that stuff, that's VOC city.
24 hours a day. Like, it's literally, I time it. So for example, now at 11 o'clock, I'll go downstairs, I'll take up the prints, start the new ones, come here, sleep, wake up at 8, go downstairs. It's just literally just the cycle, constantly.
I got to a certain point with my Mark. Oops, sorry.
Sorry, no, that's it.
I was just gonna say I got to a certain point with my Mark 3S. I just hadn't done any maintenance on it. I was curious how long it would go. The thing lasted like 4 years before I had to do anything. It was nuts.
20,000 hours.
Like, it looked terrible. I'm like, now it's still printing. I'm curious. Keep going.
My Mark III had over 20,000 hours on it before I decided I think it's time for a bit of TLC.
Yeah. I'll service the machines when they start making bad noises.
Exactly.
Especially the Mark IIIs. Like, to pull it apart and re-lube the bearings, no. I'll pull it apart to replace the smooth rods and bearings when they fail, and I will use sewing machine oil whenever I remember.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we have some cheaty +4s in the shop that we do some really dense parts on. and they use a bushing on one of the x-axis. So it's a core XY, so it's got two x-axis rods. The bottom one is a bushing. You have to lubricate that thing like once every 150 hours, or it starts to squeal. And it's like, oh my God, I just
That's
want
like
to
every
replace it
24
with.
hours for me.
Yeah, it's I'm
Every
literally
100 hours is every 24 hours.
I am I am lubing them at least once a week at this point. I'm like, oh my God, this is excessive. And I'm waiting for the community to be like, all right, we have to replace these bushings at some point. Let's just replace them with bearings so we don't have to do this crap again. Um, Jan, do you follow any preventative maintenance cycle, or
No,
do
I
you just
don't. I just wait until something breaks or makes weird noises, and then I replace bearings or stuff.
Oh, we learned quite early on. We have a lot of I4s and we've got core ones behind, but yeah, we learned quite early on that you've really got to keep them well lubed. So we have a routine where we do it the first Monday of every month. So we lube every single machine every single month, and that makes a huge difference. Check everything, check the nozzles, do quite a lot of maintenance.
What's your
lube
lube
of
while
choice?
you do it?
Sorry?
We both went there. So what's your lube of choice?
Yeah,
And
what's your
do
lube
you-
of choice?
And do you sweet talk
For
it
your
while you're
printers.
lubing it?
For your printers.
We
You
have a
say
number of
nice things
different
to it.
yeah, we have a number of different greases, but just as important is to check the cables. A lot of the cable moving and everything around, they will fail in 6 months here
Oh,
if we
yeah.
don't if we're not careful with them. But yeah, I checked the other day, and the printers just to the right of me have done 387 days of printing, which is pretty good. Constant printing time. So yeah, and yeah, they've had quite a few things changed on them, but yeah, if you're careful with it, all the fans and all that sort of thing, but yeah, it is worth having some regular maintenance. I know people are not necessarily thrashing them quite as hard as we do, but yeah, it's worth it. You get a lot more consistent performance out of them if you keep everything well lubed. So yeah, definitely
We
well
use
worth
sewing
it.
machine oil. It's generally good enough to get past the wipers
Yeah.
on the bearings. I know it's not grease, but to take the machine apart and like properly re-grease the bearings, the labor involved in that, it doesn't pay. I'd rather just replace the parts when they fail.
Mm.
But I've got Mark IIIs with got at least 15,000 hours on the original bearings. Have I needed to rotate the X carriage smooth rods once or twice? You damn right I've had to. But does it still work fine? Absolutely. And it's
Yeah.
like, well,
I
I'm
have
saving
this.
myself 2 hours worth of labor to take the machine apart and do it.
Mm.
That 2 hours of labor pays for new rods and bearings. Just replace them.
I
But
use this Vorth. They have this liquid grease spray for bearings, which works really well.
I'm gonna need links for that when you get a chance.
I doubt they'll ship to you from Malta, but sure.
It's worth. They're all over the
Yeah, I
world.
know. Yeah, but I buy it from Malta. You want the link to what? You didn't specifically say.
Oh my
Where
God.
do you want the link from?
I just give me the link to Worth. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, how much I've got about half a bottle of sewing machine oil. It's sitting right there in my background.
Yeah.
I have had that same bottle since like 2012 because it goes such a long way.
Mm.
I'm told that synthetic motor oil works well too, but I've never tried it. And I'm told zero weight. You want like the thinnest motor oil that you can to get past the wipers. But yeah, I find the cables on the Mark III, specifically the bed cables.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get like 3 to 6 months out of those at best, and then they fail on you.
Definitely. Yeah.
We PM them once a quarter, no matter how many hours they're on the machine. We replace the cables and the thermistor once a quarter. We don't even bother. Yeah, it seems to work well. I don't know if it's still up here, if I already put it in my garage, but Alan Mandick has he posted on Twitter a while back a little tiny oiler, but you can fill it with grease. So you can fill it with like the EP2 red grease. And the entire thing's like this big and it's pressurized. So you can kind of get it past the wiper and push it in.
Yeah.
That's worked out pretty well, but also like a syringe with a lure lock needle works well too. Shane says, note to self, next time Grant is on the same time as Joe, create special disclaimer warning. Yeah, yes. What we all do for our machines is not considered routine maintenance for your machines. Please take general precautions for routine maintenance. You know, what,
Yeah,
3D
we-
Musketeers, Rich Rap 3D, 3D print, the noob, 3D Maker noob. Ryan, what's your company name? I don't know. And Yontech Engineering do not take any, and 1440Makers do not take any responsibility for your lack of maintenance on your 3D printers.
Can I ask what's the coolest little design trick that you guys have found, whether by mistake or whatever? We were talking about the captive nuts, and I remember I was pulling apart some stuff on I think it was Mark III, and I saw how they did a little bridging trick for
sacrificial
the
layers.
holes. Yeah, not even the
That
sacrificial layers, just how they bridged one side of the hole, then the other, and then the next layer they went the opposite direction.
Oh, that's the stepped suspended hole.
Well,
That's
yeah,
one of the
exactly.
things
Love that.
I absolutely love.
Oh,
and
it's
one of,
when you learn it, it's like,
yeah.
Oh,
when I do
seriously.
my classes on Fusion 360 and we get to that, there's this kind of like pride that because I thought at some point a few years back, because I did a video on this, like a sacrificial layers and sacrificial walls. Back then I thought, like, this is great. Like, did I think of this? I didn't. But I was really proud of the fact that my brain actually had a good idea. Until this day, I use it. I love that trick. I absolutely love that trick.
So right now I'm mining. I'm trying to figure out what other cool tricks that you guys have up your sleeves that I've never heard of.
Sacrificial walls. I really like sacrificial walls as well.
For support?
Instead of supports, you use sacrificial walls.
There are two that we use kind of in the same way. It's for this part as well. This is just an older prototype of it. But if you look on the inside, it'll focus eventually, I promise. There it goes. So you look on the inside, there are some rings. We'll go with rings. This is to clamp around carbon fiber. And if you know about clamping to carbon fiber, don't do it. It's really dangerous. If you clamp a little too hard, the entire thing shatters and you end up in a really bad place. Those channels are for raw TPU filament.
Oh,
And
nice.
so you squish the TPU filament down, and its squish out basically gives you a really, really even clamp around the entire thing that you will. Look, if you want to reef on it, by all means, go ahead. But a general tighten on it keeps it so it doesn't spin, right? Because the TPU locks on. And it works really well. We also designed in sacrificial support material for that. So it all printed together because there's like 1.15 millimeter layer that would print out in open air otherwise. And I'm like, I don't want to bother trying to support all of that. That'd be really, really tough. So we just designed in sacrificial supports for that. And this is like a very, very early prototype. This one is the newest one that we've built. This one took me like 4 different tries to get the sizing right, but they work so well. And if you do a lot of filming and you like monopods versus tripods, but you hate the fact you can't mount crap to it, you don't want to mount a bunch of stuff to your camera cage, these are a really, really good option. And the
TPU
raw
rings,
TPU
great
filament.
idea.
Dude, the raw TPU filament, you have
There's
to
a bit of
get-
self-promotion going on here, just disclaimer.
We don't sell
Just-
them. We don't sell it. There's there's no
ruined it,
there's
man.
no look, if there was, buddy, I'm a content creator. If there was self-promotion for this, I would tell you. I know my laws, but no, the raw TPU is such a good idea. You can
Yeah.
also use
Silicone.
Buna N gaskets. So you can use gasket material like Buna N O-rings for it as well, but we all have TPU laying around. So
That's a really good tip. Yeah. I think one of the things I still do quite a lot is put microfine holes in things, sort of collections of holes all over the place to get higher strength. Yeah,
Yep.
in certain places, because I still want things to print with fairly low infill, but I want certain points, especially hinges. We do quite a lot of hinges and things flipping up and down. So having all of those microfine holes just gets that dense area in that specific point.
That's a great one.
Put them in things.
That is
So
good.
I still find myself doing that a lot, and that's a really old technique from the past. But I think it'd be nice to see more of that incorporated into design for 3D printing programs that tries to work out where you need extra strength and adds those in automatically, because all that's doing is tricking your slicer just to add extra material into those things. But yeah, those sort of little things fascinate me, that over the years we've worked out how to do these things, but it's basically a function that could be better analyzed in either the slicer or the 3D design program to add some of this automatically, because we're still doing things at a very basic level with 3D printing. It's a shame we haven't got to a better point where we can have more of this. It'd be nice to be able to paint on extra strength in those areas and it'll do it automatically for you and things like that. But I still find myself.
Software, we're still like slicers are still, there's so much more we can do.
Yeah.
So we have full control, then you have non-planar 3D printing, then you have normal slicers. Like at some point, all of these things need to come together in one slicer. And I think it'll be a few years, I think, for some reason. I don't think there are enough people focusing on integrating all those features, because every once in a while a new software comes out which does really amazing things, but it never finds its way into the mainstream kind of stuff. Like even, for example, you'll find I'm trying to remember the infill where it's overlapped, like crisscross infill or crisscross what was it,
The brick
perimeters?
layers?
Yeah,
Brick
exactly.
layers?
Well, it's stuff like this needs to become, as soon as it comes out, companies need to just throw it into their slicer. Like it has to be there.
I
Like
think
there
this
was
is the stuff we're missing.
Oh, what Psycho retweeted it. His name's Yuto, but he goes by like Psycho something or other on Twitter. Of a brand or some sort of software that will selectively increase infill in certain areas. I'm like, brother, I need that in my life. And it now works in Prusa Slicer, Orca Slicer, and Bamboo Studio. So your three major slicers out there at the moment, like that's the kind of stuff that I want to see. I think our hardware is getting to a point where we're bypassing what the software is capable of doing, and now the software is lagging what the hardware is capable of doing.
Agreed. Fully agreed.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really interesting thing. The whole sort of design for 3D printing, that processing, and then getting the best out of your machine is probably the focus for the next few years. It's been my focus for the last few, really, to try and get better manufacturing techniques in the 3D print farm without wasting too much support material, getting the strength and materials you need, but using the minimum amount of filament as well, so the prices sort of stays optimal. And we're getting there, we're getting close, but you still get that sort of thing with a lot of CAD design packages. There's still a huge gap between design for injection molding or design for 3D printing. There's just really huge difference in those
DFAM and DFM, man. It's two different worlds.
To Ryan, going back to the trick that I've learned, the suspended hole trick with the steps. I recently found out that you can make a macro in Fusion 360 to do it
No
for
kidding.
you.
No
Yes.
way.
Yes. So
What?
yes.
I'm here like
Yes.
offsetting planes, just putting these little guys in
Exactly.
there.
So basically, you can actually get it to a point by using ChatGPT and stuff where you can actually tell like how far in, how many steps you can have in it and everything. So you just point to it,
Oh,
you
that's
integrate
great.
it into the menu of Fusion 360, you press the button, it just does it. It's awesome.
Okay, that needs to happen.
By the way, I just threw into the YouTube chat and I'll put into the Twitch chat the link to that optimizer software. It's called Strex 3D, Strecs 3D. It's on GitHub. Yeah, 10 out of 10. I didn't know that that was a Fusion add-on for the micro holes.
Yeah, you can no, you make it as a macro.
Oh, as a macro, okay.
So you record the process, and then you can go through ChatGPT, which does a Python script and whatnot, and then it integrates it into Fusion. Not just that, you can do absolutely anything.
There's a bunch of little things I should make macros for. That's excellent.
It's something that you constantly use on Fusion 360. You can just do it as a macro.
I don't know anything about macros. I barely know how to like be
I don't, but I'm gonna
somewhat
have to learn
proficient
now.
in Fusion.
So going back to the inlets for hex nuts, rather than designing them, I just design a point, click on it, pull on the macro, and I'll tell them the size of the nut and the depth, and I can put the offset as well, and it just does it on its own.
Okay, so just like that, maybe I'm off team heat set inserts.
But technically, you can also macro that.
All right, so I guess I now have one more thing to look at, which is the freaking learning how to use the friggin' macros. That, oh.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking the same thing. Like,
Yeah, I agree with Bob. We're gonna need a video tutorial on this, Noob.
Okay.
Sorry.
Actually, it's not a bad idea to do a tutorial.
Yeah, could do it. That'd be good.
It's a damn fine idea.
I have a video coming out the end of next week, where I found out how to use the hacker board, the GPIO hacker board on the Prusa.
Nice.
Thanks to ChatGPT. So that's how I learned how to do time lapses with it. But next, I also want to get ChatGPT to help me do stupid things on the Core One, like open the door automatically, when a print is done. I have the servo thingy, like a piston servo.
Okay,
just because I can, and because I'm learning how to talk to ChatGPT.
My request for this, if you are going to have ChatGPT open the door for you, you also then need to have a little dinosaur walk across the screen, and at the same time, it needs to cut to a little bit of B-roll of you lying down on the floor. So it's open the door, get on the floor, and then everybody walk the dinosaur.
I'm asking ChatGPT how to program HackerBoard, the GPIO HackerBoard, to do these things. Like, for example, the Core 1L has the tool head that moves and opens the vent. What I am going to do is put a small servo on top of the Core 1 and have it hooked up to the GPIO. And as soon as I tell it that I'm printing PLA, it just opens it automatically.
Okay, I would assume that this will trickle down from the Core 1L, but the Core 1L just has a little thing, like there's just a little knock thing that is on the Core 1L.
And can you imagine the amount of people
has
will
to
tell me
trickle
that this
down,
is
right?
Yes, exactly. But
we also don't servo it. Look, Occam's razor it. Occam's razor it. Stop complicating it. I know it's fun to complicate it. I know it's fun.
I want to make me coffee in the morning. Like, a print is done, it makes me coffee.
ChatGPT is gonna make you coffee. Yeah, we call it mud. You're gonna first go outside and dig some dirt out of the ground.
Hey, on the topic of the hacker board and Core Ones, I think that's the next step that Pooch was talking to me about for the Core bot there. What foolish things can we use a hacker board for this thing to, I don't know.
I do not understand programming language at all, like literally at all. And when I received the hacker board, there was no information other than the diagram for it and everything. I literally opened ChatGPT, I pasted the link to that page, and I told him, read this and tell me what you understand. And it once again, I told him, okay, I am a noob. I have a 3D printer,
It is in your
which
name.
which I want to connect this to and take time lapses. And it was telling me about opening pins and blah, blah. Okay, let's dumb it down further. Could you please tell me what to do? So it literally wrote the start and the G code and everything, and it told me which place to put them on, everything. So I was like, I like ChatGPT.
I like Bob's idea of on the core bot, a follow bot add-on. When the print is done, it drives the machine to you. I think that's cool. I, of course, worry about object avoidance, but
Yeah.
you know, hey, if you're in the machine's way, that sounds like your problem, not the machine's problem. I would love. I still think we need, since you have the Corebot STL, but I need it to be deeper. Like, so it needs to be the Corebot STL, printing a Corebot STL, printing the Corebot STL.
Oh my God.
And it has to be really, really big so we can at least see 2 or 3 layers of this happening. But a way
That's
for
totally
it
doable.
to have a light on it that gives you anywhere you are, an eye shot of it, a knowledge of where the battery voltage is.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
You know, so a green, yellow, red. It could also tell you if it's stuck on something because it'll go from green to yellow because you're drawing more current. But I'm not certain you need a hacker board for that. I mean, an Arduino would probably work fine for that.
Well, the big thing of the hacker board, right, is that it reads from G code.
Yeah, exactly.
So then, I mean, you could always send signals from the hacker board to the Arduino to do other tasks, I would assume. I haven't played with it yet.
Have it change the status. Wait, I'm looking. Oh yeah, it's got status lights. I'm like looking at my core one to make sure it has status lights. Because it's one of the few Prusa machines that aren't like directly behind me. It's off to the side. You could use the status light on the machine. So that if it could read the voltage, trigger the status light via G code to change colors. So
there's so many things you can do.
I think it needs like a DF player mini, and it has to play the final countdown when it's on the last layer or something.
Nice.
Yes, something that like has music triggers.
Just blast.
So years and years ago, before this was 2014, 2013, I met Anouk Weiprecht. She's known, I'm probably butchered the last name, but she's known for 3D printing fashion. That's her big thing. She does a lot of 3D printing fashion. She had just released her spider dress, which used sonar sensors, like the Arduino sonar sensor with the looks like a very tiny Johnny 5, to detect where other people were. And it had like this, it wasn't a sphere, it was an oval of personal space. And if you got too close, the dress would expand, right? So like the arms would kind of come out, effectively forcing you further away. If the Corebot had a system that used the sonar sensor so that as people got too close to it, it would just like whack them in the shins, right? To get out of the way or let them know that it's there. Again, there's no GPIO hacker board associated with that, but yeah, just like a little knock in the shin with like a piece of TPU. Can the Corebot pass butter?
Might as well just make it like ridiculous.
Yeah,
it could just scoot out the way all the time, so you can never pick it up. So you can never catch it.
You go for the plane and just backs up. I like that.
Or what about a system to open the door and remove the build plate when the part was done and put it on top of the machine?
I literally just said have it. I was halfway there. I just said have it open the door automatically when the printer's done.
Well, then I wanted to get on the floor and then walk the dinosaur, but having an arm come in and pick up, so you basically have an AFS on tank treads. Very tiny AFS on tank treads. Because that would be doable. Good, that would be GPIO hacker board capable.
Yeah. See?
You could even use the silicone tool head to make sure that the arm to pick up the build plate was nice and grippy.
You know, that's a great idea. I'm gonna have to talk to Pooch. I'm gonna need one of them now.
See, exactly. See, I'm helping you get these sponsored, so you get them in. You don't
Appreciate
have
it,
to
buddy.
spend the what is your all's like big machine excitement? And it doesn't have to be Prusa, but what is your like big machine or innovation excitement right now in the industry that you're like, oh my gosh, I can't wait for this to come out? Anybody can start.
Not all
here.
at once.
Yeah, not all at once. Jan, I'm calling on you. You've been the quiet one while the rest of us degenerates are coming up with dumb ideas.
I think for me, it's honestly the index. I mean, I haven't seen it in person yet, but I'm just super excited for it to see how the induction heater works, how the extruder motor grabs the filament and all that stuff. I think that's super exciting.
Dude, it's gotten so much smaller since we've seen it. Like, they've reduced its overall footprint by more than half since I saw it. Yeah. Like, it's a much tinier machine. Ryan?
I wonder how many the Core 1L will be able to fit on that.
I think Dave UK got it at like 10 or 11 in the Core 1L.
Yeah.
But we made some assumptions. Ryan, what is your big
the index,
big thing
man.
right now?
I want
Index.
to see that so bad.
Yeah. Noob.
I honestly, it's really weird for me because I've come so accustomed to using them as a tool for everyday use, and everything I do is being done with the current technology. So there is not much more, at least it's really weird because there is no need for more from my end. It's really weird to explain because it's not like, this is missing from 3D printing right now. For me, it's the software. It's the software that I want to see progress. Like the hardware, yes, the index is awesome. I might not be excited as others about it purely because I have an Excel.
Mm-hmm. I have one
You
too.
know, so it's not anything that I don't have. What no one has is better software. So that's what I want. So from my end, so for example, Prusa Slicer is coming out next year, the 3.0. I don't know what kind of innovation there will be. Literally, I have absolutely no idea. I've never seen it except for Jan's video and CNC Kitchen's video. But yeah, I'm hoping that there's going to be much more because I think that's the thing that excites me. It's software at the moment. It's not hardware.
Richard?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think for me, it's always about the whole tool chain steps. So the design, the processing, the extra intelligence we can put into slicers to get the best out of the 3D printers we've already got. So I think for me, I need 3D printers to work very reliably, constantly, and produce very good, stable results. So I've got sort of two hats. I can look at my really geeky hat where, I'd love to get one really cool new printer to play around with, but it's going to sit in the engineering lab and it's going to do weird stuff. It's not going to go into the print farm. Our choices of products that go into the print farm are very different to what I would buy for having some fun with either new materials or new techniques or new extruders and things. So I sort of agree with both of the two comments really, but the software tool chain to go from concept all the way through to a model you can print, and that print achieving what you want to what you want to get out of it with the materials you've got available is probably more important to me than more innovation or reducing the cost or anything like that of 3D printers. I think that's the most important thing, is actually getting better tools to get us where we need to be, not just from a production point of view, but that is one of my main focuses of everyday life. So yeah.
For me, it's a combination of Index and FiberSeek. Index on Core 1 and Core 1L, right? Like, to be able to just quickly say, up 0.6 for this, 0.8 for this, 1 for this, and not have to swap nozzles, and it just grabs it. Multi-material, obviously, on smaller machines is just chef's kiss, what I'm looking for, but also like Index on the Sovol SV08, SV08 Max that solves like 9 out of the 10 major problems with those machines, which is all related to their extruder and hot end. Then you only have the taco build plate. That is a thing you have to deal with. And, well, Mandela Roseworks has a solution for that. So, like, you could viably take this on the SV08, like a sub $600 machine, add a $300 Index upgrade to it, and you have a business class machine. Like, that's a big deal. Under $1,000 for a business class machine with up to, I think, 11 heads on it is pretty substantial. And then FiberSeek, I guess disclosure on both of those companies have sponsored us in some way. We've seen both of them in person. But FiberSeek with their continuous carbon fiber. So similar in strength to what you would see out of Markforged and others in that space. Noob, I could see those license plates having 1 or 2 layers of continuous fiber on the outside.
It's funny because
it'd be crazy lightweight.
Initially, when we were testing, or when I was testing for strength, so we had the first batch had failures because it wasn't on the outside, but it was the tension of the bolt that was holding the plate down. A good kick and it would just snap. So in my mind, the first thing I thought of was, during printing, I'll leave 2 channels just behind the bolts or just next to the holes of the bolts, and pass through very thin stainless steel wires in the middle. So when you tighten the bolt, it's tightening on the stainless steel, not necessarily on the plastic. That was the first thing I thought of. But eventually we used a mixture of washers, like larger, let me cover the name. So this is the front. So you can see like very large washers, so you can sort of like expand the space where there's pressure on it, and that works. But yeah, that would actually definitely work for strength.
Yeah. So I have a question for you regarding the FiberSeek. Do you think it's like their biggest innovation is in software or in hardware? Like, what do you think is the key point that makes it print continuous fibers like more efficiently?
Well, I don't think it's more efficient than Markforged. I actually think it's slower
or cheaper
than Markforged. More affordably, because they're utilizing manufacturing out of China, which is one of those things. But 2, they don't, they're not a public company, so they don't have to deal with keeping shareholders happy. So like, there's your big thing with the price. But 3, they can be cheaper. Markforged, they were the first ones on the market. They set the standard, so they can charge whatever the heck they want. I will remind people that the Markforged Mark II is like 16 grand, much tinier than you think, and does not have a heated bed. So that's like those are the things you should be reminded of for that machine. The FiberSeek machine, it's a 300 by 300 by 245, I think. Heated build plate, and they committed to a heated chamber, but we did not see any with a heated chamber installed. Their difference is they're doing coaxial carbon fiber. So Markforged has 2 nozzles next to each other, and before the nylon that comes out can cool, they're shoving in a continuous fiber, whether it's Kevlar, carbon, whatever, into it. FiberSeek does it in the tool head, so it comes out coaxially. You can print without it, and you'll get, your standard input shaper printer speeds. But with it, you're getting like 11 millimeters per second on the fast side when you're printing with that continuous fiber. Their software is where a lot of their like IP exists. Like I spoke to them off camera about, integrating into Orca or Prusa Slicer because that would make adding this into like print farms and things like that much easier because it's not needing a special piece of software. But they're like, no, a lot of our IP really comes into that software as well. They're not charging people for it, so fine. But yeah, they claim a lot of it is in the software. And looking at their toolhead, I don't think their toolhead will be very difficult for anybody to reverse engineer. Like looking at it, it's not difficult to reverse engineer. So I don't think the toolhead itself is going to pose a specific thing. I think, as Noob and Richard have said, it's the software. And that's what makes companies special. It's what makes Orca Slicer better for most people than Bamboo Studio. It's what makes Prusa Slicer really good for Prusa printers because the freaking profiles in it are well tuned for Prusas, right? So this is, I think software is really what separates it. And had the industry grown up in a more closed source environment, we would likely see very, very different atmospheres. And if you're wondering what that might look like, Simplify 3D is probably the best example of what that would look like. For years, they led as the best slicer on the market. Nothing was better than it with their ability to choose where you wanted support. And you didn't paint it. No, you clicked it. You had to click where you wanted the support. And that was amazing because nobody else gave you that option. But as soon as Prusa Slicer, or at that time would have been
Cura.
Well, no, Prusa Slicer had
Back
Cura
then
did.
it was Slick 3R back then.
Yeah, it was Slick 3R.
Yeah.
By Prusa. I don't know how the heck they called it, but when they had the paint on supports, that alone changed and made, in my opinion, Simplify 3D mostly obsolete. And then when was their last update?
When was their last paid update, you mean?
Yeah. So I'm kind of glad that open source exists there, but yeah, I am expecting companies to start to come out with their own like proprietary slicers that have really special stuff in it, like the FiberSeek software. But yeah, I don't have a lot of time on the FiberSeek software, so I can tell you from my experience with it, but I don't have 100 hours of using it.
If you have a company that brings out a slicer who has all these things we're talking about, non-planar, the full control, that people would pay. I would pay for a license.
Oh yeah,
I would happily pay a couple of $100 a year for that.
Yeah,
because that is worth it.
It would pay for itself in the first couple of prints.
Easy.
From a business perspective, especially if it really utilized non-planar properly, where you could.
Exactly.
If it kept ahead of the curve, integrated that infill optimization thing built into it. And specifically because it's something that is near and dear to my heart, did not require any cloud services whatsoever. It needs to run 100% local. This is a business. You can't just use cloud software because that's what everybody else does. No, it needs to run local. You would get me to pay for it without a hesitation.
Easy. Especially for people like us who run a business. Like, time is money. Like, literally, time is money. And to set up a couple of prints, sometimes it may take half an hour. Like, even for resin printing,
hours.
It's insane. The amount
I'm at the point for resin printing where we just pay other people to do the supports. I don't even bother with it anymore. It's not worth the money. It's not worth my time to do the supports myself. It is easy enough for me to pay between $35 and $100 to have somebody else do it for me.
It would be worth it. It's worth it because the
Every
amount
time.
of time spent, it's insane. So
Yep.
if there was this one company that can manage to do all this and charge, oh man, they definitely kill it.
Yeah.
So if you wanna give out a good word to FiberSeek for me, like we can test some plates out.
Buddy, I don't
can
even have one
I
yet.
can crash a few bikes just to test the strength.
They flew us out to look at their facility and tour it and film and all that. I don't even have one yet. There's not one in my shop. I think their machines are cool, but I do think they have some room to grow still, and that's important because they recognize it. They recognize that they're not perfect yet, and that they have some changes to make, and they're going to Kickstarter in like 2 weeks. I think they're starting on the 17th. And like, look, let's be real. If it's even an 80% product at the lowest price point of like $2,700 on Kickstarter, there's really nothing else out there at even 5x the cost that can compete with it. And their continuous and their carbon fiber, the continuous fiber, it's like $50 for 500 meters. It's not expensive.
Yeah.
So, but I'll tell you, we there are some tests that we did that we haven't posted publicly yet, but we towed. Well, we pulled as much as we could on a Tesla Model Y. That's the kind of crossover SUV. Yeah, with a BMW 2 Series with toe straps with a shackle made with their material. The BMW was burning its tires. The part did not fail. And we put it up against a regular nylon chop CF part that was the same thickness, 100% perimeters, no infill, so it was all perimeters. Shattered it, absolutely just ripped it apart. But before the BMW even lost traction, and it really surprised me. I was expecting it to do well, but I wasn't expecting it to do that well. Right? It was like, damn, that's pretty good.
Did it fail or did you guys give up?
We gave up. So
That's awesome.
what I wanted to do was to put the BMW in park and just have someone on the brakes as much as possible and use the Tesla, because you get the torque of the electric motors. But the owner of the Tesla was not wanting to go down that path. Yeah, I'm like, if we can get a 4-wheel drive electric vehicle or an all-wheel drive electric vehicle.
I mean, you can also tie it to a tree and drop it off a cliff.
Look, okay, what I do at my house with it versus what they're gonna do,
We went to 10 real quick.
There are two possible outcomes, which both are okay. One, if the car is still in one piece, you can tow it back up. Two, if it fails, now you know the breaking point.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm at.
It's a win-win-win.
Look, I live out in the country. We got a lot of guys with lifted pickup trucks with something to prove, and I am more than happy to let them try to prove it. Okay. Like, yeah, I really want to see, like, and we didn't have a load cell or anything on it. Like, I want to put a load cell on it and give it the beans and see what happens, because there's no like CNC kitchen test equipment that could break this. Like, it will break the machine first. Trying to pull it apart, like you're gonna have a really tough time breaking those parts. But Mark Forge is the same way. The continuous fiber takes strength to the nines. Like you're taking any standard material and adding carbon fiber, continuous fiber to it, and you're 10xing its strength immediately without losing anything. And theirs is nice because they let you do it on any material.
I was just about to ask, you can do it on any filament, right?
Open material library. Open library.
Oof.
Oh. Yep. So the only thing that they kind of lock you down for is the carbon fiber filament, like their continuous strands, because nobody else sells it. If somebody else was to sell it, they're not going to keep you from using it.
Yeah.
So nobody else sells it. Fine. Great. Cookie TM said that sounds like a challenge for CNC Kitchen. I'm sure if he was to get one, that would be a challenge. They're letting me print a lawnmower blade, okay? I want you to be very clear here. They're not against like the most ridiculous ways you could use a 3D printer.
Oh, I didn't understand. If you're using that stuff for the lawnmower blade. Oh, that's cool.
Yep.
Yeah, that's neat.
Yeah, so it will have a reasonably sharp edge, but it'll have continuous fiber all the way at the edge.
Oh, you're good then.
Well, so the only issue is my blades are
Rock.
specifically 23.25 inches long. So this machine is only 300 millimeters in length, so you have to print this blade in 2 pieces. So the weak point's actually going to be where you have to screw the 2 parts or bolt the 2 parts of the blade together. Okay.
Worth a try.
Again, there is no bad video that comes out of that. There's no it either cuts the grass or it gets destroyed, but next to it will be a steel blade because this is a lawnmower that uses 2 blades. So there'll be a steel blade next to the printed one. So we actually get to compare what it will look like if you actually went to cut with it. We will make plenty of disclaimers that this is stupid. You should not try this at home. I, under no circumstances, recommend that you do this, but...
You kidding me? I want to do it now.
Yeah. But yeah, so, you know, Kasha, you could do ABS or ASA with some continuous fiber in it, and then greatly reduce the material usage.
That's instantly the first thing. So the plates right here. So whenever here, they're inside, there's an additional part, which is kind of like a V, and that is 100%. It's only the first. So there's the outer shell, then there's an inner shell where the number plate holds onto,
right.
and then there's the recess. And this part here, the recess, that's about 2 millimeters thick. And that part is actually one continuous inner part, which is 100% infill. And then you have additional perimeters on the side. So this roughly takes about 110 grams of ABS.
That's not
because
too bad.
out of a whole spool, I can get 9 out of it. But with something like this, I know for a fact that I can bring it down to 80. Because all I'd have to do is just run some fiber around the holes and one through the edge. And yeah, that would save money.
It would save money, but I don't know if it's going to save time because the continuous fiber is so slow. They're like between 8 and 11 millimeters per second to lay the continuous fiber. That is very slow. That's slow by 2008 standards.
It all depends on how many layers you're going to do with fiber or how many strands you're going to put down.
Fair.
Because ultimately, I still slow down. So this takes about 4 hours to print, 4.5 hours.
It's not bad.
Because I slow it down drastically because I want to make sure that the ABS adheres, like bonds really well. That's where most of its strength comes. Because if I had to do standard profiles, like for speed, I wouldn't have that much strength. The filament just doesn't have enough time to properly melt and adhere. So I think at the end of the day, if I can bring it down to 3 hours, for example, and use 80 grams of filament, that is a
win.
lot of money.
Yep, that's a win.
When
Once
you
I get
say
access to the slicer, I'll let you know. I'll slice it up for you.
I produce about 200 of these every month. You know, that adds up.
That it does. That it does. Shane is telling us that he wants to do a giveaway, so it's time to give away some stuff. So Shane, the floor is yours. Go ahead and let's give some stuff away to the people.
All right. So what we're gonna do right now is, thanks to, I want to make sure I have it right. Thanks to Jason from LDO Motors, we're gonna give away a Jabberwocky toolhead kit. All right. And just so everyone knows, and the panel members and everyone else who just joined in, um, for this giveaway, this is open to everyone, even 1440 members, panelists, everyone. I'm the only one who can't win. So I'm going to do a very quick rules. I'm going to get the link, post it. I'm going to give you guys 5 minutes to fill out the form. And then I'll post another form for some filament giveaway. Yeah, I can't talk. Shh.
No, that was just some fancy Czech word, you know.
Phalange?
No, that's a finger. Or a piece of a finger.
Rules for
It's
our
a piece of a
giveaways.
plane, man.
One entry
Too
per
much,
viewer
friends.
per giveaway. Previous winners cannot enter again. They will be entered in our grand prize drawing at the end of the event at the last day.
Sorry, Shane,
Prizes
you
can
were
be
going, you were
geographically
saying,
region
sorry.
locked. Check before entering. If your name is drawn and you are not in the area, it will be re-rolled. Winners
he's
are responsible for any and all taxes that might be imposed by their country. If your name is called as a winner, you must be present. We will call your name out 3 times over 60 seconds for you to respond. If you do not answer in chat within that time, the prize will be re-rolled. Drawings can only be re-rolled at staff's discretion. Previous winners are automatically entered into the grand prize drawing at the end of the event and do not need to be present if their name is drawn. Winners, please allow 2 to 3 weeks for us to verify the winners and for the sponsors to reach out and ship you your prize. If there are discrepancies in the winning entries, it will be reviewed by the staff and the appropriate sponsor, and an internal decision will be made. Thank you and good luck.
All right, so this form right here, this is for the Jabberwocky toolhead kit. This is worldwide, all right? So everyone can enter. There is the form link.
Shout out LDO.
Yep, definitely. Who always help us every single time. So you guys have 5 minutes to fill that out. Yeah, so fill out the form. I'm going to do that one, and then I'm going to set up another one right afterwards for a let's do another 3-pack of Jesse PLA. That one will be US only. I will stress it again afterwards, but I want to get this one out first because it is worldwide.
And I see in the behind the scenes chat for the 1440 that Shane wants to do $100 dono to mute my mic. So
Dude, we would make so much money. We would make so much money so damn fast.
Hey, $100, I'll mute the mic. No problem. Someone else can keep the conversation going. That's fine.
I am kidding. Yeah, but before I'm like villainized here, I did sit there and say I am kidding because Grant is doing an awesome job.
I mean,
I'd be
Shane,
sitting there.
I'll say it right now. One of the ideas for raising money at Smurf this year are shock collars during a live podcast.
I wouldn't do that with the current event on things. Might be a bad idea. You didn't hear about the other? Yeah, there was a certain YouTuber who recently
We'll talk
allegedly. Yeah.
But twas an idea. So people can hurt me for money, for charity.
They would probably burn out the collar. All right, so okay, got 13. We have 3 minutes. And let me get the second one up for. And so what I'll do is 4. Thank you. 3. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post another link. Give it 5 minutes for the second one, and while that one's waiting, we will draw the prize for the Jabberwocky. Is the Jabberwocky compatible with a Bamboo P1S? I have no idea. Unfortunately, don't know. And I'm right now. I want to give Jan like the best production value of his camera feed because it is just like so like hip and chic and stylish right now.
I think Jan's figured out that the lights in his room are not gonna stay on. So instead he's put like a video light on him. And
but dude,
honestly,
it looks
the lighting is perfect, right?
Yes.
He's lit up. The background is just like properly fading to black. Like Jan has the professional streamer setup better
definitely.
than Noob. I'm sorry, but Jan, Noob, is yours even real?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. There you go.
See, you're using a very shallow depth of field. I didn't know if that was real or not. Okay.
No, it's real. It's real. So, I mean, see, there's my arcade console that I did over there. There's my plaque. It's all real.
I really like your out
All
of
right,
time.
go back and open the door of the Core One then.
I don't have Hackerboard installed, but I can open it.
Oh god, yes! If you had the hacker board, it's on you. The button.
Oh,
the door
it would have been.
Oh my god!
See, now that would have been the moment. I press a button.
That would have been awesome.
Opens.
That would have been awesome.
I really like your out of time license plate in the background.
Yeah. That was actually a gift from Rigid Inc.
Right, cool.
Enough, before they closed down.
We actually had a customer a couple of weeks ago rocked up in a DeLorean.
Oh,
literally
nice.
Just one Friday afternoon, he came to collect some stuff from us, and he came in a DeLorean. He got it in lockdown, and it was his project. Spent about 3 years doing it all up. And the last thing he said to me was, "I've just got a 3D printer. I'm going to do the whole flux capacitor kit at the back." So he was really going
Mr.
for
Fusion
it.
kit. Let's
Yeah,
go!
yeah. So he's only just down the road. So when he's got it finished, he's going to bring it back. But yeah, we were all very, very excited. Everyone was out in the car park.
DeLorean, the world's coolest car that is truly a pile of garbage. Their engines were so bad, but they're unmistakable, and they just look so good.
It was so wide, I couldn't believe it. It went into a car park, and it took up 1.5 car parking spaces. It was just a huge, really
I think
wide.
that's just because it was designed for the American market.
American
I don't think that has
market.
anything to do with the car being wider than normal. I think it's just I think it's just how wide American cars are.
All right, so give me 1 second here to get everything. Sorry, go ahead.
Did he have it all Back to the Futured out, or was it just the flux capacitor he was going to do in the back?
He had custom number plates. They were sort of Doc Brown or something along those type of or Doco 1, something like that. So yeah, he had started with it, and he had put up a few things. But yeah, he had just literally, he was chatting to me about he just got a 3D printer for the sole purpose of kitting it out with everything, the whole dash and the flux capacitor and everything at the back. So yeah, he was well into doing that. But it ran really well. It was good. It was quite surprised. But yeah. Beautiful.
Wow,
yeah,
Recoil the Hero with $100. Sorry. Thank you so
Oh.
much.
Thank you.
Oh, there it is. I'm like, I don't see it. Shane sees it before the rest of us do. Hold on, it means I got to turn the light on. Damn it, there it is.
Wait, was it the?
There you go.
I can do 5 before YouTube gets all.
What the?
crazy.
Okay, seriously.
Demonetized.
Wait, because what's an inch?
Techno.
What's an inch? That's not techno.
So an inch is it is someone who has it is someone who has left the United States for a country that uses metric, that is slowly trying to learn what a centimeter is. So instead of an inch, it's an inch. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine.
Well, let's do another charity drive. It'll be so much fun. Right, so. Okay,
You
everything's
invite
falling
us
apart
all
now.
back. This is really on you.
I know it is. All right, so let's see here. This second one. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna post a new link. This is for oh shit, I can't do it like this. I have to do the other one first, because if the person gets it a second time, fuck it. Let me just do this real quick. All right, so this one, and nope. I want this one. 1 second. Okay. I'm going to do this one really fast so I can get the other one out and about. All right, so I need this one. Yep, there we go. Good. and that, and that, and that, and that. All right, so this is for the Jabberwocky. Again, worldwide shipping. 1, 2, 3, and here we go. And Whimsy Crafting. No, actually, no. Oh, shit. No, sorry. Thomas.
Wow,
Thomas.
called it
Thomas.
too early.
Yeah, I'm going to shut the
God.
up now. Thomas, are you here? I know I'm an idiot, okay? I'm sorry. There's a reason why I don't do these things often. Thomas, yes. Okay, cool. Let me copy this and put you in the other sheet and learn never to do that again. All right, so this one here, copy responders link, shorten link, copy. This one here is for the Jesse PLA. I'm doing three packs of Jesse PLA, which will be determined by Printed Solid. This is for the US only, so please do not enter. And I'm going to set the timer for 3 minutes on this one. All right. So
Tell me what to do.
I'm warping? What the fuck is warping?
You're not my wife.
Okay, there.
She's watching, so it's fine.
There. So, wait, did it? Hold on, don't. It's not that link. Why didn't it work? Wait, huh? No, that's sheet 4. 1 second. Copy responders link. Sorry, people.
I love how so the people are only seeing the wheel on the screen.
Yeah.
We can see the avatar, and it's so mind messing where the avatar has just one expression, but you can hear the frustration in Shane's voice.
Oh, that reminds me. Hold on, let's do this.
Shane, your mic is crackling like you got a mouthful of Pop Rocks, brother.
Like proper techno.
Not to make it worse.
Like proper techno. Unch, unch.
Yes.
Love you, Shane.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know why it's doing it.
Well, now the avatar's gone, but the sound's better. So,
So we fixed that. Yay!
Yep, we fixed it.
Even the avatar. Right. Screw you guys, you're getting home.
Wait, is Shane's avatar just Eric Cartman?
Yeah.
I should. Okay, you guys can get an artist. You guys can get an artist in the next stream to do a Eric Cartman. Right?
I mean, I am certain that we can get Wexter to do Shane's head on Eric Cartman's body. I am certain that this will not take a lot of effort to have Wexter do this, okay?
Yeah, it is. It's on there.
Shane, you either have to mute yourself in Discord or you have to repeat what Boss said. Yeah, I guess the giveaway form didn't get posted. It apparently only showed up in Twitch. I just work here, man. Thank you, Bob.
Shane has left the building.
I did not leave the building.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Never mind. That was never mind.
You do realize I have like 2 headphones on, so I can hear you guys and the voices in my head.
3 sets of voices.
I told you, listening to the voices in your head sometimes can be useful. They almost normally tell you good things to do.
Okay,
so the question is, who does the voice sound like?
I don't know, but he keeps speaking Spanish, and I can't understand a word he's saying.
Okay. Is the crackling still there?
No.
But your avatar's gone.
Yes, I killed him.
So we just see a mech. Wow. Yeah, geez, Shane.
What?
All right.
What?
Man,
What?
Just murking someone live on stream. All right. We see a
I don't even know what they what.
we see a Gundam now.
Dude, that's just I use that for streaming all the time. It's a freaking Evangelion. It's not a Gundam.
You mean a Gundam? It's a Gundam.
You heathen.
I'm sitting here just giggling to myself because I know I'm about.
Yo, I got
I'm
one
about
person
to
over here
trigger
calling
Shane.
anime cartoon. You're
Is
calling Gundams
Gundam
and
a
Evangelion.
cartoon?
Yes.
That's a Zord from Power Rangers, right?
Oh, wait. Hold on. What's this? Oh, I love this button.
Look, it's a non-animal Zoid. That's all that it is.
I'm not listening to you guys.
Is
I
that
am
from
not
Gotham
listening to you
City?
guys. No, it's old school Popeye.
Oh, which was actually
Thomas
made in
replied.
Malta.
So does Thomas
Yeah.
win? I
Thomas
have
is
no clue.
Thomas is all set. This is for the other one because I'm purposely
okay.
keeping you guys off camera.
That's fine. They can still hear us though.
That's all right. I'm just having a nervous breakdown. They don't
Jan,
need to
you
see
two
it.
are welcome to join in heckling Shane. This is part of the deal.
No, it isn't. Yeah. Jan's a very nice person. All right, so we're done.
The deal's been changed. This is part of the deal.
Pray
don't
don't
alter it
alter it
further.
any
Don't
further.
you know? Don't you know? This is all about the art of the deal, Shane.
All right, link to sheets.
Negotiations were the last 15 minutes. It's the other person comes out.
All right, so here we go. This is for the Jesse filament. I'm gonna just do a rapid fire. So please speak up if your name is called. Well, actually type. Shuffle. Okay. And first one. DSK.
Nando.
They know he's here.
He's
Hi,
there.
Nando. I got it. Okay, yay, there. Good. All right, so next one. Shuffle. Hit it. Let's see. Da Vinci.
Da Vinci 10.
Yes, thank you.
Which is funny because their username on
Right there.
Yeah, their username doesn't have the underscore.
Shuffle. And last one. I'm not calling it until it stops. Angelic Wanang.
Congratulations.
Congrats. You won. Whoops. Wait for it. Nope, just give me this. Finally. Okay. You go bye-bye. And you go bye-bye. Okay. So what time is it? Okay, got 8 minutes. Who is, because I know the next one up is the sculptors and designers panel.
Yeah.
And some of them are
If you want to bring Wexter and we can go ahead and tell him what we're looking for the Eric Cartman Shane crossover model. That's fine.
Wex, all right. If you're listening, make sure to charge them like 10 times your usual rate. Because, again, it's all for charity. What are we up to on the charity, anyways?
We are up
let's
to
see.
$1,880 if the YouTube chat is or the YouTube little bar ticker thing is to be trusted.
It should be trusted, but why is, hold on.
If we can make it an easy
Okay, that works. Okay. Because before it was stuck on another thing. It's okay.
Okay.
We're okay.
What vault are we in, Shane? What vault number is it?
86.
I don't know if I trust that one.
That's okay.
Oh God, that's fair. Bob Carn says headphone rip. It is very loud.
Sorry.
The vault sounds.
Okay, I'll get it next time. Wex, you got to unmute.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello,
So,
hello.
Grant has something to ask you.
Oh no. Go ahead.
So I don't know if you were listening, but
No, I
Shane,
just came home. I was my friend had a birthday party, so I went there for an hour and ran here.
It's fine. We understand you'd much rather go spend time with friends and family than help raise money for charity. It's fine. It's fine.
It's food.
It's fine.
Come on.
This is literally for World Central Kitchen. This is for food for others, Wax. Come on. Okay.
Priorities.
Anyways, well, I mean, look, as long as you're not going to burn that shed down, we're fine.
I'm not sure.
But Shane was doing a phenomenal impression of Eric Cartman, and so since the designer panel is coming up, it might be fun.
Did someone clip that?
They didn't, but I'm sure we could. I'm sure we could get that.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
have fun going through a 12-hour stream.
Putting Shane's head on Eric Cartman's body, just saying, would be pretty awesome. Would be pretty awesome.
Maybe if it was Shane from a few years ago, now he's like he looks much better.
I'm watching which way his hands are going there because he's going like which way.
I was shaping you, sorry.
He's like Z-brushing Shane. Yeah, Shane has lost a lot of weight. For those that don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, we just got another 50 from Offset.
Offset, thank you.
Here, we gotta give him the light show.
I'm not doing the sound. My sound effects don't work anymore.
Trying to like covertly do it off in the corner.
All right.
Anyway,
Yeah,
we're gonna do something random.
No. You
brainstorm and figure out something.
Full degenerate level though, Wax. Full degenerate level. This is what the community deserves.
Okay.
No, I think you need to set it for a goal. It needs to be for a charity goal.
Oh
yeah,
no, I'm gonna do that for. Like I don't need any goals for that.
No. Hold on. We are at $1,930. The designer panel is 4 hours. Yeah.
Yes, because there's a whole bunch of designers.
Yeah, a bunch of goobers. So 4 hours. I think another $2,000.
So what? You want it to be what?
$500 an hour. If we can raise $500 an hour during the designer panel, Wex, is it possible then to get this model included in the models that get given away?
Oh, yes.
No, because I'm the one who has control of it. Sure, go ahead, do it.
If that happens, I'm gonna make that model. I'm not gonna say tomorrow because I have some guests over, so I'm not sure if I can do it. But I'm gonna make it next week. I'm gonna make it public immediately for everyone to download because everyone needs Shane in his life, in his room.
Honestly, I need more Shane in my life.
Is this gonna be like a diorama? You don't need more Shane in your life.
I do need more Shane in my life. Shane, we already discussed.
At what point did we lose control of this?
Karen is even in the chat right now saying she needs a Shane hug again. It's true. There is nothing quite like a hug from Shane. There's nothing quite like it. It is an experience that even I, someone who is never without words, doesn't have words for.
I remember seeing Shane for the first time in person. I went for a hug and he went back against the wall. And I was like, okay, he heard stories about me. Like,
no, never. All right, hold on. So what is it? 39:30 in 2 hours.
Yep.
All right.
39:30 in 4 hours.
In 4 hours. Let me bring in everyone else, and you guys can sit there. All right,
Sorry
here
to
we
give you
go.
work, Wax, but this one was too good.
honestly,
All right, so I'm gonna bring.
Like I haven't made.
Bob says to
model
make it
for
an even
Shane for a while.
4K. Let's make it even 4K.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. So let me I'm gonna bring everyone in, and then you guys can say hi and bye, and we'll get the the new panel in. We'll say goodbye to the old one, and then we'll continue, and I'll be so happy. All right, so I'm gonna bring everyone at the same time. Here we go. Emit. How funny would freaking Zoom break right now? Hopefully my
Shane,
lights won't go out.
stop what saying things like that. Stop saying things like that.
Dude, you don't think I looked? You don't think I looked up if Google failed in Europe when Jan stuff went out? I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, I was there.
Okay, so we have everyone. Everyone. So, for Grant, 3D Musketeer, for Richard, for Joe Kasha, Ryan Reed, and Jan, thank you ever so much for joining us and helping things out. You guys were awesome. You guys rocked it for 3 hours straight and greatly appreciated. And we are sitting at $1,930 for the World Central Kitchen, and we've been on for 6 hours, and that's awesome. I want to thank everyone for joining, for helping in and doing what you can and doing the things you do best. And yeah, I'm gonna look forward to freaking Cartman because I know you guys are gonna call everyone.
Well, wait,
in the sun.
we've got Mr. Dummy 13 himself in here, Gabe. He's here hanging out too. So this could be a collab here between Wexter and Gabe, where Gabe does the posable model, but Wexter does all the pieces that do all the hard sculpting for it. And now we get an articulated Shane / Eric Cartman model if we can reach $4,000. Yes, Gabe, I'm just giving you work.
Yeah, Eric Cartman action figure. That would be fun.
Pose your
Thank
Shane
you.
however you want.
How about
just don't bet him over.
This is
and then at 10,000, I will print a life-size version of it.
Oh no!
Yeah.
4, 1, 2, 3.
Well,
4,
who's life size?
400.
Shane's life size,
And
or
Cartman's life size.
Shane's life size.
Okay.
And
I'm down
Saturday, 4 hours from now, will be, oh my God, 1 a.m.
Shane's now just doing the math as to how late he needs to be up for these.
All right, so there is an incentive now on our Tiltify page. If we hit $4,000 by 1 a.m. CET time, hold on, let me make it active. There'll be a Cartman version of me, which will be oh so lovely. So that is on Tiltify right now. It's up to you guys to make my suffering worldwide, because why not? But it's all for a good cause. No, but there's the other one. If we hit 50K, I will dress up like what's it, Baby New Year / Baby Jesus.
Oh no.
So yes. So you can get that image stuck in your head now.
Well, no,
for
you
all
still
you
have
guys
a
who
long
want
beard. I
Cartman.
want Santa.
No, I got rid of the beard.
You've got time.
I shaved the beard off.
You've got time.
All right.
Look, we're only starting to defrost Mariah Carey, so it's fine. We've got time.
Oh, great! Now you got friggin' print.
You're welcome.
Wait. Yeah, you said I would love to paint him in real life. No, we're not doing a life-size Cartman Shane, and everyone gets involved in this. No,
I
okay?
can body
Not
paint
happening.
you as Cartman.
Maybe.
No. Can we please shift? Okay, we've done this. Okay, you guys. I know you guys go and spread the word and get a whole bunch of money and everything else, and then see, because it's only time's ticking. You have 3 hours and 52 minutes.
You can actually hear Shane's heart rate rise.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can actually hear it.
His blood pressure is elevated currently.
No, because
he's like,
I forgot.
How did I let all these degenerates in one room at a time?
I could really make it spike and tell him I could turn him into a doll.
Oh yes, full BJD Shane. Yes.
I hate you all.
No, you don't.
But it's for a good cause, Shane. Come on.
Yes.
Freaking children.
But as they say, the internet is forever. Okay, it'll be a good
So is
cause.
Shane.
Yeah, great.
Hey,
I'll be
you're the
on
one
my
that chose to do this live on the internet, not us.
Oh, bullshit. Bullshit. Bunch of liars and heathens, all of you. Go watch your cartoons of Popeye and all that shit. All right,
Go
but
watch
anyways,
that Red Gundam show here in a bit.
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
All right,
Power
so
Rangers?
Nah.
I
Batman.
feel so bad for the people who've never been here because they're like, what the hell did I agree to?
Is that
Yeah,
like
just-
Pixar?
Huh?
Is that Pixar?
Oh Jesus Christ, no. Who? Oh,
Oh,
God
it's not
damn
Big
it.
Hero
Oh,
6?
3D Medic Vince! 3D Medic Vince dropping the moolah. Hold on, I gotta put the light back on. And then I'm gonna see myself out. $250 from 3D Medic Vince for the 5-course meal. Thank you very much.
Thank you
for
very much.
assisting and raising money for the World Central Kitchen. I will see you all later.
Thank you. Does this go towards
Yes, thank
Kurt
you.
and Shane?
Have fun, everyone.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you guys. Have a good one.
Designers are already here.
Bye bye.
Yes.
Yeah, they're
and yes, the designers are already here on live, and I just need to bring one other person in. All right. So as you can see, this is a very large panel. Yeah. Sorry for the mental breakdown, but what else is new? So hi everybody.
Hello. Hey.
Welcome to our, let's see, sculptors, 3D designers, graphic illustrators, 3D VTuber model, everything 3D design. I guess that's the best way to say it.
Yeah.
Unless you know all
Very
things.
succinct.
All right. So yeah, we're here with the 1440 Makers. We're raising money for the World Central Kitchen. And the last panel is trying to have me with a mental breakdown. So we're raising money for the 14.
Trying?
Trying, yeah. No, it's already happened. So yeah, we're raising money for the 14.
Stream.
Dude, that's the goal of everyone's. That's everyone's daily goal. You guys don't see my socials. All right. So we're here raising money for the 1440. No, God damn it, for the World Central Kitchen. They're an organization that gets the boots on the ground first in any type of disaster, whether it be man-made or natural. Their whole thing is just to get where they're needed, and they'll figure everything else out once they're there. They do an absolutely amazing job, and literally have pulled off the impossible that entire countries couldn't do. Every place they go, everything is resourced locally as far as people, food, equipment. They go in, they get these emergency kitchens set up, they train the staff, they set up supply lines, they supply them with money, and they keep it running over as long as they're needed. They've been in the Ukraine now for almost 4 years, at least 2 years in Gaza. We did this in January when the California fires were going on, and they're still there helping them out. And as much as people like to drive me crazy, I do like to do this for fun. But yeah, so far we are at $2,200 raised. So that's where we're at right now. And right now we're on our like I said, everything 3D design panel. I need to think of a better name for it. But as you can see, we have a very large panel. It's a very long panel, 4 hours. God damn it. Let's see here. Fix 'em do with $50. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, that's right. Fix 'em, where are you? Okay. Thank you so much. And I am going to, you guys can introduce yourself, talk a little bit about what you do, and we'll go around this very large panel. I'm going to start with Wexker first. Oh, by the way, just so you know, for everyone new here, I butcher people's names like you wouldn't believe. There's only one person here I'm guaranteed not to butcher their name. You guys can figure it out who it is. But continue, Wexker.
Dude, you butchered it twice. What is happening?
That's okay. I don't know. Did you see the last event? I only got 2 hours of sleep last night.
Dude,
I'm
you
an old
have
man.
so many excuses. It's crazy. Hi, everyone.
no.
I don't want to say a lot of things about myself. I'm making 3D models for the past 6-7 years for 3D printing, and I'm just a dude from Croatia who likes to do that stuff and be a part of this community.
likes to do that stuff.
Whoa, I heard myself again.
That might have been me, sorry.
Okay, so Shane also asked me to help him out. So I guess he wants me to butcher other people's names. So like let's start with names that I know and people. So let's start with Nando. Fernando, go.
My name is Fernando. I go online by DSK or DSK001. I am a maker of everything or little jack of all trades. So I don't have one particular thing I specialize in, but I have made a lot of props from video games. I've done some vehicles, RC cars, lanterns, and so on.
And he's also a really, really, really good dude. I absolutely
Mm.
love this guy.
Thank you. Same.
And I said it live in front of everyone.
Recorded too.
Tanner, do you want to go?
No, I'm up.
Yep.
Okay, cool. How's everybody doing? My name is Ricky. Just don't call me late for supper. Tanner 3D. I make all sorts of things, mostly like 1/18 scale and 1/12 scale toys, like action figures and stuff like that. I kind of had to do a hard pivot on this one, and so y'all ended up with 3 different scales of a refrigerator. So that's my contribution to this. There's 1/6 scale, 1/18, and 1/12 scale versions of the fridge all in there. Also with little 2-liter bottle and 1-gallon milk jugs in all 3 scales that you can print out. They're good for dioramas, doll houses, whatever whatever strikes your fancy. And I've been doing this for, I guess, since 2018. Anyway, that's what time I showed up, and I enjoy doing this. I love making toys. Toy collector from way back, and then once I realized 3D printing was affordable, it was just one of those things where I was like, I can make my own toys now.
That's great.
That's wonderful.
Who wants to go next? Ryan, do you want to go?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Ryan Mackley. I make all kinds of things from try to do a lot of life-size props and bigger sized figures that try to push the bounds of what we can do in 3D printing. But that's pretty much it. I do everything from 3D models for printing to video games.
Do you want to show some models maybe?
Sure. We've got everything from a 3D printable cannon with waiting spring and everything.
But please tell me the rope isn't 3D printed too. That would be
No,
super
the rope
impressive if
is
it was.
practical. The rope is practical. Yeah. And then we got some puzzles and treasure chest with a whole bunch of different styles of coins. And stuff to really push the bounds. Like this is a 2-foot figure that prints on a standard build plate.
Nice.
Nice. And it's of the best Ninja Turtles, so you know.
Oh yeah. You should see all this stuff around my freaking place. There's a lot of it.
Cool. So what's your favorite tool? You use ZBrush or?
Yes, I do primarily most of my work in ZBrush. However, I'm also in CAD and everything else. Fusion, whatever you want to use, I can use it.
Cool. So speaking of ZBrush and all the cool stuff, we have someone who is connected to ZBrush through streams, who is teaching ZBrush for a very long time. Someone who I follow since I started doing stuff in ZBrush, and I even have his figurines on my desk. That's Shane Olson. So Shane, tell us something about yourself and your new projects.
Thanks for the warm welcome. I appreciate it. Yeah, my name's Shane Olson, and I'm new here, but it's fun to see some familiar faces, and happy to be here. Happy to share my whatever I have to offer. But I've been I've been live streaming for a long time. I've been in the video game industry for about 25 years. Yeah, I'm an old guy. And then I switched over to making toys and video game stuff. Half my models are missing behind me because they were in a photo shoot, so I kind of kludged together what I had. And but yeah, I can show some of my digital models if you guys want to see. But I've ran the 3D character workshop for the last 8 years, and I'm starting a new one that's kind of focused on 3D printing and characters called Sculpt School. So that's kind of what I've been doing now. I've done resin printing and filament printing. Yeah, I've just recently got into Wexter, kind of got me into the filament stuff and multicolored stuff, and it's a lot of fun. And yeah, I'm kind of addicted now.
That's how it always starts. You
Yeah,
start with
yeah.
one color, then suddenly you're like, oh, we gotta do more.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's been a lot of fun. But I
So
mainly
how-
do stylized characters, so yeah, that's my thing. Oh, so I worked for Disney for 10 years. And I was the character lead on Disney Infinity. You guys have heard of that game.
I like
So
how you just casually drop that thing.
Just slip
like,
that
oh,
in.
I,
it's-
as
yeah,
if Mickey
like-
Mouse in the
forgot.
background
I
wasn't
totally
already.
forgot.
I work for Disney.
That's insane. I used to collect all the figurines from that, so it's so cool. It gets to be on a panel with you. Oh my word.
Nice. Thanks so much. Yeah.
Do you want to say something about the school?
Oh yeah. So I just barely opened a new school. It's on school.com, skool.com. And I went with the quirky naming convention, the SK, and it's Sculpt School spelt with a K. So it's school.com/sculpt, and it's just it's a fun place to hang out. And I go live every week, and I can check out your models and give you some feedback. And I have some courses in there. And Wexter printed. I did a fan version of Lion-O. If you guys remember Lion-O from the 80s,
Hey,
I
Thundercats.
did a Disney Infinity figurine of Lion-O, as if he was in Disney Infinity. And there you go. I have two poses of him. There's a standard pose right there, and then I have a different one of him holding his claw up. And so yeah, it was a lot of fun. But that's
Wait,
the course that I
have that
made.
one too.
There you go. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
so cool looking.
Thanks. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I can't believe that's on an FDM printer. So it came out so good. Yeah, I printed a larger version of him, but again, I took him to the photo shoot, so he's not here. I was gonna try and paint him up.
Wow.
And this is the first ever printed version of this one.
Yeah, you got first dibs.
Yeah.
So I kind of
I'm
walk
gonna keep
people.
it forever.
There you go. I kind of walk people through how to slice and key it for both FDM and resin printers. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. But recently I've been getting into, so you say ZBrush, they made me what is it called? It sounds so boastful. I don't know, but it's a ZBrush master trainer, whatever the heck that means. So yeah, I'm thinking about putting together a certificate thing so I can train others and give them master trainer certification as well. Or master user, I guess. And then what else was I going to say? Oh, but I've been getting into Nomad Sculpt a lot recently, and sculpting on my iPad, and because it's a lot more affordable and achievable for people. And they've just recently released it on PC. It's like $30, one-time cost for it, and you can make stuff and push it to your printer, and yeah, it's super cool. So I'm getting into teaching that as well. So I've been doing some fun Halloween sculpts with it. And I don't know if I can share my screen here, but I can show you a couple if you want to see them.
You should be able to.
Yeah. Am I allowed?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
All right. So
No, we don't want to see your amazing things. No, please don't.
so I made this Morticia recently, and I was messing with some surface texture stuff, which is a lot of fun. But yeah, this was 100% done here in Nomad.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. And you can, what's really cool about Nomad is you can render it while you're sculpting. So you can put lights and stuff in here while you're sculpting. So it's a lot of fun. Yeah, you can kind of, thank you. You can see some of the detail down in here. And then yesterday I started a pumpkin in ZBrush and pushed it over to here and lit it, put a candle inside of it. So it's pretty fun. This is, go ahead.
So I normally use Blender and stuff, so I'm not familiar with how ZBrush and Nomad work. Are they like, they're more digital sculpting based rather than
Correct.
poly modelers, right?
Right. Like for example, this program has no poly modeling. There's none. It's just digital sculpting. So you can't extrude or slice or any of that stuff. You can cut it like a knife, like if it was as if it was real clay, you can cut it. But like it would be kind of difficult to make these eyes inside of Nomad. I made them in ZBrush with booleans, but you could do it. But like I said, what I really like about Nomad is just how you can render it while you're sculpting. But it has all these sculpting brushes, kind of like clay. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, let me see if there's something else I can
Do you find you have to do any post-processing to get them ready for printing? Because I find whenever I've done like a sculpted project, the topology's like really quite dense, and nothing's in nice quads or triads.
Yeah. So what I usually do before I send it to a printer is decimate it, it's called. And that's just a fancy word for reduce. And you can go in here under miscellaneous, underneath here, and there's decimation right there. And it does a really good job of just decimating it and making it very, very light. It will keep all the details. It'll even keep the colors too. But it will reduce that dense mesh because you don't want to send. I sent one to Joel. Joel's going to be on the panel tomorrow. And I sent him Lion-O without decimating it because he's printing it on his, is it called a Miramar, Wexter? Is that his printer?
Mimaki.
Mimaki, that's right. Okay. Mimaki printer. He's printing out Lion-O on that thing. I can't wait to see it. But the file was too big because I'm like, do you want all the color and all the detail and all the everything? And so, but he's sending it over from a laptop. So he's like, it's too big. So I had to decimate it down. But anyway, that's where you do it. Speaking of Joel, I also helped him out doing he's doing this thing. He's got
that was his latest video from yesterday.
Yeah, that's why I'm showing it to you, is because he just barely released a YouTube short showing how he put fire inside of here and smoke, and so he already had this model and I showed him how to cut these eyeballs out. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. And I have a lot more on my iPad as well. This guy's not done yet. I'm working on his hair, but yeah, this is really cool because you can have glass in here. But yeah, for 3D printing, yeah, you can do like subsurface scattering, fancy words for it makes the ear glow kind of red when there's a light behind it. See how it kind of glows.
For skin, doesn't it? Like typically.
Right. Yep. So anyway,
is that real-time rendering?
It is. It's like the Unreal Engine or Unity or something like that. Yeah, it's real time. So that's why the light kind of stays and crawls around as I rotate. Yeah, you can see the shadow and stuff.
That's going to be really useful for printing it, like because obviously like the way it looks in the computer is not necessarily how it look in person. So having all those lights and seeing how it bounces off the model and stuff is going to be quite handy, right?
Right. Yeah, and later on I can probably pull up Lion-O and show you the keys and stuff if you guys are interested.
Yeah, let's do that a bit later.
Yeah, cool. All right.
Print one out
Thanks, Shane.
myself.
Yep, think I've hogged the spotlight enough.
Colin,
with good reason.
Me?
Can you share some of your work? I've seen your models, and like one of the first things that I've seen was I think an axe with bunch of eyes.
Yeah, this is like a sculpt that's a little mechanical that you can move the eyes around.
That's awesome.
It's called My
Oh,
Pet
wow.
Axe. I've been trying to like lean into doing like cosplay stuff, and I did these fingers, and I just released this yesterday for everybody.
Nice.
But most of the stuff I do is like D&D related too. I do like what's in the STL package is this right here. This is a Can Cozy dice tower. So you have your dice down the handle, it rolls down the handle. This is in the package for the donation. And you know, I'm just known for putting a lot of eyes on all my stuff. Too many eyes. But I just
There's that dice tower with a lot of wines, or it's like a tree thing. That's the thing I really like also. Like you have a really really nice style. So many details. Everything is super pronounced. I really love your stuff.
Thank you very much. I try to make it pronounced. A lot of the people that are my followers or members and stuff, they sell the work and stuff like that. And I want the stuff to be reproducible for people. So I like to make it really easy to paint and look good with minimal, work put into it, and make it repeatable. Like that's what I shoot for.
Can I ask you a question about that Stein?
Mm-hmm.
Is it like I noticed the black on the inside versus the lighter on the outside? Is that painted or a wash, or how did?
Yeah, I make it so like I just can you see this all right?
Yeah,
I really
yeah.
can't.
Give me 1 second. There you go.
Let me just turn off my little blur so it's.
Yeah, I think we're all used to a messy background if we're all makers and such.
I tried to.
I know I'm sitting here with a whole bunch of stuff on my desk.
I just print in the
so
satin.
Cool.
And this is also in the
that
the
is
package.
gorgeous.
Yep.
So
That's nice.
this is just a satin black LDO stuff. I just print out the cheapest film I get because I'm doing Switch 10 printing, test printing. But this is just a silver rub and buff wiped on, and it makes all the details come out. So this is just black filament and then silver rub and buff.
That's really cool.
Came out really nice.
Yeah.
That's on an FDM printer.
Very nice.
That's also in the package. Along
You said
with
LDO, and I immediately thought it was resin, and I believed it was resin.
no, and I do the same thing like with all my wood grains and stuff. This is also in the package. It's like a dice tree holder.
Oh man.
And that's just black FDM with a little dry brushing from brown.
Wow.
So I just try to keep it as simple as possible, and I don't know, just have fun with it. I don't really like nail myself down to do one thing. I'm constantly changing what I'm doing. Try and keep it fresh and try and stay interested. I'm like doing this full time now, so I got to keep it interesting for me too. And everybody's liking it so
is
far.
that a D20 mimic in the background? I'm getting very distracted by it.
I was looking at that too.
Yeah.
See, this was a mistake. The minute you turn off the blur, everyone's like, "Dude, what's in the background?" That looks awesome.
This is one of my dice
I'm just looking at all of his transformers in the background, so I get it.
So it's a D20 dice tower that you roll through the top, and it goes through.
Oh my gosh.
And then I try to make things mechanically, and it collapses down, so it'll actually close up.
No.
And,
nice.
It closes up.
No.
To
Oh, okay,
that's
that's
so you can roll it.
Nice.
I love the smile of it.
Thanks.
Really cool.
Yeah. I always try to make things like multifunctional.
So where
This
do you
hangs on the
spend?
wall, and it's still a dice tower, rolls through, and it also holds your headphones on the wall. So.
What program do you use to make that stuff?
Primarily Blender. That's where I work out of. And Tinkercad, believe it or not. Like these bone fingers, I designed the frame and the mechanical parts in Tinkercad. Then I brought it back in the Blender and sculpted it and moved it around.
Very cool.
But yeah, that's basically what I do.
Love it.
Thank you. This is great. Okay, Nectar Mechanics. I love the name, by the way.
Oh, you better show some. You better get some stuff to show them, sir.
I've already got some.
I know why
show,
Shane immediately likes you. Sorry, because.
Okay. So I'm B. I go by Next Mechanics Online, and I think it's easier to say what I don't make than what I do. But at the moment, I'm mostly focusing on 3D printing and that side of stuff. I make action figures, minis, cosplays. If you couldn't tell by my background, I love Transformers. And so I've
Doesn't
recently
everybody?
been learning. Hang on, where's
You.
Let's see. Is it going to show it properly? Is it
Hey,
going
give
to
me
focus?
1 second. Spotlight for everyone. There you go.
There we go. That's
Nice.
mostly in focus, focus adjacent. Uh, yeah, so these figures are fully 3D printed on FDM machines. They're color separated, so if you don't have a multicolor printer, you can still do it. They're all individual parts that you put together. And then, yeah, they're able to transform without disassembly.
Is that based on the Studio 86 version?
No, this is so I got the 86 one, and believe it or not, I had issues with it despite how amazing it is. And so my biggest gripe is the fake parts, right? So they
that's
do fake
fair.
parts because when they in the animation, like a great example is the yellow squares on his codpiece, right? In truck mode, he's only got like the 2 triangles on either side. And in robot mode, he's got 4. It's like a weird, it splits mid-animation, because it's all hand-drawn animation, and it was done really quick and cheap. So it's got little quirks. And so the 86 toy does it with, you know, a fake bumper falls out and stuff, and that's fine. But after a while, it feels less like you're transforming the figure and more like you're just unfolding it and then wrapping it up again in a fake, and it's not satisfying. So all of my figures are no parts forming and no fake parts, which makes life infinitely harder, but it's always way more rewarding when you get it to work. And so I've done, this is one of my, if you could not get hooked on everything, thank you. This is one of my favorites. This is a Seeker design, right? And for those that aren't aware, the Seekers are a bunch of Transformers that all have the same design, but they're different colors. And so I've designed it so that they're fully customizable. You can print them in any deco you want and have your own armada of them. So it's been quite fun. And this guy uses filament pens. I've swapped to using metal pens because they're better for because Transformers require a lot of weird stressing on the parts to get them to move. But because the Seekers are so basic in their design, I was able to get away with it. So it's even easier to print off loads of them. You don't need to buy anything extra. But outside of that, I'm talking about cosplay. Come on. This is my latest build that I am working on.
Ooh.
This is a custom Iron Man helmet
design.
Yeah, classic 60s design. This is when I modeled myself in. I do all of these models in. For the Transformers, it's a combination of FreeCAD and Blender, and this guy was just Blender. And so, yeah, and if I can get my hand inside, hang on. There's a little button, and if I can find the button, there we go. Ta-da! The eyes light up. It's not very obvious in this room with all the other lights on at the moment, but yeah, it's very cool. So I'm building a full suit of that, and unlike other Iron Man cosplays, my one can stand on its own without the use of a mannequin. So all of the joints are able to lock, so he can stand on his own. Obviously, I've only got the head with me at the moment. But I'm working from the ground up, so at the moment I've got the legs. It's a bit Wallace and Gromit wrong trousers at the moment. They're just sort of stood on their own. But no, it's going quite well. And so I'm trying to work on various bits. Like I've got the arc reactor. There we go. That is completely getting washed out, but you get the idea. So I love what 3D printing's able to do for these types of projects. 10 years ago, you would have been maybe 3D printing them or scratch building them, or, you know, with the Transformers taking official ones and repainting them. And now I'm able to build them from the ground up and do exactly how I want. And that's just insane to me. So yeah, that's what I do. And I will definitely be pestering all of you for any tips and bits as I see, because I have a lot to learn. I've only been doing this for about 3-4 years consistently. Completely self-taught from YouTube videos and stuff, and the amount of times you find a random YouTube short that makes you rethink your entire workflow.
Oh my god, you have no fucking idea.
So yeah, I'm glad that's a universal experience. I'm glad it's not just me, because
Are you kidding? My favorite thing is whenever I'm doing
any sort of blender rigging thing on stream, I'll be like, I don't know how to do tank treads. And then I'll just be like, I wonder if there's a YouTube show. Oh, there it is. There's 4. Okay, there's a dozen. And they're all basically the same. Awesome.
It is both the most annoying and the most amazing thing is that there is resources, there's so many resources, especially with Blender specifically now that it's gotten so popular in the past 5 years, that like there is a video on everything. It's just knowing what the right words are to find that.
Yeah.
And especially with the Transformers work I do, like other people have made 3D printed Transformers, but they either don't transform or they parts form, you have to remove parts to move it. So there isn't videos for that, and it's I've been trying my best to make those videos for other people. But believe it or not, making working Transformers is quite difficult.
Believe me, I know. I made one. I did a an Optimus Prime that transforms into a Cybertruck, and it was the most frustrating thing I've ever done.
Why would you have him turn into one of the worst cars ever?
This was years ago.
Oh, I love that. What did you use Blender for that as well then? Or
No, I actually used Tinkercad. I did everything in Tinkercad. It was so frustrating. It fully transforms though, but you do have to remove. You do have to move the tonneau cover. It uses it as a shield.
Yeah, I use Tinker. So I don't want to hog the spotlight too much, but I have tried so many different free softwares to try and figure out what's the best workflow for Transformers, because the problem is that Transformers can turn into anything. That's inherently part of it. That's part of the appeal, and so you can't necessarily make a one-size-fit-all formula for all Transformers. But I've tried my best, and so various different stuff like FreeCAD is a constructive solid geometry program, right? It's blocks that you merge or cut with, and that's good for Transformers because if you need the edges to line up, you could cut them with each other, right?
Yeah.
And so I did that for I made a laser beak that turns to a working cassette tape. And that was great. I could use a cassette tape as like a stamp for the details. But for like ones like my Optimus and my Seekers and stuff, what I've ended up doing, and I didn't think to bring them through with me, but oh wait, no, I got my Soundwave I'm working on. I do block models in FreeCAD, because FreeCAD is a parametric software, and you guys all know what that is, but for the viewers, that means that you're less digitally sculpting and it's more working with parameters, right? You're updating that, you're tweaking that, and you can build objects off of each other with that, which is really useful when doing Transformers, because if you've got one part that you later decide you made too small and you make it bigger, everything updates to accommodate that.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to the final detail and you want to add all the rivets and the tire treads and stuff, that's when you take into Blender. I've been experimenting with how much I can do in Blender, learning how to use snapping tools to sort of, because FreeCAD, you get what you pay for, and it's quite easy to break it, unlike Fusion or SolidWorks and stuff. So I've been seeing how much I can do in Blender outside of that, because they tend to sort of go, yeah, you broke it, but anyways, whereas FreeCAD yells at you. But yeah, it's trying my best, and like I say, I've tried my best to share my learnings on the YouTubes, and yeah, it's been quite fun getting to see other people do their own works inspired off of that, and bounce ideas off them. So yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do.
That's great. Thank you.
One moment. Can I get someone? Someone's in the waiting room. I just want to bring them in here as well.
Okay.
Just so they're not, you guys can get to them when you can.
Absolutely.
So, Ed Crane, welcome on in. Yep. Okay, your mic is done. We're just doing the rounds as far as introductions go. How about you? You can go right now. If you want to do an introduction, let people know what you do. You have any examples of your work, and probably people will ask you to unblur the background so we can see all the cool shit behind you.
Let me start with unblurring the background, I suppose.
No, it's a joke. It's a joke. Oh, too late. Oh God, no.
Nope, I did it.
He fell into it.
One of us. One of us.
I am a creator, so obviously the background should be creative, as all of y'all's are. My name is Ed Crane. I've been a video game developer for 20 years plus now. I've worked at like Blizzard, and right now I work at Riot, but I've been all over the game industry, just kind of chasing down whatever fun things you can do with 3D art. So I've worked on some board games. I've worked on some Kickstarter campaigns for minis. I've done 8-foot tall dragon statue for a Comic-Con booth for someone. So mostly just like getting into 3D, seeing what I can do with it, and integrating traditional art techniques with it. So that's why I'm at Riot right now. I am the 3D craft lead on the League of Legends skins team. So pretty much all the skins that come out for League of Legends go through me in one way or another. I won't take any credit for their quality. I'm just there to make sure they hit the quality and do paint overs and all this stuff to make sure they're following the right path for, you know, resonance and impact and all that stuff. So that's I was a character artist for about 17 years of my career. And now I mostly do management, and I try to level up people and mentor, train, and just kind of be a force multiplier on the 3D team.
Cool.
But yeah, happy to answer any other questions if any of y'all are interested. I'm actually curious. I missed the introductions from y'all, but I'll just wait for the rounds and see if I can glean what y'all are up to.
Okay, you can also share some of your work if you want. Like you can share your screen if you want, or later if you want to prepare something. Or
I will look and see what I've got. Most of the stuff I can't share that I'm working on. That's for that.
That's why he's asking.
Damn NDAs.
I do have paintings that I work on, actually, but I'll see if I can get that in screen later on. But most of it, yeah, I'm
curious
painting.
what the big blue thing is on the top. Is that? It looks like a space.
Right.
I don't know if it is.
Everyone's staring at that.
I'm afraid to like zoom in on him. Hold on.
Enhance image. What the heck?
Yeah, that was
like a space marine from StarCraft.
Yes,
Dude,
this guy is definitely a space marine from StarCraft.
That's a great way to prevent any home intruders, right? They look in the window. There's like, nope, no, I'm good. I'm good.
This is my home intrusion device. It's the actually 26-pound Doomhammer from World of Warcraft.
Nice.
It's fairly massive. And then obviously, you know, Mr. Swamp monster creature from the Black Lagoon.
Black Lagoon.
Yep. I like to actually take Halloween props that are well made, but they just don't have the budget to paint well, and then I reprime them and I repaint them to look better. And some of them are actually really well sculpted. They're just terribly painted. So, yeah, if you're ever looking for good stuff, go check the Halloween bin and look for good sculpts and just reprime and repaint and get some, you know, good, cheap real estate out of that stuff.
Yeah, you're assuming we're good at painting, though.
We should be. I mean, it's all part of the craft, right? Even if you start off somewhere, it's always a journey. Wherever you go from there, it's just going to be improvement. So
I love this framing, just top of his head, so, like he's super short.
This is who we're here for. I'll bring it back down.
Thank you.
No, I actually do some aquascaping too, so got all sorts of fun stuff. My wife is also a crafter, so she's got I mean, she's got more Lego than I think most anyone in this channel probably does, if I'm gonna be honest. I think she could open a Lego store.
That's a tough.
I know. Let me clarify. I moved to Ireland and then I came back, and I have an entire room that is just literally boxed Lego product, not even like built sets they're just like a 12 by 12 room of just stacked Legos and built Legos.
Okay, that might be a safe bet then.
It's surprising every time we move how many Lego we have to unbox, and I'm like, okay, we should probably look into getting rid of some of these or building them.
Well, we can make a party. Just show up, everyone. We're gonna need
Yeah.
your
Everyone grab a
address.
set.
Dump everything out in one pile.
Got more than enough, and also free brick. We can do this.
Yeah, let's see. Recoil the hero. Tell us something about yourself.
Hello, my name is Recoil. I am a 3D modeled VTuber. I 3D modeled all of this myself. I modeled it in Blender, I rigged it in Blender, programmed it in Unity, and control it using a free program known as VCFace. Other than that, I'm also a certified SolidWorks professional. And yeah, basically what you see is what I do. Is I do 3D character models. I got started with the whole 3D modeling for character stuff straight for VTubing. Before that, I had just been working on 3D modeling for CAD purposes. And so like I can show off this kind of thing. So I can show off a little bit of progression of how this all worked out. Cause let's see here. Let's load up an older model.
Speaking of older, can you explain VTubing for us older people? Like,
Sure.
It's
You
the
know what?
same thing I do.
I will stop swapping models then. So VTubing is basically virtual puppeteering, right? It is a way to remain anonymous while still putting on a show as like a streamer. Because I just don't want people to see my face, so that way I can walk around, and then under like, the idea that maybe I get famous one day, I don't get mobbed. But
okay.
Or it's just a means of expression, just because it's like, well, while I don't necessarily, sometimes I want to stream, but I don't want to fix my hair, or I want to stream
Or sometimes
and
you're just too sexy, right?
I'm too honestly, it
Just
was the
shave.
smartest solution. I just needed to make sure people sometimes focused on the game or the work I was doing.
Yeah, I know the feeling, man.
But other than that, it lets me do other creative stuff. Like right now, I'm using OBS, which for many people, that is their streaming software. But I'm using it as a virtual webcam, which allows me to do interesting stuff like this whenever in thematic stuff, depending on what my character design is, which is Android superhero. So I can now do something like.
Oh.
Whoa.
Nice.
Ta-da! And now you have an
that
infinite
is
screen where you can now see the work that I actually do. Yeah, so you said you worked on the League of Legends skins. If I have something to pitch later, listen to me. But I use Blender. Currently, I'm really wanting to learn how the non-photorealistic version of it works, which Dylan
the NPR
Goo.
shading.
Yeah, and so like Dylan Goo in his studio put out a build of Blender called Goo Engine. I use that for most of what I actually work on because they're really good at doing NPR. And so like for other stuff like that, hold on, I'm gonna just show you kind of the
That's
stuff
the
that I
sort
do.
of cartoony, almost Spider-Verse-y style, right? Like I'm noticing the cell shading in the hair and the yeah.
Absolutely. That is because Blender is built to be a photorealistic rendering software, but because of the popularity of Spider-Verse and other like Toon styled projects, it brought a whole lot more of attention to creating 3D models as Toon shaded stuff. So for example, I did this guy.
Whoa.
And I built him and rigged him and been working on him on stream for this past couple weeks. But I can talk and answer questions about that later. As far as the original question, hi, yeah, if you haven't figured out, I have ADHD and I've been going on a completely different tangent. This is basically what VTubing is I talk to you like a regular streamer would, except instead of talking to my like skin and flesh face, you talk to the puppet that I've put together and rigged and made all this way for your enjoyment.
I'm really impressed with from my very limited understanding of VTubing, getting the mouth to sync properly and to have the correct mouth shapes is very tricky. and your model seems to be pretty damn accurate. So I'm very impressed.
It took, this is the 4th iteration of this model. It took so much effort. But realistically, I have Apple to thank for that, because the same thing that makes Animojis work is what's making this work.
Oh, like the
Other than
liveness
that,
scanning or the.
And the
So-
hands are super impressive too.
Yeah.
Like you don't often see hands.
Oh,
that's one of the benefits
As
for
a-
3D VTubing. So I have, for my face, I have an iPhone 13s, I think, as basically a glorified webcam. It's using the Apple AR Face Kit. AR Kit, is that what it's called? To track all my face shapes. And then that goes through 52 different shape keys and basically
Oh
blends
my
them all
God.
together to make the more complex emotions, right? As far as the hands go, that is a leap motion. And this one, the one that I have, is actually like it's like the second version of the leap motion. But it was something I saw whenever I was in college, and I was like, oh, that's cool. We used it for controlling a robot hand. And I guess I'm still technically using it to control a robot hand.
So is that like a glove you're wearing that's tracking it, or?
Nope. It is, in fact, it is a chest-mounted set of dual infrared cameras. In
wow.
fact,
Oh.
yep. And one of the first things that I did in Blender as a VTuber, actually, no, I think I did it in SolidWorks. I designed a chest mount because the one that I saw on Thingiverse was like, oh, cool, it's just a rectangular bracket. That's not very helpful. And the thing would fall out all the time. It sucked. So I was like, okay, so we're going to put 2 bars on it, and then we're going to give it a cage around it. I think, give me a minute, and I'll probably be able to find a photo of it later. But I can talk about that later.
okay. Thanks. I mean,
Yeah,
this,
super
this
cool.
is really impressive. Like, I'm just staring at with like looking at all the facial expressions and everything, and it's so cool. Great
Thank
job.
you.
Yeah.
Thank
The
you.
amount of personality that you, because that's something again, I know very little about VTubing, but I've came across bits because 3D modeling and going down the rabbit holes, and yeah, you get an awful lot of them that have quite a
They're
vacant
really static,
expression.
right?
Yeah, yeah. And I think that's the difference. I know some of them are done with like 2D layers and stuff that are synced, but I think having the full 3D model gives you a lot more control.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that attracted to me to the 3D route, was that I felt like I could do a lot more personality with it. And you're right, live 2D, it can hit that, and it's starting to get to the part where they're starting to use the AR kit as well. It just does have the other limitations of our faces don't move in 2D. So
I'm wondering
That's
how
great.
clean the topology has to be around your mouth to be able to like get that. Did it take a while to refine the actual like edge flow for your lips to deform correctly to be able to pull to the points, or was it is
you
it
want to
fairly
talk
smooth?
topology? I could hold on a moment if I could show it off. Because I am a little bit of a nut job about topology myself, because
Oh, I am
it's
as well.
important. It's super duper important. For example,
Burning cuts I need to do at the Transformers. It's.
they make me sad. I recently did a Transformers based deck box because I wanted to make an Optimus Prime Commander deck. And oh, that does not follow proper quad topology at all. But yeah, no,
I'm getting better at it, but oh my god.
Yeah, polygon density around the face, massive. I did end up, I can't remember if I ended up applying a subdivision modifier to it, but I did try to make sure that my flow was pretty clean all the way around, where basically everywhere around the mouth just kind of flows pretty naturally. I do have some edits up here where it's just trying to do some basically polygon efficient work, but mostly I just tried to make sure I kept everything. Why is the eye like that? Because I'm looking at the wrong shape key.
I thought you were just surprised.
I mean, that's what
Yeah,
happens whenever you lose your hair instantly. But yeah, no, I tried to follow good traditional quad topology because essentially VTubing or making a model for VTubing like this is just making a model for animation. And so following good animation practice and flows essentially is all I had to do. You do see some stuff around here where you end up with like a 5-pole and it's just like, oh my God, but you know,
If
that's
n-gons get the job done, it's fine, right? Like the one thing I've seen with when people talk about n-gons and stuff, it's like, oh, it's bad, you should avoid them at all costs and stuff. And it's like, if it gets the job done, right? If it's the cap of a cylinder or something, and you're not going to deform it, and you're not going to try and manipulate when animating or stuff, like, if it works, it works, you know? Like, these are guidelines, not rules.
Oh my God, you have no idea. Speaking on n-gons, where is it?
I think that's the key point you commented is like locating it. N-gons are an optimal way to put topology, but also like put it in non-deformation. So whenever I think when I'm going to do a face, I like think where am I going to put an n-gon, and like I'll put my finger there and be like do the full range of facial motion. Like, did that actually move and translate? I'm like, oh no, that's a pretty safe spot to put like an n-gon. But if you're putting it on like a nasolabial fold or something like that, then it's like, yeah, avoid that. Just correct the flow,
like,
put the n-gon away.
Yeah. And that's what I brought this deck box up for, is it's not ever going to deform. It is basically only n-gons.
Yeah. Yeah, see, this is a lot closer to what my models look like, because since they're for 3D printing and they're rigid characters, right? They're robots. They're what's the term? Hard edge models. Like, you're not going to be weight painting them. You're not going to be deforming them, so you can get away with this for the most part, because you know your slicing software will kind of look at that and go, we can fix that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I think I've taken up the spotlight a little too much, so I will pass the buck on to someone else.
One last question before you go. Do you teach that stuff? The VTuber stuff, like the setup and all that?
I have tried to.
Okay.
I don't have the attention span to edit the videos.
Okay.
But if people come into stream and ask me questions on how I do stuff, I answer them which way I can, because good artists don't gatekeep. So why would I, if somebody wants to learn, why would I hide it from them?
Because I've made myself as a VTuber, like the model, and I just haven't set it up yet. And I'd love to
yeah, dude,
pick your brain about
feel
it.
free to ask me questions and I've got you. I've done so much.
Sweet. Thanks.
Nice.
I'm probably gonna do the Shane Wayne and Butcher name. Synthetic ephemera. Did I say it correctly?
You did better than Shane usually does.
Okay.
What the really?
Thank you.
By a lot.
It's called Bully Shane the Stream. You signed up for this.
It's okay. I Synthetic ephemera is actually my business name. I mostly go by Mirror, which is a lot easier for people to say.
Okay.
I mostly make ball jointed dolls, ball jointed doll accessories. I do some prop work, but most of my stuff is small scale. I've been at this since 2015. If you've ever seen anybody print in glitter in resin, that was me. I pioneered that. I cannot find a single person that documented it before I did, so I'm taking credit for it. When I wanted to try it, I Googled, searched for like, can I put glitter in resin? Can I put mica powder in resin? And the only thing that I could find at the time was an April Fool's article from Formlabs. And all they had done was roll the model in glitter afterwards. So as far as I know, I was the first person to dump a bag of glitter in my resin vat. And I kind of went from there. I'm very low key in like the maker, everything. So I'm not like out there. I don't stream or Twitch or YouTube or anything like that. So like I'm I'm not super well known for any of that. Most of my stuff is in the doll space. Like I'm known in the doll space, but maker wise, I'm not really known. I know Shane knows me because I abuse the shit out of our Prusa machines, and Prusa got to know us because of that, because I really like to abuse my machines. I like to make them do things they're not supposed to do, like print incredibly small things. I mostly work in resin. We do have FDM, but yeah, that's mostly what I do. I usually am on camera and I can show stuff. I can show my screen, but I could show like my actual models. But I had face surgery recently, and my face is bruised to hell. So that's why I am using my PNG tuber instead of my actual camera.
Did you notice any weird anomalies when you started printing and adding glitter to things? Was there like some that just reacted weird or some that were more optimal?
Yeah, because I'm thinking like the glitter reflects the light, right? And that
I get
cures
that.
by UV light.
I get that question all the time. I actually, the very first printer we used that we dumped glitter in was some of you may not even know what this is, a Piopoly Moai, which uses a laser and not UV. And so it didn't really affect the laser at all. We didn't have to worry about blockage or anything like that. The mica doesn't seem to affect it at all. It can affect cure times if you put too much in, because you're changing the viscosity of the resin or even how dense it is color wise. Larger chunk glitter can block not necessarily the UV layer, but what'll happen is it will get stuck, like sticking out of a layer. So if you have a flat surface, you'll have like a piece of glitter sticking out of the side of it, sandwiched in between two layers. The mica doesn't really seem to do anything in terms of like warping models or images or anything like that, which is nice. I've dumped, we call it unicorn flake, which is like a chunky mylar glitter. Like they're big pieces. Those like to really screw with model adhesion. That's the only thing I've known, but it's because it's such big particles within the resin vat that you're going to have, things just aren't going to stick well together. That's the only thing. If you go too big with your inclusions, then you can have issues there. But like nano glitter, mica powders don't really seem to affect it. And like Bob said, yeah, the resin distribution or the glitter being suspended within the resin can be a problem, especially with the very, very thin resins. It just settles to the bottom. That was one thing that we didn't run into initially with the Moais, because the Moais were tilt because of the way they worked. So I didn't have that problem. And then all of these UV machines came out that had no tilt. And it was like, my resin just sits at the bottom. I'm only getting it, on the base layer now. What's going on? And then the SL1 came out with a tilt, and now everybody has tilts. So it's not a problem anymore. But really thick resin holds it really well. The suspension, the vat going in and out of the resin is enough to keep it suspended with the thicker resins. But thin resins, it will settle if you don't have some form of continuous agitation.
I understand what you mean by the tilt.
The tilt?
Because I have an Elegoo Mars, and I'm pretty sure that's one of the more like flat ones that you were talking about that you'd have problems with. But I also don't do resin printing that much, so.
Yeah, so most of the UV printers that came out in the last couple of years, with the exception of I'd say the last two, it is just a static screen that your resin vat sits on top of, and then your build plate comes down into it. The Moais and the Formlabs, which were the first kind of consumer accessible ones, they actually had vats that tilted downwards. The whole screen and the vat would tilt downwards into the machine as the build plate raised up for each layer to help with peel force. and then it would tilt back forward as the build plate came back down. The new LDOs do that. The Saturn, I think the highest end Mars does it now too, but I know the Saturn 4s do. They tilt. And that tilt agitation helps with keeping the resin moving and keeping everything suspended. The SL1 does it. I love my SL1. It's just tiny. It's just so small.
It's perfect for doll parts. Come on.
No, a lot of the dolls I make are 71 centimeters or larger. So yeah, I can print like an arm, like one upper arm on the SL1, or like a hand. I can't even fit a head on the SL1. So I have my big boys for that. I've got a Peel Poly Forge, and I have the big Jupiter from LDO. So those are my big toys. But yeah, that's mostly what I do. I can share some of my stuff on my screen, I think, maybe. I'm not used to doing this without a camera, so
it's an art. Trust me.
Entire screen 2. Yes. Okay, maybe. Awesome. I actually don't have a lot of my doll stuff to show because unfortunately the dolls are nude because you make them as like a action figure without clothes. So
TOS won't get you that bad. Come on.
Yeah, I don't want to get Shane banned. So this was a torture test actually for the Saturn 3 when it came out that I made. It's super high detailed. I know it doesn't show up in photos, but it's extremely high detailed, and I just wanted to see how far I could push the layers on the Saturn 3. The one on the farthest left is the 3D render, and then the other two are the prints. And
Those are lovely quality for the prints.
Yeah, they came out great. I was happy. The torture test showed me what I wanted. This is a teapot that it would be 1/6 scale.
Okay.
Is the resin that you use, is it like flexible? Because I know there's some resins like literally if that hits the ground, it'll just shatter. I'm curious how resilient is like the resin you're printing in? Because I've seen some of it like you could just bend.
Yeah. I don't use the flexible resin for the dolls because they're under tension via elastic. So the flexible, like the actual flexible stuff would just collapse under the tension of the elastic. But we do use the anti-rub, anti-scratch, high-impact resins like Mecha from Sorayatech is an example. There's resin 1 has a actual BJD line that was developed with doll makers in line. So when you have 2 parts of resin together and you rub them together, they'll scratch. With the anti-rub, anti-scratch, high-impact resins, you can rub those 2 parts together like ball and socket, and they will not scratch. They don't dust off. They don't leave any marks. And they're relatively resilient to drop breakage. I'm not going to say that they're 100% because no resin that I found, even like traditional polyurethane resins, when poured, some of these thinner parts, they're going to break if they hit like cement or tile. But they're pretty tough. We didn't used to have those resins, unfortunately, when I started. So there were a lot of 3D printed dolls that were being made that they would just crack and break over time, even under the tension of the elastic, which was unfortunate. But thankfully, resin makers have kind of realized that, hey, there's a market here, and they've started to ask us and work with us in the doll maker space and been like, hey, what properties do you want to see in this, and how can we help facilitate like making a better resin for you guys. And there's been a lot of growth in the resin market because of that, which is awesome to see.
I love your storefront vibe and everything. I'm literally going to be sending your stuff over to my wife. Be like, check this.
Oh
out.
no! I forgot I gave Shane those links. But this is one of my dolls. It's just a neck up shot because, like I said, they're sculpted nude. Oh, actually, I can show. So this is. Did it switch over? I can't tell if it switched. Yes.
Yeah.
So that is a mica print, fresh off the vat.
Wow.
Hopefully it translates well in video. It was clear resin that I added some dye and then a mica base to, and you get that cat eye reflective effect. This is another one. It's got gold flake, like micro gold flake glitter in it, which doesn't show up in the video too well, unfortunately. Same with this one. It's got like a gold flake in it, and it shows up a little bit better. And then that one's blue mica. And then I also design shoes because people need to put shoes on their dolls. So these are some of the shoes I did, and then this is the actual print after it was done. I just put the spikes on afterwards because I didn't want to deal with supporting all those spikes on the front. So I was like, I'll just do it afterwards. And then this is just sculpting practice, some of the character work that I do for like, because the thing with the dolls is people want to build their characters out of it. It's very, people are like, oh, it's a doll. And it's like, well, it's a doll, but it's a blank canvas for somebody to build a character off of. So people will ask for specific faces, or they'll send you like their original character artwork and they want that turned into their doll. So you will sculpt the face to match that character artwork, and then you print it and send it to them, and then they, they'll make the clothes, the hair, the wig, all that for it afterwards to look like their character. This is a mermaid that I was working on. The tail's fully articulated, so strung with elastic. The bottom of the tail has like a ball and socket joint with a hole in it that you put an S hook through, and then the elastic attaches to that, so the tail can be articulated and posed. Arms are posable and everything. And then this is a Gorn that I was commissioned to make for someone. They wanted a Gorn doll based off of the original Star Trek series. Gorn, not the new Gorns. I don't listen. There are all sorts of ball jointed dolls. There are people. I actually have a tardigrade ball jointed doll.
Water bear.
That is yeah. I mean, there are all sorts of ball jointed dolls. They're not just limited to people. There's pet dolls like that look like, a cat or a dog. There's anthros, there's robots, there are object head dolls. I actually am working on a machine learning TV head doll with my husband that responds to like voice. If you say hi to it, its face does certain animations. You can tap it on its head. It has touch sensors and stuff in it. I would show her, but again, I don't have my camera today and I don't have any pictures of her right now because she is torn apart while he works on her boards. He's the technical side of it. I just make things pretty. He does all the mechanics.
Has anybody here watched Short Circuit? Not disassemble.
Yes.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Johnny Five is alive.
We love him.
But yeah, that's what I do. I don't know. I'm probably the least interesting out of everything. I've been seeing all
Oh,
the
do
stuff
not
that
say
you
Oh,
guys
that.
do, and
please.
it's like, oh my
Are you
gosh.
kidding? You're right in the right space. We all like toys and dolls and all these other the ability to make all these things is amazing.
You're invited here for a reason, okay? Everybody here is just equally as talented. And
I was
it's an honor
invited
to
here
be
to
among
help
you all.
torture Shane. I thought that's what
I mean,
the
that's
email
also
said.
that's just a bonus. That's
It
just
can
a
be both.
bonus.
It can be both.
Why?
Because it's funny, Shane. We got to do it for the views. How else are we supposed to, you know?
Everyone expects that. So
Yeah,
We're supposed
well,
to be reaching our goal, right?
yeah, there's
Of
yeah, you're
getting you
supposed to,
Cartman?
and nothing has happened so far. So I mean, you know, oh well.
That just means we haven't been torturing you enough.
Nope, ain't gonna happen.
Gabe,
Chat ain't gonna do it.
do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. I'm Gabe. I also go by Sousaphone online or Lucky13. I make or I design 3D printable action figures with an emphasis on posability and hardware-free assembly. So if you know me for anything, you probably know me for Dummy 13 on my blurry camera here.
I have one of those in my hands right now.
Okay. Yeah.
I love
I
them.
made
They're so great.
many of those for my kid. She has
Yeah.
probably like 20 of them.
That's great. So yeah, that's my most popular model. I would say, like kind of everyone has said, I got into this because I wanted to make the toys that I wanted when I was a kid. So being able to do that with 3D printing has been super cool. So yeah, I have Dummy 13. I actually for this event for this stream, I branched out and I designed the where is it?
God damn it.
Hang on. I'll unblur so it doesn't mess up everything that I hold up. There we go. All right. So I designed the mini mobile kitchen, which is basically so it's compatible with Mini 13, which is one of my smaller models. And then
One of those too. They're
it's
adorable.
thank you. But it's basically like its own kind of transformer. So it starts from the little tuk tuk cart, and you can hang on. There we go. You can unfold it, and you have the stove. You have the big pot that you can
That
cook
is
everything in. You have your
fantastic.
tools. You have your supplies on the side that are going to fall out. So I think we set it up so that's a tier 1 giveaway. So if you give to World Central Kitchen this weekend, you're gonna get that model, and that's the only way you're gonna get that model. So you better go do it.
Dang it, I have to go donate some more money now. Hold on.
I have one more model in the giveaways at the $50 tier. You can get the dragon action figure. Oh, geez,
I have to go donate even more money now.
Of course, I did all my sample models in orange, which is like the worst color for cameras. But yeah, so this is another design that you can get this weekend. Again, everything I do, I have an emphasis on posability. So you have the fully functional wings, you have the head, tail, limbs, everything is super posable. No hardware. It's all filament. Filament and patience because you do have to put it together yourself. But yeah, I've been doing this specifically for about 3.5 years. Just making the cool toys that I wanted when I was a kid. Um, I won an award. So last year they did the Printables Awards, and I won Model of the Year from both the community vote and the experts panel. Not to brag.
Oh, I thought you
kidding?
wanted
That's worth
They
a
Might Be
brag.
Giants album when you pointed.
I bought that at the store, but
That's
Triangle
something.
Man.
That's my
100%.
trophy printed in the Prusa Mint tungsten PETG, so it's got some nice weight to it. But yeah, so I'm very proud of that, and like some folks have said, like kids love them, which is like the most rewarding thing is just being able to do something that like makes kids happy. Because I was a kid, I'm trying to satisfy my inner child. So if I can also make some current children happy, then that's even better.
I am 100% curious with it as I fiddle with the Lucky 13 in my hand right now. What software do you use? Because I'm really supremely impressed with like the mechanical joints that hold together with.
Yeah, so everything except my first ever model has been done in Fusion. Um, the first model was Lucky 13, and that was actually done in Blender, like fully poly modeled in Blender, which was a terrible idea because I didn't really know how to use Blender, but I didn't know how to use Fusion either at the time. Um, but like, you have to do so much dialing in of the tolerances that I had to switch to something parametric. So everything is now in Fusion, which I can also share my screen. I don't think I have anything compromising. Um, do 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 do.
And it's on a print screen.
We're just gonna share
Oh.
this. Yeah. Um, so like, yeah, I mean, this isn't anything that people haven't seen, but it's basically all just in Fusion, and everything is kind of sub-assembled together to um, check that everything works and fits together well, and you do your interference assessments, and you tweak the interference of everything a million times to get everything to actually work nicely. Um, so the name Lucky 13 came from, again, the original model. Um, took me 13 iterations, or at least 13 test prints to get right. So I was like, oh, Lucky 13. I would say now they are in the hundreds of test prints, just to make sure everything works and fits and meets my own standards for it. So I don't know, it's been fun. Uh, I think if I click this one, yeah, this is the next thing that I'm working on. Um,
That's a big boy.
Robots, yeah. Well, it's actually a small boy.
I was about to say, compared to the hand size back there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I can stop sharing and show, there we go. So that's a 100% size print of that compared to my hands, with a little bit of extra armament. This is the thing that I originally said would be out at the end of October, and it's November, so let's say end of November, end of year maybe. Um,
That's how
so
these projects always go.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm probably the least prolific person on this panel. I have like 15 downloads or 15 releases in the 3.5 years that I've been doing this, but I really pour my heart into all of it. And I mean, the nice thing is if you make something remixable, then you can handle the quality and everyone else will take care of the quantity. So if you look at, the current Dummy 13 version 1.0, that has 716 remixes on printables. So it's a toy, and you can play with your toy and make it the toy that you want to make it.
Oh, speaking of remixes, I just would like to share something with you because like I remixed the Mini 13 just because I was playing D&D and I was playing an artificer and I was like, oh, this is perfect for the kind of thing that I would like to do. Hold on, let me go to my share screen and then let's see here. Open link. There we go. Ta-da!
I see you.
Because yeah, I'm in the way because I forgot to hit the buttons. Ta-da! Little guy with artificer gear, and everything in silver was the stuff that I wanted to make sure. Well, except for that wrench. I think that wrench was some part of the original kit, but I was like, oh wait, this fits perfectly. It took
Yeah.
so much reverse engineering, but I love the idea that you make these things to be remixed.
Mm-hmm.
And they were so
Yeah.
fun to just build and put together and customize.
That's super cool. That's a great design.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean that was really it. Is just like, I can get people 90% of the way there and then just see where people take it. So, um, that's kind of my philosophy, and it's been super cool.
So tell me, so everything is held with friction. You basically just
Mm-hmm.
pose everything. But what happens over time? How much have you tested it? Like what kind of material should it be? PETG or people can
Yeah,
print?
so it depends on the material. Um, I say ASA is always the best, right? I have stuff that I printed in ASA like 2 years ago, and they're still holding together well, and they're still stiff, and you can play with them. If you don't have ASA or ABS, or you don't want to deal with it, then PETG is all right. Um, PETG will at least hold together for a while. The main thing you're fighting is creep, right, or cold flow, where basically, you put parts together under some level of pressure, which is required for them to hold a pose, and over time, the parts relax into the new shape that you put them in, and then they stop actually squeezing each other. So PETG is all right. The problem is like there's different formulations, and like sometimes a PETG is half PLA or something like that. Um, PLA is not great because PLA creeps like the bejesus, and
Yeah,
so
it's like
that's the biggest hurdle is like people are like, oh, I wish I could do this, but I only have PLA. Or people will say like, I just assembled it from PLA yesterday and it's fine. I don't know why you don't say to use PLA. And it's like, wait a week, wait
yeah,
2 weeks.
this one started like I mean it can still be posable fine, but I
Yeah.
can feel how it's getting loose. Like the this portion like it wobbles a lot, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. No, so I mean, it is it's just material. You got to use something that holds up. If I ever had like a filament company that wanted to work with me and make something that like prints as easy as PLA, but doesn't creep, that's my like single criterion for what I really need for this, and that's like the biggest barrier.
I feel as designers are always looking for that magical tolerance that fixes everything.
Yeah, exactly.
That magical tolerance is breaking out the super glue and super gluing the joints to add extra material.
Right. I was going to say that that's one of the old tricks is you can either add a clear fingernail polish or a light coat of super glue and let it completely dry and snap it back together, and it'll tighten up and it won't rub as bad the next time after you've done that once.
But yeah, but it is like ratcheting a little bit. Like every time it just creeps a little bit more, and then you add another layer.
Right. I mean, you'll eventually reach a point like I've moved this little guy around so much that I actually cracked his elbow now, and it's PLA.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you got a printer.
Cute
You
little
just print
guy.
more.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the best part about being in the 3D printing community. Oh man, I designed, printed, and built this toy, and oops, I played a little rough.
Yeah, right.
Let's just
Better
make a
print
replacement
7
part.
more.
So we have only one person left, I think, and that's
I think you have a
Bugman.
couple.
Really? Who
I
else?
forgot. Fernando and
Fernando was
no,
first.
Ryan went. Was he?
Well, I spoke. I just didn't show
Did
anything off.
everyone?
And then, okay, I thought Ricky and Fernando. were
I
gonna
do
go.
have something to show later, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like Nando. I spoke a little bit, but I didn't really show much.
Okay, let's go with
I didn't know
with
we were gonna
Bugman
do the
and
whole
we're
thing.
gonna circle back.
Yeah.
I'm Nick, also known as Bugman 140 on stuff. I mainly make not toys, but like decorations, and things that you can put on ornaments and stuff like that. And especially like holidays and things. So I mainly make little birds that people can put on.
I love the Hellraiser.
That's fantastic.
The bear raiser.
Little weird kind of Jason Voorhees ones.
I know the exact people who would be so interested in that. That's fantastic.
Very on theme for yesterday.
Cute ones for Mother's Day. But then also stuff like basically whatever I quite fancy making. So I'll make something like this, but with skulls underneath it.
Oh, nice! I love those.
That printed on FDM, which I was amazed actually came out. This didn't snap.
Recoil.
I needed the dragon.
Okay, I'm gonna need those flowers.
Also, things just whatever I decide I want to put on my shelf.
Nice.
Ooh,
I'll make
nice.
and share. That's really blowing out, but yeah. Try and
White never tracks well on the camera.
Whatever I decide makes me smile. Like on the run up to Halloween last year, I made this guy.
Oh, that's my uncle.
Well, my wife decided he's called Dave, so he's called Dave in this house now. So I don't know what your uncle's called, but that could be a bit.
Dave.
Dave, yeah, nice.
Dave.
So there's mainly kind of decorations, holiday stuff, Christmas stuff, Halloween stuff. I really love candelabras and mini bears. Last year I did the chef bear for the stream. I've done another chef bear this year, but he's cooking up a big pot of food, and that's available for download. Yeah, basically just nothing fancy, nothing, just whatever makes you smile, and then share it with other people that they can print stuff as well. So the bears have gone down very well. It's funny of all the things I've made, the bears really took off, and I don't know why. So everyone started saying that I should rename myself to Birdman rather than Bugman, but Birdman doesn't really have the same ring to it, so I'm sticking with Bugman, I think.
People love a like little collectible thing. You know, it's Labubu's and Beanie Babies and all that.
It's quite funny. I get requests every now and then, like everyone probably always does. And I get some really heartfelt ones where there's one where there's a little boy sadly passed away, and he was really into knights, and the family got in touch and asked me if I could make a night bear. So yes, absolutely, like, yes, done. So I did that. So it's just some of them are quite meaningful when you think of what they mean to different people. So yeah, I'm a sucker for stuff like that. So try and make stuff that makes people smile, make stuff for myself, make stuff for my kids, and then share it out. I'm for my wife, obviously. She's got a request in there, and I always get in trouble that I don't do her list fast enough. So I have to start prioritizing my wife's requests first, really. But yeah, that's me, Bugman, aka Bearman, probably. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. I'm like maybe I'm mistaken, but one of the streams where we were together, you had like a body wrapped behind you somewhere.
Yeah, he's actually outside.
That was so weird. It
I have to
looked
go and get
real.
him. You go and get him. It's not Halloween anymore. He's still outside the front door. Yeah, we made a mummy to decorate the front door, and people came and just had the photos. So they knocked on, didn't want any candy, just wanted to take the photo with the mummy. Yeah, of course.
Nicholas, your wife is calling you out. Notice how I am on the bottom of the list.
Oh, yeah, I knew I was in trouble as soon as I said that. Oh no. Yeah, I'll go and get the mummy in a second. He's outside.
Okay. Nando, you wanted to wait. Where's Nando? Nando disappeared.
Nando, yeah.
Okay.
He went underneath the stairs.
Tanner, you wanted to show something?
Sure. Well, and before I do, let me just quick shout out. One of the things that we always try to do with these charities is we try to get Shane choked up. So just a quick applause for Shane and everything that he's done to put this together.
No.
Shane, you're amazing. We love you, and we wouldn't do this for just anybody else. We do this because it's you. And it's a good cause. So also, reminder, we are here for World Central Kitchen, folks. They do a lot of good in this world. And I know not everybody's got a lot of extra money laying around, but if you've got something laying around that could make somebody's life better, click that Tiltify link and give, because it's going to make a difference for some people. And one of the things you get in the $10 tier is a fridge that I designed. Now you get it in 3 different scales. I'm holding in my hand right now 1/18th scale, and the doors open, and inside there's drawers that pull out and shelves you can remove.
Does my lettuce still freeze in the back?
And
See,
the
that's
freezer
the next
drawer
thing you
there
gotta
opens.
model.
I did model some groceries. There's a included in the zip that I sent Shane is a 2-liter bottle and a milk jug, and you can do color swaps on them at layers and make them look pretty convincing. I can't find the sample ones I had printed out, and I don't have a 1/6 scale one to show you, because actually how this whole thing came about was my wife was working with somebody who was looking for a Barbie fridge, right? And she said, well, the 2 problems is all the like official ones that I find, she said, they look like crap. And they're too much money for the quality that they look. And she said, so I went looking and I found some that looked great, but they were like from custom doll furniture makers that wanted $400 and $500 for a fridge. And for that price, they better be able to keep, actual things cold. And so my wife did what the spouse of a 3D printing person does, and says, well, my husband could probably 3D print you one. And so she calls me, and of course my first thing was, sure, somebody out there already has one of these. I'll just download the file off Thingiverse or whatever and print it for her, and out the door it goes. And I got to looking around, and I couldn't find a really good like fridge model anywhere. So open up Blender and just decided to make one myself. So this is 1/12 scale. Same
I feel
deal.
like I have the same issue with 3D animation props. Is like you just never find the thing that exactly fits what you want, right?
Right. And I'm not trying to throw shade at anybody. I found a couple of them, but they just weren't quite what they didn't look realistic enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I was like, I'll just design one myself. And so I sat down, popped open Blender, and set out to design a fridge. And so I designed her a fridge. She ended up ordering 2 of them in 1/6 scale. And if you aren't aware, the way that scale ends up working, a 1/6 scale fridge, this is the 1/12. The 1/6 scale fridge is like this big. It's huge. It's like almost a foot tall. So the 1/6 scale files, the main body of the fridge is split into 2 pieces. So if you've got a smaller printer, it'll still fit on there. I printed all of this on a FlashForge Adventurer 5M. So it not a big printer at all. It was able to print even the 1/6 scale after splitting the body in 2. But yeah, I mean, I wanted everything to look kind of realistic. That's why, it's got the separate shell, and the interior is white, and I printed the shelves and the little crisper drawer and meat drawer out of clear filament. I don't know how well it shows up on camera.
Oh, I thought that was another white filament.
But it's surprisingly stout. It's got a little heft to it. But I mean, that's not normally the type of stuff that I'm known for. The things that I'm known for is stuff like this. This is a 1/18 scale vehicle. Now it's compatible with any of your like 3 3/4 inch, 4-inch figures.
I'm getting a ruler to measure this thing real quick.
It's got the scissor style doors on it and everything like that. Well, my Patreon supporters, most of them have shifted over to G.I. Joe classified figures, which are 6-inch figures. So I started getting increasing pressure from them to, because they would resize my 1/18 scale stuff, and they'd have to glue stuff and things like that. And none of my stuff requires glue or hardware. It's always just press fit. But when you take something that's designed for 1/18 and you blow it up to 1/12, now you've opened up all those tolerances, and things that were designed to just press fit together now don't stay together. So they were having to use glue and stuff. So they started pressuring me to, well, why don't you design stuff for 1/12 scale? So that led to that last vehicle you saw getting a redesign for 1/12 scale, which is, this is where I'm at with it right now. And of course, me being me, I'm like, well, now that it's bigger, it needs more detail and more features.
So the suspension actually works, huh?
So it's got functioning suspension.
Wow.
It's got functioning steering.
Nice.
It's all 3D printed, no hardware. You can open the hood. There's a fully detailed engine inside.
I love that so much.
You go back here to the tailgate, and there's a spring that's captured inside here. That's a 3D printed spring.
Oh, nice.
I'm always surprised by the people who are able to design 3D printable springs, because like
that's the stuff that gets me too.
Right? Because it's so surprising. It takes such a material knowledge that to actually do it successfully.
And my
I'm
thing,
working on a Soundwave transformer, and he's like a cassette player, and to have
Yeah.
like the door latch doing it, and having to print the spring for that, because you could buy a spring and install it separate, but that detracts potential buyers because they're like, oh, I need extra bits.
Right. I
so
hate
it's all in
to
the files.
I hate to have to include a bill of materials with the files and say, okay, you need to get on Amazon or whatever and order all of these things to build your. I'd rather just give you the files and you print it. So the spring is actually captured behind the lining of the tailgate here. Which I could probably pop that off.
That's really impressive.
Okay, well, I'd have to pry it off with a tool or something. It's press fit. There's no glue, but inside there's a little flat spring, and it has a notch that passes through, and the handle presses onto it.
When designing something like that, for the spring element, was that more trial and error, or was that sitting down and doing spring calculations?
There was mostly trial and error. And these springs are actually, they're printable without supports, and it's really fun to watch your printer do it. You just kind of got to slow down a little bit. You can't do this at 600 millimeters a second because the tool head will start knocking the spring all over the place, and it's doing this rather than printing on top of it. But it only gets a little bit ugly as the springs the angle starts to get steep as they close up a little bit more at the top. But people can also, and I include it in the instructions with people to print it, if you alter just the Z height on the spring in your slicer, you can make stiffer springs if you want them to be stiffer. Because then you're preloading the spring more. And then just like the 1/18 scale version, the doors are scissor doors like this. But of course, I went all out on detail on the interior.
Oh, wow.
All of the things that I designed like this, I designed them so that they're. See if I can get the seat out there. This is all capable of being done with a single extruder. So the silver parts you see are separate pieces, but the center section there prints in this orientation. So you just filament swap there, and then filament swap again there, and you end up with the 3-color seat. The same with the dash being multicolor and all that. It's all done by the orientation and changing filament at specific layer heights.
I really admire like the pains that you're taking to make things, easy on people. Like really make this into a well-designed product that's not, you don't have instructions that are like this piece needs support and you need an MMU for this. It's just like, you follow the instructions, you can get a real quality product.
And then I make my designs so that they're modular, so that just changing out one part, you can open up a whole nother scale of things. So like I haven't made it yet, but there's an armored roof with a hatch that you don't have to, if you want to swap to it, you don't have to reprint everything because The bulkhead is a separate piece. These are a separate piece. You're just reprinting this part.
I love the modular approach.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
Also makes it super easy to customize colors
Underappreciated
via.
workflow.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and they can pick and choose the parts they want for their finished build to have the features that they want.
Yeah.
So you're not just choosing colors, you're choosing which roof, you're choosing which wheels, which tires, which style of hood. Do you if you want the hood scoop or not?
Yeah.
There's all those options, and they choose as they go. I want this hood, I want these wheels, I want this roof, and that way you can also print more than one, and they don't look exactly alike.
That's so I don't want to talk about myself too much while we're doing your bits, but I did that with my Seeker transformers, because they're all basically
Right.
the same guide turns to a jet, but some of them are the cone heads, and they've got like the nose cone of the jet is the head, and they've got different wing designs and stuff, right?
Yeah, I
Exactly.
saw the
chest vents,
Ramjet one, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, thank
The
you.
propeller
And
blades.
It's so fun because like hang on, I've got here's this one. This is Thrust, the red one, right? It's so fun because like
1 second.
it's really it's not much, right? It's not much tweaks, but it's just enough customization that it feels like your print, even if you're not the modeler. Yeah, there we go. Where's my camera? There's my camera. Yeah. So like this guy's got the propeller wings and the different tail fins. Whereas like if I get Starscream here, he's in robot mode, but you can see his wings on the back, they're more flat and stuff, right? It's the same
Yes.
basic body, but like
I had both of those actual toys from Hasbro when I was a kid.
Oh,
yeah.
No, I'm just saying I'm that
Yeah.
old. No, I'm just saying I'm that old.
I've got some
I
of
was
them around. Well,
I was born in '77, so all of I had all the.
I'm older than you. God damn it.
But all I want
Got
to
1
say
year
is
on
just
me.
like the effort you put in to do those customizing features and those alternate plates. I don't think people appreciate those tweaks enough, because like I assume you probably got like a base model that you tweak from like to customize to like make your life a little easier. But you still
Right.
have to model multiples of the same thing, and that takes time.
I mean, for this vehicle is called the VSV, Variable Support Vehicle is what it stands for, and for the most part, your base body, the base frame is the same, but like there is a more open top roof that you wouldn't use the armored part of the window for,
Yeah.
so you'd have that more open air kind of Jeep feel to it, and of course, like I said, this is totally optional piece as well.
I was gonna ask, is that cable filament?
So this is the only time that there is a little bit of a BOM involved. You need to order some braided fishing line.
No way you could do that without it snapping if it's PLA or something.
This is
know. I
this
feel
is
like
braided
it just
fishing line. This is 50-pound test spider wire. I could literally take and rip this whole vehicle apart before that would break. But it's and all these kind of things, like there's different bumpers if you don't want the bumperettes with the lights and all that. And then if you do want the bumperettes, there's different versions of the bumperette with or without the lights. There's a version of the bumper that doesn't use the grill guard if you don't want that.
I've got a question. So you said you're working in the different scales for stuff like the fridges, right?
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite scale to work in? Like, because I mostly work in roughly 132, but that's rough Transformers scale. I mean, Transformers turn to cassette players, right? Like, there's no such thing as scale. But like, is there a favorite you found that's easiest to work in?
My preference is 1/18th, but that's because I grew up with the little GI Joes, not the 6-inch ones they have now, and it was because the GI Joe, the vehicles were always kind of my favorite part of it anyway, right?
Yeah.
So
the
1/18th scale is kind of 1/18th scale. I almost dropped it.
Yeah, durability
1/18th scale
test.
is kind of the sweet spot, because the vehicles aren't enormous. I mean, you can see the difference when you step up from 1/18 to 1/12.
Oh wow.
Three-dimensional space scaling. Oh my god.
Could almost go in the trunk.
So you got 1/18 scale. I can put a whole bunch of these on the same shelf together. While this thing takes up the whole shelf.
Yeah.
So the whole table.
Yeah.
And then I work in 1/3 scale. So can you imagine how big that would be?
Right.
Size of a toddler.
If you want, before this is over, I'll go get a large 1/18 scale vehicle that I designed called Goliath.
He's gonna just drive in with it.
It's
a Power Wheels. It's a Power Wheels.
Goliath is huge. Just the truck cab alone is 22 inches long.
Yeah,
23
Ricky,
inches long, something like that. He's huge.
At some point, definitely go grab that because
Yeah.
that thing is absolutely incredible for those who haven't seen it.
And one of my Patreon supporters has been sending me pictures. He has scaled it up and is printing it in 1/12 scale.
Jesus.
And because classified figures are actually a little bit bigger than 6-inch, what most people end up doing is scaling up 165% from an 1/18 scale. So it's actually more like 1/15, 1/16 scale, or I mean 1/10 scale or so. So he's sending me pictures, and the tires are like this big. And Goliath has 8 tires on just the cab. That's not including the trailer. So when he's sending me pictures of him holding these tires, I'm like, where are you going to put this thing?
The driveway, obviously.
I was gonna say,
He's
yeah,
gonna get a motor, put a kid in that, and then have them drive to
first
school
car.
in it.
Yeah. So yeah, that's my bread and butter is doing vehicles. I'm starting to get into like figures and stuff. This is a little robot from a comic that I'm actually been publishing on Webtoons. This is a character Mac from it, and so I made a little action
Fantastic.
figure of Mac. And but eventually, the goal is I want to make the action figures of the characters from the comic as well, and probably going to go 1/12 scale just for detail purposes there, and make 3D printable models to release of those.
That's always the goal for people with that kind of creative potential. I know that's one of my personal end goals is to print myself out. Just so I can be, I don't want to say it on stream, but like play it. It might be a little bit
We get
fun
the
to play
idea
with myself.
So yeah, I'll bow out here for a minute and go get Goliath, and someone else can talk. But before I do,
we're gonna go with Fernando. He wanted to show something, and then we can go to giveaway.
Before I
things.
do, I want to say a heartfelt thank you to everybody who has donated so far, and also a thank you to the wonderful sponsors that have donated items for the giveaways this weekend. You're all wonderful, and you're making a difference, and you're awesome.
Love you.
See, I don't have to do any
Off I
work
go.
when Ricky's around.
Fernando, do you want to show us the thingy?
Yes, mine is still in the design phase, so I will be sharing my screen. Okay. So you all see that now? So
Put the overlay on.
you mean the canvas?
No, the overlay that tells YouTube that this is a prop weapon.
Oh, damn it.
Yes, the
Damn it,
disclaimer.
damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Oh,
Yeah,
shit. I don't have it set. Excuse me.
Well, yes, as
one
a
second.
disclaimer, this is a prop. This is still in the design phase. It does not exist. It does not shoot. It will never shoot. But as some of you are fans of gaming and Borderlands, this is my start of modeling up a Wombo combo. But just as some of you know, in Borderlands, when you get items, the same weapon you get is not the same one you'll get again if you pick it up or somebody else, because you can get different grips or different magazines. So my hope is to do as many possibilities as possible and have them connect together using the snap kits that I've used in other models before. like this one that I've done last, where the pieces just snap off.
I've got a question about this. So
Uh-huh.
you got some really complex geometries in here for what I've tried whenever I've done done parameter driven models. Like did you do some of the design work in a more artistic program like Blender and then import it into this so that way you can do the mechanical fits to it?
No,
Or
everything here is all Fusion so far. I
Ooh,
don't
that's
know how to
impressive.
do Blender or Nomad or anything like that. I want to do Nomad soon, but so far this is all Fusion.
That is impressive.
Thank you. So yeah,
Okay,
that's what I
don't
had
know
to
how
show
else-
off.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for the heart attack. Well, look at it this way. I got the warning fixed.
Hooray! We love that.
No, you guys are fine. It's just a little extra something because tomorrow there'll be someone on, but someone did something stupid. One of the content creator was interviewing a prop maker, and he pulled out one of his props. It was obviously a prop, but you know, YouTube did a YouTube thing, so I made up
Yeah,
those
it's
warnings
terrible.
to try
We all
to cover my butt.
Gotcha. So like they just went and just held something up like this.
That's why you're in the
He's
mini.
really
That's
trying.
That's why
Fernando?
we're always just we're just gonna
Fernando?
all find as many props as possible just to make YouTube hate Shane.
I'll
Right?
just do this. I'll just keep pressing this button.
Wait a minute. I've got a prop weapon that probably shouldn't. Hang on. Has anybody here been reading the Skybound Transformer comics?
Yes.
Okay. You'll probably appreciate this then. I had to make an upgrade kit to give him the Megatron.
Megatron's arm. Hell yeah, dude.
And it still transforms. It forms that ridiculous smokestack in truck mode that's the gun barrel.
The design for in truck mode, I'm glad they incorporated it somehow, but it just looks so goofy. I love it. Did you see that they're making an official version of that transformation? And it's not based on the 86 version? I think.
I did not. No, oh wait, no, hang on. The one it's sending at Comic-Con is the 86 molt, and that's what pushed me to actually... I designed these files probably about a month ago, and I just never got around to uploading them, because I was like, there's not much interest for that. And then they made an official one. I was like, there was interest.
There's interest for that.
That's my bad.
But
Shane,
yeah, that's fantastic.
Are we gonna go through that giveaway that you suggested?
Yeah, if you want to, we can. But I also want to sit there and thanks to Additive Adams for $100. Thank you so much. For Arcane 101 for the $10. For Krusty for the $30 and a penny. Thank you so much, especially for the penny.
The penny's the thing that throws it over the edge.
No, it just throws it all off because now I have to sit there and say the cents every single time I get a value. And for Kiki Keys for the $50. Right now we are sitting at 2,600. No, I can't even read that.
2610.01.
Thank you. I'm going blind. All right, so if you guys want to, if you need to take a break, stretch, and everything else, or anything else, you can go right ahead. I'm gonna run. I'll run 2 giveaways, so that way you guys can have some time. Also, if you want to, for the giveaways, it is open to everyone, including panel members, 1440 staff, everyone except for me. So, let me just get this, and of course, we're gonna do. So I got this one. I got the other one coming up. Why don't we do 2 packs of? I'll do 2 packs of Prusa, a 5-pack of Prusa Mint PLA, and I'll do another 3-pack of the Jesse. I'll do the Prusa Mint first. I'm going to ask people from the US, please do not enter. All right. The reason is because Jesse Filament is for the US, and I would like to give an option for other people outside of the US to, get a chance to get some filament. So, can you please just thank you? We're going to start the timer we're going to do this one for 3 minutes. And the link is here. And again, this is open to everyone, panelists. If you want to join in, you can go right ahead. Come on, can you please work? Why won't you work? Thank you. Whoever said not to, sweet talking a PC does not work, they lied.
Are you kidding? We always have to appease the machine god.
I have
whatever it
what
takes
am I
to make it
saying?
work.
It's because it's like I can give you compliments or insults. Which is it you want?
For me, it's always percussive maintenance.
True.
Sometimes it just takes a little bit of a tunk. Oh, hey, now you work. Fantastic.
I hit. Wait. Hold on. Remove. Stream Elements keeps on putting the wrong information out there. Remove as managing monitor. Let's do that. And then all right, so hopefully I just killed the Stream Elements bot permanently now. It kept on putting up last time's event and it wouldn't stop. All right, so where are we at here? We got 10 responses. And we have a minute 42. So I'm going to run this one. This is going to be for 2 winners, 2 5-pack PLAs from Prusa. Again, please, if you're in the US, please do not enter because I will do another giveaway right after this. And I'll give away 3 packs of PLA from Printed Solid. Oh yeah, music. This one. Now that'll drive everyone crazy.
Love good old Incompetech music.
Mm-hmm.
Royalty free. That's what I use for all my like whenever I need to start streaming stuff. I did actually end up going out and buying the license for that though, so that I made sure that I didn't get into any legal water.
Every once in a while, Humble Bundle will have packs of either not so much royalty free, but like licensed music that includes the license. But I just, it's just like I'm waiting for some scammer just to come by. He's like, "Oh no, I own that." All right.
I always
20
use YouTube
seconds.
Audio Library for my stuff. It's if YouTube throws up a copyright claim, I feel like I can have words with them. Like I feel.
Typically, it's not YouTube itself that throws up the copyright claim. It's somebody who's watched your video. So if you can just get to the spot where they're just like nobody's watching them, but then how do you make money off that? That's the eternal damnation I live in.
Is for no one to watch it. I love that.
Exactly. Like that's how ninjas succeed.
Touche.
Okay, so
I know what everyone else
I
is doing,
thought
but
Ninja
I'm constantly
succeeded.
watching Recall, just his animations non-stop and reactions to everything. Like even the music, he just starts like doing like this.
I can take it one level further. So as part of one of the things that I can check this out. Nope, there we go.
Whoa, what the?
Oh. Can you floss?
So the fun thing about this is that because I have to do programming in Unity, I can import other animations that are sourced from something like this one I sourced from
crap, what's it called? It's the Adobe program that you're supposed to use for testing rigs.
Maximo?
Yes,
Mixamo?
thank you. Yeah, so this is just one of the basic dances from Mixamo. But if I went into and actually did animations on my own, which I've been trying to learn how to do and have been practicing, you can basically rig them up to a humanoid model, and I hit the key out of hi. Yeah, this is the technical issues stuff. But that's all this stuff of VTubing. That's a fun thing. That adding animations, I forget how much of it is tracked. Not and how some of it is still lost is the surprising part. And it's it's a challenge to find that kind of stuff. So I'm glad you're enjoying the show.
It's great.
Here, have a surprise little other thing that I've managed to program in. I thought about doing this whenever I saw that we were getting donations because the other guy who was doing it for the
That was me.
He's not here anymore.
Oh, Grant's not
I
here.
could fill in the color gap. But I felt like that might be a little much without calling out. So
No, it'll be fine. It would be virtual lighting versus IRL lighting.
And so,
all right, so
yeah.
let me go. All right, so wheel is yep, good. All right, so this is for again the 2 5-packs of PLA from Prusa, and let's see. And I'm not going to say the name because I already got busted on that once.
Come on.
Come on, that's what we live for, is for you to bust someone's name.
Bugman, are you here? Bugman.
You should be here.
Yes,
Where did he go?
I'm being a wise ass.
I don't know. I haven't heard anything from him. And he's not
I don't
responding in
know.
chat.
His mic is muted. I don't know. I mean, technically, I gotta play by the rules. All right, hold on 1 second. Just let me get the name down.
Also, to answer Cruisen's question in Twitch chat, you can't, for VTubing type things, you can do mocap, or you can get mocap suits. It's not comfortable. Like, there is a lot of this. One of the more common solutions is to use the same stuff that is used for VR chat, and then basically use advanced VR rigs for it. But that takes extra sensors and setup, whereas right now all I have is basically a necklace and a webcam in front of me.
That's not bad.
It's impressive how much data it's getting from just that. Like it's
I know, right?
I'm thinking even just 5 years ago, that would have been not quite up to par.
Oh yeah, that was one of the things that got me into VTubing. Was I was watching a streamer, like clips of a streamer. Her name was Girl DM, and before watching her clips, I was like, oh, it's all 2D and it's bigger in Japan than it is in America, so it's all going to be anime girls. And I'm like, okay, that is a bit boring to me. But then I saw her stream, she was an anime girl, but it was a 3D model and it was tracking so smoothly, and it was like, oh, and her personality helped sell it. And I was like, oh, I get it. It's just the hook to get people to watch your streams. And then I saw how I could apply it for myself, where I was like, oh yeah, I bet you nobody does Android superheroes. And then I got started, and then I found out that that's actually kind of common. So
I've got one question while we're talking about VTuber bits. You have these 2 sort of hydraulic-y piston bits on your neck, right?
Yes.
And I saw when you were showcasing the model earlier, that's part of your base mesh. Did you have to weight paint those so that they didn't deform to heck and back every time you move your neck? Because
here's the trick. I actually have extra bones specifically for the pistons. And so they're weight painted on their own bones, and they are rigged in such a way that they articulate correctly based on head movement.
Right.
I can go into that a little bit more, but that's more of 3D animation.
Yeah. I do. I find the blending of hard edge and soft edge modules fascinating because, like, doing the transform prints or the Iron Man and stuff, like, where it moves is quite obvious, right? There's segments, there's plates. Whereas, you know, having an organic face that needs to stretch and deform while still having that blend, it's difficult.
Yeah,
so I'm
and
impressed.
Then, oh, thank you. And there is certain elements of it, like this forearm right here. That shouldn't work. That should just be a hinge joint, right? Like if we're looking over down. Damn it, I can't. Wait a minute. I can make this work easier. Hold on. Haha. Like that should be like a double-ended hinge joint, but it's bending where it shouldn't bend. And there is certain limitations that I could rig it in such a way that it doesn't allow this rotation. But at the end of the day, the bite ain't worth the chew, as my old drafting teacher used to say.
There's something I came across, and I'm sure other people in this call will know this far better than me, but the one of the things I've seen most crucial when it comes to animation compared to 3D printing, when it comes to 3D modeling and stuff, is that in animation, as long as it looks realistic, that's all that matters, right? The whole squash and stretch and the tweening frames and the over-exaggeration, that's not realistic, but that doesn't matter because in animation, you're only going to see it for X amount of time and you need that to read. If it's a 3D print and you're going to print it out and parts are clipping into each other and stuff, obviously you need to engineer that a little bit more intricately to get it to fit. But if it's animation, it really is just, can you sell that movement? Can you sell what it's supposed to be doing? And it looks to me like you've done the job quite well there, so.
Well, yeah, and that's just it. It passes the vibe check, so to speak. And you know what? At the end of the day, that's all we're looking for. That being said, I enrolled in a master's program for plastics engineering recently, and I am currently in a plastic parts design class. And for my final project for that class, I decided I'm going to turn myself into an action figure, and I'm only going to work on the arm for the class. I have some regrets.
Hi,
But
guys.
mostly,
Sorry, real quick. No. You're fine. You're fine. And chat, I'm gonna run another one. You have 3 minutes to fill this out. This is for the U.S. for printed solid. Now, if you're in the U.S., you can fill this one out. Anyone outside of the U.S., please do not fill this out. Thank you.
hold on. I gotta fill out a form real quick.
Shush.
Hey, I mean, if we're all sitting here like,
hold
hey,
on,
can
I
we
gotta
get-
show. Let me pull up Ricky.
I went and got Goliath. The problem is I'm redoing the floor in my my closet right now, and I had to take the stuff that was in my closet out. So Goliath was in the closet, and Goliath ended up in a box. And being in a box was fine until somebody threw more crap in the box on top of Goliath.
That's sin.
and so some things got busted, like the door is missing right now.
That's what that
so-
screaming was.
Yeah, but and some of the parts got scattered throughout the box, and I couldn't find them all quickly. But
We
here
have
is
the
Goliath.
technology. We can rebuild.
Yeah, I've already rebuilt Goliath once. Goliath fell off of a 3-foot high table onto a ceramic tile floor.
So the floor broke too, right?
But this is Goliath, and Goliath is enormous. And the person that's printing it 165% larger than this is nuts. But it's got all of my usual kind of stuff, like you can take off the.
I'm gonna need one of those scaled down so I could fit it in my orc 40K army.
Oh, look, the that had come loose from the engine compartment, so that was rattling around in there. That's a fire extinguisher and a first aid kit, which mount on the wall.
Okay, so that's not going in the orc version.
Inside the engine compartment there.
Nice.
which you can see the big radiators and the fans on the sides there, and the electrical conduit stuff on the back wall there.
It's missing a NOS.
See, I was gonna say it's mixing a grot.
it's got twin turbos.
Yeah, okay, that makes up for it.
Just paint it red; it'll be fine.
And the shield deploys there in front of the window.
Very Mad Max. I like that.
Flips up and stows on the roof. It's using the same. No, Fiona. I dropped something and Fee grabbed it. That's not good. Fee, drop it. Drop it.
Fee, more like fiend.
Fiona. I'll be back.
Go.
That was the grot.
All right. So, wait. Okay. No more responses. Save responses. Sheet. Yes. Okay. Here. I spy with my little eye.
I dropped the first aid kit that I had in my hand there. And as soon as it hit the floor, she grabbed it and ran, man.
I've
You're
got
gonna be
two
seeing that
cats,
later.
And they are obsessed with like little tires on the vehicles or things because they roll as well. And it's like.
And then I just brought in a couple of the other things that I've done for 1440 in the past. This was there I go breaking it. This was the last stream.
Mhm.
So if you were here for the last one, this was the model that I submitted.
It looks like a mongoose from Halo, except with an extra pair of wheels on the back. I like that.
So long.
And then the time before that, for the Hawaiian wildfires, I did this
Here we
mech.
go. The firefighter.
Oh, hell yeah.
Which has gotten loose now, but it was PLA printed. But this is what
Nice
I did
game
for
bonus.
the Hawaiian wildfire 1440 stream. So some of y'all that have been here before and donated before, you might have this model.
All right. Let's get this over with. All right, so wheel on. Yep, wheel on. All right, so again, this is for 3-pack of PLA from Printed Solid. US only. And here we go.
Need like a drum roll sound effect.
Yay! I'm like, nope. I know they're here. And no, I'm not going to do it because I've messed up that name. All right. Okay. 6. Shh. No laughing.
You don't want to try it at all? Are you sure?
No. Yes.
Are you sure?
You sure?
Oh wow, what's
the
that? The delete
menaces.
key? All right, second one.
How much would it take to donate to have you read them out loud?
Really? You're gonna jump in this too?
Hey, I
Sir,
haven't done
definitely
any
try this one.
bullying of Shane. I don't know Shane well enough yet to bully him, but I've got a couple things that I could lean in on now.
That's okay. Believe me, there's plenty you can, your fellow panel members can educate you on hours and hours on that. All right,
I never bullied you, so I don't know.
Excuse me?
Top 5 best of Shane. Go.
Sreg036, are you here? Up, there you are. I see you. Okay. And remove. Shuffle.
I've just got the Zelda.
I was gonna say, wait, Kenneth Davis.
Oh, that was so
say-
close.
That's the
Karen?
most normal name on there, I believe.
You're in Ireland, okay, not the U.S. Okay.
Ireland is going to become part of the U.S. eventually.
Damn it, Karen.
Kenneth. Kenneth. Oh, there you are. Okay. Hey, you. Hey, thank you. All right. Awesome. Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you to our sponsors. Congratulations to our winners. Now, for everyone who's won, you will be entered into the grand prize giveaway, which is a Prusa 2 Toolhead XL machine, which will be raffled off at the very end of this event. Since you won and you were here before, you do not need to be present for the final drawings. I know, time zones, world clocks, and I know where Ireland is, and I know where the US is. All right. Back to the show.
Is that the only two you know?
Huh?
Are those
Wait,
the only
ask
two
him
you
where
know?
Africa is. He'll be lost.
Oh, God damn it. Sure. Do another event. It will be good for your soul. Yeah, great.
You'll love it.
So
Come
let's
on.
see. Why can't I see that? Hold on. Where are we on the charity tag?
2,660
Thank you.
and 1 cent.
And 1 cent.
And 1 cent.
And
I'm
one
not.
cent.
I'm not saying the 1 cent.
But
Well, I
it's
said
so
it.
important.
That's
Come
not
on.
It's essential. It's. I'm making
What
a
if
terrible pun here.
What if we only hit that 5K goal by 1 cent?
Every
Then
penny counts.
I know every penny counts. Okay, you know what's gonna happen? Everyone's gonna add like this weird coin thing, and I'm just gonna be like blah 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 blah. All right, so yeah, $2,660.01.
The ever important 1 cent.
And thank you to thank you Lucky 13 Toys. I wonder where they're at
I don't know.
for the $50 donation. Thank you so much for that. All
I
right.
know you don't have to donate to get your own dragon, right?
It's for quality control. I just want to make
Ah.
sure.
Saves on shipping.
That's
True.
the system.
All right. Let's see. Wow, I just completely brain farted. My brain is falling asleep. Awesome.
You need some sleep.
Dude, you have 2 hours of sleep. That's fair.
That's fine. It will be fine. Yeah.
Anyone
It's
want to show
differential.
something that they are working on at the moment? Kind of
Extended
preview.
show and tell.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah, I
basically
mean,
what we are doing.
Also, if you are showing a weapon, just let us know.
Yeah, just let me know. Like, I don't mind you guys doing it. I just want to throw up the and I know YouTube isn't going to care, but I'm going to be like, A, you canceled a charity drive. B, there was plenty of warning ahead of time. And C, you canceled a charity drive.
When has charity ever mattered to YouTube?
Let me see.
point.
God, how does one share a screen? Hang on.
If you're in the there's a button that says share screen.
Did that do it? I think
Yep.
I did it.
Yep.
Hey, there we go. Right. So this is my current project at the moment. This is the block model I'm working on for my Soundwave figure. Because they did that new 86 one, and once again I was like, it's all right. It's by no means bad, but I was like,
It's Soundwave. There's not that much to mess up on. What'd you
so
have
that
against
is
it?
that is the deceptive thing, right? So when modeling this, right, Soundwave, I'll show you model sheet here. Soundwave says to a micro cassette player, not a Walkman. Everybody tries to correct me in the YouTube, and they are wrong. So, but if you look at that, he's basically just a rectangle, right? So you go, oh, it's a rectangle, that's easy, right? Except the problem is, if you have such a basic shape they turn into, if you have anything sticking out, if it's a tab, if it's the proportions are ever so slightly off, it sticks out like a sore thumb. So I've been using, there we go, I'm using the animation tools in Blender to sort of showcase the cassette play mode. And I've only got the 1/2 because, I only need to model 1/2. but this is version, what is this, 11. I'm currently in the middle of reworking this entire back section, which is why you can see bits that have big gaps, because I'm still currently filling those out. But the biggest thing, if I go into material preview, is the 86 toy does not have this gray stripe on the bottom. I'm not saying that's the only reason I designed my own one, but it was a very big motivator because it's so basic. But the other thing is no faux parts. So these cod pieces, right, are actually the cod piece. And I don't know if you can see there, if I zoom in, but they're actually sliding in and out, right? And the reason for that is because his entire torso is on a slider. So when I play this animation, the codpiece shrinks up and it's all the correct proportions. And the only problem with 3D printed sliders, we're talking about like PLA and creeping, how stuff gets really loose over time. Sliders are the first thing to go. Like you'll print it off, it's ridiculously tight, and then the next time you do it, it's loose as heck. So on some of the early test prints, trying to see if I could get away with it, he's just constantly like thunk, like no waist. It looked ridiculous. And so what this codpiece
he just pulled his pants up. That's all.
Yeah.
High waisted. It's
so
stylish.
there we go. I'll go into the random colors so you can see a little better. This piece, here we go, goes all the way through. And so what it does is, do you see these, let me know if I'm going a bit too fast, but do you see these notches that are like cut out the front? It's almost like a channel. What ends up happening is on his waist section here, he's got these tabs. And so basically, when it's slotted in, that locks into those tabs. And I think I can move it out of the way. There you go. So it's flush. If I go, where's orthographic? There we go, there's orthographic. So that's firmly in there. That's firmly tight. And then it moves just out of the way enough that it can then slide down where it needs to. And so...
Are you not going to end up with an interference issue right there? Go back, press 3 on the number pad for the orthographic.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, the bevel... hang on, I'm trying to remember how I've... Oh god, everything is... Yes, this is the only problem with modeling with so many pieces, is having to organize it. I don't know why that bevel was looking like it was clipping. I saw it too. Oh, that's fine. No, yeah. So this middle piece goes under everything. And because we're in orthographic,
3D
it
view
look like
made
it's
it.
clipping. Yeah, but it's no perspective, so it looks sandwiched. Yeah. So it's little things like that, and then Tanner, we were talking about 3D printed springs. If I remove his chest door here, you can see. Hang on, let's focus. There's the button that I was talking about, and this weird squiggly snake. That's my spring. And so what it means is that I can actually print it flat like that.
Right.
Right. If I that's the wrong way. Awesome.
Right.
Thank you. So I can print it flat like that. Right. Obviously, I need support for that hook, but that's fine. And so what it means is that the layers are going across the whole piece. It's one strong part. And so on this door, if I go here, and let's bring this out of the way so you can actually see that. He's got a hook. Do you see that sort of that little latch bit? So what happens is that the curved chamfer of this piece, the fillet, sorry, helps it slide under the spring. It doesn't need to compress much, but it compresses just enough to go under, and then it thunks back up so it's locked in. And what happens is, okay, so you've locked the door, but when you push it, there's no, on like a normal boombox, there would be a spring or something that forces it open, right? So how do I do that? And so I was going to have a second spring. I was like, but that adds to the parts count, whatever. So actually, if I get my little dude there, this little curved piece on the end of the latch is actually
pushing on that, and
yeah.
Ooh, that is clever.
Yeah.
If you just select a part and press H, you can hide it.
Yeah, I'm trying my best not to hide it, because then I have to go back in the list to find it all.
You can just press Alt H and unhide it.
Yeah, well, that'll unhide all the nasty bits that are hidden.
Yeah. And one thing I do is sometimes in a folder I'll have multiple copies of the same object, and when I've got my finished bit, I'll shift select everything that's the final stuff I'm actually working with and copy that into a new folder. But as I'm modeling, it's easier to just have it all in one. But there you go. So if I go orthographic again, you
I feel that so much.
There we go. Yeah, so when it pushes down, obviously in this animation software bit, it's clipping there, but that would force it there. And
Yeah.
so it means it forced it just enough. And because of how it's weighted, because the cassette bits, it means that it does open. I've got some test prints that I've got somewhere in the room. But basically it's really tricky to solve all of these micro problems, but I'm finding, because this is my 5th character now at this point in this scale. Technically it's like my 7th, right? But in this scale, if anybody here collects like the official Transformer figures, they're injection molded. They're traditional plastic, right? And you can get away with a lot more with that type of plastic than you can with prints. And so I've had some people asking me like, why the heck do you, because I export my STLs in the recommended orientation for printing, right? And people download those and they go, but it needs supports. What are you doing? Why does it need supports? I'm like, because you need the layer strength, right? So you need less parts, so it's less points of breakage, but you also need the layer strength, so there's less amounts of breakage. Which means that sometimes you end up with excessive supports or weird orientations and bits. And it's
something needs to lay flat so that the layers go this way, because otherwise if you have it this way, the layers go this way and it breaks off. Yeah.
So for instance, like the gun barrel here, right? Because it's round, 3D printers kind of suck around things unless you would print it in that orientation, right? The only problem is, oh, now you need supports in there. Well, yes, you want supports in there because otherwise you're going to have an ugly print. Whereas here, that's the hiding. There we go. It's all parented weird for the animation. So let's just grab that. So this boy, right, when I print him, I do print him on its side. In fact, I probably print it more like that so the pinhole's nice around. And you go, hey, but you just told me I'm printing this upright so that it's a nice circle. Why is this?
But otherwise your peg there would snap off. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And if it's a peg, it's not going to be seen because it's inserted into a slot. So it's really funny. You guys get it. You guys totally get it. Yeah. But I've had so many people on my YouTube channel being like, oh, why'd you do that? I'm like, because I kind of have to, right? And so it's been a lot of weird trial and error figuring out what I can and can't get away with, because also the people buying these files are likely going to display them with their official figures. My Seekers especially, the whole point is that you could army build, right? If you want to have a collection of all those little drones, those little sort of stormtroopers of Transformers, right? They need to be the same scale and they need to be able to sort of have like a similar design philosophy. So they match aesthetically. And so you end up having to figure out how close can I design them like the official figures while still doing it for 3D prints. So like, you know, mushroom pegs. These are typically on official figures a lot because it gives you thigh rotations and stuff. But again, now I have to figure out how I'm printing it. And so I'll typically print it like that for the layer strength, but now I have to deal with tear dropping because of that. And so now I have to accommodate the tolerances. And so it's quite, I mean, I love it because it's essentially like I'm designing my own puzzle. But it's quite
get
interesting.
away with cutting it in half so that way you can print it flat and then putting the two halves together so that way the mushroom peg ends up without that tear dropping?
So I've tried certain bits of that, and the quick answer is technically yes, but now you've made one part 2, and that has become another point for breakage. And on something like, so everything for the legs is a nightmare because they are holding up all of the weight, right? So I'll show you the hip joint, right? This is the bit that goes on every single figure first because that's where all of the weight is. And so you have to have as little amounts as part as possible for as little amounts of point of error. And there's little tricks that I've found. I'll show you something. This is nice and obvious. If I grab the front piece on official figures, so I'm modeling one side, right? Because I don't want to model on both sides. But if I had this and I hang on, how do I? Can I? I just want to mirror you. What's the keybind for that? Whatever.
Control M.
Control M. Of course it's Control M. No, that's done the wrong thing. Where's that? That's hidden all of my tabs. Awesome.
I don't think I've changed my hotkeys.
I'm a professional, I swear. Here we go. So we got our two mushroom pegs, and traditionally in an official figure, this is how they do it, right? Because what ends up happening is that the two pieces are pressing against each other, and that causes friction, right? And that's fine, because on injection molding, you have so much precision. You know, I was saying that 3D printed stuff sucks at round parts. This is all round parts. And so what ends up happening is if there is a slight gap between the two pieces, then immediately your hips get loose, and suddenly Soundwave looks like he's had one too many pints of Energon, and he needs to go home for a bit. He's completely slumped over. And so the easy fix is just this. You just have it so that there is a slot and there's a gap in the middle. There's a divider, right? Official figures don't sometimes do that, but don't need to. But I'm 3D printing, and so it's the reason I point this out is because there's not a lot of tutorials talking about this stuff. There's people who do action figures, and Gabe, Lucky13, I've been reverse engineering some of your models, trying to study from the pictures and looking at the files and stuff.
You know I
And
sell CAD
that's-
files, right?
Yeah, I know. I've been looking at the files.
You
too.
do?
And
I've imported the STLs into SolidWorks. I was like, all right, so if I copy this shape,
but it's trying to figure out because the thing I find most interesting, at least, is that it's not just, oh, I've done it like that. Why'd you do it like that? Right? Because if I don't understand why you've designed it like that, I'm getting only half of the story. And so, again, doing models for Transformers and printing and stuff like that, there's an awful lot of people who just sort of gloss over it.
Yes,
So
it's very common.
presenters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
People will look at something that you designed very intentionally and think that you designed it wrong.
Oh God, I've had so much of that. I had
That's my top comments.
One of my favorite ones is because I use PLA for my prints, and obviously that wears down relatively quick. And I told people, because it's like I'm trying to sell these to makers of all sorts, and on these prints I'm already asking you to buy 1mm pins, right? We're talking about like not having to go on Amazon and order parts. You do for this because the plastic pins can't take this amount of strain on the forces, right? So already I'm saying, hey, buy something extra than just my files. So I'm like, I don't want you to, go and buy a filament that you don't have. Most people, if they're hobbyists, use PLA. That's the cheap and easy one, right? So I designed the PLA in mind, and everybody's like, that's a bandage fix, using the super glue for stuff. And I'm like, I know, because who's going to be buying it, right? If you want to print this with TPU for the joints or PTG for the actual structural elements, go ahead. They should work in theory. I don't believe the tolerances change too much.
Just
but I
curious
do
about
find it...
how a TPU joint would work if it's flexible.
Different
sound
materials. Different materials have different amounts of shrinkage. So when you mix and match different materials, you may run into issues.
Yeah.
Now, if you print the whole thing in PETG or you print the whole thing in PLA, then things are going to match. But if you have to kind of take that into account. If you're going to say, well, print the joints in PETG, then you need the joints to sit into a PLA part. You need to take those sort of differences and tolerances because of shrinkage into account and make the tolerances less finicky, where two different material types might meet.
No, you're 100% right. It's understanding what you're working with as well.
Right.
Like, because the thing I find, again, we're talking about 3D printing versus injection molding, is that 3D printing has so many more variables than injection molding. What type of printer are you using? Even if it's an FDM printer, are you using a Prusa? Are you using a Bamboo? Creality? Like, these all micro variations build up. And then, your
dimensional accuracy of that machine, the nozzle size they're using. Yeah.
Exactly. Where you're printing it. Like, I'm in New Zealand and the temperatures shift throughout the day quite rapidly. I can print something in the morning and get different bed adhesion results than if I print it in the afternoon, because of how cold it is in the morning compared to how warm it is in the afternoon, right? Like, it's there's so many micro changes. So I have, as much as it pains me, I have had to kind of accept that I will never get it perfect. But I think I always strive for as good as I can, I think. And I think that's all any of us can, really. I've got, who have I got here? I've got the Optimus here. I figured I'd show that off while I'm show and telling, because this is
just let people know about tips and tricks to counter problems that they may run into, and that's really all you can do.
Yeah.
Especially with these prints, if I know there's a bit that's difficult during the assembly, because I do assembly videos, right? I don't make instruction manuals, but I will do a video that's like, here's how you put it together. Because I've downloaded some files that give you the zip, and it's just like 100 and odd pieces, and it's like, good luck. I'm like, nah. So I do assembly videos, and I try my best to sort of show where a pain point is. Because, like, for example, if I look at his wrists here we go. It's on a ball joint, right? And when you first insert that ball joint, I've deliberately designed it so that it's slightly bigger than the socket. Because as you insert it, right, it's going to be... If I had it the exact size, dimensional accuracy will mean it could be too loose or it could be whatever. So I made it where it's deliberately too tight on the first go. Because PLA over time, it'll sand itself, it'll shrink, it'll whatever. So it gets to a more comfortable position. But obviously, first time assembling it, it's like, does that even want to fit there? It doesn't feel like it. And I have to sort of say, like, yes, I know it feels uncomfortable the first time. Trust me, just, like, same with these bits, the gas tanks. They're using this, I call them nub pins, because they're nubbin pins. And yeah, like, these are ridiculously stiff the first time you do it. And then as soon as you slide it back and forth once or twice, it's, like, it's loose even. It gets too loose pretty quick.
Sorry for interrupting you, but Ed needs to go, and I just wanted him to say a few things before he leaves.
Yeah, no, I have to go feed the family. I'm in the US, so my timeline hasn't been as late night, stay up with the everyone and hang out, but this has been absolutely amazing, like hearing the passion and love and creativity that all of y'all have been putting in your work. And I mean, I appreciate, I come from a different side where I do ZBrush, I do organic sculpting, and I do video game modeling and 3D printing for like characters and board games, but getting into the nitty gritty of everything that y'all do and the detail and the tolerance and the tensile strength of everything having to be considered just opens up the like the appreciation for all the work and effort put into this. And I'm really looking forward to pinging everyone and being like, I want to buy some of this stuff so I can paint it, because it's really inspiring, and seriously seeing how much love and passion y'all put into everything you make makes me want to like support y'all even more, support the charity that we're going for. And I'm really thankful that I was able to like jump in and be part of this conversation, this discussion with y'all. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for joining us. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for your time, Ed.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
We really appreciate having you here.
Yeah, it's been wonderful. I'm looking forward to chatting with y'all a bit more after this at some point, but
yeah, bug me. Feel free to bug me on the Discord. Love to share some notes.
Oh, I will.
It was great to meet you.
All right, kidding. I'm gonna end up bugging you, bud.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna be bugging him. All right, and yeah, I'm not trying to get rid of anyone, but like I wrote before, I know this is a long panel. I did it because of just the amount of people who are on here. I don't want anyone to feel like you have to stick around for the full 4 hours. If you have to go, please. I do appreciate everyone being here. Just don't all leave at once, please.
No,
You're like, okay, fine,
all by
bye,
himself going,
sucker.
Oh crap! The next one didn't start for a while.
The next one doesn't start till 90 minutes. Yeah, I can't.
So don't
I can
do like this bit number.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good. You know, unless you want to have
For the next hour and a half, it's Shane dancing.
No.
We could make that happen.
Yeah, I know you can make
We
that
just
happen, but
we still have to get to the Cartman redeem is the thing.
I already posted that. It's 1,340 left to go, and what? 78 minutes left for that target. So
Might be a tight fit, but I think we might get there.
yeah, no.
If everyone leaves to go make $200 and donate them, then we'll get there.
Gabe.
What? You'll be fine.
You'll be fine. It'll be okay.
You know enough artists. How many of them are just gonna throw something together in like 10 minutes and be like, here you go. Have
Well, if you
fun."
know, I know
wish
you
I
guys
could
can't
do
see
something
me,
in
but
10 minutes.
I've been watching Wexker very close just to make sure he's not sketching something out already.
Nope.
No, not you.
No, just his screen inconspicuously off screen.
Yeah, you see him reach for the Cintiq pen.
That's
Yeah.
the real reason I have my camera off, Shane, so you can't see me sculpting.
I've been nothing but nice to you.
I know.
Why?
Because you're the host. You must suffer.
See, but that's what happens. I bring around a bunch of bad influences. You corrupted her. Congratulations.
So what's the total goal again? I think I missed it.
It was to hit a total of 4,000 before the end of the designers panel, because it was a challenge left over from the other panel. So I put it up as a stretch goal type of thing, but I've been keeping track of it and everything. So
All right. What if I threw something into to maybe sweeten the pot?
I am not gonna, you guys are free to do whatever you want. The only thing I would not recommend is like physical items, just because of like shipping is ridiculous. Well, at least
Right.
And everything else. But
Well, no, this is almost a kind of a torture for me.
The torture.
So
You don't need to sound so excited.
Here's what I'll throw on the table if it gets there. I will shave off my goatee on camera. I have not seen my chin since I was in my 20s.
Yeah, and then plus for those of you who don't know, that's I've never seen you without your goatee. It's kind of like your part of your brand, your trade.
It is very much a part of me, and it has been since I was in my 20s. I'm gonna say I probably wasn't even old enough to drink the last time I saw my chin. So I don't even know if there's one under there anymore, or how many there are under there anymore.
That's why I usually try to grow a beard out just to hide the multiple ones.
Right. I'm 48 years old, folks, and I have not seen my chin in nearly 30 years.
Bob Carnes,
You haven't seen your chin in longer than I've been alive.
Right. So I'm telling you right now, if you get to the magic number that we need for the thing to happen for Shane, I will go grab my cordless beard trimmer and I will cut this thing off my face right here on camera.
So Bob says your dogs are gonna bite you.
And Tanya will kill you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And just so you know, folks, it'll be 3 or 4 days of me probably sleeping on the couch.
Mm-hmm. What did you do? Who's Shane?
Right. My wife and I have been married for it'll be 25 years in February.
Congratulations.
I have never been
without the goatee.
I don't know if you're making it 26.
You're just gonna get a Sharpie, like, after the stream, just draw it back on and be like, they'll never know. They'll never know. No one's gonna know.
So if my face is all bruised up in a post tomorrow because we make this happen, it's because my wife came home from work in the morning and thought a stranger was in her bed.
She's just gonna look at you and be like, no.
Yeah, no, you're sleeping somewhere else. So I'm putting it on the table, folks, that this has not come off of my face since in almost 30 years. And if we make it happen, we get to that 4,000, I'll cut it off right here on camera. Now this has to happen before the end of the designers panel.
You have, let's see, 73 minutes? Yes. Oh, no, yeah, 73 minutes.
Because I'm staying here all the way to the end.
Oh, I'm happy because I know a certain few individuals are in bed sleeping right now, so I am safe.
You know what'd be funny though?
No, it wouldn't be funny because I just noticed
be
friggin' Rex
pretty
was smiling.
funny.
Can you please stop smiling? Thank you.
No, it's for a good cause. Come on.
I know his good causes. It's torturous.
Just a little one for fun. You know, just a little. It's just after Halloween. We got to give a few people a good scare, right?
I mean, there's
God damn it.
He's gonna look better without goatee.
Recoil! You're not helping. Okay, it's your first time here. Again, bad influences. All right, all the regular panel members, you're all bad influences. In chat, you know better.
I mean, that's how these panels are supposed to go, right? If we don't all leave here a little worse, or at least a little bit more knowledgeable.
Working as intended.
I've just seen Bugman's thumbnail in the background. I did not realize. How long is the mummy
damn
been
it.
there? How long is that? What the heck?
But then he just turns around and is like, "What, mummy? Oh!" Feed.
It's a message from his wife. You talked about me on the stream. This is going to be you now.
No, I looked and grabbed him early when I spoke about him before. So he's still outside of the front door. Go and get him.
All right, Robo with the
Well, that's
$50.
real.
Thank you so much. Oh, everyone shuts up and now everyone's afraid to talk. All right, real quick. So, Robo, thank you so much for the $50. Recoil, thank you for the 100. Lexer, thank you for the 50.
Well, I didn't hear the name. Sorry.
You heard it. You heard it. Hey, the one time I did say your first name correctly, you almost fell over in shock. So I can't
started
say your
raining
name right.
Frogs.
I did. So I can't say your name correct too many times because it might just overstress you and you might have just fall over a heart attack. You're lucky it's not
And you
the
don't
regular
want that?
piano shit.
Okay.
No, me no.
You're worried that if you say it 3 times, he'll show up behind you.
I'm just
Again.
He'll pop out of the mirror.
And just gonna hug you and whisper in your ear. I'll never let you go.
Jesus Christ. How far away are you right now? 500 miles?
7 hour drive.
And
Not enough
rapidly
time for
approaching
me.
your location.
All right, let's see where we're at right now.
He
We're
can
at-
make it there before the end of the stream.
He could.
No, he can't.
That's the fun part. Especially if he sped.
All right, just so you guys know, there's like heavy doors with 3 sets of like key locks that.
Oh yeah,
don't-
we all
and
remember
then-
that time in Florida.
Yeah. Don't even start on that one. Yeah, Happy's not here. So for those of you who don't know, the very first 1440, I lived close to Happy Extruder, and he was good enough to come down and keep me company and everything else. And I had purposely left my door open, and I gave him the key code. He came, I think it was like about 2 hours earlier than expected. And the only thing I hear is the door open and someone says, don't shoot, I don't have a gun. And the only thing I just did, I'm live on camera, was ducked and covered because I know what the hell was going on. And of course, some lovely, friendly people that I know just happened to take clips of it and, other things. There's a GIF of it somewhere.
Yep.
He's like, yeah, you have it on your own personal collection. Thank you. I know. So I figured I might as well throw myself under the bus first. Yes. Oh, he's got the shaver. He ain't playing, folks.
Oh, he's.
I'm putting it out there. It's right here. It's cordless. I put fresh batteries in it.
He is prepped and ready. Dude, you're more dedicated than I would be if I was gonna. But I also don't have a goatee to shave, so
you gotta do the opposite, right? You gotta
have to model one.
To add.
Right, put a goatee.
Make me regret this. Make me regret this, but for a good cause.
$1,140 in 67 minutes. Is it possible? Can it happen?
If we all show our dedication enough. I've got a question for the people who've done both sculpting and modeling, and like 3D printing modeling. One of my bigger problems whenever I've been trying to get into the idea of going from like a character model that I've like this to an action figure. I can't find software that like takes in like an OBJ file or something correct to the CAD software well. Anybody have any recommendations? I've heard Tinkercad, I've heard Fusion.
Just use an STL. That's gonna fix an awful lot of your problems.
Really? All right.
Well, because the main issue is that the OBJ, if I remember correctly, keeps quads, doesn't it? Like it's because it's more for preserving detail for animation, whereas STLs turn everything to triads, and that's more what CAD software is expecting. So when you export as an STL, it's not having to reinterpret that OBJ. It's just interpreting the STL as it should be. I could be wrong on some of the details there, but that's the gist I've gotten.
Hold on, I got my work laptop nearby. I gotta try this out. Because if I was just ignoring STL as the export format, because like no, that's going to be the final format, then this will make my life so much easier. You might have just saved me so much time because like I mentioned, for that plastic parts class, I want to do the whole arm, except I really do. I want to make sure all of these mechanical connections are 100% dialed in because my teacher gave us equations for like those ball and socket joints and for how to make these snap-on joints because the theory is, while I know this is all about 3D printing, the theory though is that I'm supposed to be designing this for injection molding, which I would then come back through and modify it for 3D printing because I'm pretty sure there's a couple people in my regular chatting environment that have 3D printers and would want a 3D printed figure of me. Don't 100% trust what they want to do with it, but that's between them and God.
I have a few suggestions with the donations. Sorry. Oh, I said that out loud. I'm sorry.
They were supposed to be torturing you, Shane, not me. Shush!
Welcome to the club.
Damn. Let's see here. SolidWorks. Flash drive out.
Shane, while I'm talking about sculpting and stuff, I wanted to ask because I was obsessed with Disney Infinity, right? I collected a ton of the figurines and stuff. What sort of programs were you using to sculpt those? Because I found some behind-the-scenes videos on YouTube, but it was always like the official Disney site where they show basically nothing except a random monitor in the background. And I was always obsessed because they're always so stylized, but like so clean and everything. Like it was insane.
Pretty much 100% ZBrush. Yeah.
Damn.
Just all
It's
ZBrush.
kind of like the industry standard for that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and I would pose them all in ZBrush and everything. The final video game model would be in Maya, so the retopology and all that stuff would go in through Maya. But for the printing and posing and making a toy and doing all the keying and all that, it's all in ZBrush. Yeah, I have my Lion-O thing loaded up.
Yeah,
if
show
you
us
guys
that.
want to see it. Yeah,
I'd love to see that.
I have it all, and it's very much like what I would do for a Disney Infinity character. So
Yeah, I was kind of curious whether or not it did go to a final retopo stage before it made it to the game. So
yeah, for the
it
game,
does.
yeah, for sure, for sure. So this is all key. This I'll show you it all together, but this is exploded, so you can see all the keys and splits and all of that stuff and the gems for his glove and this is his head up here. Yeah.
Right.
So okay, let me show it here. I can jam it all together.
Yeah, because
Zoop.
the figures will be painted, right? Like you don't have to color separate each individual part because you're gonna.
Yeah, I do separate them by part because they would get molded in the base color and then they would get like we'd call it paint hits. We would get like the companies that would do the toys would do the hits on, so like this hair would be painted in the dark orange, then they'd come in with an airbrush and paint this little light band right there. So but yeah, it would be pulled apart. Mhm.
How do you end up getting, like, which brushes do you use to get some of those hard edges? Because I've played around with sculpting in Blender and I can never get a hard edge in there. And that's why I always end up reverting back to polygon editing.
Yeah, I did polygon modeling for the first 15 years of my career, and then when ZBrush came out, basically there's poly modeling inside of ZBrush. You use this Z modeler brush right here, and you can do like this whole sword is poly modeled. Um, and these like these bands and things on the armor, those are all I would just draw retopology on the surface, and then I would just extrude it. So yeah, it's and then this is like a box, that's been extruded and worked. So,
I
but
have those on my
these,
elbow.
yeah, but these edges right here, I use a pinch brush. So when it
Gotcha.
goes from like nothing to solid, and I will use like the crease and the pinch. Um, these are all
I
my
always tried
brushes
using the
down here.
scrape blood or like a multi-plane scrape brush to try and get
Yeah,
some of those, and I
that
always
brush
ended
is
up
not.
being,
It's not
yeah,
great. Yeah, it's not
yeah.
great. It's you end up fighting with it more than it being useful. The
hmm
idea behind it's pretty nice, but like these right here, these are all just like creasing and pinching and yeah. So
Yeah,
um
Shane has
yeah.
a whole set of brushes that he's giving away for free for ZBrush. You have something also for Blender, right?
I do. Yeah, I have a whole so I won't go into the full story of it, but there was a kid from India that couldn't afford ZBrush, so and he loved to watch my YouTube videos and follow me in my workflow. And but he was super duper smart and he went and programmed an add-on for Blender to mimic my ZBrush workflow. And I ended up buying it from him and asking him to develop it further. And I
That's
have
cool.
that also in my sculpt school. So
Wow.
yeah, that's in there. And just it's all stuff. Well, most of it is stuff that is native to Blender, but it's brought to the surface so you can find it easy. Um, but these brushes down here, these are ones I've made. Yeah. So
Gather brush is my favorite right now.
yeah, that it's like a pinch, but I call it gather because it gathers the stuff together. Um, and then and I was going to show you guys my VTuber model that is a caricature of
Yes, I
myself.
was
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
curious.
there you
yes.
go.
Awesome.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh, that
that's
is
fantastic. I think
amazing.
you're gonna have a little bit of a rough time with the beard, but that's great.
It's like a game beard. It's all hair
Ah,
cards. Yeah.
okay, then yeah,
So
you'll be once you can get the
yeah,
material into Unity,
but like
that'll be perfectly suitable to do that.
it has
That's amazing.
this is in Character Creator.
hmm
So this is just kind of a, like they have a test mocap you can throw on it, kind of like Mixamo.
hmm
And it's
So
so funny.
cool.
Um, anyway, it's
It looks like it
yeah.
deforms really well, so it wouldn't be too hard to. It would make the transition from model to actual usable VTuber thing really, really easily.
Yeah, this is using their base mesh. So
Mhm.
their base mesh has like, I don't know, 1,000 characters made with it.
Mhm.
And it's meant to deform. So like I did a whole bunch of them I did a whole bunch of Disney princesses. You can kind of see right here.
If I remember right, Face Rig uses
Kind
character
of.
creator stuff.
Oh yeah. One of my students uses that. Yeah.
And
I did a
it
whole bunch of
deforms
celebrities
very well.
like Mr. Beast. Yeah. These were for a game that ended up not working out, but yeah, so these kind of haven't seen the light of day yet.
Sorry, I just saw
Exclusive.
Yeah, instead of
Ghost Beast.
yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Mr. Beast. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Wow.
Anyway, it's kind of yeah, I think The Rock turned out the best.
He he
Yeah.
really does look like I mean, it helps as a person. He just looks he has the ability to be exaggerated as far as like character design goes that really suits animation.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my god, that's
It's
amazing.
He has such strong features that they just work out so great.
Eyebrow.
The
Nice.
fact that eyebrow just works so well already is perfect.
Yeah. It's pretty fun.
He's kind of already naturally a caricature.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is your random factoid of the day? He actually voiced a Transformer once, like 10 years ago. He was Cliff
Oh, no
Jumper
way.
for like one episode because he was too
Yeah,
expensive
and then
to
they
hire for
killed
anyone.
him. And then
In Transformers Prime. Yeah.
yeah, and it's
Wow.
a shame because it would have been such a fun time. He did such a good job.
Man, too funny. Anyway,
Then
yeah, I
he,
just
then he
thought I'd-
kicked around as
Is
a
he
dark
texture
energon
pack?
zombie for a while.
Yeah. Oh god, don't bring me back to those memories. This is my boy.
it's
Actually,
funny that tape player transformer you showed. I actually had that toy when I was a kid.
The
I
original
think it
one.
broke. Yeah.
Yeah,
Didn't the original
oh
one
gosh.
play music on it?
No.
Like could be
No.
used as a
So-
radio?
Okay,
No.
so I don't want to steal the spotlight, but one of my biggest projects I've done is a full-sized boombox version that plays actual cassette tapes, and I did
sweet.
research for this. And it turns out the original figure didn't. Original figure's a micro cassette player, and because he was micro change, which is meant to be real world scale, he fits actual micro cassettes in it, like you get for like a answering phone machine or something. He's
Oh, yeah.
the correct scale. But in the cartoon, they made him more like a boombox, and because my cassette transformers I'd already made, the Laserbeak, the bird, he was a normal cassette tape because I didn't want to FDM print something that small and try and fit tape spools in it. So my Soundwave's like this huge boombox one, and I found out that there was a Soundwave toy that played tapes, and it was like there was a limited run or something, and it was only the robot, but he was used to play. They had like these Transformers storybooks that were basically like audiobooks on cassettes, and so it came with he came with all of these, and you could they were like either Ladybird books that they dubbed over, or some of it was retellings of the episodes. But yeah, so technically there was one figure that played actual tapes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Mine didn't. Yeah.
Oh,
I still
you did
have
the
that
Boba
figure.
Fett?
Yep.
Yeah, I did Boba Fett. Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh, I need to go dig out. I've got a load of them all in a tub by my console.
Nice.
See,
And
Disney
Ahsoka.
Infinity was
I have
one
a
of
few
those
here.
was one of those games I always wanted to get into, but I knew I wasn't going to be able to buy all the figures that I wanted. Which, like, especially once they started going into Marvel and like Star Wars territory, because that was my bread and butter growing up.
Yeah.
Like Spider-Man and Anakin, that's it. That's all I needed. But also that Venom looked amazing. So
I sculpted both Spider-Man and Anakin.
You are my hero?
Black suit
This is This is just speaking about 3D printing. This is another just piece that I did, and there's Ahsoka. I sculpted her as well, but yeah, this is a big one. Why does it not want to zoom in? I don't know why it won't zoom in. It should. Just doesn't want to.
Windows never change.
Right. Technology.
We would like it to change, but it always just seems to change for the worse.
This is
If it
one.
ain't broke, changed anyway and make it.
This is one. Oh, there it's zooming. Okay. What's up with that? This is printed on a Form 2. It's behind me in the camera. It's right there.
Oh, yeah.
It's the whole thing is supported on this 1 foot. So you can like
Ow!
yeah, the whole, so you could there's a lot of space underneath him. Like he's only, and it's funny, I thought I would need like a wire or something going up his leg
I was
to
gonna
make
say,
it work.
you need an armature or something.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's just one giant key down inside of this, and that's enough to hold him in place, which is pretty, yeah, it worked out. So I want to print him bigger, but
If
yeah,
you
that
make
was
it
pretty
bigger,
fun.
he will need something.
Yeah.
Shane,
Here's
when was that printed?
When was it printed? Oh
Yeah.
gosh, like 5 years ago, maybe? There's a closer version
And
of
it's,
the.
and it's still standing normally, right?
Yeah, it hasn't sagged or anything like that. Some of the Infinity figures have sagged.
Yeah, that's why I like
Joy.
she's doing like Michael Jackson thing. Like, look.
Yeah, exactly.
They're all
Yep.
leaning forward.
Because they're made of like, I think ABS or something that sags a little bit when it gets warm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
ABS has a
pretty-
pretty high temperature resistance. I wouldn't be surprised. One of the things I found out recently, again, from that class that I'm taking, is that it might not even have been the class. I saw a video, somebody who works at Hasbro, they use PVC a lot for those figures, especially for
Yeah.
like the safety standards of the toy industry, because
Yep.
they're kids, right? And so they need to be softer materials.
Yeah, we had I think there was a mixture of both of those.
Yes.
This is the character I
typically-
teach in my class. And here's the 3D print of it in a couple different sizes. Yeah, this is her name's Kate from a game called No One Lives Forever. It's like a 007 game from back in the 90s.
Yeah, this was a good game.
Yeah. And then I did the cowboy in a different pose. This is him disassembled, his arms laying on the ground. But this is the cowboy that rides that.
He's been
dinosaur.
disarmed.
Yep, disarmed. Right to bare arms. Then I've been doing some freelance lately of a guy that wants to do like non-fictional heroes and religious heroes, and in kind of that Infinity style. Let me see.
I can buy the Jesus Disney Infinity character.
Kind of.
Oh my God.
There's Moses, and here's
Does it
Harriet
put me in
Tubman.
creative mode?
Yeah, these are big. See, these are printed big.
Those are nice.
That's me. So
Nice headshot.
That's me.
yeah, this is Derek. I don't know if you
Me
guys
for
know.
scale.
Yeah, this is me for scale. Not most people use a quarter or a penny. I use myself. Oh, that's funny. So let's see. And I did a Joan of Arc. I'm trying to find her.
Well, I bet you the Joan of Arc one was really fun to do.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. Right there. And it's all
Oh,
painted.
nice.
Oh, I love
Yeah.
that design.
Thanks. Yeah, it's fun.
The inclusion of all the fleur-de-lis on the sword. Oof. Nice.
Yeah, it's it was painted by the same girl in LA that painted all of the Disney Infinity figures. So she did all the prototypes that we sent to the factory. So that was pretty fun. Yeah, if you guys know Derek from Lychee, he lives down the street from me and he printed all these for me. Yeah, I have a Form 3, but I haven't used it for quite a while. Here's another one. You guys might recognize this guy.
Yay.
Mickey on vacation.
Yeah. That was fun.
You said that was a prototype that didn't go out.
Right. I did this for Q-Figs. and they went out of business, so it never got released. So this is, yeah, probably is the only time you'll see it, unfortunately.
So how
But
often that happens? Like,
more often than you would think, honestly.
really?
Yeah, it sucks, but yeah, it's a lot of money to make figurines, so.
Being one of the target consumers, yeah, I bet.
Oh, here is my Lion-O on my bamboo printer. There's all the parts. Yeah, so you can see all the keys and all. And Wexter was making fun of me because this is one of the first things I did, and I just filled the whole plate with all this stuff. And he's like, "You probably shouldn't do that, because if
Yeah,
it fails, it'll knock
it
the other
didn't
ones
fail at
down."
all.
Yeah, it didn't fail. It did.
Treat it like a resin printer.
Yes, I did, because that's what I know, right? It's just
Yeah.
like, yeah, just fill it on there, just print it out. Yeah.
As long as you've got, if you're using a brim there and stuff as well, like that usually. Well, no, hang on, you got supports with the anyway. Brims usually win, that's fine.
Yeah, this is default settings. Default. This is the filament that shipped with it, and so I just.
No, it's interesting how FDM
so much
printers
care
can
was
print.
taken, huh?
Yeah.
Like it's interesting how FDM printers can print even pre-supported models that are made for resin in a lot of cases. Like I've seen people doing that. I don't know why, but it works.
You probably find it fascinating. I'll have to see if I can find the link at some point. But there's these people that are doing Warhammer minis on FDM machines and still getting the detail out of them. I mean, obviously, layer lines.
I've seen those YouTube videos too, and I've just been so in awe of them. Like, how long did it take for them to figure those out?
The amount of tolerances and tweaking on the slicing settings and the machine calibration, I don't think I've got the patience for it.
Man, I didn't have the
Reducing the
patience
nozzle
to
size. Reducing down the nozzle size, and just the weight alone for the prints, though.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to find some other things I can show you. Oh, here's a better picture of that dinosaur. You can see there's nothing underneath there. It's like a magic trick.
I like that pose.
Put a ring around it.
So, I've got a question for you about sculpting, like certain levels of detail, because I'm so focused on poly modeling, right?
Mm-hmm.
My brain instantly jumps to trying to model on every single one of those scales, or saying, screw it, that's just going to be handled by texturing. Do you have
these
any
scales?
specific? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And so, do you have any particular recommendation for like how to add that level of texture to a sculpt without having to, or
yes,
because okay, cool.
You get alphas. You use alphas. Yeah. So that it's like a black and white image, and then it's like a stamp, and you can just drag it on and rotate it to the position you want. And some of the alphas, or they're called VDM brushes sometimes, they'll come with a lift on them, and you'll get that raised texture on there.
I love VDMs. They're so useful.
They're sweet. Yeah, they're very nice.
That is something I'm going to need to learn about, because I'm more low to mid polygons, and I feel like that's kind of holding back some of the stuff that I can do. Oh, I love him.
Is that a
This is thanks. These are some of the models I did in Nomad on my iPad. So I can just kind of go through these and show you really quick. So
where are her teeth?
I have teeth. Does she not have teeth? What's going on? Oh, they're just covered. They're just covered by her lips. Yeah.
That's so pretty. Oh my god.
Gummy. There's another dino.
That's nice.
A camel. You can see
looks like it was pulled straight from Aladdin.
I like quirky dinosaurs. This one has all sorts of subsurface scattering going on. He'd be a fun print. And I did print out this one too. It's sitting over here. I got to paint it. But yeah, this was done in Nomad as well.
So is all the stuff, is everything from Nomad just vertex shaded? There's no like unwrap workflow?
Right. No unwrap. I don't really do unwrap work unless I'm doing a game character.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
unwrapping UV texture, taking care of your UVs.
Yep. I'm kind of over that. I did it for a long time and I'm kind of done with it. That's why I'm leaning into 3D printing. I love that, not having to do that.
Mhm. It makes me
Yeah.
cry every time. It was one of the things that made me break down and finally buy Substance Painter was just, oh, cool. I could kind of turn off my brain if I just make the UVs not the biggest.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. That's why I was wanting to talk to Ed. He said he worked at Blizzard. I did this baseball Zenyatta skin for Overwatch. Yeah.
That's
That's
fantastic.
like the last, this is like the last UV'd thing I did. Yeah. I'm
Honestly,
like, okay.
fair.
Yeah, I was kind of done with it. So this is Kate. This is I was going to show you, this is UV'd and textured right here. Um, yeah. So you can kind of see it's very, very low poly, like phone level of low poly. Yeah.
Wow,
That
and
is
yet.
much that is much less dense than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah,
And it looks
that's the
fantastic
magic.
for its polygon density.
That's the magic trick. That's the normal maps. So like these lines in her outfit and stuff, they look like they're super high density, high poly, like this crease on her leg and stuff. But then you look at the polygons and it's like low. I mean, I don't have knuckle loops. They're super low.
The glory and magic of normal maps and baking your
Yep.
textures and stuff in.
Yep. So here's
Yeah,
the high
you can do
res.
wonderful things with that stuff.
Yeah. And then here's a bunch of Infinity characters I worked on. See, there's Spider-Man.
Hey, there's the Ant-Man.
There's
I got that one when
Anakin.
it came out, yeah.
I always liked
Yeah.
how big Venom's mouth was.
Yeah.
Just because
Yeah.
it's so expressive for how he is as a character. And it brings back some of the 90s feel for him, you know?
Yeah.
Like
Did you-
that they just did
so-
in the comics.
I wanted to ask you, because I noticed, like, if you compare Ant-Man to your Spider-Man or even Venom, like, they're very clearly more inspired off of the films and stuff. Was there more of a push
Yep.
for that once those started getting popular, or?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
there you go.
yeah, Marvel had a guy, and they sent the guy, and he was literally a copy of the comic book nerd from Simpsons, you know? And he and Lucas sent a guy too. It was so funny because they were like their licensed protectors, right? And Mickey had like a trio of ladies that was his license protector. And
I'm pretty sure that was sort of just like the fairy godmothers from
yeah, pretty
Sleeping
much, right?
Beauty.
Bippity boppity boo. Yeah. So yeah, so they would show up and make sure that we were staying true to the character and the film and all that stuff. So this is kind of the original design of him, the idea, and then it morphed into this and then a different pose and that kind of stuff.
I
So yeah,
always
this
love the
was the
little
original
screw to show the
pose.
size.
Yeah, so the screw was my idea.
I didn't
yeah.
notice that. That is fantastic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was one of my favorites because I was always like, oh, he's actually the size of the toy, unlike the other ones. That was.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yep. So, and Mickey Mouse and yeah, all these, they were fun. I miss working on that. Here's the
Is
cowboy
there-
in full color.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Too bad there are no more Disney Infinity, because like I remember that I think I mentioned that to Shane, the Doctor Strange one, and like there are a few that they never released, and I really wanted those. It looked so cool.
Yeah, the Doctor Strange was probably my favorite. That was done by my buddy Ian Jacobs, my coworker Ian Jacobs. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Is it difficult while working is it difficult when working as part of a team to make sure that each individual artist's style doesn't clash with each other? For example, Ian
Yeah,
is
yeah.
his own
So
artist, so I
yeah.
imagine it's hard.
Well, but we had an art director and a
Mhm.
and a character director, and a concept artist, and they were all like going towards this specific style. And so we all had to work within this specific style. So I didn't design the characters, I modeled them, right? And a lot of people think that I designed them, and that's not what I do. It's like I'm handed a concept, and then I need to
Right.
model it to make it look like the other ones, right? That's kind of where I come in. But
It's very similar to what I do with the dolls. I get handed artwork from one of our, like a client, and I have to make it fit that design. You'd probably get like a design sheet with
Yep.
the specifics of how they want it to look.
Right.
See, I've made VTuber models for other people from time to time. I'm not so lucky. Sometimes it's just like, here's one PNG at blurry quality. Make it. I'm sitting here like, oh.
Put it in your
buddy.
contract that they
Yeah.
need to give you the actual turnarounds and like character
But that's the
sheets.
problem when it's like when it's family members or friends asking you, and you want to be like, well, yeah, of course, and then it's like, you know,
Yep.
they got one doodle they did on a napkin, and it's like, well, I mean, I can technically.
Yeah, Ian did. It's
Ian
funny
did a
because
lot.
Ian kind of looks like this guy. And we were joking because you can see his face right there. It's like you just put yourself in the game, dude.
Dude, it's a hidden Easter egg. It's fine.
Yeah, I have a lot more that I need to upload. I didn't put them all up there. And he went to work on Super Lucky Tail. And I worked on that as well. I have some characters from that I need to upload, and yeah, all the ones I just showed you that aren't in my art station I need to upload. Like this one.
Shane, are you gonna put Kate Archer in school?
I don't know yet. I'm not sure. It's currently part of my 3D character workshop, and it's a game character, and so I'm like trying to decide. I mean, that thing is 8 years old. It was done in like an older version of ZBrush. It's still viable, but yeah, I'm not sure yet.
I have to say that I watched Shane's line of tutorial, and I mean, I'm using ZBrush for the past 6-7 years, and like I learned so many new things from him in like few days. It's crazy.
Thanks, man. Yeah, this is another one done this is done in ZBrush, brought over to Nomad to render. But this is one of my favorite ones because it's like this old snail telling stories, and this little kid like, yeah.
I can see that being a Pixar movie.
Right?
Guys, sorry, 1 second. Someone's got to go.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on the AU panel, so I need to go make sure I've got food. Thank you
He's
so
pulling
much
double duty.
for having me. I cannot express how honored I am to be on a panel alongside all of you, and whether I've known it was your name behind the work or not, I'm so privileged to be on a panel alongside all of you, whether it's been the Disney Infinity or W13s or all this whatever. Like it's insane, and it's been lovely to get to meet you all. And yeah, I definitely feel free to hit me up on the Discord. Love to keep chatting.
Cool.
But yeah,
I got to get in
I
there.
shall catch you at a later time.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Thanks.
See ya, man.
Thanks for sharing.
For being here.
See you later.
Later.
See ya.
Awesome.
To
Yeah,
touch on
I need to
the
head out as
learning-
well.
Oh,
Okay.
Go ahead. What were
I
you
was
saying?
gonna say, to touch on the learning new things, I've been using ZBrush since its public release in 2003, and I'm
Nice.
still learning new things in ZBrush.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a huge
stuff
program.
that was, yeah, it's massive. I mean, stuff that was in it at its earliest release, I'm like, oh, I didn't know it could do that, and I've been using it this whole time. So it's like
Yeah.
you're always learning stuff, and that's what's great. You always find a different way to do something. You see somebody else do it a different way, and you're like, oh, let me try that way.
Yeah.
Shane mentioned something in a video, and it was like a just glimpse of like like it wasn't even the whole information, and like my whole sculpting life just passed in front of my eyes, thinking how much faster I could have done some stuff.
Yeah.
But
Especially when they add new game-changing things too, like live booleans and stuff like that.
Oh my God, when they added live
That's-
booleans, that was the most amazing thing they ever did.
Yep.
See, this is getting me excited to start learning ZBrush because I thought I was going to be a poly modeler all my life just because that's what I thought was going to suit me. But then between this panel and finding out that that's what Hasbro uses for my dream job is to work at Hasbro eventually. That's beside the point though.
I would watch a panel that Hasbro did at ZBrush Summit. It's recorded and put up on YouTube. Just do a search for it.
Is it the one from 2019?
Yeah, you can actually
the-
hear me go, do a demo.
I've seen that. I thought they watched
Shane's
the
responsible for
audience
making that panel as good as it was.
I was just like, oh.
Yeah, after he gave that demo, I ate lunch with him out. His name's Paul. I ate lunch with him out on the quad, and he was like, I was instructed by Hasbro not to do any demos unless somebody asked. so I'm like, well, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, someone
Thank
from
you.
Hasbro was like, damn it, someone said it.
That guy.
Get him.
Yeah.
Just be thankful that they didn't send the Pinkertons after you after that day.
Shane, you said you have to go.
Yeah, I got to take off, you guys, but
Thank you
yeah,
for your
thank
time.
Thank you so much. Yeah. And
Thank
donate,
you so
donate.
much.
Let's keep
Yeah.
doing this. It's awesome. Yeah.
We got to make sure Ricky shaves.
There's a reason I grew this and never shaved it off, and I don't remember what that reason was.
You'll remember soon if you shave it off.
It'd be the fastest time you remember. Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Oh.
So
So make me regret it, folks. Yeah, make me regret it.
Reminds me of that meme where they
You're-
shave it
you're
off
running
and
out
his
of
chin
time.
is like tucked clear back underneath.
Yeah, maybe this is just all hair. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, you guys. Well, take care. Yeah, I'll have to hop on the Discord too and hang out with you guys over there. So, all right. Well, thanks everybody. Take care.
Appreciate you, Shane.
Hey, thank you so
Yep,
much.
Thank
See you,
you.
Shane.
Take it
Yeah.
easy.
Thanks for inviting me. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you for your time.
Yep. Take care.
Dang, now I'm just sitting here like I'm trying to sit here and think what kind of things am I going to take away from this panel other than go study ZBrush and figure out how to get from Blender into a proper CAD software so I can add mechanical joints properly.
You
I
know,
think
like I was
just-
talking to some people lately, because like I'm in a group where people are using different kind of like programs for sculpting, and I lately I would suggest people more Blender because you can do more or less everything.
Blender is such an amazing program and it
Yes,
has
and
so
it's
many
free,
tools in it.
and
And
I've heard
5.0 is getting
from
ready
people
to come
who
out.
I've
yeah.
heard from people who are using a ZBrush, Blender, Nomad, like they're just switching between those three, and they told me that ZBrush still has the best brushes, best feel when it's about sculpting. I haven't tried anything like I didn't try anything organic in Blender, so I don't even know why, but I trust those people because they work in those three for a very long time, so they know. So if you care about that, if you care about the amount of good brushes and all of that, just pick ZBrush.
Yeah, and
If you
there
don't,
is
just stay
something-
with Blender and make your life easier for you.
Yeah, especially if you know the tools.
Yeah.
Already, I do all
Well,
my
and-
sculpting in Blender. So
And Blender is it's no longer quite the taboo kind of subject it used to be industry wise because it's starting to get industry recognition.
Yes.
The animated
Yeah, that was
film,
something.
the animated film Flow just won an
Yeah.
Academy Award for Best Animated Picture. It was made entirely in Blender. It was even
Right, I
rendered
think-
on the dude's home computer.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like I remember Blender from a few years ago, and to me it was nightmare. I just couldn't look at it. How how terrible that thing was. Like it was beyond my logic. Like how I used other, like I was using 3ds Max, Maya occasionally, Modo, all of that, but Blender was one of those annoying programs.
Yeah, coming
ZBrush
from
also.
3D Studio Max to Blender is like a hard conversion. That's where I started, and
Yeah,
I
I
couldn't get
came
used
from
to the
3ds Max
cursor.
too.
It took me forever.
But
I had a
like
friend who
Blender these
transferred
days,
from
it's
Maya.
crazy. Like it's super easy. You can watch few tutorials and learn so much.
You can watch tutorials and make a donut on day one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate the donut tutorial so
Donut
much.
tutorial is great for navigating and all of that stuff.
Anyone
That
who's
works.
ever tried to learn Blender has found that tutorial.
Yes.
Oh my!
I did
think
the
it's-
donut.
It is very good for teaching you how to navigate in Blender, but I think it's also fantastic for making you not want to work in Blender because it's like, oh, hey, I now know how to make an incredibly realistic donut. I wanted to make superheroes though, so how do I do character rigging? And it's completely the opposite to like the I think it breaks down to the idea of you want to try and give yourself a project if you're learning a new software. And I gotta find that project for learning ZBrush.
Here's what I tell people that tell me that they want to sit down and learn Blender.
Mhm.
Don't get wrapped up in all of the things Blender can do, because Blender can do just about everything, and you will feel so overwhelmed and lost you will never get anywhere.
I've done video
Focus
editing
on
in
the
Blender.
one thing you want to do in Blender, and only the one thing you want to do in Blender, and then build out from there later.
That basically applies to a lot of things, you know, like when people wanna make a game, they wanna make something huge. They, instead of just making something basic, because first game is gonna suck anyways. So like just learn the tool and then figure out what you can do with it. Don't expect that that you will be able to learn everything at once.
You're not going to ship a AAA game
Yes.
title all by yourself with
Exactly.
your first creation. It's not happening.
But by delusions of grandeur.
Right.
How else am I supposed to get there? Talk to
I want
other
to be
people,
rich and
build
famous by this
contacts?
time next year. I mean, come on.
I might actually have to make Bo is one of in our Twitch chat is one of my regulars from my normal streams. I might actually have to make it. I might have to model a beard. Damn it! I'm gonna look like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
That's why. Just next time when you're on with us, and we're like, wait, I have a beard, I can fit in.
Or I just pull up like a PNG and just hold it over my face, like, yeah, no, totally. I have the beard. It's fine.
Vexter, I don't know if you I know you watch other like YouTubers and whatnot. I don't know if you watch the speed character guy.
Yeah.
Nico.
Yeah. Nico is really great.
He's amazing, and he switched from ZBrush to Blender.
Yeah, and I love how like he's crazy fast.
I've been trying to learn by watching him.
Shane is also like that. I was with him, like we have like a Discord where we are just sculpting together, and I looked at one screen and I don't know, maybe I blinked twice and he made like the whole face in like 5 seconds. It's crazy. And yeah, Nico is like that. Like if
I've been
if you
trying to
look
learn by
away,
watching
he's gonna
him
make
because
2 arms and everything.
yeah, because I want to get into the sculpting side more than I have been, because ultimately I want to make action figures for the characters I've designed for my comic.
Yeah.
And I know in order to do that, I'm going to have to get much better at sculpting than I am. I'm like, I can do the engineering part of making the joints and all that stuff, but I'm still, down here when it comes to the sculpting.
Or you make them low poly and then say it's stylized.
So there's a guy. I mean, surprisingly, he's also like someone who was a student from Shane. But like you've probably seen his stuff. His name is George Zaki.
Yes, I've
He
seen him
does
on our station.
blockouts, and it's so damn impressive. And it's like just figuring out the shapes first. It's so much better. Like you can realize how off you are with your model if you're just going through these basic blockouts, then trying to apply as many details as possible quickly, and kind of feel comfortable with, oh, I'm just gonna apply textures and everything, and it doesn't work, but you're still trying to push that thing. It's
right, and
he makes that thing.
Understanding anatomy and knowing that when you push this in, that's the reason this shape changes. When you push this in, that's the reason.
Yeah.
And all that stuff takes repetition.
Yes,
it takes
practice
time,
makes
repetition,
masters.
and practice. Yeah, I mean that's it.
And I love how that there are like bunch of artists who goes they sculpt first. They go from a sphere, they sculpt a skull, and then they apply basically muscles and everything, and showing you how everything is formed, and then you realize how muscles, like I don't know, under the arm, how they are connected all the way back, and then you actually know why this thing is made like that, and how it works, and how it bends when you lift your arm. So it's like a really cool thing.
Nico's kind of that way.
Yeah, he is. That's
one of those
like
things
to
that
me.
rigging teaches me.
Yeah, rigging is like painting weights and everything. Yeah, it's
Like,
also
once you know how to make, or once you see how it all works together, and you see how you can connect it all, and just like seeing how, oh, I can move this shoulder bone up, it's going to move part of the back. I see. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
again plus for Blender compared to ZBrush, because ZBrush doesn't have proper rigging option. So if I want to do something more complicated, I'm just gonna throw my model to Blender, rig it there, make a pose, and throw it back into ZBrush if I need to fix something. Because like you can pose your character in ZBrush, and I do that a lot. Like I said, if it's not something complicated, but in Blender, when you rig it, when you have inverted kinematics and all of that, and you just grab a limb and everything follows, it makes your life so much easier.
Yeah. Got into the actual, like, aside from having a deform rig to moving over to where I wanted to learn animation, making sure everything is rigged with forward and inverse kinematic switches. Oh, it's such a game changer for making poses and stuff. I spent an entire like week after adding those rigs to my model just making memes. Just because, like, oh, look what I can do now easily.
Guys, 1 second. We have there's a panel that's coming up after you. It's primarily Australian, New Zealand members, but there is one designer, Tessa, and she's in early. But I figured, you know what, get her in early, because she's also a fellow designer, just like everyone else on here. So hopefully,
Awesome.
I'm not gonna drag her in here at a bad time. If I do, it's all Wex's fault.
Just
And yes,
blame
I
it
did
on me.
butcher
Come
your
on.
name. Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, now it's the oh shit, I'm on.
Hi, Tessa.
Hey, Tessa.
Hey.
Hey, Tessa.
Hey, you Mike. It's all veterans' fault.
Oh, now we are using my actual name.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. I don't even know where the hell that came from. I'm
I
sorry.
don't know. Like you actually said it properly, and you didn't say it in a mom tone, like veteran. It was like okay.
Well, because dude, if I would say anything in a mom tone, that would be like horror movie level, like psycho, old school movie level. Hey Tessa,
How you going? How you
good.
going?
You were in the waiting
the green
room
room.
early.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't know if you wanted to be on and everything else, but then I figured, you have a whole bunch of fellow designers, and so I thought, bring you on in.
Yeah, no, cool. Absolutely. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure on the time because it's sort of changed all the daylight savings and upside down world stuff. But yeah,
In all honesty, I can never. In all honesty, I've really tried to figure out, like Australian time zones, and it always messes me up.
we
Because
have
it's like that extra day.
we have like 3 time zones for most of the year, and then there's like 5 during daylight savings because some of
Really?
us don't participate. Yeah, yeah,
The
I think there's
smart
some
people
states in
don't
the U.S. that
participate.
do that too.
It's
yeah.
Arizona, I think.
Yeah, Arizona.
It's not all of Arizona. It's part of Arizona, and then Hawaii don't participate.
Yeah. Good. They're the smart people. Daylight
Exactly.
savings is ridiculous. It's so executives can have barbecues after work and it's still light. Like, what other reason is there? But yeah,
For the
um,
farmers.
for the it fades the curtains.
Well, and I'm like, tell me again. Whenever someone says it's for the farmers, I'm like, tell me again. Whenever a farmer looked at a clock to go to work, the
The
sun
cows
coming
come
up
in when
was
they
the
come
clock.
in. Yeah,
The
yeah.
sun comes up, let's go to work. The sun went down, time to go home.
It was never for the farmers. It was for World War One and to conserve fuel. That's why it started. Yep, it was never for the farmers.
I fell for the propaganda.
It's just
So
for the
much
propaganda.
wartime stuff. It just persists. That's interesting.
We're looking unfortunately safe there, Shane.
Oh, I'm happy.
Time is running out.
Should we give a big group virtual hug to Lex here now?
Which way is
My
it?
tongue
This way.
just completely. Yeah, I know. Just
Okay.
I'm sorry, you weren't able to do your model design.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
We weren't able to.
They've only got 16 minutes left to make me regret speaking those words.
Now, I did have the stream playing in the night, and I woke up periodically to listen. Was this
Oh my
an
god!
Eric Cartman hashtag?
No, somebody thinks I did an Eric Cartman, and I didn't. I just freaked out and like, what are you, Eric Cartman? And then like Grant, 3D Musketeers, had a little fun and tried to convince a certain designer on this panel to do a version of Cartman that looks like me. And I'm like, no. Okay, who's gonna
But you
die?
think of the streaming potential. It would be great.
It wouldn't be great. Both.
Thank you for.
Yep, go ahead. No. You do it.
Thank you both for the donation. That is fantastic. Oh wait, I should do the thing since I was supposed to
bar.
do this. The RGB lights.
Oh no, I can't do that now apparently because I don't do it the proper European way.
Well, it would be weird if you were saying centimeter, centimeter, centimeter.
Wait, hold on. I did not 100% do it. You can have fun and go back the last 9 hours of video and find the part where I did that.
Can someone
I'm
clip
sorry.
it, please?
I'm just arguing with yeah. No, so you guys are psycho enough to actually do that.
Yes.
Yeah, someone in the community will do it, if not several.
Just cue Shane getting 8 different
Someone?
clips from 8 different people.
It's no, someone's about to say it's gonna be like, just a few dozen people will do it. It's not just one person.
He'll fill up your inbox.
It's a mob of them.
Oh,
almost 10 hours now. Yeah, thanks, Bob. And thank you, Bob, for modding the chats. It's greatly appreciated. And for everyone else who's working hard behind the scenes and doing everything they can in their busy schedules to help out. To all the panelists, designers, even on this panel, and the ones who donated models, and for the chat for donating, for helping us raise money for the World Central Kitchen. For those of you who don't know who they are a group where they go wherever there is a disaster and people need the basics, food and water. They don't wait for stuff to get ready. They go there to the locations. They use everything local. They'll find a restaurant that's used to cooking 50 meals a day, and they'll train them to do 500 meals a day. They'll find local resources for food, equipment, personnel. They'll help them establish it, and then they will. God damn it, RC! I swear to God, RC. Thank you. The one person who could probably make this happen. Anyway, so so with the World Central Kitchen, they do some really, really amazing work. And I recommend
getting
each and every one
close.
to check them. Shh. Quiet. So they do a lot
saw
of
the ticker go up.
I know. Because I thought he was
Ricky
away.
Shave and Shane Cartman.
No, because I thought he was away. Dude, don't. Okay, you're already on the you've already done a lot for the 1440 and everything else, and you really don't want to see me as Cartman. But anyways, I woke everyone up with that one. No, but let's say, in all honesty, thank you so much for everyone who helps out, who donates, who views, who shares the links and everything else. Because we're joking around about raising money. God damn it. And but if you can't donate, don't worry about it. You can help by sharing the link, get the word out there, and just hang out with us, have a good time, participate, share the links. There's an awful lot that people can do. If they can't do one thing, there's always something else that can be done. But I just wanted to take that moment to thank everyone.
Also, I'm accepting ideas for Shane's model, Shane Cartman. What kind of T-shirt he should wear? Does he need to be like a Santa version or
No,
both?
sir. You have
Do
11
we need
minutes.
some props?
11
do
minutes.
articulation.
No, it's not
A
happening.
lot can happen in 11 minutes.
No, it's not going to happen. No,
I'm going
it's
to get
not
to
going to
keep
happen.
doing
Whole
this.
quarter.
No, it's not going to happen.
Can we get a
we're not gonna-
partial reward
No.
for getting up as high as he did?
No.
Like maybe he just shaves the lower half of his
No.
goatee,
It
and
was
you just get like the
meant-
head.
It was a challenge. It means no.
It was an all or nothing thing.
Exactly.
Fair.
Yep.
And it was set up to be by the time this panel ends, which is in 11 minutes.
Y'all are gonna be super
11
Oh,
minutes.
God damn it!
Let's go.
Okay, it's son of a bitch. RC Maniac has done a 2 times donation match up to $500.
Oh no!
It's for the next 24 hours.
I'm getting nervous.
Yeah, shit. All right, so 10 minutes.
I drew this thing for a reason, and I don't remember what that reason was.
RC will donate match, up to an extra $500 for the World Central Kitchen. See, that was the thing, because I'm like, oh no, he's gone. I'm fine. I'm safe. No.
Just don't mind me. He's just sitting here doing math and about to check my bank account.
No, you're not.
I know. I've already done.
I know you have as well. I can't yell at you because you're on stream. I'm waiting for you to get off stream. I'm going to jump on, a certain program. But like, what the hell are you doing? Responsibly. I know you have.
I will be responsible. It'll be fine. I think that would be just a bit much for me. Full send it.
Yeah. I hope for the newer members who are on this panel, I hope we didn't scare you away or traumatize you or anything else like that. Normally, no, I was going to say normally we're a lot more. Yeah. No.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, no.
Are you kidding? Is being part of the VTuber world has taught me anything. It's if it's not chaotic, you're doing something wrong.
Because I was going to say, this is probably one of the most settled ones or calmer ones that we've had. But, chat, you only got 9 minutes left. And RC will donate, match it up to $500.
In
We are
11. Well, thank you for the follow. Sorry. I have, because I have OBS, somebody,
Yeah.
I can hear when somebody follows
I'm
me, even
sorry.
if I'm not live. So thank you for the follow. We move on to the next panel, which is going to be the Aussie New Zealand panel, right?
Yep. People are already
That's what Tessa's a part of, and
Sign
she's
up.
also
That's
excited.
right.
So
I have to turn the webcam 180 degrees so you guys are matching with me. It's so confusing. And if I forget, oh my goodness.
does everything just fall to the ceiling if you don't nail it down?
Yeah. And what we've decided to do is, like, instead of having like iron sheet roofing, we do it on the floor, and then we have magnetic boots.
Ah, that makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm just jealous of the sunlight coming in through the window.
Isn't it glorious?
Yeah, it's gonna get dark at 4:45 tomorrow here, so.
Yeah, it's spring, so the days are actually getting longer over here.
I hate that.
$3,400.
Oh, yeah, Wexo, welcome. No, stay.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Let's have it. We'll have a cuppa. Nice.
All right, but if you want to, go ahead.
I don't think
this is making me dizzy.
Tessa was
No.
properly
Right.
introduced whenever she came in. So
Right.
Yes.
Tessa, introduce yourself.
All right. Well, my name's Tessa. I am Australian, as you'll see in the next panel, I guess, with the rest of my Australian buddies. On social media and all over the internet, I'm pretty much known as SparkyFace5. And I've been part of the 3D printing community since 2015, when I got my first printer. This is just a little ghosty dude. I don't have a lot up here. This is my most recent one. He's I don't know if he's death texting or doom scrolling, but
I like doom scrolling better just because I don't think I've ever heard of death texting.
yeah, it's really hard to say and it's really hard to spell. Yeah, so I'm SparkyFace5 everywhere. You'll see me on X, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. You know, back in the day, I used to say YouTwitFace, and Instagram as well. Aside from just 3D printing, I'm also getting into molding and casting with silicon and polyurethanes. This one's solid plastic urethane, and I put a magnet in his head, and I can change his hat to whatever I want. I'm not sure if I have another hat somewhere. And he's part of my other brand, which is called Only Frogs. So it's the family-friendly OF. Let me just mention that. And here's a recent one from that. For Halloween, I did this cursed little guy. His pins come out.
Oh, I almost
Easy
had a heart
enough.
attack.
And
I think
actually,
you still get to have a heart attack.
this one prints in parts. Oh, that's why I can get him off. This one is actually part of the rewards for people who donate. And I think a lot of people were quite having fun with the fact that this spins because it just sort of clips into space. But yeah, these are two guys enjoying a bath. So yeah, SparkyFace5 and Only Frogs.
Which programs did you use to design these?
I am a ZBrush gal. So
This is just hammering in. I need to learn ZBrush.
Yeah, so I started with the technical. Like, I really enjoyed. I used to be an electrician, so I got myself a kit printer, and like Chinese instructions and all the little screws, and nothing makes sense back in the day, like 2014, 2015, and from there I was downloading models that these people were creating for me to download, and I had documented on YouTube the process and everything, and I was putting out weekly videos, and I was so inspired by the models that people were making that I could print out, right? I was like, I got to learn this. And so for I got myself a tiny little tablet. What are these little tiny Wacom tablets, no picture on the screen or anything. It's just a surface, and it came with ZBrush Core, which at the time was a pared down of ZBrush. I don't think it's supported anymore, but it was really good. And I don't know anyone who got ZBrush Core who didn't convert to full ZBrush within a year. Like, it was amazing. And from that moment on, I've been hooked on it. Yeah.
Good
ZBrush.
deal. Oh,
Not
crap.
sponsored.
A whole lot of people just joined us. Hello.
I brought them in sneakily.
Who's in?
Let's see. We have Vicky is back again. We have Kalani Ripley, Steph Piper, and Mr. Michael Laws, otherwise known as Teaching Tech.
Very cool.
Hello, everyone.
So I thought you guys, bring people in, say hi and all that to, since some of you guys have never met before or anything else, and then we can let the designers go, get some much needed rest that they need, and we can continue with the Oceania panel, which is made up of members of the 3D printing community in Australia and New Zealand.
And Vicky. I'll be the sore thumb in it.
She'll be the host.
Excellent.
I'm just trying to
Hello,
get
Oceana. How's it going? Y'all having a good time?
Going well. I suppose you're a bit jealous of the sunlight we're getting in here compared to considering it's going to sleep over there.
It's only 1 a.m. over here, so.
Oh my lord.
If only.
So we have 2 more minutes to get $400 to do a
make Ricky
damage
shave.
to Ricky's face.
Have some fun. Spend some money.
That's cute.
Yeah, so Kalani, thank you very much for stabbing me in the back. Whimsy, thank you very much for the $20. Girl on the name cut off.
There.
Thank you. For the $100, we are sitting at $3,600.69. Thank you so much for doing the extra cents there. You have less than 1 minute. And also, thank you to RC Maniac for matching donations up to $500. It's greatly appreciated. And come on, it's like the
I
longest
just-
60 seconds.
RC pointed out only $200 because he's matching.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
200, huh?
Just don't.
I'm thinking.
Oh, look at
now.
that! It's 1 a.m. The 4 hours have oh, that's a shame. Oh,
Dang.
Do we have
Saved by
this
the
like
bell.
period of grace? You know that some people's clocks are a little different.
Yeah,
to
but
others.
we kind of started a bit later. It was like 2-3 minutes later because you were stalling. So we should get at least 2 minutes.
No. See, that's not my fault. That is 3D Musketeers' fault on that one.
That is,
Yeah,
for
'cause-
being chatty.
Yeah,
Look,
that's not my fault.
when I joined, we were still talking about it, and it didn't happen until
Yeah,
we
'cause you
agreed
two
on
would not
onto
shut
that.
up
So
about
that
it.
was like 4 minutes after our panel started. So we need
Look,
at
just
least
because
4
you
minutes.
had your bromance and you're talking about designing Cartman models, that's not up. That's not.
We said it
that's
the
not
next
my
4
fault.
hours after we agreed.
right.
So that, I mean,
I'll honor it. I'll honor it up until we finish the handoff to the next panel.
So if I just don't leave,
Joe's gonna kick you out.
Yeah, I do have that ability.
I do need to actually step out and go get food.
Yeah, seriously.
Thank you guys for having me. It has been a fun time. I feel like I learned a whole lot, and I really appreciate you for taking the time to share what you guys were up to. I hope you guys who have just joined us will have a good rest of the stream and do some good for the global kitchen. Yeah.
World
Thank you
Central
for joining us.
World
Yeah,
Central.
it's okay. But
It's my first
it's
time. I'm sorry.
He's been talking for 4 hours. He's allowed to pull a me, okay, and mess up on things.
Yeah. Anyway, have a good rest of your night, y'all. Bye.
It was nice meeting
See
you.
ya.
Later.
Nice
Bye-bye.
to meet you too.
Yep, I'm gonna go too. Thank you
See
guys
ya.
for everything.
No problem. Thank you for joining us. That was awesome.
Thank you for
having
having
Been
guys
me.
quite
on.
the conversation.
You're quite welcome, Colin. Thank you,
Yeah,
Ricky.
I'm also gonna
Good luck,
dip out.
everybody.
Thanks for
My-
having me again, Shane.
Yeah.
No problem.
Bye,
Anytime.
everyone.
You guys are always welcome. Thank you. And
Torture Shane for me, please.
no, you're not going to torture me. See, they're nice
Real-
people.
Don't
Real quick
torture.
before I bow out, once again, everybody show Shane love for putting this whole thing together. He's amazing.
Yes.
Show some love to your sponsors who've donated the items that are in the giveaways, and thank you to everybody who has donated to the cause. It's a great one, and thank you guys so much. Good hanging with everybody. Good luck the rest of the way. Make some money. See you later.
And with that,
We're ready.
yep, Vicky, it's all
All
yours.
right. Well, greetings, everyone. I am Vicky Soma. Hopefully, you won't have to hear my American accent too much over the next 3 hours because we have a great group of talented people from Australia and New Zealand. This is going to be a little repetitive to people who were just watching the tail end of the last stream, but as a reminder, we are raising money for the World Central Kitchen. So between today and tomorrow, there is 1,440 minutes of live streaming, 3D printing, making goodness. There is currently a matching going on right now. It is really important to me that we get rid of that matching because I want to match the first panel tomorrow. I want to put a matching. So let's get the donations in, meet RC Maniacs in a matching goal so then I could come in with my matching goal in the morning. So I think what we'll start off with is go ahead and have the panelists introduce themselves. Tessa, we are going to save you for last because you just did an introduction at the tail end of the last panel. And Nectar Mechanics, let's get you in first because you've been going strong. He just did the designer panel, and in case you run out of steam.
No, I'm fresh full of coffee, so I hopefully got the brain cells for this. So hi everyone, I'm B. I go by Next Mechanics online. I'm a maker of all sorts, but in the last few years I've been focusing on 3D printing. I make 3D printed action figures, typically of like transforming characters, like from that 80s show, but I also do cosplays and miniatures and really all sorts. Yeah.
That's so cool. All right, and sounds good. And then Michael, I've seen you from afar. I've watched your YouTube station, so why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
All right, my name is Michael Laws. I am the creator of the YouTube channel Teaching Tech because I was a technology teacher and then switched to YouTube, and I've been doing some teaching again, mainly covering 3D printing, but also CNC, laser, CAD, all sorts of things like that. So thank you very much for having me, and hello, everyone.
You're welcome. And Steph Piper, author with us.
Hi everyone. I am Maker Queen online. You might have seen some of my soldering kits that I make. So I sell this kind of thing. But more recently, I have also written a couple of books, including the Skill Seeker series of books. So this one here and one for kids as well, coming to us in mid-November, which is super exciting.
Nice. And then, oh my gosh, Kalani, you should go.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Kalani. I work at Prusa Research as the country manager for Australia and New Zealand. I'm also a maker myself. I ran a 3D printing business before I started working there, so I bought some goodies for that. I've got a PCB that I'm working on for my dad's car. I've got some metal prints here that I'm going to show. I've got I watched Michael's video on the multi-material like right before I came on here, so I'm very excited about that, as well as Tessa's when you had said about silicon casting and polyurethane casting. I'm so excited because I've got so much knowledge on them, so this is going to be something.
And then Dylan, do you mind going next? And I don't have audio for Dylan. Does anybody else?
You're muted.
Okay.
Dylan's setup looks fantastic.
It does.
I
Professional.
know.
I'm so jealous of that lighting.
It
You
looks
can
like a
spot
video
the
from a
YouTube.
Kickstarter.
And the audio is spot on too. Okay, well, hey Dylan,
We got
we are
it.
gonna hop and we'll do Tessa real quick, and then we'll come back to you. Okay. All right, Tessa, let's do some deja vu.
All right, I'm Garfield. I'm Sparky Face 5. Sorry, my jumper was drawing my own attention. Everywhere on the internet, you can find me Sparky Face 5. I have been in 3D printing since 2015, 2016. I create fun models for people to 3D print at home. I do a mix of fan art and originals. And like I said, I'm also getting into casting and molding techniques to make better physical designs, which I'm so enjoying. And I am speaking really fast because I just did this, and it's like a strange, nervous recap. But I also run a brand called Only Frogs, which is has a 3D printing side as well as a physical collection side, so you can buy the frog models as collectible figurines that I make here, hand painted, numbered. I think Vicky may have bought one of the very first sets.
I do.
Thank you so much. Yes. And so look me up, SparkyFace5 and onlyfrogs.club, because we're a community, not a .com.
And then Dylan, you any luck?
With last video as well, that's getting worse.
Oh no.
Well, it happens. We as makers, when we're working on our projects, sometimes the path is not linear. Sometimes we have to step back and take a few steps.
I was gonna say it's funny because you can spot the people that make a lot of YouTube content. It's Dylan and Michael, and they've got like the pro lighting. Dylan's got what I can only assume is a quadrillion-dollar camera. Like it's you can spot the people. Whereas I've got a Logitech webcam.
And then are there any signs that Steph is an author from her setup?
Oh dear.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there he is.
All right.
Look at this. You can hear me now. That's good. All right. It's funny. No matter how much you test things, they will still break when you most need them. There we go. So you can all hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Fantastic. All right. I'll introduce myself and get caught up. Sorry about that. I'm Dylan. I run the Stockpot YouTube channel. I do like home automation and making bits, lots of 3D printing, and everything in between. So yeah, that's me. It's nice to meet you all. It's great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Well, do you all mind talking about how you started your maker journey? Like maybe what was your first 3D print or your first project and how that made you feel? And you could just jump in unless you want me to call on
I'll
you.
go first. I love this. I actually started my first printer. I built my first printer when I was 10. I'm not sure if you guys know what a Huxley machine is, but it's before the Prusa i3 days. It was from threaded rod. I had to go to Bunnings, which is like Home Depot, and get like a 10mm threaded rod. And I was making a whole bunch of parts for my Nerf blaster. So I was doing that, and then when I went from there, I then went from Nerf blaster to sim racing to paintball. And when I did that, it was always 3D printing was the way through that. And now I've become an adult, and I allegedly earn real money, and I've just got a bigger toys. So now I've got like a motorbike. I make like aerodynamic wings for my track bike. I'll show this one here. This is my little HSV tail light conversion and remaking my tail lights here that I'm working on. And heat exchanger for my motorbike. This is a metal heat exchanger. So I've always got something excessively expensive that I shouldn't be working on and taking way too much time. So that was how I got started in 3D printing and making stuff, usually just because I was too cheap to actually buy the solution off the shelf and then end up spending more money making it myself and also like 30 hours of my time.
Yeah, I think
I
my
feel like
first,
that's a common vice amongst us all.
Yeah, my first printer I think is the same kind of era. I had a Prusa Mendel, and yeah, not a super reliable machine back then, but pretty stoked to now have one of the Bamboo X1 carbons. I suppose probably like many of us here. And my day job is managing a little library makerspace out of the country university here, and we just got 4 new ones of those this year as well, which I'm super stoked about. Probably my favorite thing that I've 3D printed is my actual wallet. So I won't open it. But yeah, I use it every day. When people ask me, what kind of stuff I make, I can just pull this straight out of my pocket and say, yeah, you can make
If
real
you
things that you can use.
accidentally showed your credit card numbers, it could have helped with the donations.
There it all goes.
That's so cool. Did anybody here, for me, my first printer was a MakerBot. Anybody here familiar with that type of printers?
I remember those.
Yeah, my condolences for you.
Mine was a second-hand one from like 2015, I think. And when it worked until it started melting. So thermocouple pretty much every other print. That was fun.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I don't have to deal with that anymore.
Absolutely. Printers have got so good now. So back when I started, I was interested in 3D printing for a lot of years, but found it unaffordable. And with the job that I had, the time limitations as well. Because back then, it was going to cost me over $1,000 just for the electronics. And then I had to take a parts list that was made somewhere in the world and go to Bunnings and try to match screw types and this information that I just really didn't quite understand on the mechanical side of things, because every country has different types of hardware.
Yes.
And
yeah, that's a constant nightmare.
It was so confusing, and I was just in love with this idea of, being able to create something out of nothing. And then this thing happened, and the I don't want to, but the Chinese companies came in and started copying Prusa. And suddenly there was a kit available, and it was made of acrylic, and it had all the little screws and all the electronics included. And it was 450 Australian dollars, which was the cheapest possible thing you could get then. And now that's outrageous for what I bought. You would be, accused of being ripped off on a scam if you bought such a thing now. But I remember I put it together. Yeah. I put it together and I documented it on YouTube, thinking that if I was interested in this, then maybe other people would be as well. And I never did a YouTube before. I didn't know what I was doing, just sort of sharing. And I remember my first print was actually a part for the printer, because as I was putting it together, I had broken the fan shroud that directs the air to the nozzle. And it was just sort of like hanging on there, And luckily it came with a USB stick, and on the USB stick, the file for that part was on there. And then I had to work out Cura, like how do you slice anything? What printer settings, what programs do what? And I had no idea what I was doing. I put this part on the printer. I sliced it at 0.1 because I didn't know any better. I put no supports, and it's a 90-degree bend, but it printed. It recovered itself and was printing in the air. And one of my early videos, might have been like video number 2 or 3, is me going, "Oh my God, it's printing from nothing." Yeah, it was so cool. And now it's, yeah.
so you had a video on the Cocoon Create back in the day that I watched
Yes.
when I was, and then I went to like 5 different Aldis to try buy one, and I finally got one. This was before I could drive. I got my mum to drive an hour and a half to an Aldi across a state line, and I live in Brisbane. I made her drive to Tweed Heads, and we got this printer. And I rocked out, and I was like, oh well, now I've got this printer.
You wouldn't believe it. Me too. I was standing outside Aldi. I was trying to get in, and people ran into Aldi like it was the Wednesday. People were running past me. There was no printers. I had none. I got some grey filament that day. I was like ringing my dad who lives in Melbourne, so the other side of the country is like, can you check all the Aldis near you for this printer? And he shipped one over to me from some Aldi that was in like a small town. So I got super lucky. The Cocoon Create was really good for the time.
Have you two met before?
No.
No.
Just
and that's amazing because you're kind of part of his 3D printing journey. That's
isn't that cool?
Crazy.
Well, I hadn't realized until I was like, oh, Sparky Press Spice, and I was looked up the YouTube channel. I was like, I remember this video. I was like, it was the same as the ANET ones.
Yeah, they were all really similar then.
It's such a big, small world. Like, it's so ironic that it's like, because it's still, the past 5 years, it's gotten so much more affordable, like you were saying, and like easier for people to join it. But like, when was that video you were making? It's like 2018, you said? Like,
yeah, maybe 2017. Yeah, around
then. If I remember correctly, like pre-2020, 2021, like the resources were not as well documented. Like, I remember people hadn't even tried using power senders on FDM prints yet. They thought it would just melt it immediately. And it's like, it's quite funny because you end up, you get some names that are literally just because they were the only ones that spoke up. And then it's like, everyone knows each other now because of that.
Also, getting filament in Australia was really hard, especially in Western Australia. I think Sydney had a couple of places. But, I was ordering from Spanner Hands in UK, and I had to order a large amount at a time to justify the shipping because it cost me like $45 to ship, $45 for the filament sort of thing. Like, yeah. And now, like, I feel blessed because 3D printing has really sort of, it's not mainstream, but it's sort of becoming more like everyone you talk to has a cousin or a friend of a friend who knows about 3D printing, right? It's not this mysterious thing anymore. I don't have to explain that, it builds up layers like a piece of paper on a piece of paper to everybody that we talk to. And the resources that have come in now, like I actually have a local shop. I can drive 25 minutes, which is pretty local for here, and pick up filament in real time for like $23. And I'm like, yes, no longer paying $40 for one roll.
Dying to know what Michael and Dylan's first printers were.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see if you can discern what I'm saying or not now. Does that sound a bit better? Or
That's good. Yeah.
Sounds great.
Okay, good.
Much better.
Good. Sorry, Michael, I'll interrupt you. My first printer was one of the old, I can't even remember what they were called, but it was made mostly of threaded rod and a lot of hardware purchased from China with excessive shipping rates at the time. But it did the job for as long as I could stomach having to fix it and realign it every print. And then shortly afterwards, I think along with everyone else involved in the hobby, I ended up with an Ender 3 and then 2 Ender 3s and then 3 Ender 3s. And eventually this one over here, I bought a Prusa Mark III was my first, I call it my first real printer because I didn't have to rebuild it like semi-occasionally. So yeah, that was kind of the early part of my journey. Yeah, lots of writing custom firmware. I think my first one had an Arduino as the as what was running it or something like that. So I remember writing
they did.
And having to compile it all, and things have gotten so much easier. It's a joy being able to buy a new printer and have it running in 15 minutes rather than 600 to 800 hours, which is my early memories of the hobby.
I forgot about that. Yeah, they were run on the Arduino Megas at the
Yes.
time. Yeah, yeah.
It's a different world now, isn't it?
And then I don't believe we've heard from Michael yet.
I'm going to go way back. I think my maker journey started playing with Lego Technique, like when I was really young. And I've always seen 3D printing as the adult version of that, just that concept of having an idea and being able to then have it in your hand. In terms of actual 3D printers, when my last year of uni was 2004, and I think they bought a Stratasys. It was like a big box thing, and I had this trolley that I designed, like a tiny little model, and we had to pay for it. And the quality was pretty ordinary compared to what you have these days. And then fast forward to when I was teaching 2012, the school got a MakerBot Replicator 1, one of the plywood ones. And that I agree, that was a pretty good printer. And I thought, okay, I need to have something like this at home. So I got a Solidoodle 2, and I was part of a great community that, tell me if this sounds familiar, work together to make up for the shortcomings of the manufacturer in terms of running firmware, designing parts, upgrades, support, all of that stuff. And then the company eventually went under and the community remained. And yeah, about 3/4 of the printing I did were upgrade parts for the printer. And it was an excellent time. So like you guys were saying, things were a lot harder to get, but just, yeah, being part of that community group to collaborate and push each other forward was really good.
I remember 3D printing things for the printer was a huge part of the hobby, and it probably still is, but like there was this excitement and pride. I printed a cable chain, you know.
I had that. I know. Because when I got because what I had was a MakerBot Replicator 2, and I could tell it was like one of the later runs of the V2 because it was injection molded parts based on 3D printed upgrades that the community had done. And so when they released later runs of that, they went and took that, injection molded it. It was so cool seeing the community, like, because what's a better way of beta testing and evolving a design than having hundreds and hundreds of people all working on it at the same time, right? Like, it's insane.
Stuff like the fan, the exact part that I broke when I put my printer together, the little fan directional thing. There was a lot of R&D around that in the community of, which way to put can you get the air all the way around the nozzle? Does that help the quality of the print? There's so many designs. It is still fascinating.
How I started
right?
learning about CFD was trying to design better fan ducts for printers. Which is such an extreme solution to what's turned out to be not as big a problem as we all thought.
Right.
But yeah, the early days of printing for me were all about trying to chase the quality of a much more expensive printer, which I should have just bought in the first place.
Same.
But of course, yeah. I mean, that's why I ended up buying the Prusa, was because I kind of got sick of not being able to solve problems I bought the printer to solve because I was too busy solving problems that the printer gave me. It taught me a lot, that whole early stage of learning how to make a printer work and how to replace parts and come up with my own solutions to manufacturers' issues.
And now when you have one of these more push the button and print type of machines, which are fantastic. But when things do go wrong, at least with the history that we have, we are able to troubleshoot that and potentially solve our own problems to a degree, right?
Sorry to cut you off, but that's actually something I've taught to a lot of people because I'm probably the youngest one on here, and I came in after printing was a bit more mainstream, once it was more affordable. But I'm forever grateful for getting that MakerBot first, because all the learnings I had from taking it apart, figuring out which bit's the thermocoupler, why does it keep melting, it means that on the rare occasions that these push-and-go printers do break down, I actually know how to fix it. I'm not sat there like, guess I got to get it refurbished. It's like, no, I'm capable of undoing it all and actually putting it together again properly. It's something I think a lot of people should experience, I think.
Definitely they should. I mean, the AMS on the Bamboo, I've had to take that part to the very granular level. I mean, like little magnets came out of a thing and I was like, oh, good. Right. But like if I didn't have that experience, I certainly wouldn't have been brave enough. I would have had to send it back to the factory and you know, yeah.
I'm very glad that we are now in the state where you no longer have to assemble machines. I recently endeavored to go on a I was like, I was feeling reminiscent, and I was like, I can build a machine. I know how to do that. I've done it hundreds of times. Why not?
Right.
Why not give it another shot? And then I'm not sure if you guys know what a VisiBot is, but it is probably the
No.
most granular, like step by step, like most ridiculous machine you can build. It's got a CPAP on it. It's got like, it's all aluminum extrusion. It's got like it's ridiculous. It's excessive. It prints like 800 millimeters a second. Or, like it's ridiculous. It's the most excessive machine ever. But I just wanted something to build, and then I got about 3 days into building this thing over a space of 3 months, and I went, I do not want to build this thing anymore. So eventually what I did is I just went to my local laser cutting shop, and I said, just print me some laser cut me some side panels on it. I laser cut some side panels on it. I put a clicky probe on it, and I said, I will only use this to print, because it's a 500 by 500 build volume. I'm like, I'm only using this to print large things. I'm like, I will not touch it for anything else, because every time you do it, it would be like, oh, now I need to print a new little adapter to make the nozzle wiper work better. And then it was just, every time I looked at it, there was something else that had to be done on it. It's kind of like
if it's anything like my Voron, the moment I finished it, I used it like 6 times, and then it's sat there looking pretty ever since, as a monument to the hundreds of hours drowned trying to research and put it together.
All right, who's fallen into the trap of collecting 3D printers?
Oh, I've carefully gotten rid of them. I've tried to scale down quite dramatically.
Yeah, I've been scaling down too.
I think I've only got 2 that aren't in use at the moment. I think that's reasonable, right?
That's good. That's good.
Extremely reasonable. I'm proud of you.
How many printers does Michael have? Looking at your background there.
At any one time, probably between 20 and 30.
Jeez.
But I'm not using that many all the time. That includes resin ones. I haven't resin printed in a couple of years. Pretty much since I moved house, I cleaned everything out to move house, and then the thought of pouring resin in and starting the mess again, I haven't had a project that overcome that yet. Yeah, I like to get rid of them as well. Like all the local schools, they've all got printers. So yeah, I'm glad to have that little bit of input. Although as a teacher, 3D printing is becoming more and more common in schools anyway. So you guys were saying you're thankful for it not to be such a niche thing. I think the next generation, like coming through schools now, there'll be nothing to them. They're like, oh yeah, 3D printer, I did that at school, and that's it.
Well, that was where I was. I mean, I graduated in 2020, so I'm not sure how old you are, Nectar, but I'm probably not far in front of you. And I mean, when I graduated high school, they were coming to me because I was the printer guy. I was the printer nerd, and they were coming to me and going, "Hey, what machines do we get?" And so now we have a fleet. They still have them now. They have a fleet of Mark III S's, and they still use them. Some are Mark IVs now because they use it as part of their STEM to upgrade them as part of their thing. And I just remember it was the easiest A, because the whole 5-week thing was to design a keychain. And I was like, oh, I've got this in the bag. There was the easiest day of my life. I designed the keychain in about 2 hours, and I did like a lattice inside of it. And then my teacher was like, well, do you want to teach the class? And I was like, absolutely not. So then I just got a spare for the rest of the year. And so that was the greatest, most proudest moment of my high schooling career. But from there, when now I go back to the school maybe once every 2 years to go and like help them with whatever. I was there the other day because they just got a call 1, and I said to them, they were like, oh yeah, everybody knows how to use these now. I was like, well, that's good. And then when they asked me to like go up and show some things like as a little mini seminar, and everybody, even like the most disengaged kid that he's a sporty kid, he doesn't think about it. He's like, oh yeah, no, like I can slice a file and print it. I'm like, all right, cool. So that's that means that if it gets to the point that it's a much more accessible.
I think a lot more schools have printers. I think there is a gap to sort of get all serious all of a sudden. My father-in-law is like a tech teacher. So I don't know what it's like in the other states, but for us, that's everything from
Some may
like,
say he is teaching tech.
Hey, very good.
What a catchy title.
Got that down.
Someone should use that somewhere on the internet. That's good. Some of them, some of the schools are really well equipped because there's budget to get things like that. There's a bit of money being thrown at it by at least our state government and at the federal level. But a lot of the people who have taught that stuff for years have taught more traditional tools and subtractive manufacturing, I suppose you could say, don't actually know how to use the printers. So I know in his school's case, they have a big bank of 3D printers. I think they're Ultimakers, but nobody knows how to use them. So they were used for about 6 months, and then they've sat there for 3 or 4 years ever since. Occasionally, he has kids
the
say,
teacher has to
"I'd
know."
love to." Yeah, and so I think there's a gap there. But Prusa actually does a really good job, and I've referred him to Prusa with their like mini courses and things like that you guys have on your site. In sort of teaching the basics. But yeah, you're right. It's more prevalent in schools. I wonder how many schools use them as well as they should. Not all of them have the advantage of someone like Michael who's well versed in them.
Well, I think,
but yeah,
as
I
the
mean, I
sales,
graduated
like,
2012 and we only just got them. So yeah, go on.
Sorry, I was going to say you're totally right. Like, one of the things I see on the internet a lot is you're familiar with the 3D software Blender. It's like very big at this point, and everybody is constantly talking about the fact of like, why isn't it used more in the film industry and stuff? It's industry standard at this point, right? And it's like, the answer is yes, the software's there, but nobody that's been in the industry for that long has actually used it. They're familiar with Maya, they're familiar with stuff, and it's that sort of like, it's gotten to a stage now where printers are accessible, and weirdly enough, it's all the new kids coming in who actually know how to use it, whereas all the people you would expect to are like, I've never had to use this style of machine before, it's so foreign to them. I just find that really weird, but really interesting. Like, that's not how I expect it to go.
Yeah, it's funny enough because I'm actually I'm on the Gold Coast, so nearly every movie in Australia is usually filmed in some percentage here. So when they film stuff, I always end up consulting or doing something in that like there's a new movie they're filming at the moment called Anaconda. It's got Jack Black and someone else. What that is, but they had like a spider, and they were going to, funny enough, Tessa, you'll like this, they were going to create a mold of the original prop spider, cast in silicon, hand paint it, and then it was going to be like a 5-day process. And I was like, guys, just print it. And they're like, no, it's not going to work. And I got a bottle of BASF EL150 resin, poured it in on some resin machine. I know I'm giving Michael flashbacks here of resin. But a bit of PTSD. but then I printed it, and it was perfect. It had all the elasticity on it, everything like that. And they painted it, and it was used in the movie a day later. And they were like, oh, and it was like $150, and it was $20 in resin and a bit of design time. And like that was
hope
where
you charged a few extra zeros on top for that.
Well, fortunately enough, the person I was doing it for is just a friend that I do jiu-jitsu with. He's actually a stunt coordinator, so he's
That's
just
cool.
a stunty, and yeah, he didn't want to have to go and source this stupid spider. But yeah, that was a really like interesting thing where now I would say once a week, either to my Prusa email or to somehow my personal email, I will get, hey, can you make this? And I'm like, probably. And then all of a sudden, so now I've slowly infiltrated the Gold Coast movie scene, subsequently the Australian movie scene, just by one little spider, which is it's really strange because now it's changing. Now they've got full cast. They've got a one of the prop makers here called JMX. They have a XL, I think it's a Prusa XL, and one other with a PVA. They have they only print PVA on it and BVOH to pour polyurethane into, and then they dissolve it away in an ultrasonic cleaner. And I was like, that was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. And that was just from, they were so used to using dissolvable cast materials that now they do that. And it was fascinating. So yeah, movies are a whole nother realm, especially considering they have unlimited budgets. We've got a whole new guest here.
I was going to, yeah, but it looks like he stepped away, right?
No, I'm right here. I'm back again, guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry about
Yes.
this. I completely missed the email until I got sent 5 minutes ago. So I'm here now. My name's
All
Sid.
right.
Basically, I run Sidiment, a 3D printing company in Australia, or filament company in Australia. That's the best introduction I can give you guys right now.
Sediment.
Lovely to have you.
Yep.
You got a whole warehouse
fun.
behind you.
Sorry. Yep, right here. You can't see much of it, but there's part of it right here.
Wow.
Hey Sid, I'm glad you're here. Do you have any of that matte black PETG in stock at the moment?
Oh yeah, there's 1,600 rolls sitting here now. I mean, I've got too much
Great,
of it. There's
all right.
1,000 more coming next week, so there's too much stuff.
My order will be in soon. Cheers. Sorry, everyone. Just got that in there.
Sid's actually joining Open Print Tag. Fun fact.
Yes, I'm working on that many right now too.
very
So I'm letting all the bin files up from the site. So I've been like the entire night yesterday. I was on the generating all these files to test out the entire software, see how it works. But I couldn't get it to write onto the tag just yet. So I've got the writer and stuff coming in the mail soon. And once that happens, then I can start actually looking at experimenting with the tags properly.
I'm very excited.
Very
for
exciting.
Open Print Tag.
Yeah.
It's. I think I watched your video on the Prusa Day thing. I know, Shane, don't cut me off. I'm not trying to promo Prusa too much, but they are a sponsor. but I watched Dylan too, and it was like he was like, yeah, Core 1L, it's cool. It's got this. It's a bigger core. The silicon. I think that's cool. But Open Print Tag, this is gonna be sick. And I was like, yeah, it's gonna be. And I've been emailing every filament manufacturer. I'm like, guys, do it, because especially the ones that I use, I'm like, I don't want to have to deal with this anymore. So I'm so excited for this.
Yeah, Open Print Tag. I think a lot of people have come into the hobby via, not to promote Prusa too much again, but a lot of people have come into the hobby via the Bambu Lab printers, and the convenience factor of the filament is huge. So I think that being available to other manufacturers of filament in particular will be really big. It would be nice to see a brand like Bambu adopt it. I don't know if they will. I think they like their walled garden. But for the most part, I think it'll be a really positive thing for the industry as a whole.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be cool. Michael, I do have a question. With your multi-material, what have you played around much with dissolvable supports as much?
In the past, I've tested it with IDEXs, not so much since I've had the XL and the U1. It was a bit tricky to print, maybe because it was an old roll. But yeah, people don't realize it's really soft like TPU, but even squishier. So yeah, I had two spools, two different brands. One I never really got printing as nice as I wanted. The other one I did. And I think one print ever I did completely dissolvable. I think most of the time it's easier just to do, like in the video, interface material that won't naturally stick to the main one and pull it off. But I can see in some models, more organic ones, where there's like cavities where you would need to dissolve it out because you can't physically reach in and pull bigger pieces. But that thing you said before about pouring resin into a dissolvable mold, that sounds awesome. I'd like to try that.
Yeah, I've had some, actually, funnily enough, with Cinnamon, with your PVA, I've used it. What I did, I dry it out for 24 hours before.
Oh, it gets wet really quickly, yeah.
Yeah, at like 70 degrees, and then print it from a dry box. And then what I did is, when I was printing it, when I finished printing it, I would then put it in an ultrasonic cleaner, and that would, because you need warm water and agitation. So I was like, I was so used to it from resin. So when I put it in the ultrasonic cleaner, it would dissolve away in 1-2 hours, and it was perfect. So I mean, that was sort of one of the big things that when I was using a lot of dissolvables, that was the closest I could get to like the Stratasys SR30 system, because when I was using those machines, the the Stratasys SR30 like industrial system where they have their own cleaning fluid would be the most like seamless system. It'd print a part, you'd dunk it in, and as long as it wasn't too porous, you'd pull it out and it would just be a fully fledged part. And that was the closest I was able to get with like a fully integrated. It was really cool. It was really cool. So that's why I wasn't sure, but I think it'd be sick to do some stuff like with the dissolvable molds. I know there's a lot of stuff for radiation shielding as well. There's a lot of like people that are doing silicon radiation shielding and shielding for cancer treatments and stuff. And what they actually do is they'll use it and they'll take the CT scan data. When they take the CT scan data, they'll then convert it to a like an STL, create the negative, print it in PVA, and then dissolve the PVA away. And now they've left with a lead infused silicon radiation shielding. It was actually, the company's gone bankrupt now, but that's a company in Brisbane called Evershape. They were doing that. They actually have the patent on it. And then since they gone bankrupt, they released the patent, so now everybody can do it. So it's a very big brain move from them. But yeah, it was super cool. So if you want more info on that, Michael, I can help.
I like these experiments. They're always fun. Sometimes I'll make a video where I experiment with something that's probably going to fail, but it's just good to share it. Another one that I've had on the back burner for ages in that type of category is doing composites, but with UV resin, like we would use in a resin printer. So like, why not? Why wouldn't it work with, raw fiberglass or carbon sheet and then just pouring bits in, put it in the sun, next layer, put it in the sun, should work, right? As long as it's, to me, the tricky bit's going to be coming up with some sort of mold or form that the resin won't stick to, because I hate mucking around with release agents and things like that. So if I can find something that it naturally sticks to. And then also like flexible UV resin, because then you can have super tough parts reinforced with carbon fiber, but bit of give. That's the plan.
I think that would be so cool. I think silicon with parchment paper could be good use so that it doesn't stick to that mold. And then I was thinking even to just print in UV resin. I'm not sure if you've seen the new Gears machine. It has a scraper on it. It has like what the Formlabs Form 4 has. And it seems really cool because if you could actually print a part that would agitate into, you could print, if you print something with a ceramic composite or a carbon composite into it, you can have that scraper come past, so it agitates and uniformly mixes it, which is the benefit of the Formlabs machine. But Formlabs, you can only use their resin. Gears, you can only use their resin as well, but there's more ability to chop and change. So I think that'd be cool. And I mean, another thing is you could probably do is if you've got silicon with like a silicon base and then parchment paper, and then even just a bit of PVA, lay up the carbon in one area, and then if you use like I know the BASF suite, so like an EL resin that's like like an elastomeric, or even if you want to go Australia, because we're on the Australian panel, the Monocure flex resin.
That's what I've got. Yeah, I've got some sitting in there ready to go.
Cool. Make sure when you use that, make sure if you have a vacuum chamber, try put it in a vacuum chamber, or try to make sure you dry it, because it's a very hygroscopic resin. So that's why you might get a bit of like it likes to tear quite a lot. So because I've used that resin a lot and it likes to tear after a little while. So that Monocure stuff is cool. It does tear after a little while, whereas the BASF stuff has more elastomeric properties. So if you've got something where it's like you lay it up and you've got one rigid and one not, and then you can pour it on the side that's not. And then, because I mean, the benefit of using it, and make sure you use a natural color, I think, would be the way to do it. Because then, like a clear resin has less photo initiators. So it would then mean that it solidifies quicker. So if you're doing it with a non-UV source, that should theoretically work more. Can you tell I'm a nerd about resin?
It's good. I appreciate it.
Terrified of resin
I think I did get clear just thinking it would be easier if I put it too thick, that it would still cure. So maybe that will end up being a mistake. I mean, another thing in this type of area is like hot glue molding, which I did once ever.
Oh, yeah.
And, it worked, that was with like a machined aluminium mold, but I think you could do it with a 3D printed plastic one. But yeah, it's not super strong. But again,
You said that's hot glue?
reinforcing that. Yeah,
That's hot
just
glue.
ordinary hot
Yeah.
glue. So I reckon reinforcing it with something, maybe hot glue with a composite, might go really well. I don't know. As long as it's
Carbon toe or
don't go
something.
way too hot.
Yeah.
What temperature does hot glue melt at? Like 200 degrees?
It's in the name. It says hot. It melts at hot.
Pretty low.
Doesn't have to hurt a lot.
There's a
Does
bit
it,
of wiggle
does it
room
melt in
actually.
summer?
No,
That was
definitely
actually
not.
something I wanted to ask everyone. Is like, because I don't know. I'm in New Zealand, so the weather's a bit more, I want to say, variable. But like, even I find that like using PLA and plastics and stuff, my results are a little different to like all the American YouTubers and stuff. Do you guys find that where like, you know, it's a little bit easier for stuff to warp if you leave it out a little too long? Like,
Don't leave anything in your car, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually use PLA for parts in my car because I'll just print 3 or 4 of them and leave one in the
Yeah.
glove box, and then so like I've got a quad lock. So when I've got it with the quad lock, my phone overheats and I drive so much. Yeah, there you go. Dylan's got it as well. And my motorbikes. So my phone overheats when it's in the car. So what I've done is I've just made a little cover that locks into the quad lock, and which I'm sure I'm violating patent here, but don't sue me, Thul. And then it locks into the quad lock, and then this locks in, so it's got like a little cover. But I've got that, and I will melt one maybe once every 3 months, but then I've just got another PLA one. I put it in there. I made one out of PET G, but I only had Prusa and PET G there, and I try to savor my Prusa because I only get a restock every few months when Shane is nice enough to give it to me. So I try to savor it as much as I can.
Okay, the hot glue.
I find that. Sorry, in some seasons the printing is very changeable. Like in the sort of in between summer and winter, either way, winter or summer, either way.
Yes.
The high humidity and things will mess with my prints. I'm in Melbourne, so the temperature and things changes a little more dramatically, but yeah, the changes can be super dramatic. I think it's similar to some parts of the States though. I think we probably see a lot more YouTubers from, you know, California and things like that, where
Seattle,
there's
it's like 3 degrees year round.
I mean, yeah, there's that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I see much change from US folks. If I keep my filament dry and things like that, no issues. But I pretty much don't bother to dry PLA at all.
My
with
material
some
is much
very
more
small
brittle.
exceptions.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Because obviously I'm in Queensland, which is
It's a bit more humid over there, up there. How far north are you? No, you said
I'm
Gold
in the
Coast.
Gold Coast. Yeah.
Okay.
So, but
Yeah.
it does get. I live right near the beach, so you do get a lot of moisture in the air. Like it's.
Do you have a
31
problem with
degrees right
salinity
now.
in the air? The salt
Yeah.
messing with your electronics?
Yeah, all
Like
the
rusting
time.
and
I
stuff
mean,
over time, or
was
does
that
it ever
sorry?
rust at all? As like your car rust at all, like your electronics rust at all? Because I know when you're like next to the ocean or something, the salt water will go into anything and just rust everything basically.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, you don't buy a car from the Gold Coast. That's like a known rule. If for anything, just for the extracurricular activities that happen in it. But you go, and like I've got a Volkswagen that has 500,000 Ks on it, and it's just a little van. But you look on the underside of it, and I've parked it essentially like the bottom of where I parked is, and I'm a block back from the beach, so the wind will come in and come under and go under the car. And the bottom of it is just plated like with rust. And now what I've done is I've just gone through and welded it all up and like got it all repaired because I'm trying to get this car to 1 million Ks for some ungodly reason.
For reasons, yeah.
Yeah, for reasons. But so like I've got that, and everything just rusts through. It's funny, my Mark 3S, which is actually now a Core 1, funnily enough, but my Mark 3S that went to a Mark IV, I had to replace one of the rods because it just had ever so slightly where the X gantry would come across, and there'd be that little gap on the linear rod between, you know, like where it's ranged out, but it's technically still like there's still the linear rod there. That had like a buildup of rust on there, and it was just catching on some of the lubricant. I was like, well, I'm just going to replace it anyway. And then 3 months later, that I saw the like the Core 1 upgrade kit came out. I was like, well, I should have just waited for the linear rails, but that's okay. So it worked out in the end. But it was yeah. So I had to do that just from the salt air coming into my room, and that was yeah. But all in all, I mean, living near the beach has its benefits. Other than that, other than my 3D printers getting mixed up.
Did you cop any of those giant hailstones?
Oh yeah, you should see my Volkswagen Caddy. I mean, that thing is just. That thing's just. I parked it outside though. I was like, I want some.
You know, it's more efficient now, right? Mythbusters
Yeah,
did
like
that
a
thing
golf
where
ball.
they covered the car in clay and then put golf ball divots all in it. Yeah, it's much more efficient now. Yeah,
It does. Yeah. It does like 5Ks to the liter, so I might get 4.9 now. Like it was actually it was some of my proudest work. I got it when I got it, and then they announced the Dieselgate stuff from Volkswagen, and then I got a rebate on it. So I got basically a free caddy, and then now I got 180,000 Ks, and I've ran it I've done 3 laps of Australia in it, and
nice.
have just like worn this thing, original engine, and it's still going. I'm hoping it dies at some point because it's not worth the $900 a year registration, but it's like you're committed to it. It's like I don't know. It's just you just
it's
got to
a part
keep
of the
going.
family now.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
I was talking. It's stayed around. I've been with my partner for 6 years. It stayed around longer than her. I was like, I can't. I've got to keep it. Like it's like if I've got to keep the partner around, you got to keep the caddy around. It's just part of the rules.
I swear, it's sounding like bloody G1 Megatron, just like, I still function. Barely hanging on.
Well, yeah, that's what it feels like. I mean, like nothing works in it. The windows don't go down. If I want to get the window down, I've got a screwdriver in a 3D printed screwdriver holder, and then I go and I jam it down. I've got drawers in the back. The drawers don't work. I don't know why I have them there. They're just chewing more fuel, but maybe I'll save some on the golf balls now. And then like the radio doesn't work. It has a Slim Dusty CD in the radio that I don't from the original owner. I don't know how
You
to
need
get
to
work.
make this a tourist attraction, because like my kids have grown up with cars where all the windows are with a button.
Oh no,
right?
these are a button. These are a button, but they just don't work.
Okay. I was talking to my husband. I was like, none of the kids know. Like back in the day, especially the backseat window, right? It was this manual thing, and it was so hard. You had to use your leg, right, to push this window to get it down. These kids are just like, yes.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie, I was a kid. I mean,
Really?
like my dad had one car when I was like 8. He had a Land Cruiser, which I think speaking of which, that car still has wind-up windows. But I mean, like that's just my life. I think that's same as
all
Nick
these
as well.
youngins with their electric windows.
Just old enough. I had the little rollies, the little handles. I mean, mine didn't get too stuck.
Oh,
But, I was
rollies
just
are
old
a very different thing for me.
Oh man. I mean, the upside is that as drivers, we can lock the windows now. We're not at the mercy of whoever rolls it. You don't have to have the boop, 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 boop sort of noise at the front.
That's a mum talking right there. I've never felt that in my life. I've felt it on the other end of that. Wind that window up.
Yeah.
My first car in summer, first day of summer, I'd wind down the rear windows, and then it just stayed there. There was nothing in there worth stealing.
Yeah.
That's how you kept it at a survivable temperature inside.
That's how I live my life. I mean, my caddy, that caddy is unlocked right now. I'll give you the address. Go, please steal it. It's insured, please. Like
I saw a video of this guy, and he had like got a trash bag, and like glued other bits of trash to it and used it as a blanket in the back of his car, so it just looks like his car is really filthy, and it hides all these valuables and no one bothers to like try and pick the lock or smash the window or anything. Like
I remember
urban camouflage.
I saw this guy once. He made like an attachment that went onto the 3D printed, like it 3D printed onto the winder, and he like attached it so that you could press it and it would automatically wind it up onto any car. I was like, it was the most like unneeded thing, but it was very funny to look at.
It's a niche product for a very small window of cars that still have those and are still running.
Yeah, and whoever has that car definitely isn't going to spend the money on like $150 window winding accessory. It's like that car is just barely getting fuel, let alone like it's a 1991 getting E10 with an additional ethanol mix. They're like, yeah, screw it. I just want as cheap as possible. But yeah, I mean, it's very funny to think about. Oh yeah, we got a donation.
Yeah, we have a very important decision you all have.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do when you celebrate a new donation? Are you gonna dance? What should we do?
Gosh,
what's the most Australian thing we can do? Australian.
You can't say that live on stream. Yeah, this is nice.
Yeah. Nah, Sid was gonna give away filament. I'm kidding. No.
I can. I've got a bunch of it sitting here, so might as well.
No, I mean,
if I want the email.
Hey, I hear from the big boss, Kalani, that you have to dance.
I have to dance, dude. I'm not kidding. I had knee surgery 2 days ago. 2 weeks ago. I'm still on the crutches.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is it's extremely high commitment if you dance. So really, you've just upped the pressure on yourself, Kalani.
Yeah, it's the commitment's
Jumping
real.
jacks. Oh no.
I mean, it's funny because like we're getting ready to go to form next in like a week or 2 weeks, and when I was getting ready to do this, I got the surgery and they were like, oh, they were going to schedule me till essentially now, and they were like, oh, do you want to do this? I was like, no, I got to go to a 3D printing convention. They were like, what? I was like, nah, can we push it forward a bit? I need to be able to walk around at the booth. And they're like, this is the craziest thing ever. So that was it was a funny conversation with my surgeon going, can we talk about 3D printers? I need to be able to walk around and look at 3D printers. Like it was very funny. I mean, one of the things I will show this though is with maybe it's not going to let me. Never mind. I'm working on a new project. Actually, Dylan and Michael, you might actually get one of these as well. We're doing a little 3D printed Prusa like Christmas thing, and Dylan and I were working on this. I'm pretty excited. I'm not sure. Actually, I can't share my screen, can I? Never mind. We can't do it. I'll send Shane a photo so he can see. But it's going to be so cool. I made like a little multicolored hat on top of a kangaroo. It's oh, never mind. I can share screens. Okay, let me pull it up. Sorry, Shane. I wasn't listening. I also, if you may know, I also didn't read the doc, which I probably should have. But this is here we go. Let's share the screen. This is what I'm working on at the moment. Talking about Blender. I'm not sure if you can see this. It's going to be.
Make sure Qantas doesn't come at you.
Well, I mean, I've got this here. So, and I'm a platinum flyer. So hopefully, guys, I support them. I promise, guys.
Please, share with me your status credits.
enough trips to Prusa Day, you'll get there. But you can see. So I'm making this at the moment, and I think what we're going to do. This is something I don't know. This is a live brainstorming session. Is we're probably going to make the hat on the top multicolored in like a Prusa color, and then the main body will be like a natural PLA, and then. Sorry, I just saw Shane said, "Why tell me you didn't read the doc?" I did read the doc, Shane. I did read the doc. I skimmed it. I put it through ChatGPT 5.0. And then the base of it, I think we'll probably have it so there's like a AA battery in there. Thoughts, Dylan? What is Sid doing, by the way?
I'm trying to charge my iPad. It's almost dead.
It's doing the dance for us.
Yeah,
it's trying to find.
Okay, so guys, I was supposed to get the link for this meeting. Oh, sorry. I was supposed to get the link for this meeting like 2 or 3 days ago. I got it 20 minutes before it started, and I was not prepared for this entire situation. So my iPad is almost dead as well at this point.
Yeah, look,
I was hopeful you were prepping my order for shipping.
So, he didn't read it. I'm telling you, he didn't read the document. If he didn't read it, then I wouldn't read it myself. So I'm just saying.
I'm not surprised that you like Dylan better than me. I mean, Dylan shows up to events. I mean, that's the real thing, Shane. For the chat, you can't see it, but Shane's just roasting me in the chat. But I mean, it's funny because I did actually email Sid the doc, but I just didn't click send, and I went through my drafts and I went, that's why. Really, I blame Prusa. They have an email client that I'm not familiar with. Yes, I've worked there 9 months. I still don't know the email client. So it's yeah.
Someone clip that and forward it to Joe.
Please don't.
Make sure that he knows. I like the little kangaroo. I think a couple AA batteries in the bottom to hold it up and put some weight in there would be good. Yeah.
Yeah. I think my thought was like, I want it to be able to make it so it's all printed in one piece on the Excel. So I think we might have to have some little chamfers on the underside, so that way the hat can print without support, or the hat can come off, and we can put like a Easter hat on the top of it, and it can be a multi-year round one.
Yeah, do like an embedded magnet so you can swap his hat over at different events. It's great.
That'd be sick. I mean, to be fair, we do have about a week to make this.
Magnets and hats work really well. Just saying.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
I should have commissioned Tessa to do this. I spent 3 hours in Blender for the first time in my life and made a kangaroo.
Oh,
and...
wow. Hang on. Is the camera...
I'm open for commissions. Let's talk.
Will it focus?
Oh, there we go.
We're done in Blender. There's your...
that's cool.
It is not in focus, but it's good enough. Yeah, these were done in Blender. So if you have the patience for it, you can make some cool stuff.
I don't have the patience for it.
That's phenomenal.
It's the engineering gets me.
Do they fold?
Yeah. So this is the same print. I've just printed it twice, and then it fully transforms. It's yeah. You're talking about like separating parts and stuff. This guy, no paint. Everything that's a different color is printed in that plastic color. So if you want to paint it, it's just pre-masked, right? But otherwise, you print it in the plastic. There's no scratching. But I've done loads of these where I do them in. I got the Seekers as well. These guys are done in Blender, but that's actually the last step. So I go like this guy, and where's his Jetman? Making transformers that transform is difficult, right? And so what I end up doing is I use a software called FreeCAD. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that one. It's not quite as popular. But I use it to make... Oh, God, my desk is a mess. Here we go. You can see these sorts of stuff. These are like just the block models, right? So it's very, very basic. This is what I'm currently working on. And what ends up happening is, because FreeCAD's a parametric software, and I'm sure you guys are familiar with that, but for viewers who don't, that means you're modeling with parameters, right? It's less of a digital sculpting program and almost more like visual math. And so, yeah, what ends up happening is these guys, you know, I'll do them in FreeCAD and I'll have the basic block model, and then Blender's when I go to detail it all and stuff and get all the rivets. So it's insane how powerful the software is now, and still being free. Like,
dude, I am mesmerized. That is so cool. I made a kangaroo in 3 hours, and you made a transformer. So
they take me about. I mean, if I'm doing nothing but that one project, then it's about a month per character. But it's that I'm able to do this full time now, so I'm able to do. And this is, I mean, in this specific scale, this is my 5th one, but I've technically done about 7 or 8 of them now.
Are you doing like custom designs, or are these like deep studies of similar toys?
Oh, these are custom designs. These are fully custom.
Yeah,
so
that's so cool.
As you can see,
I can't wrap my head around trying to make something look good in both forms and transform into it.
It's
like that.
very
That's so
difficult.
cool.
I'll show you. I don't want to take over too much, but let me see if I can
Take
share
over,
my
please.
screen.
Yes.
Yeah, do it.
Do it.
That is so
This
sick.
is
We
cool.
just talked about my Volkswagen for 20 minutes. This is way cooler.
I'll show you the
And I bet
Optimus
it works
again.
better.
Let me.
Ouch.
Is that working? Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh my
That
lord.
is sick.
Awesome. So ones I'm running is I collect the official ones, if you couldn't tell. And a lot of them are obviously very cool, but some of them kind of leave a lot to be desired. Specifically, the most recent Optimus they did, right? In the cartoon, I wonder if I've still got the reference images or if they're... Nah, I've deleted that file. Awesome. He changes shape, like parts change color mid-animation. So for instance, you see this gray stripe that's on his torso? That literally turns red mid-animation. And, you know, in the animation, it's a split second. You don't really notice it. But, like, I can't have materials change color like in real life. That doesn't work.
Not with that attitude.
Believe
It's
me,
the same.
I've tried.
It's the same with some of the fan art I do. Like especially the older drawings, they were hand done, and everything is squishy and changes, and trying to capture the essence of the character more than its exactness.
Yep. And what ends up happening with the official ones is they use fake parts, right? So like the bumper's meant to form the cod piece, but obviously if it was the truck proportions, that would look really weird in robot mode. So they just have another one spin fold out, and that works. But I got what was it? 86 Optimus. It's like meant to be the big flagship one. And 90% transforming was just hiding the robot. It didn't feel like I was transforming it. So this guy, I mean, he's got compromises to make it work. But one, I've got a nice flat backpack. That took a lot of work, and I want to show that off because a lot of Transformers have a huge rucksack like they're off to college because of all the truck parts need to be hidden. But if I play the animation here, there we go. I've only got half because I only need to model half. But there you go. There's your truck. And so
cool.
What I end up doing is in FreeCAD, you can do what's called link groups, which basically just means it's one object that exists in two places at the same time. And then in Blender, I can use animation. And the reason this is important is because every time I tweak a piece in, say, the truck mode, if I make this shorter or wider, obviously that's going to affect the robot mode. And for little bits that are on the surface, like, you know, this glass bit here, that's fine. I could tweak that a little, and then in robot mode, it's just on the front of the chest. But for something that's intricate, like, you know, if I wanted to make him taller, right? If I want to make the legs longer, that's going to make the truck bed longer, so the proportions get skewed. So being able to flip back and forth really quick is the most essential part for doing these sorts of models. And it's taken an awful lot of trial and error because there's surprisingly not that many videos online. Like, I kind of thought at this stage with how prevalent printing's become, like, there would be more of this. But no. So I've been trying my best
because it
to
takes a
make those
month
videos
to
for
make
people.
one.
That's if I'm going nothing but that. I've been working on Soundwave on and off for 2 months now because I'm doing Iron Man as well.
Bro, what?
You just casually drops it in between.
Hang on. I might have... Do I have...
It's a really interesting workflow, the combination of like parametric mechanical modeling and using Blender to sort of sculpt on top of it. That's really cool.
Thank you. It's a technique I've seen people do, like with Tinkercad, and then bringing it to Blender and stuff. Not necessarily FreeCAD, but it's the problem I have. I hate to go on a bit of a ramble, but everybody who's in the Blender community, like if you love Blender, everybody talks about the fact it's a Swiss Army knife. Blender can do everything, and the answer is yes, it can. But just because I could use a screwdriver to hammer a nail doesn't mean it's as good as if I used a hammer, right? And so what ends up happening is that, yes, I could use a bunch of add-ons in Blender to make it work more like a parametric software. I can use the snapping tools to get parts to align, and this is all great. But at the end of the day, that's not what it's built for. And so you're constantly going to be fighting it. Whereas if you embrace its strengths, it makes the workflow a lot more fluid. And so, yes, having to learn multiple software can be frustrating, especially to someone getting into this for the first time. But I modeled my first ones in Tinkercad, and then one that was exclusively in FreeCAD. And the second that I did the blend, not only did it get quicker, but the amount of detail I could add in the time that I was giving it just skyrocketed. I'm not saying it's for everyone, but me personally, I prefer that balance.
Look
That
out,
is so
Hasbro.
Yeah. This is something I've got, because you were saying before about how you can only put certain colors. You can only have one color. Could you make it so that it is like a translucent piece that you then have an LED behind, or like a little it's because I've got
Like
these
a
here.
colored panel.
Yeah, these are like
Yeah.
PCBs of is that something you could do to try? I mean, this is more of a Dylan thing. Dylan loves PCBs, but you
So
could
you
try
mean like
have
on the Transformer models?
Yeah, on the Transformer model, like, could you have an LED behind, like a little PCB LED, to try change the color of that panel?
The quick answer is probably. The short answer, the longer answer though, is that these are designed to go with the official figures, right? Which means these guys are, I mean, they're small. They're action figure sized, so you don't have a lot of room to work with. I did do one that turned into a boombox. That was boombox size. He plays actual cassette tapes. On that size, yes, totally. But for this scale, I don't know if PCBs are. I mean, they're probably small enough. It depends on what you're doing, I think, is the quick answer.
If you go down the rabbit hole of flexible PCBs,
Yeah, that's what I was
your
thinking.
entire worldview around electronics will be blown up, because what you can cram onto those tiny things is genuinely impressive. But yeah, dude, this is really cool. What an interesting workflow, and so far beyond what I do. Like, all my stuff is technical, and if I leave parametric software and don't have a way to constrain literally everything in software, I have minor panic attacks. So that's really cool. That's great.
My experience was really weird, because I think an awful lot of modelers will say they started with Tinkercad as like their first sort of modeling program. At least nowadays, it's free, it's browser based, accessible. So I did that, and then I then jumped from that to Blender, which for those unfamiliar is a bit of a big jump. But what's ended up happening is getting to understand, because Tinkercad is technically a constructive solid geometry based workflow, and all that means is that you're using objects to either merge or cut with each other using primitives. And so that kind of got me understanding the basics of 3D modeling in general. And then Blender being, because hang on, I'll show you here. If I select, like, say, this piece here, and I go into edit mode, it's a poly modeling program. Everything's made up of individual pieces, like faces and vertices. It's a very different workflow. So having to wrap your brain around that. And then, like you're saying, constraining stuff, that's a whole different workflow. But I think because Tinkercad wasn't like either of Blender or FreeCAD, it's made me a lot more comfortable with the idea of, yeah, I know nothing. Let's just learn it from scratch again. And before
How
I
many
forget,
parts
yeah,
is this?
Oh God.
Yes.
So that's the problem on the official figures. Something like, so let me take this door piece here. This is a great example. On the official one, because this is meant to be the window of the cassette player, right? I've got a glass material, so it's transparent. On the official figures, because it's injection molded, that would be one piece, because you'd inject it in it, mold it in clear plastic, and then you would paint the rim. I don't have access to paint. You know, like, same for this little red line here. Normally this would be all one piece, this whole bit, but I can't paint it. I want to have it so that you can print it in the colored plastic. So what ends up being what should have been, you know, just one piece is actually three, because everything needs to be color separated. So the quick answer is a lot more parts than you'd expect, simply because I want to color separate it. You know, like, this leg could be one chunk, but that's also a separate piece. And so what it means is that, yeah, it could be a little daunting looking to someone getting the files, because they're like, it's got 100 pieces. I'm like, no, that's because half of them are mirrored for both limbs, and it's literally, you know, like, this bit, that's a little piece. I mean, technically it's a separate piece, but that's not anything major, right? But this is what they look like to begin with. I was talking about the block models. I mean, look at that. Look at that Lego brick of a head. And this is how I'm able to sort of visualize what the base characters, because if you look at like my reference images, the silhouette's about there. I mean, if I turn them into colored mode, it's I mean, the G1 characters in the 80s were already cardboard boxes stacked on top of each other, right? But the biggest thing is it lets me test the transformations a lot quicker and test print it a lot quicker, because the most annoying thing with these types of models is that no matter how many I have made, how many transformers I have made, what works in the computer won't necessarily work in real life. So you have to test print everything. And so having the block models that don't have print time added because of the detail makes it so much easier. And once I know the part works, then I can add all the greebles, all the rivets, all the whatever. But having just a flat plane is really useful. And for Soundwave,
I have a bit of a question.
Yes,
Sorry to
yes,
interrupt.
please. Sorry, I'm rambling.
How
Yes.
do you balance designing for? I assume, do you design these for resin or for FDM? FDM, I'm assuming.
FDM. So I
So
did
go on. Sorry, I'll.
No. I was about to go on a tangent, slight tangent. Carry on.
So how do you design for printing? Do you bother designing with like print orientation and optimize strength and things like that at all, or do you just sort of brute force it and use the fact that we can now rely on easily removable supports and things like that to make it printable? Like, what's your approach there? Because I feel like that's an impossible problem.
That is an amazing question, and I'm so glad you asked, because it's one of the most. It's where I get a lot of weird complaints, or not even complaints, just questions about my models. Is that because they want to be displayed with the official figures, right? They're injection molded, so they can get away with a lot of different design stuff than we would with printing. With printing, we have to think about orientation for not only detail, but also part strength. And so for certain parts, you end up having to have more supports than you would think because of the way you need part strength to be. So for instance, like, where's a good example? Soundwave's actually probably a bad example because I've been trying my best to fix it, but I can show, I'll show you this. So here's his shoulder cannon piece, right? This is a cylinder, and printing round things is always a pain, unless you print it 90 degrees like that, right? Now, the only issue is, you've now got this giant hole here that you need to support. For something like this, I just say support it, because realistically, more parts means more points of failure, right? More parts for it to break, which means that you sometimes have supports that I could probably get away with if I split it up more, but I end up just accepting. But for Soundwave specifically, this guy here, I have been trying to figure out if I can negate some of that. So for instance, this back piece here, I've deliberately tried to keep it as flat as I can, so that it's got a nice bit. It's got a little notch, so you need supports there. But for the most part, you can print it sort of flat like that. But you can't, because there's a tab here. So that's a separate piece, right? So that's trying to... Now, yes, you'll need supports in there, but you now don't need supports on everything else. So sometimes I'm able to mitigate it because it's just a little tab I could super glue it. Other times, however, I'll show you his wrists. This is maybe not the best example because his are a lot shorter, but Optimus has the same thing, right? It's a ball joint that slots in. And what ends up happening is you have to print it like this because you need the layers going left to right. If there's any tension on it in any other direction, if it was printed upright, you're putting all that stress on a layer. It's going to immediately snap, which means you now need supports all underneath it. And so the quick answer is I try my best to negate supports where I can, but I have also come to a point where I've accepted supports are easier to remove now, and the slices are a lot better at that side of stuff. If you want to custom orientate it, you can, but I do export my files in the orientation I recommend for the most part strength, even if that means more supports. I think a great example would be, let me go back to Optimus. I'm trying to find, where is it? This is hip, isn't it? Yes, here it is. So his hip joint here is a great example where I actually print it like that. Because even though I said that printing it this way would get it more accurate, like more dimensionally accurate to being rounded, now I've got the layers going across it. So when it's twisting with those layers, not against it, if that makes sense. So it's
interesting.
it's
it
a
feels
tricky one
like
to balance.
it feels like a lot of compromise, which I mean, 3D printing is in a lot of cases, or designing for FDM 3D printing. But I found myself, and this might be a good thing to discuss among everyone. I found myself, as slicers and printers have gotten better and better at supports. Like we have the organic supports and things, and I've had very little problem with breakaway supports in the last few years. I'm finding my designs becoming a little less constrained by avoiding supports at all costs. Have you guys started doing the same thing over time, especially in the last few years, or is that just me?
Yeah.
No, I definitely embrace that.
I still try to make supportless designs if I can, simply because that's the cleanest outcome.
Yeah.
But it's no longer at the point where it's really deathly detrimental to put out a model that needs supports. It's really widely accepted now that supports are needed on a lot of models. And the supports are actually so much better than 10 years ago. I can't believe it was 10 years ago already. But yeah.
Has it been that long already?
Well, it's 2025, 2015. Yeah.
Oh, ew, no. Ew, no. That...
I don't want to talk about that. Yeah, let's move on.
Back when Simplify 3D was the best you could get. Yeah.
I mean, it's very different now.
Yeah.
I think what I would say is that it depends on what my goal is for the print in terms of how much supports I allow. So like the Transformer prints, I'm obviously intending to sell on my cults page, the designs. So like less supports, the better, right? I want the assembly process to be as easy as I can. But on stuff like the Iron Man cosplay, I'm only planning on printing one of these. So if it needs a lot of supports, that's fine. It's one and done. The pain only happens once. But yeah, if I'm trying to make a product almost, like, try your best to mitigate them, is what I do.
Yeah, and I think I've also become a lot more comfortable with having, like, not so nice overhangs. Overhangs have gotten a lot better. Coolings have gotten a lot better. That if you have a direct overhang, a lot of the time you just get an X-Acto knife and scrape it once, and it's quicker than having to print it with supports. And as well as that, there's settings like extra perimeters on supports. I've got this part here, which this was just a test fit piece out of PLA. This was on the HT90, and the goal was to have to be able to print it really, really quick, while also still maintaining that smooth front surface. So I literally just placed it down on the bed like that with some organic supports top and bottom, and I just went in with pliers and ripped it out, because I was like, well, I know what it's going to be used for, then that's just going to be test fitting. So, and that was printed in 3 hours, and I'm like, 4 hours, sorry. And I was like, that's going to be way easier to be able to just do that than sit there and wait for the print, get them parts off, and then sit there getting support material off. Whereas I know when I do,
you reminded me. Sorry, keep talking.
No, you're right. Oh yeah, well when you do something like this, for if I was to do this as like a production piece or something, I'd probably print it more on like a vertical like that, so I maintain a smooth curvature there with very few layer lines, and then all of this is smooth, or I'd sandblast it afterwards with like a 80 grit media, so that way you can sort of have it. And if I was to sell that model, I would probably design some supports into it. I think Slant 3D, he does a really good video on making like production parts for printing, and how if you're printing a box, like this is a Uno card holder that I have here. If I was to print the box, and if I was going to go like this or like this, if I really wanted it so that I could print the chamfer a bit better, I might actually be better off printing it like this, with a little support line here and a little support line up here, and it just holds it a lot easier. So that's something.
You reminded me of something very essential that I completely forgot. But you're talking about like with your car piece, how you print it like that. Just it's got supports in the middle. It's got a giant overhang, right? Probably would struggle with that supports. One of the things that I don't see get talked about enough is that your print orientation, yes, obviously it affects part strength. That's the biggest thing people talk about. But it also affects your part's detail, right? And so one of the constant battles I have to go is, do I make it look worse so it's got better strength, or do I make it weaker so that it looks nicer? So like particularly on like the weapons of the transformed characters, they'll have blasters. What I end up doing is if I take this boy here, come on, you're a bit stiff, aren't you? Yeah, I don't know how well you can see because it's tiny. But the main shaft of that weapon is a separate piece to the handle, right? Because that way I get all of the strength going here, but then the layers wouldn't quite be working with this. So I end up having that printed on its own, and it also means that it's easier to assemble. And so this can all be printed flat, right, with very minimal supports. And so it's trying to figure out the balance of like, what's going to get you the best of all worlds? Because 3D printing is just a constant battle of compromises.
As with any sort of manufacturing, I mean, if you go to look at sort of, I'm not sure if you guys have ever injection molded or anything, but before this, I ran an injection molding business, and the amount of times that I would have to sit down with a customer and they'd have a part that would be 15 mil wall thickness, and I'm like, guys, you can't mold this, or if you're gonna mold this, it's going to be a 90 to 200 second cycle time. Like, it's just not feasible. So as with any manufacturing, it's going to be always something where you have a trade-off between manufacturability, or printability, speed, and waste material. And I think that a lot of people often focus on the speed and the waste material, and not so much the actual printability. And I think that's where it's always like, it's the love triangle of it. Have you played around much with resin, Nectar?
No, well, sort of. So I did a collaboration project with a YouTuber called Hobbies with Jose, and what we ended up doing is he came up with a character sketch for the character's called Jazz. It's a pre-existing Transformer. He turns to a Porsche. But we did his take on it. And what ended up happening is that I printed mine on FDM, he printed his in resin, and he actually ended up shipping it over to me so I could display it in my collection. That was awesome. And I got to see just how poorly optimized for resin my prints are. Because I realized I've been used to like layer lines giving you strength and, orientating parts and that, whatever, which you don't really get in the same way for resin. So I have an awful lot to learn before I muck around with that. But one thing you've just reminded me, I've got all of you 3D printing nerds here. I need to ask, what do you do with your waste, your supports, your brims, your failed prints? Because I am hoarding them in a bucket until I can hopefully one day either grind them up again into a filament roll or maybe melt them to pour in a mold. Is there some sort of tool I am missing? Or do you guys just throw it out? Because it feels really bad to just waste it, but...
I just get really sad and put it in the bin.
Yeah. I'm
Tessa, didn't you try it?
Desperate.
I had a Philostruder back in the day. It really, by today's filament standards, it's not something I would tell anyone to invest in, because even the cheapest filament now has a better quality control than what you can do at home. So, I mean, at least with the Philostruder, I believe there's a couple of other ones that may have some different sort of specs. What I do is I keep everything, all the printer poop, and I can't believe that's a thing, and supports and failed prints and stuff. I keep them, I collect them all up into a bag. I have a friend who's also an artist who lives down the block. He's a painter, but he's also he makes art toys. And one of the things that he does is he will take the PLA scraps and he grinds them down, and he'll, in a little toaster oven, he'll put them in a mold and melt them into something else. So he's done little keycaps and all sorts of different things like that. Yeah,
looks like
I want to do the same.
I think we're about to see Sid try to use a Made in Australia grant right here. I think it's what we're about to see.
I mean, so I bought this filament extruder, I think 4 years ago now, and I tried to recycle my own filament, and let's just say it was a terrible idea.
Yeah.
This is one of the cheapest machines you can buy right now. This machine was like it's sub 10K, but like
Yeah.
it's got a crappy water bath. It's got no diameter control, and
Yeah.
as you can see,
Which
it's not
feels
just sitting
critical
here.
for 3D printing.
Yeah,
Always has been.
I do have an actual machine on order. It's like the deposit's already paid. I want to try it again with like a full scale machine, but I'm going to use this machine just as like my sample one to like make pellets and stuff, like make the granules, make the colorants. So I can still use this machine and not waste it. But I did try it myself. I have nothing to show for it at this point because it's been so long. But I'm just going to say, recycling prints is so hard because if anyone has, let's say, like the wrong material inside, so if you collect material from customers, for example, and they put an ABS scrap into a PLA pile, the entire batch will not work. And it's you have to rely on the sorting of the customer, and some customers can't sort properly at all. So
on a commercial scale, like it'd be really difficult because even if you do know it's 100% PLA, all the colorants have different chemical composites, right? And you've got PLA, PLA plus, all sorts of different additives from different brands. You'd have to keep it well under control. I think it'd be really hard.
Sorry.
Sorry,
I do collect scraps right now from customers as well. I'm starting to do it again soon with like my new machine that's going to come in as well, and collecting spores like in the next month and a half or so. I do want to try it again, but again, like the risk of breaking the machine is so high with using scraps. It's better to just use virgin pellets and virgin materials. It does suck that you can't recycle stuff, but it's just more safer, you know.
It's the thing about 3D printing that with the fact that it's became mainstream and the fact that more people are having access to this, I'm really surprised there isn't a mainstream solution to this, because it's a problem everyone has if they print it for more than a week, right?
Yeah.
So I think in the quantities that we would probably be printing and scrapping, we would struggle to ever get enough to like justify running an extrusion line, even if we could keep them perfectly sorted. Where I think the recycling may sort of come about is on print farms and things like that, where they have tight control of everything. They know what materials they're using, and they're producing a large enough quantity. But like Sid was saying, trying to keep customers or members of the public who are providing scraps, trying to keep your PLA and PETG and ABS separated is just like it's a borderline impossible problem to solve. And I mean,
trying
I don't
to
know
keep
about
it
you guys,
in that
but
circle.
The worst part is you can't
my
even test
Bamboo
it.
Lab printers, and unlike metals, you can't use their ferocity or their density or anything like that, ferocity or their density or anything like that to sort them.
And that's why I think recycling more in a transformative way rather than trying to bring it back into filament, but turn it into a whole new product.
There's actually there's a company up in
can we injection mold PLA? Is that possible?
Yes, you can.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. So does everyone know Zarafas here? Does everyone know Zarafas? Yeah, so Zarafas actually, they're the largest manufacturer of PLA in Australia, because all of their straws, lids, and some of their cups are made out of it. So they actually Zarafas headquarters is like 10 k's from me here, and they make a lot of their sort of supplies here, like in Australia, with a massive PLA extrusion line. And they get their PLA from NatureWorks in the US, which are like the largest PLA manufacturer in the world. And it's fascinating because it's so strange because you go in there, it's just a regular Zarafas coffee shop, and then out the back all you hear is just and it's just you look, it's just endless amounts of straws being like cut up and match. It's crazy. It's insane. So it's very fun.
I need their phone number. I can't find a plastic straw. Bring them back, please.
I mean, that was the thing. Oh, sorry, Vicky.
Oh, I do want to jump in. I don't want to disrupt the conversation flow, particularly with my American accent, but we have some donations to thank for. Oh no, it's scrolled. Okay, well, we'll start with our very own Stockpot. Thank you so much for your donation and helping us meet that donation matching. And then we have Mad Owl. Thank you so much for your $100 donation, and Zoid 3D. And there's one more. I think it might be Troy. Yes, Troy, thank you, thank you so much. So again, we are raising money for the World Central Kitchen. Anything that you can do to help, they're going to be on the front lines of crises and disasters, and they are feeding nourishing, chef-made meals to families and first responders at the site of disasters and crises. All right. While I have like a little bit of disruption here, Michael, were you about to report back a while ago on the melting temperature of hot glue guns?
I was just going to say that last summer I was researching that. I found a brand that was like a higher temp one, kind of like how you'd have PLA and then high temp PLA. So you can actually, depending on what you want to purchase, yeah, specify the temperature after, and I assume you'd need to buy their brand hot glue gun to make sure you reach that melting temperature. But even on Bunnings, they've got one that's a dual temperature. It's got like a low stick 135 and then 210 for like higher strength. So yeah, there's probably a whole world of it out there that builders would know about that we don't necessarily know about. Well, I don't at least.
I have a weird pocket of knowledge about high temperature glue from glue guns and things. So there is quite a few different like chemical makeups and properties and things like that. Some that are almost like a thermoset resin rather than a plasticized glue like we're used to. So it's a pretty deep rabbit hole of that. But yeah, you can buy them in all sorts of different temperature ratings, and a lot of them are proprietary. So like you're right, you have to buy their gun to go with their glue, and it's used for commercial assemblies in cars and things like that. So yeah, a bit of a rabbit hole. Is it John proper printing that 3D printed with hot glue?
I believe so. He's
Yeah,
great at those type of
fantastic video.
experiments.
Yeah. His stuff is pretty good on that front with some unusual materials.
I think Zach Friedman did it as well. And if he hasn't, he probably has. And is yet to release it. No, I think I remember him doing it. He printed hot glue in his every filament thing, and then spent about 3 minutes roasting hot glue. About why you wouldn't print it. But I think for a molding purpose, it would be pretty cool to see like I know I'm going back to dissolvable molds, but like a dissolvable hot glue mold that's carbon reinforced that you could use for like quick prototypes, strong prototypes that is essentially like no waste, because you can just you just get rid of the hot glue because it will dissolve, and then the carbon you can reuse. That'd be so cool.
I suppose you could use like PLA plastic and stuff as what do they call it? Type of casting where you're
Lost
PLA.
Yeah.
So you could do that, but the reverse. So you mold something inside the PLA and then melt it away in an oven or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, there's proper lost wax, like burnout resins as well, that you could use. I know there's dissolvable resins now as well, which is really cool. Like there's a resin from a company in Germany called Altana. I have their brochure from Formnext last year because I only emptied my suitcase from Formnext last year a week ago, and all the brochures that I picked up, and it's from Altana, and they have like a water dissolvable resin, which is super cool. But I can't print it in Queensland without running my air conditioner flat stick the whole time because it's too humid and it'll just absorb the water from the atmosphere. Or what I ended up doing was having an Elegoo Saturn with instead of using the exhaust as an exhaust, I put in a negative atmosphere with nitrogen and sealed it off, and then that worked really well because then there was no oxygen in there, so it was much easier to do. So same that works really well. Yeah, that works really well for flexibles as well, because that's what causes flexibles to have imperfections, is the bubbles in between it, as well as for transparent resins. So if you have like an industrial SLA system, sometimes they will have SLS has it, nearly all SLS systems, but industrial SLA, you can pump in nitrogen into an SLA system that uses transparent resin, and you don't get bubbles in the resin. So that's how you can get really highly transparent resin prints that all you do is just clear coat afterwards and you're good to go.
I suppose you could print the whole thing in a vacuum as well, and any captured
Well, that's the
and things would be
yeah. So that's
I think it's
the idea,
better
is
under
that you seal it
pressure
off.
rather
Yeah,
than
so you-
vacuum.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, under pressure, because it can, any bubbles that are in there, it condenses them down really small, and then the resin's set and it's super clear. Those
is
but
there
under a
concern
vacuum,
about it
it's trying to pull the
cracking?
air out, and if there is any air in there, you're going to make the bubble even larger. Like,
So if you squish the bubbles down by putting it under pressure and then set the resin, in theory, if there's enough gas there though, as it expands
the
again,
gas,
it could crack,
doesn't
right?
expand. It's not that strong, and because the
Okay.
resin is more dense now, it's stronger because it's more dense.
Interesting.
There's less air gaps in it. Yeah.
Yeah, it
Resin
also
printing is not a rabbit hole I've touched yet because I'm terrified of it. I think it's
you don't
No,
like
it's
to say.
horrendous.
I mean, I
I'm
love it.
happy with,
I love the results of resin. I tend to print on FDM now. I have both, and you know, each tool for its appropriate task. But the chemicals that are involved in the resin systems, makes everything painful to, you know, post process and keep everything clean and safe.
Yeah,
it's the same way I feel about. Sorry.
Somebody.
I was gonna say, it's the same way I feel about. I don't know if you guys keep seeing this. I keep getting it recommended on my YouTube. Is like ASA vapor smoothing and that type of stuff, and it's something where it's like, it sounds fascinating, but the chemicals, like, I don't feel like we know enough about about it to just comfortably just be like, yeah, I'm gonna do a full cosplay with it. I'm gonna have that much whatever. I'm like, it's the same feeling I get with resin, where I'm like, I'm sure the end results is amazing, but I don't feel like the health and safety side of it's being promoted enough for me to feel comfortable with it. I feel like my inexperience would cause me more harm than good.
You can definitely develop a lot of reactions to the chemicals. The resin itself is a big problem. Yeah.
There is some like biosave. So I spent some time with Charlie from Monocure, and some of the bioresins that he works on there, he actually has a base resin that he has to get from, I think, Korea, and it's what's used in the dental resins. And he was like, yeah, it's completely safe. And he's like, he showed me, it's on it. Like, he's like, I've got it on my hands right now, because it's a completely pH neutral, all the fancy stuff, but it's also $400 a liter. And you're like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that's why. But I will show this. If you want to talk about loving resin printing, this is a resin print I did the other day. This is a brake light for my motorcycle. And
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and what I did is, this is actually part of, like, so I've the Elegoo Saturn that I've sealed off, and then I try to suck all the air out of it and then pump nitrogen in so that it creates a vacuum. And then what I'll do is, this is a material from, can't remember, I think it's Alta, it's some really fancy material, and then I've put a small amount of epoxy dye into it, and then I print it. So this was printed just about vertically, a little bit off tilt, and then with that, once I took it off, I then hit it with a reciprocating sander, literally just 1,000 grit, added a set of clear coat over it, and that's how I got that result. And it's super cool. I made a for my racing simulator, I made a little clear cover for it as well. It was pretty cool. So I spend. It's funny because I work for Prusa, which, you know, we have the SL1S and the SLX, which are two drastically different systems, but I print so much resin. It's really cool. So yeah, I love transparent resins. I do so much in transparent resins as well.
I'm interested in. I'm working on a project where I'm making garden lights, like smart garden lighting, because somehow Philips has convinced the world that $400 is a reasonable amount of money for a single light. So I'm working on like a 3D printed ESP32 based garden light. And part of that is I have to make it weatherproof. And I've been playing with the idea of I mean, if you know what potting electronics is, where you fill a cavity that contains electronics with a resin to make sure that it's safe from vibration and from the weather and things like that. I'd like to do that with some clear resin as part of my 3D print, but I want to do it while the print is still happening. So like pause the print halfway through, install the PCB, then fill the cavity with resin, and then continue the print. So it's all 100% contained inside. I've been thinking about building a custom tool head for the Prusa XL so that it can do it all as one operation. So I can run the print
Now,
and then come back the next day to a potted electric, you know.
Now,
component.
everyone, when you're talking about this is Dylan. He is somebody that got his machines for free, and this is the reason is because he can pour resin all over them, and hopefully ask me for another one. That is what that project is. That's
exactly the plan. Yeah.
That's gonna be
when my printer's all gummed up.
I put any cubic high clear resin all over my XL. Please, can I have another build plate, please? That's what. No, I mean that's so cool. I think that'd be obviously there's the silicon attachment for the XL, but I think it would be cool so you could have it. You probably just take the neck extruder off. You might have to like flash some firmware because I don't. It might cause a thermal runaway. Like if you don't have or you just have it so it's at 30 degrees and then use the breakout board.
Yeah. If it's totally automated, then you could have it do small layers of resin one by one over time to try and keep thermal effects to a minimum. And there's some resins around, I don't know, I'm not hugely familiar with it. I'm only in the early stages of the research, but there's some resins out there like deep pore resins that take a lot longer to set up, but they produce a lot less like of an exothermic reaction. So
yeah,
I don't know,
you gotta be careful with that.
An idea.
Don't use the quick set on a deep. You'll end up smoking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
which could be that'd make for a great video.
It would, yeah.
What if I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with MJF printing, but what if you did something like that where you print PLA, you have the tool head changed to a resin dispensing, and then you have it changed to a UV torch. This sounds so OH&S violating. UV torch, cure it, change back, and then every layer you do it so that it essentially, because that's what MJF does. It has a binding agent comes over the top. Binding agent comes over the top with a curing.
That's cool. Yeah, that's a good point. So using UV resin and just do like small layers. So maybe like every 6 print layers, do a little. So you have to really carefully control how much resin you're dispensing.
That's like how the maki works, right? It's just thin layers. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. All right.
I've got spare tool heads here. I've got spare tool heads.
Oh, here we go.
I'd love one of those, please.
I've got Michael's XL still sitting in my shed. I mean, I'll just take off the ones off there.
Oh, you should auction them off. They're worth a fortune.
Yeah. The Teaching Tech Special.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that'd be really cool to do some sort of like integration with like a UV resin.